Dominating Sword Immortal Chapter 927 to Chapter 978. Senior apprentice sister Su Jing, Yichen immediately knew that this little golden dragon was none other than Su Jing. Su Jing's original form was that of a golden dragon. For some unknown reason, she had turned into a human. Currently, this dragon transformation pool had the effect of allowing her to return to her original form. Once she did so, she would no longer be a human, but a true golden dragon. Of course, after reaching the demonic king realm, golden dragons could also turn into humans. Vaguely, the little golden dragon seemed to have sensed Yi Chen's arrival and opened its elegant and noble eyes. Junior apprentice brother Yi. The little golden dragon swam over and raised its horned head. Senior apprentice sister Su Jing, can you still not change back? Yi Chen involuntarily extended his palm and caressed the little golden dragon's horn. It was cool and smooth. The little golden dragon felt very comfortable being caressed, and a trace of redness appeared on its face as it said, "Dragon transformation is usually at the demonic king realm. Wait until I become a demonic king, then I can transform." Generally speaking, the more powerful a demonic beast was, the harder it would be to transform. However, those that could transform at the demonic king realm were few and far between. Of course, there were some exceptions. Some powerful demonic beasts could transform very early. Do I look very ugly right now? The little golden dragon suddenly asked nervously. Yi Chen smiled, how could that be? If you're not used to this body, you can reach the demonic king realm as soon as possible. After chatting for a while, the golden dragon started to feel sleepy. It turned out that Su Jing was in the middle of a breakthrough, and would need a long period of sleep before she could do it normally. Not wanting to disturb her, Yi Chen quietly left the palace and closed the door. Senior apprentice brother Yi. Seeing Yi Chen come out, Chen Yusen immediately became spirited. Yi Chen said, the Dragon God Celestial Palace has been reclaimed. I'll bring the others out, but you guys can't leave yet. You have to guard this place until the goddess succeeds. Yusen understands. Senior apprentice brother Yi, don't worry. Your Highness Dragon God Envoy, Yusen, and I will protect Her Highness Goddess, Xianxia said. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. As he spoke, Yi Chen took out 2 heart-nurturing grasses and 2 spirit-melting grasses from his storage ring and gave them to the 2. Your foundations are not bad. Breaking through to Half-Step King Realm is just around the corner. These 2 grasses are heart-nurturing grasses and spirit-melting grasses. They can help you enter Half-Step King Realm even faster. Half-Step King Realm was a barrier. Once one broke through, they would have the hope of reaching Life and Death Realm. Otherwise, they would never be able to reach Life and Death Realm. In Yi Chen's opinion, Chen Yusen not only had the hope of reaching Half-Step King Realm, but she might also reach Life and Death Challenge Realm. Xianxia's talent was a bit lacking, but she still had the hope of becoming a normal Life and Death Realm warrior. Of course, those who could reach this realm all had hopes of entering Life and Death Realm. Yi Chen was only helping them improve a bit faster. Whether or not they could enter Life and Death Realm would depend on themselves. Many thanks, Senior Brother Yi. Many thanks, Dragon God Envoy. The 2 girls revealed a joyful expression. They could actually break through to Half-Step King Realm as well, but it was still a bit difficult for them at the moment. A single mistake could lead to blood necrosis, which was quite dangerous. However, with the heart-nurturing grasses and spirit-melting grasses, the danger had been reduced by more than half. The Dragon God Celestial Palace had already been recovered. Without the support of the Black Dragon Old Ancestor, the 4 forces most likely wouldn't dare to invade. Apart from the many women guarding Su Jing, Yi Chen brought the others out of the secret realm. I'll leave this place to you. On this day, after Yi Chen finished handing over some matters, he tore open the space and headed in the direction of South River region. The news of Yi Chen becoming a Life and Death King had already reached the South River region, the Windy Nation, and the Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School. However, the people of Yi family and Sky Cloud sect had been waiting for Yi Chen to return. Xiao, when do you think Big Brother will return? On a small mountain peak not far from Yi family, a young man and a young woman gazed into the distance, their eyes full of expectation. The young man and the young woman were both about 14 or 15 years old. The young man somewhat resembled Yi Chen, delicate and handsome. The young woman had snow-white skin, bright eyes, and white teeth. At this moment, the young man turned his head and said to the young woman sitting on the treetop. The young woman grumbled, "You ask me? Who should I ask?" "Humph. Big brother certainly doesn't miss us. Otherwise, why would he not return for so long?" Xiao Xian. Right at this moment, the space twisted, and a figure walked out. Wearing blue clothes and black hair, he wore a smile on his face. "Big brother." The young man and young woman turned around, their faces full of surprise. The young man and young woman were indeed Yi Chen's younger siblings, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao. However, when Yi Chen left the continent, they were only 10 years old. Now, they were already 14 or 15 years old. They had too many concerns for Yi Chen. Although they were no longer young, they still threw themselves into Yi Chen's embrace and tightly hugged him. Caressing his younger siblings' heads, Yi Chen sighed with emotion. In the blink of an eye, his younger siblings had grown up. He remembered that when he crossed over to Elysium, he was only 14 years old, the same age as them. At this moment, Yi Chen's expression was a bit absent-minded, feeling that time had truly passed very quickly. "Big brother, you haven't changed a bit." Yi Xiaoxiao raised her charming face and looked at Yi Chen with a strange expression. Yi Chen's appearance had long since stagnated at the age of 20. Now that he had broken through to life and death realm, it was normal for his appearance to remain unchanged for hundreds of years. Standing next to Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao, he was only a few years older than them. However, Yi Chen's eyes no longer had the childishness of youth, but contained a faint dignity and unswerving determination. "Big brother is a life and death realm warrior. It is normal for you to not change your appearance." Yi Xian sniffled. "When I was not here, did you guys slack off?" Letting go of the two, Yi Chen took a step back and looked at the two. Their cultivation was not bad, they were only 14 or 15 years old, but they had already reached the early clasping yuan realm. When Yi Chen was 14 or 15 years old, he had only reached the condensing reality realm. Of course, Yi Chen was not surprised at all. Not long after the two were born, they had already touched the most powerful dragon fountain qi that he had obtained from the hidden dragon ancient city. Added with his support, the Yi family basically did not lack anything. They could get whatever they wanted, which was not any weaker than a rank 5 martial institution. With so many advantages, it was normal for them to reach early clasping yuan realm at the age of 14. However, Yi Chen understood that cultivation was only the foundation. What truly determined one's talent was still experience and determination. "Big brother, we have been working very hard." "Oh? Let me see your hard work?" Yi Chen had a smile on his face as he asked Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao to show him a sword art. The first one to show her sword art was Yi Xiaoxiao. Although Yi Xiaoxiao was still young, she had already grown into a beauty. After showing her sword art, it was so beautiful that it was very pleasing to the eyes. However, Yi Chen sighed. She still lacked training after all, and her sword art did not have any special features at all. If they were at the same cultivation level, Yi Xiaoxiao might be able to win against her opponent. But if her cultivation was higher than hers, then it would be dangerous. It should be known that martial geniuses were not only unbeatable within the same cultivation, but they could also fight beyond their cultivation and kill people who were way more powerful than them. Yi Xiaoxiao was extremely talented in training, but when it came to battling, she was not even close to being a martial genius. She could only be considered above average. "Big brother, how is it?" Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Chen with trepidation. Yi Chen didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, but he also didn't want her to be too optimistic. "You still need to practice more. Don't waste your cultivation talent." "It's my turn, big brother." Yi Xian couldn't wait to practice his sword art. Seeing Yi Xian's sword art, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. With his eyesight, he could easily see that his brother's sword art was not only incomparably sharp, but it also contained killing intent. Each move and each style was endless, and he could vaguely feel that he had already touched the edge of sword intent. The sword chi was restrained and not released, and each step was shocking. "You've killed before?" Yi Chen asked. Yi Xiaoxiao rushed to answer, "Big brother, this little rascal is not obedient at all. He often kills people in the pugilistic world. Half a year ago, he even uprooted a village by himself." father and mother are both worried about him. The people I kill are all evil. Yi Xian hurried to explain. Yi Chen laughed, sword arts are meant to be used to kill. I don't blame you. Although you are my brother, I don't want you to grow up in a greenhouse. But, you have to remember, when you are in danger, you have to use your brain. You have to judge the situation and act according to your power. You can't act blindly. This is very important. Yi Xian's battle talent had touched Yi Chen's heart a bit. He felt that his brother had the possibility of becoming a powerful warrior. With proper training, he might even reach the life and death realm. But, that was under the condition that he had enough experiences and opportunities. Alright, let's go home. Waving his big sleeves, the three disappeared from the mountain. When they reappeared, they were already in the Yi family. The news of Yi Chen's return spread like wildfire, and the whole South River region was boiling. How many years had it been? The whole South River region hadn't produced a single life and death realm king? This had caused all the native warriors to walk out of the South River region. They thought that the South River region had been cursed and no longer had the luck to produce a life and death realm king. However, the return of Yi Chen had broken this curse. Yi Chen had been a legend in the South River region in his early years. And now, Yi Chen had become a legend. He had risen from a trash youngster and eventually become a life and death realm king. His life gave people a dreamy feeling. Yi Chen's experience had inspired countless youngsters. Many of the famous young experts had more or less been influenced by Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen could become a powerful warrior, why couldn't they? Even if they couldn't reach Yi Chen's achievements, at least they wouldn't have any regrets. The Yi family of the South River region used to be a rank 9 family. As Yi Chen grew stronger, so did the Yi family. From rank 9 to rank 8 to rank 7, and now, it had suddenly jumped to rank 5. Rank 5 Yi family, King family. Once a family reached rank 5, its significance would be extraordinary. King family. This was not an honor ordinary families could enjoy. At this moment, the Yi family had truly become a legendary family. The Yi family was quite lively today. Not only had a lot of people from the South River Martial School and the Sky Cloud Martial School arrived, but there were also people from other martial schools. The leader of the Morong family, Morong Jishui, has arrived. The headmaster of the Dragon God Celestial Palace has arrived. The first ones to arrive were the people who were related to Yi Chen. Of course, they would not come empty-handed. They had brought a huge amount of treasures as gifts. Son-in-law, congratulations on reaching the life and death realm. Congratulations. Morong Jishui was full of smiles. Now that Yi Chen had become a top king warrior, his Morong family would naturally rise. Although he was not a vain person, he was not alone. He still had a huge family that needed his leadership. How could he not be happy about Yi Chen's power? Moreover, he had heard from Yi Chen that his daughter, Morong Qingqing, was training under the demonic human emperor in the chaotic demon ocean, and had a bright future ahead of her. Uncle, please sit here. Yi Chen arranged a seat for Morong Jishui. The leader of the Sky Flying Demon Martial School has arrived. The leader of the Fire Spirit Martial School has arrived. The leader of the Extreme Ice Martial School has arrived. The leader of the Heartless Martial School has arrived. The leader of the Sky Falling Martial School has arrived. The leader of the Sunset Martial School has arrived. Besides the Floating Mountain Martial School, 6 of the original 7 rank 6 martial schools in the South River region had come to congratulate Yi Chen as well. They were all led by their leaders, walking from far away, not daring to show any disrespect. Accompanying them were geniuses from the same generation as Yi Chen, such as Yan Qihua, Bing Ling, Li Daoxian, and so on. Head disciple, is he Yi Chen? Right next to Li Daoxian was a group of young disciples. When Yi Chen was in the South River region, they were still young, and had never seen him in person. Right now, their hearts were beating extremely fast, and they could not help but ask in a low voice. Li Daoxian said, "Haven't you already seen the portrait?" The ones with the most complicated feelings were naturally the peak geniuses of South River region from the same generation as Yi Chen. Although they had already become half-step kings, Yi Chen had become a peak king. The gap between the two was immeasurable, just like the gap between a 5th grade sect and a 9th grade sect. Brother Li, Brother Yin, Miss Bing, this way please. Yichen didn't put on any airs and welcomed them with a smile. The 6 sect leaders and many disciples were overwhelmed by the favor and didn't know what to do. The reputation of the Yi family was too big, and Yichen's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Besides the rank 6 martial institutions, the martial institutions below rank 6 did not even have the right to enter the palace. This was not because Yichen had set up the ranking system, but because the Yi family was too small at the moment. It was impossible for them to welcome everyone, so only the people under them could do it. Besides the main palace, many of the branches of the Yi family were filled with guests, which made all the servants of the Yi family dumbfounded. The leader of the water ape race, Sun Tai, has arrived. Among the many 6th grade sects that had come, a heavyweight force had finally arrived. Haha, little brother Yi, I'm late. Sun Tai was no longer a half-step beast king, but a real beast king. He was also the first king-level warrior who had come to congratulate Yichen. Beside him were Sun Xiaojin, who had already become a half-step beast king, and Wang Snake and Wang Mei. Big brother. Wang Snake saw Yichen, and his eyes turned red. Sorry, I haven't had the chance to visit you guys. Yichen felt a bit sorry. After entering the life and death realm, he had been increasing his power in preparation for the Dragon God's celestial palace. He was planning to visit the South Shallow Ocean after finishing his business in the Yi family. But, he did not expect that Sun Tai had already received the news and brought the 3 over. I'm the one who is ashamed. Having made a friend like little brother Yi, I couldn't help much. Back then, Sun Tai thought highly of Yichen's potential, and wanted to use the power of his whole race to help Yichen, hoping that Yichen would one day become a king warrior and remember the water ape race. However, Yichen's progress was too fast, and the water ape race could not help much. Now that Yichen was already a peak king warrior, it would be fine as long as the water ape race did not drag him down. Why would he need his help? Yichen said, Senior son, you're treating me like an outsider. My brother and sister have troubled you for a long time, and have already received your favor. Sun Tai was also a straightforward person, so he said with a smile, since I've come, I naturally can't come empty-handed. Consider this upper-grade spirit vein as a congratulatory gift. Saying these words, Sun Tai waved his right hand, and a huge shadow suddenly flew in from outside the Yi family. Many guests were stupefied upon seeing it. It turned out to be a 20 to 30 li long upper-grade spirit vein, meandering like a dragon. The boundless yuan-qi of spirit stones had been completely sealed by Sun Tai with a special method, not letting even a trace leak out. Senior son, how could Yichen not understand what he meant? He was now a life and death king, and he needed spirit veins to arrange a great array to protect Yi family. It was just like the 99 spirit veins of Dragon God's celestial palace, which could be used to arrange the 99 origin returning great array and become the core of the array, providing energy for other great arrays. Haha, Xiaojin, let's go drink. Sun Tai waved his hand and entered the main palace. Thunder Empire's Black Thunder King has arrived. Golden Sand Region's Rakshasa sect leader has arrived. Floating Light Region's 7-star pavilion's pavilion leader has arrived. Sun Tai's arrival seemed to be the prelude to the arrival of king warriors. Soon, another 3 life and death king warriors arrived. They were the Thunder Empire's Black Thunder King, the leader of Chu Zhongtian's Killing Luo School, and the leader of Edict Prince's 7-star pavilion. All 3 of them were life and death king warriors, and they were not something that Sun Tai, who had just entered the realm, could compete with. The Black Thunder King and the leader of Killing Luo School were both mid-rank king warriors, while the leader of 7-star pavilion was a high-rank king warrior. Following the 3 were Jing Yaoshuan, Chu Zhongtian, and Li Xiaoyun. As king warriors, normal treasures were obviously not something that could be given out. Just like Sun Tai, the 3 brought top-grade spirit veins as gifts. Among them, the Black Thunder King had wanted to kill Murong Qingqing in the parallel space battlefield because of her identity. This time, other than congratulations, he also wanted to apologize. Therefore, he brought 2 top-grade spirit veins, which was indeed a huge investment. Brother Yi, about last time. The Black Thunder King was a bit embarrassed and nervous. Yichen smiled and said, let's not talk about the past anymore. Let's go in and drink. I have arranged an independent courtyard for you guys, so no one will disturb you. It was obviously inappropriate for life and death king warriors to sit with normal people. So, Yichen had already prepared for this. He arranged for these life and death king warriors and their people to sit in a luxurious courtyard for special treatment. All right. Brother Yi is indeed a generous man. The Black Thunder King let out a breath. Yi Chen's reputation was way too powerful right now, and he was no longer the ant he used to be. Otherwise, he would not have come personally to congratulate and apologize. Yi Chen, congratulations. Chu Zhongtian said with an indifferent tone. Yi Chen, I did not expect you to become a life and death king warrior this fast. You have left us so far behind. Jing Yaoshuan and Li Xiaoyun both held their fists together as they said emotionally. Yi Chen chuckled and said, I will be waiting for you. After arranging for people to welcome them into the luxurious courtyard, a light smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. He did not really like banquets before, but Long Bai had told him that it was necessary. Those life and death king warriors would not come empty-handed, so they would most likely send spirit veins as gifts. Therefore, he decided to hold the banquet. It turned out that the banquet was indeed necessary. Before, he was still worried about the spirit veins, but with the way things were going, it would not be a problem anymore. Just top-rank spirit veins alone, he had already gotten 10 of them. The Dragon God Heaven Palace had given him 5, Sun Tai had given him 1, the Black Thunder King had 2, and the leader of the Killing Demon Martial School and the leader of the 7-Star Pavilion had 1 each. 10 top-rank spirit veins would be a huge fortune for any rank 5 martial institution, and the price they had to pay was just a banquet. Husband, will you not want me anymore in the future? In the welcoming group outside of the Yi family's palace, a young couple was talking in a low voice. Of this couple, the man was a disciple of the Yi family, and the woman was not some small figure either. She was the princess of a huge country in the South River region. The Yi family had been like the sun in the sky for the past few years, and there were countless princesses and female disciples from the martial institutions, which made the Yi family the most complicated place in the whole South River region. This disciple had quite a high status in the Yi family, so the princess was a bit worried about her status. How could it be? This disciple was very proud, but he would not neglect his beautiful wife. Really? She blinked her eyes. Seeing the welcoming group, she was shocked. Any guest in the main palace had a higher status than her father, and those life and death king warriors were people that she would not normally have the chance to see. But now, because she was the daughter-in-law of the Yi family, she had the chance to see them. The further they went, the more guests there were. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing were worried. Xin Yuqing said, if I had known that the banquet would be this big, I would have expanded the Yi family a couple of years ago. Right now, it is almost bursting. Don't worry. Let's squeeze a bit for today. Chen'er is a life and death king now, so this place is not suitable for the Yi family anymore. They will definitely move to a better place. Yi Tianhao was the happiest person today. Although those guests were trying to befriend him for his son's sake, he did not care. His son was his son, and if his son was strong, his father would be strong too. Leader Yi, you have a good son. At this moment, a leader of a rank 6 martial institution came over to flatter him. You flatter me. Yi Tianhao smiled brightly. The leader of the Sky Martial Region's Sky Sea Martial School has arrived. The leader of the Sky Martial Region's Tantai family has arrived. The leader of the Sky Martial Region's Dugu family has arrived. The leader of the Sky Martial Region's Bai family has arrived. After a while, more life and death king warriors arrived. This time, there were 4 of them. The forces that came this time were even more frightening. The Sky Ocean Martial School was able to do well in the Sky Martial region, which was not something a normal rank 5 martial school could compare with. Tantai, Dugu, and Bai families were among the top 4 families of the True Spirit continent. Not to mention the top sects of the South River region, even the top forces of the True Spirit continent were huge existences. Hai Wuya and Bai Wuxue had also arrived. As for Dantai Mingyue and Duguju, they did not come. They were probably still comprehending the life and death Tao, and did not have the time to congratulate. The top 4 parties had each gifted an upper-grade spirit vein. Adding them up, Yi Chen had already received 14 upper-grade spirit veins. Yi Chen, congratulations! The speaker was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her temperament was ethereal and elegant, and her aura was powerful, far surpassing the other life and death kings who had come with her. This woman was none other than the leader of Tantai family, Moon Empress. Before Xuanho's rise, Moon Empress was the #1 female king of the human race. Her strength was unfathomable, and even when standing next to Yi Chen, she was not the slightest bit weaker. She was clearly a peak king, and not an ordinary one at that. Her strength was at least high stage 4-star, or even peak 4-star. The Moon Empress's presence brings light to the Yi clan. Yi Chen walked over to greet her. Moon Empress sighed, the world is about to descend into chaos. As the first of the young generation to enter life and death realm, perhaps my Tantai family will have to rely on you in the future. Moon Empress had come to congratulate Yi Chen for entering life and death realm. Naturally, she wanted to form a good relationship with Yi Chen. Although her family already had a genius like Dan Tai Mingyue, there was still a gap between Dan Tai Mingyue and Yi Chen. Dan Tai Mingyue could make the Tantai family even more glorious, but the premise was that they could survive this great calamity. Moon Empress must be joking. As he spoke, Yi Chen led the Moon Empress and the others into the luxurious courtyard. Besides the kings of the sects, there were also some solitary kings. Among these kings, Yi Chen had heard of most of them, but there was still a small portion that Yi Chen had never seen or heard of. As the saying goes, those who came were guests. Although Yi Chen didn't know them, he didn't want to leave them out in the cold. At the very least, these people had brought precious gifts and weren't here to cause trouble. Inside the luxurious courtyard, the number of life and death kings kept increasing. It was already close to 20 people. Close to 20 life and death kings in the same courtyard was a rare thing. However, because of Yi Chen's presence, they all came and chatted happily. However, Yi Chen could tell that even among life and death kings, there was a difference in status. Normally, low-level kings would drink with low-level kings, mid-level kings would drink with mid-level kings, and high-level kings would drink with high-level kings. There were 3 peak-level kings, Moon Empress, Dugu family's patriarch, and Bai family's patriarch. These 3 naturally became the center of the crowd. All the life and death kings who could come had come, and those who didn't would not come next year. However, everyone knew that there was one more person who would come. If she didn't come, the whole banquet would be overshadowed. Finally, a voice sounded. The leader of the Tianwu region's Xian sect has arrived. It's here. Everyone held their breaths and looked out of the hall. Xianho, who was dressed in white and had long black hair like a waterfall, walked over with Yan Fengfeng, who was dressed in blue and had elegant facial features. Senior Yan. Yi Chen welcomed him with a smile. Yan Fengfeng chuckled, Yi Chen, my master, and I have come so late to borrow top-rank spirit veins for you. We have brought 9 top-rank spirit veins in total. 9 top-rank spirit veins? Yi Chen was surprised and touched at the same time. Top-rank spirit veins were not cabbages, and were usually in the hands of rank 5 martial institutions. But, rank 5 martial institutions also needed top-rank spirit veins for great formations, and the extra ones would have to be provided for their disciples to train. Therefore, it would be hard for them to have extra. Therefore, those king-level martial institutions had already shown their sincerity by giving out 1 top-rank spirit vein. Since the Black Thunder King had some conflicts with Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing, he had paid a lot to give them 1 more. He had never expected that Xianho would give out 9 at once, and even go around to borrow them. Thank you, Senior Yan, for such a big gift. Yi Chen said gratefully. They are just some external things. Don't think too much of them. Xianho had noticed the Moon Queen in the luxurious yard, so she said to Yi Chen, I will go and meet up with the Moon Queen. You go on with your business. Yi Chen was indeed very busy. This banquet was held for him, so he had to show up in person. Otherwise, why would people come and congratulate him? Why would they give him so many valuable treasures? It was all just to see him in person. Normally, most of the martial geniuses would hold a banquet when they reached the life and death realm. The first reason was to see who would be on their side, and the second was to show off their generosity. After being busy for a long time, Yi Chen finally had the chance to go to the luxurious yard and meet up with the life and death realm warriors. Little brother Yi, we have been waiting for you. Sun Tai and the two early rank beast kings were having a great time drinking. Seeing Yichen walking over, they called out. Yichen walked over. Yichen, I am Pandalin King, and this is my friend Hummingbird King. Of the two demon monarchs drinking with Sun Tai, one was a Pandalin and the other was a hummingbird. The Pandalin monarch was short, but he wasn't thin at all. He had a wide back, while the hummingbird monarch was an ordinary-looking woman with an exquisite figure. Sorry for the poor reception. I hope you two don't mind. Yichen cupped his fists and said apologetically. Not at all. Being able to meet one of the top geniuses from the ancient times until now, I, Hummingbird King, am already very satisfied. Hummingbird King flattered. After exchanging some pleasantries with each of the life and death kings, Yichen arrived at the central circle, where all the peak kings were present. Xianxia, Moon Queen, Dugu family leader, and Bai family leader were present. The others would at most say a few words, not daring to sit together with them. Sister Yan, your insight is much better than mine. How come I didn't notice such a genius with potential back then? Seeing Yichen, Moon Queen teased Xianxia and Yan Qingxian. Yan Qingxian smiled, your family already has a genius. If you place your attention on other geniuses, you won't look greedy. Hee, why would geniuses be afraid of having too many? Moon Queen would be lying if she said she didn't regret it. Sometimes, she would think how great it would be if the little girl Mingyue and Yichen could be together. Yichen poured wine and fruits for the four, then raised his cup and said, thank you all for coming. Yichen is honored. I hope we can get along well in the future, and no unpleasant things will happen. Definitely. The four stood up and raised their cups. It was late at night, and the guests had already left. On the roof of the main palace, a bright moon was shining in the sky, and two figures were standing side by side. This banquet has created a lot of momentum for you. It's easy to see that Tantai family, Dugu family, and Bai family are all willing to get close to you. With the support of the three families, you will truly have the right to speak in Elysium. Even a titled monarch will not provoke you. White cloaks fluttering in the wind, Xianxia raised her head to look at the bright moon and said. Yichen crossed his hands behind his back and said, actually, what they care about is my strength. Since I have strength, they naturally don't want to offend me. If I can't break through for a long time, who knows what they will think. That's natural. No matter what beautiful words are used to describe it, the essence of this world is the survival of the fittest. Outside of Elysium, it's still the same. Therefore, you can't stop right now until you reach the peak. Xianxia couldn't see through Yichen at all. Yichen was like a dense fog, becoming more and more unfathomable. It was just like his speed of improvement, which was simply too shocking. In this era, there could be a genius comparable to the ancient era. Who would have thought that? Even Xianxia didn't expect it. She was a bit worried about Yichen. The more amazing a genius was, the more things they would encounter. Ordinary people lived an ordinary life, but the life of a genius was always full of ups and downs. The two chatted all the way until dawn. When the sky started to brighten, Xianxia left with Yan Fengfeng. Slowly letting out a breath, Yichen looked at the horizon and grabbed at the air, as if he wanted to grab the sun that had yet to rise. 24 upper-grade spirit veins. This was the harvest of a banquet. Dragon God's celestial palace only had 17 upper-grade spirit veins. Note, the previous part was wrong. 99 origin return grade array required 81 spirit veins. Dragon God's celestial palace had 64 mid-grade spirit veins and 17 upper-grade spirit veins. F***ck, I didn't learn elementary math well. So many simple mistakes. Of course, upper-grade spirit veins also had different quality. Most of the upper-grade spirit veins Yichen had obtained were low-grade ones, and a few were mid-grade ones. On the other hand, Dragon God's celestial palace had a super-grade upper-grade spirit vein and several upper-grade ones. Comparing the two, Yichen's upper-grade spirit veins seemed to be more numerous, but the overall effect was not as good as that of Dragon God's celestial palace. Apart from the upper-grade spirit veins, Yichen had also obtained 32 mid-grade spirit veins, which were all gifted by 6th grade sections. Not to mention ordinary 6th grade sects, for some powerful 6th grade sects, gifting a mid-grade spirit vein was nothing. Even if they didn't have a good relationship with the Yi family, they could at least show their sincerity. With 24 upper-grade spirit veins and 32 mid-grade spirit veins, as well as the 3 mid-grade spirit veins and some lower-grade spirit veins of the Yi family, they could barely arrange the 99 origin return grade array. However, even though they had enough spirit veins, they still hadn't found a good sect. The current Yi family was already a 5th-grade sect. They couldn't just casually find a place and build some buildings. They had to choose a place with good geomancy and environment. This aspect was very particular. After all, humans didn't live in an empty space. They needed to interact with the outside world. In the whole of Elysium, there would always be barren hills and unruly rivers, as well as heavenly paradises. It was just like an ordinary person's body, there were healthy parts and weak parts. With his soul eyes, it was too easy for Yi Chen to choose a good place. 3 days later, the location of the Yi family's construction had been confirmed. It would be on the left side of the center of the South River region. It looked normal, but Yi Chen had seen through the whole South River region. He could vaguely sense that it would be the perfect place for a dragon to raise its head. Now that the location had been found, the next step would be to find the mountains. Xuanho's mysterious martial school didn't have that many mountains. It was Xianxia who had used her power to move them over from other places. A lot of king warriors would do the same thing. Of course, it would be the northern region. Most of the northern region was controlled by the barbarian race, so the mountains there were the most primitive, and most of the wild mountains had been preserved there. Yi Chen had moved 27 mountains in one go. Besides the outer 18 mountains, the inner 9 mountains each had 9 spirit veins buried under them. The one in the center had the best top-grade spirit veins. Therefore, after setting up the 99 origin return grade array, the center mountain would become the place with the densest yuan qi, which would be the core of the Yi family. The 99 origin return grade formation was a secret of the dragon god's celestial palace. When the Dragon King had given the golden dragon ball to Yi Chen, he had also imparted it to him. Fortunately, it had been imparted early. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to comprehend the formation in such a short time. After all, formations were different from martial arts. One had to have a certain foundation. Without a solid foundation, one would be helpless no matter how talented one was. Rise. On the central peak, Yi Chen spread his hands and let out a low roar. Following the roar, the veins under the 27 mountains began to tremble. In the next instant, 81 beams of spiritual qi were fired into the sky and into the clouds. The spirit qi light pillar was hundreds of meters thick, and contained a vast amount of yuan qi from the spirit stones. Without exaggeration, if one of the spirit qi light pillars were to attack a city, it would definitely be flattened, and there would be no chance of survival at all. Because right then, Yi Chen had already activated all of the spirit qi in the spirit vein. The spirit qi light column contained a shocking amount of spirit qi, and Yi Chen would naturally not let it go. He waved both of his hands in the air, and those 81 spirit qi light columns shot up into the sky like huge dragons, drawing beautiful arcs in the air as they attacked toward Yi Chen, who was on the ground. Just as the spirit qi light pillars were about to hit Yi Chen did not panic. He put his hands together and, with an unimaginable speed, he formed 9 seals in one breath. After the seals were completed, the spirit qi light pillars became gentle and danced around Yi Chen. If one were to look from far away, they would be able to see 8,100-meter thick rainbows circling around Yi Chen, forming a huge light sphere. The color of the sphere was mottled, leaning toward a milky yellow color. Next is the most important step. No matter what kind of array formation was set up, one had to carve out the veins of the array formation. As for the target of carving, it depended on the environment. It could be in the water, on the ground, or even in the void. Although the 9x9 grand array could be carved in the void, it was best to carve it on the ground. The 9-9 return to origin grade array had already been simulated thousands of times in Yi Chen's mind. Fortunately, Yi Chen's soul was 10 times stronger than ordinary life and death kings. Otherwise, simulating such a complicated array in his mind would be extremely taxing. If it were other life and death kings, they would have to comprehend the array step by step, and wouldn't be able to simulate it in their mind without any scruples. Bind. Exhaling, Yi Chen waved his right hand. One of the pillars of spiritual energy suddenly left the ball of light and spread rapidly along the surface of the ground, like a needle being threaded. Soon after, the second, third, fourth, a total of 8 pillars of spiritual energy spread out with Yichen as the center. Wherever they passed, they left glowing marks on the ground. These marks flickered, and didn't cause any damage to the surroundings. However, they caused the yuan qi of the heaven and earth to become chaotic. These 9 glowing marks formed a circle with Yichen as the center. The 9 mountains around Yichen's feet were naturally enveloped by this circle. Some of the plants on the mountains were nourished by the dense spiritual energy and were growing crazily. Some of them even broke away from the limits of ordinary plants and turned into spirit grasses or spirit trees. For a moment, specks of spiritual light flickered, and a rain of flowers fluttered in the air. The scene looked like a paradise on earth. This was not the end. The marks left behind by the 9 pillars of spiritual energy were merely the framework of the 9x9 grand array. With this framework as the foundation, many more complicated marks would need to be carved. These marks would connect with each other and influence each other, forming an endless cycle. Only then would the 9x9 grand array be completed. 1 day passed, and the circle was filled with many marks. 3 days passed, and the circle was filled with a trace of profoundness. 9 days passed, and the circle was completely formed by nature, filled with innate profoundness. From high up in the sky, this circle that was filled with brand lines was incomparably huge. It completely encircled the 9 mountain peaks. The brand lines inside were either straight lines or curved lines. They formed symbols or entangled with each other. Within the circle, they formed countless small circles, and within the small circles, there was no end to them. The spiritual qi within the spirit vein, with the marks as the hub, emitted astonishing spiritual qi fluctuations. Normally, the fluctuations would be diluted and fused with the heaven and earth. However, with the restriction of the 9x9 grand array, the moment the spiritual qi reached the sky, it was immediately blocked by an incorporeal barrier, unable to be released. The range of the 9x9 grand array was the shape of a sphere. From the sky to the ground, there were no blind spots. Even the void was affected by an incorporeal barrier. Ordinary life and death kings couldn't even dream of breaking through space and entering the great array. Even a powerful titled monarch would be obstructed for a while. At this point, the 9x9 grand array was completed. Once the formation was complete, the visible lines of the imprints immediately turned invisible. Looking at it with the naked eye, one would not be able to see the slightest trace of it. One could only see the thin mist-like spiritual energy floating in the air, forming spiritual clouds. Grabbing at the air, Yichen said inwardly, "Sure enough, it can't compare to Dragon God Celestial Palace's 9x9 grand array. The density of the heaven and earth yuan qi here is roughly 7 times that of the outside world. 9x9 grand array's extreme effect was 9 times the density of the outside world's yuan qi. 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 9 days of bitter cultivation in the outside world. On the other hand, Yi family's 9x9 grand array allowed 1 day of cultivation to be equivalent to 7 days of bitter cultivation. The difference wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After all, the lifespan of martial artists was extremely long. 1 or 2 days might not make a difference, but 10 or 20 years would be a huge difference. 1 9x9 grand array is not enough. I have to arrange other arrays. The mountain guarding great array had both offense and defense. If one were to blindly defend, they would eventually fall into a disadvantage. Moreover, the 9x9 grand array's main function was to seal the heaven and earth yuan qi and absorb it from the outside world. In terms of defense, it was only an additional effect. Fortunately, Yichen knew quite a few arrays. With the array manuals left by Fire Emperor and some sword array arrangements in Battle King's memories, he didn't have to worry about not having enough arrays to use. Water and Earth Interlocking Great Array, this was one of the defensive arrays in the Fire Emperor's array manuals, and its grade was Supreme Grade. Once the array was completed, it would condense numerous illusory mountains and rivers to protect the Yi family when attacked from the outside world. When the enemy fell into the Great Array, their speed would be greatly reduced. It would be like entering a world of flood and collapsing mountains. Being able to exert 70 to 80% of one's strength would already be considered pretty good. The Water and Earth Interlocking Great Array completely covered the 27 mountains, but its defensive range was far beyond that. When attacked, it would expand by 10 times, and the enemy would be sucked into it. The water and earth interlocking great array was a defensive array. Next, Yichen arranged another offensive array. This array also came from Fire Emperor, and it was called the Sky-Burning Fire Dragon Array. It was also a supreme grade. The attacking range of the Sky-Burning Fire Dragon Array was far beyond the defensive range of the Water and Earth Interlocking Great Array. Once it was activated, it would condense fire dragons that could burn the sky. They would jump out of the Great Array and attack the enemy. Even if the enemy was 1,000 miles away, they would not be able to escape the pursuit of the fire dragons. In addition, the Sky-Burning Fire Dragon Array was controllable. The people inside the array could control the fire dragons and attack at will. Under normal circumstances, one person could control one fire dragon. Unless it was a genius like Yichen who could multitask, or even multitask, he could control 2 or 3 fire dragons to attack the enemy at the same time. After setting up the Water and Earth Interlocking Great Array and the Sky-Burning Fire Dragon Array, Yichen focused on the last offensive Great Array. This offensive Great Array came from the Battle Emperor's memory. It was called the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array. Back in the days, the Immortal Sword Martial School in the Blood Heaven Land also had the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array. Unfortunately, the Battle Emperor had fallen and the Immortal Sword sect had been taken over by the demonic martial school. Otherwise, with just the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array, the surrounding rank 6 martial schools would not dare to bully the Xianxia martial school. Yichen did not set up the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array outside. Instead, he set it up at the edge of the 9 mountains, which was very close to the 9-9 Return to Origin Great Array. This way, with the natural power of the 9-9 Return to Origin Great Array, the power of the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array would definitely be maximized. Chi. The power of the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array was extremely powerful. Although it was still an extreme rank mid-rank array, it was one of the most horrifying attacking arrays. During the process of setting up the array, the natural spirit chi would constantly compress and condense into beams of white sword chi, shooting out in all directions. If it were not for the fact that Yichen had been paying close attention, the surrounding 18 mountains would have been sliced into pieces by these white sword chi. Of course, this was because the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array hadn't been completely set up yet. After being set up, it wouldn't be activated easily. It would only be activated when being attacked. Moreover, it would lock onto the life aura of the attacker, and wouldn't stop until the attacker was dead. Otherwise, Yichen wouldn't have arranged it here. After spending 10 days, the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array was also completed. Currently, with the 9-9 Return to Origin Great Array and the Immortal Sword Chi Great Array on the inside, and the Fire Dragon Sky Burning Great Array and the Water and Earth Chain Great Array on the outside, Yi family had a total of 4 great arrays protecting it. Although it might not be as safe as Dragon God Celestial Palace, it would at least be able to hold out for a period of time. However, Yichen knew that no matter how powerful the great arrays were, they were only external objects. Without the protection of Life and Death Kings, no matter how many great arrays there were, they would still be broken. Dragon God Celestial Palace's arrays were extremely powerful, but without Senior Dragon King, they were still invaded by the 4 great powers. If one thought that they would be safe with the protection of the great arrays, then they would be gravely mistaken. Let's set up another mountain gate and arrange a flight restriction array. The mountain gate was the entrance of a power, so it could not be careless. Using white jade, Yichen created a huge mountain gate. The mountain gate was 12 zhang tall and 15 zhang wide, looking like a memorial arch. On the mountain gate, Yichen used the Immortal Sword Intent to carve 2 large characters, Yi family. He then arranged some firm restrictions on the mountain gate to prevent it from being damaged or easily destroyed. At the same time, with the mountain gate as the center, Yichen arranged a flight restriction array within 1,000 meters. Anyone under Life and Death Realm would not be able to fly inside the array. They could only walk on the ground. Even Life and Death Kings would face some restrictions and be unable to fly high enough to fly over the mountain gate. After everything was done, a satisfied smile appeared on Yichen's face. All of a sudden, he thought of something. The plant ring on his left hand shone with a dim light, and a huge spirit tree appeared out of thin air. It was indeed the top-rank spirit tree, the fire pear tree. It was more than 3,000 years old, and it was hundreds of meters tall. Its crown covered a radius of 1 mile, which was huge in the eyes of normal people. It could almost cover a small village. This fire pear tree would not be able to absorb any nutrients from the plant ring. It would only be able to keep the spirit chi from declining. Why don't I plant it on the Spirit Cloud Mountain? The Spirit Cloud Mountain was the most central mountain. Since it was the core of the 9-9 original Great Spell, the natural spirit chi there was extremely rich, condensing into countless spirit clouds floating around the mountain. Therefore, Yichen had named it the Spirit Cloud Mountain. Originally, Yichen was planning to make the Spirit Cloud Mountain the main mountain of the Yi family and let all the direct members of the family live there. This way, their training speed would be extremely fast. Unless they ran into a bottleneck, they would be able to increase their cultivation very quickly. But, training too fast was not a good thing either, since the foundation would not be solid enough. The fire pear tree was a top-rank spirit tree, which was extremely useful for warriors below the life and death realm. Dozens of fire pears would be equivalent to a Sea of Souls realm spirit crystal stone, which would be extremely useful for training the spirit body. If they could take root on the Spirit Cloud Mountain, the fire pear tree would definitely be able to increase its power. Moreover, Yichen had his own plan. He wanted to turn the Spirit Cloud Mountain into the holy land of the Yi family, since the natural spirit chi there was the densest. Those who contributed to the Yi family would be able to train there for a few days based on their contributions. Those who contributed a lot would even be rewarded with a fire pear tree, which could be used to increase the spirit body's power. The mountain had been moved here, and the spell had been set up. Next, it was time to officially build the Yi family. This was something that Yichen did not need to worry about. Yi Tianhao, Xianxia, and the higher-ups of the Yi clan were dumbfounded when they saw the 27 mountains arranged in an orderly manner. It was not that South River region did not have good mountains, but compared to the mountains in the northern regions, they were clearly lacking. Moreover, the mountains that Yichen had moved from the northern regions had all been carefully selected. Some were tall and precipitous, some had majestic aura, some had strange rocks, and some had dense waterfalls. 27 mountains, each with their own unique characteristics. Moreover, they carried the unique wild aura of the northern regions, displaying their original style. Standing in the mountains, one would unconsciously open their mind and feel a lofty aspiration rising into the sky. Chener, is there anything special about this mountain gate? Yi Tianhao couldn't help but ask when he sensed that the mountain gate contained an ancient and immortal aura. Yichen said, the materials used to build the mountain gate are not that precious. However, I have added a couple of seals on it, making it very sturdy and hard to destroy. Besides that, the 2 Wurji clan contain my immortal sword intent, which can strengthen the mountain gate and protect it from wind and rain, as well as the corrosion of time. Father, mother, everyone can fly in and give it a try. Yichen wanted to see the effect of the forbidden space formation. After all, it was his first time setting up an official formation. Yi Tianhao, Xianxia, and the rest did not doubt him at all. Hearing Yichen's words, there must be something special about the mountain gate. They all performed their movement arts and flew over. Just as everyone flew within 1,000 meters of the mountain gate, they all fell down uncontrollably. They wanted to fly again, but they couldn't do it no matter what. Forbidden space formation. Xianxing's eyes brightened. Yichen smiled and said, anyone who wants to enter the Yi clan has to pass through here. Whether they want to or not, they can only get down and walk, which saves them a lot of trouble. In order to let the Yi clan's higher-ups know what kind of formations the Yi clan had, Yichen first activated the water and earth interlocking formation. As soon as the water and earth interlocking formation was activated, the surrounding scenery immediately changed drastically. Shadows of mountains were floating in the air, and in between the shadows of the mountains, there were dark green shadows of the Milky Way. Looking from afar, these shadows of mountains looked like huge armor plates, and the Milky Way's shadows were the threads that connected the armor plates together. The outer area of the Yi clan and the sky above the Yi clan seemed to be wearing a semicircular armor, which protected the Yi clan well. This is the top-grade medium defensive formation, water and fire interlocking formation. This is the top-grade medium offensive formation, sky-burning fire dragon great formation. One after another, thousands of meters-long fire dragons shot out, burning the heavens. Even from far away, Yi Tianhao, Xianxia, and the rest could feel the scorching heat. It wasn't hard to imagine that no one under life and death realm would be able to resist the fire dragons. Even ordinary life and death kings wouldn't dare to be hit by them. Good. With the protection of these two great formations, it won't be a dream for Yi clan to continue for thousands of years. Yi Tianhao was in high spirits. In Yi Chen's generation, Yi clan had basically enjoyed all the glory it could. However, compared to other super clans, Yi clan's only shortcoming was its lack of foundation. It only had a few hundred years of history, which was far from comparable to those ancient clans that had existed for thousands of years. Father, there's an even more powerful immortal sword Qi Great Formation inside. It can easily kill low-step kings, and even mid-step kings would most likely fall if they charged in alone. The immortal sword Qi Great Formation was Yi clan's last line of defense. Yi Chen didn't think that he could block high-step kings with just a few formations. For Yi Chen, these formations were mainly used to stall for time. The two great formations outside needed some time to be broken, and the Immortal Sword Qi Great Formation and 9-9 Return to Origin Great Formation also needed some time to be broken. Adding the two formations together would buy a lot of time. If Yi Chen were far away, he would have plenty of time to rush back. Witnessing the might of the Immortal Sword Qi Great Formation, Yi clan's members looked forward to Yi clan's future even more. They believed that as long as Yi Chen continued to improve, Yi clan would certainly become more and more powerful. One day, they might even become an overlord-level power that could shake the entire true spirit world with a stomp of their feet. Yi clan's ancestors probably never imagined that our Yi clan would become a fifth-grade family, and even have a defensive great formation protecting our descendants. Yi Tianhao was somewhat absent-minded. Yi clan's grand construction project began, and Yi Chen also began to cultivate bitterly. The vibrational sword art's second style, Heaven-Inflicted Sword, had long since been completed. However, the heaven-shattering sword art's second style, Orbital Slaughter, was still in its embryonic form. If he could comprehend it successfully, with its characteristics, even the protective Zhen Yuan of titled monarchs would not be able to withstand a single blow. Of course, this didn't mean that studying Orbital Slaughter would allow one to contend against titled monarchs, it could only threaten them. After all, the other party wasn't a block of wood that could be easily killed. Orbital Slaughter had a very high requirement for the space profound. Therefore, in the past few days, Yi Chen had been studying Emperor 4 Extreme Space Profound while deducing Orbital Slaughter. As a fifth-grade family, Yi clan couldn't just build a few buildings like before. According to Yi Tianhao's plan, he planned to build buildings on all 27 peaks. Along the flat areas of the peaks, he would also construct steps. This was a huge project. It should be known that the smallest of these 27 peaks was several thousand meters tall, occupying a dozen li. The largest was Spirit Cloud Peak, more than 9,000 meters tall, occupying 100 li. The entire Yi clan's area exceeded 500 li. The project was huge, and the number of craftsmen was indispensable. In order to complete the Yi clan's construction as soon as possible, Yi Tianhao recruited 100,000 craftsmen in one go. Yi clan's disciples couldn't stay idle either, and each of them had to lead their craftsmen to work. Just as Yi clan's construction was going on, Blood Sky Continent's Eternal Sky Sect encountered a crisis. For life and death kings arrived at Eternal Sky Sect. Li Zhongfeng, I know that the senior who had been protecting Eternal Sky Sect for 500 years is no longer here. Right now, besides Yi Chen, you have no other ace up your sleeve. The one who spoke was a minotaur with dark red skin. His body was huge, and even his calves were a couple of stories tall. Standing there, he looked like a mountain giant. He was none other than the leader of one of the top 10 beast martial schools, the Iron Hoof Beast School, the Iron Hoof Beast King. No matter how powerful Yi Chen is, he is only one person, and there are 4 of us here. The elder with white hair next to the Iron Hoof Beast King said. Li Zhongfeng sensed that something was not right. In fact, he did not even know if the king warrior who had been protecting Eternal Sky Sect was still here or not. In the past 500 years, besides the one time 300 years ago, he had never shown up again. Trying to take a deep breath, Li Zhongfeng tried his best to calm himself down and said, "Why have you 4 come to my Eternal Sky Sect?" Savage Stone. The elder with white hair said. Savage Stone? Li Zhongfeng frowned. I have never heard of it. Perhaps you might have heard of it by another name. Lover's Stone. Impossible. Li Zhongfeng yelled. The Lover's Stone was given by our ancestors as a token of love to the first-generation leader of the Li family. How could it be the Savage Stone? Your Li family has passed down the Lover's Stone from generation to generation. Do you really think that it is just a token of love? No one would believe it if you tell others. The elder knew about the Lover's Stone very well. Regardless of whether it is the Savage Stone or not, hand it over now. Otherwise, I will wipe out the entire Xianxia martial school. The one who threatened was a middle-aged man with a small head and a pair of beast-like yellow pupils. Li Zhongfeng took a step back. Until now, he had also started to suspect that the Lover's Stone was not that simple. But asking him to hand it over just like that was obviously against the first-generation leader's will. Leader, leave this to me. Right then, Yi Chen, who had been in closed-up training, walked out. This was the spirit consciousness that he had left behind. Seeing Yi Chen come out, the Iron Hoof Beast King's expression changed as he yelled, Yi Chen, this has nothing to do with you. As long as he hands over the Lover's Stone, we will leave immediately. Otherwise, no one will be able to save the Xianxia martial school. Oh, are you threatening me? Or do you think that I cannot destroy the Iron Hoof Beast martial school? Yi Chen held the evil shattering sword in his hand as he squinted his eyes. The elder with white hair laughed. A spirit consciousness body dares to be so arrogant. There are 4 of us here, and any one of us is more powerful than your spirit consciousness body. Right now, we are going to destroy the Xianxia martial school, and you can only watch. The elder with white hair had the highest power. He was obviously a top king warrior. As a top king warrior, not to mention the fact that Yi Chen was just a spirit consciousness body, even if his real body came, he would not be afraid. This was the pride of a top king warrior. You guys can try. Naturally, Yi Chen was quite afraid of the white-haired elder. Among the 4 of them, he was the most powerful one. He was about mid-rank 4-star warrior, and he himself was not a nobody either. He was the great master of the Terminator Demon Martial School in the Blood Sky Land, the Demon King. Apart from the white-haired elder, the other 3 were not weak. The Iron Hoof Demonic King was at the peak of 3 stars, the middle-aged man with a small head was called the Silver Leopard King, who was also at the peak of 3 stars, and the woman with thin lips who had been silent all this time was the Mantis Queen, the leader of the Blood Mantis sect, one of the top 10 demonic sects of the Blood Sky continent. Her battle power was at the peak of 3 stars. The Silver Leopard King walked out and said, if your real body was here, I might be a bit wary, but you're only a consciousness avatar. Do you think you can overturn the world? I can't overturn the world, but I can beat you. The consciousness avatar had 1/3 of Yi Chen's power. Although it wasn't 4 stars, it was still unbeatable within 3 stars. Since you're so confident, I, the Silver Leopard King, will exchange a few moves. The Silver Leopard King didn't want to completely anger Yi Chen. Yi Chen's consciousness avatar wasn't scary, but his real body was too frightening. He was obviously a top king. Even the Demon King might not be able to suppress him. Roar, the Silver Leopard King was a demi-beast king with the Silver Leopard bloodline. With a roar, a silver leopard appeared behind him. The leopard also roared and merged into the Silver Leopard King's body. In the next second, the Silver Leopard King turned into a half-human, half-beast leopard man. When beasts couldn't completely transform, they would also appear as half-human, half-beast beastmen. However, beastmen's battle power wasn't high. After all, they couldn't even transform, so how strong could they be? Of course, there were some powerful beast kings that liked to appear as beastmen. For example, the Iron Hoof Demon King was a minotaur. This was a matter of aesthetics. However, the beastman form of a demonic beast was completely different from a demonic beast. For a demonic beast, the beastman form was their strongest combat power. It contained the wild power of a demonic beast, as well as the advantages of a human. It was equivalent to combining the advantages of both sides, perfectly fusing them together. Qi, the Silver Leopard King, in its leopardman form, was unimaginably fast. With a flash of silver light, it brushed past Yi Chen. Almost at the same time, countless sparks flew in front of Yi Chen. The sound of metal exploding resounded through the sky, and the space was torn into pieces. He blocked it? Several li behind Yi Chen, the Silver Leopard King turned his head, his eyes filled with astonishment. He did not sense when Yi Chen pulled out his sword or when he used his sword to block his claw attack. He had thought that even if he could not hurt Yi Chen with his first attack, he would at least make Yi Chen look miserable and reveal more flaws. The weakness of the consciousness avatar could not be concealed, and that was that it was easy to collapse. He blocked it? That scene just now had happened too quickly. The Iron Hoof Beast King and the Mantis Queen did not even have time to react. The Silver Leopard King's attack speed was within their expectations, but Yi Chen's blocking speed was completely unexpected. Moreover, Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. It was as if the Silver Leopard King's quick attack was very ordinary to him, not worthy of any fluctuation in his mood. A bit tricky. The Demon Centipede King could see some signs and could not help but frown. Sky-ripping Cloud Expelling Claw. The Silver Leopard King used his killing move. This move was a bit strange. It was not a direct attack, but rather a spiraling explosion of Jin Yuan containing demonic qi. The spiraling airflow was incomparably majestic. Even if it was Yi Chen, without using space-profound movement skills, he would find it hard to dodge. However, he could see that this spiraling airflow did not have much killing power, and could not break through his protective Jin Yuan at all. It seemed to have some other use. Boom, the airflow exploded, and Yi Chen's protective Jin Yuan warped, his figure faintly swaying. The dazzling silver claw light rapidly pierced over, as if there was no resistance at all. It seemed to be wandering between resistance and non-resistance, making this claw impossible to dodge. So that's how it is. A thought flashed through his mind as he realized how powerful this attack of the Silver Leopard King was. In the beginning, that spiral chi flow was not used to attack, but to collide with his protective Jin Yuan. Once Jin Yuan and Jin Yuan collided, a gap would appear, and the Silver Leopard King's next claw attack would attack through this gap, which would not be hindered by the two kinds of Jin Yuan. If Yi Chen were a life and death king with strength similar to the Silver Leopard King, he might really be heavily injured by this move without knowing the opponent's strength. Unfortunately, the Silver Leopard King's opponent was Yi Chen, even if it was only a consciousness avatar of Yi Chen. Buzz, Yi Chen's Jin Yuan vibrated as he slashed out. Pong, the instant the silver claw light was about to hit Yi Chen, it suddenly shattered. The extremely powerful vibration not only dissipated the chaotic airflow, but also turned the shattered silver claw light into specks of silver light, dissipating into nothingness. The so-called flaw was something Yi Chen could easily eliminate. Unless the Silver Leopard King's killing move was 2 or 3 times faster, it could threaten him. As the silver claw light shattered, Yi Chen's figure suddenly moved. The evil shattering sword streaked across the sky, leaving behind a golden scar as it heavily slashed at the Silver Leopard King. Heaven-cutting sword, Yi Chen's movement and sword speed were too fast. Even the Silver Leopard King, who had always prided himself on his speed, felt that he couldn't evade this sword. If he tried, he would just die. I don't believe this sword of yours is that powerful. The Silver Leopard King coldly snorted and raised his right claw. Clang, sparks flew everywhere as the Silver Leopard King's pupils suddenly enlarged. His Jin Yuan protective layer shattered with a puff. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, the Silver Leopard King's entire body was sent flying. While flying, his body couldn't help but shake rapidly, causing it to turn illusory. Vibration power, the same vibration power as the demonic blade arts. The image of the demonic blade king flashed in the Silver Leopard King's mind. He had exchanged blows with the demonic blade king before. The latter's demonic blade arts could be said to be invincible in close combat. He had suffered losses more than once or twice, and every time he met the latter, he would feel extremely nervous. He originally thought that the demonic blade arts were unique, but unexpectedly, Yi Chen was also proficient in vibration power. Moreover, it was not inferior to the demonic blade king's demonic blade arts. The Silver Leopard King's body fiercely smashed into a mountain near the Eternal Sky Sect. The mountain trembled slightly, and the next moment, the huge mountain was shattered into millions of pieces. This was the huge destructive power transmitted from the vibration power inside the mountain. Fortunately, the collision had not happened. Otherwise, the Silver Leopard King's injuries would have been several times worse. With one sword, the Silver Leopard King lost most of his battle strength, and his head became dizzy. What a good vibration sword! The Demonic Blade King couldn't help but say. Let me try. The Mantis Queen licked her thin scarlet lips, her eyes filled with a strong desire to fight. This kid is troublesome. Let me do it. The Demon Centipede King shook his head. He knew the Mantis Queen's strength. She was definitely a 3-star tyrant. No one under 4-star could beat her. However, the strength that Yi Chen had displayed was not much weaker than the Mantis Queen. Moreover, he could already see that Yi Chen had not used his full strength yet. The hope of the Mantis Queen beating him was very slim. Of course, he did not think that Yi Chen could easily beat the Mantis Queen. You think I am not his opponent? The Mantis Queen was a bit dissatisfied. The Demon Centipede King explained, we are not here to spar. If I am not wrong, his real body is already rushing towards the Blood Sky continent. All right then. The Mantis Queen's eyes flashed, and she gave up on the idea of fighting Yi Chen. Let's just watch from the side. The Demon Centipede King's Sky Demonic Hand, you should know the power. The Iron Hoof Beast King said to the Mantis Queen. Sky Demonic Hand, the Mantis Queen could not help but shiver. It was as if this killer move had infinite power. Just thinking about it made her feel afraid. Facing the Demon Centipede King, Yi Chen's expression became solemn. The Demon Centipede King was a genuine top-notch king. According to the outside world's guesses, his strength was at 4-star mid-level. As for what level, although Yi Chen was not very clear, it should not be too far off. With the strength of this consciousness avatar, he was really not a match. Delay for a while longer. Wait for my real body to come. Yi Chen decided to fight for a while longer, not giving the opponent a chance to end the battle quickly. Yi Chen, I have no intention of being enemies with you. I hope that today's fight will not make us mortal enemies. Unexpectedly, the Demon Centipede King's attitude was very humble. He knew better than anyone that Yi Chen's consciousness avatar had the strength of a 3-star peak or 3-star tyrant. His real body was at least 4-star mid-level or above. This made him somewhat miscalculate, and he cursed inwardly. But the arrow had already been knocked, and it had to be fired. He had to get the Savage Stone no matter what. In Elysium, the level of one's strength was too important. If Yi Chen had been a normal top-notch king, the Demon Centipede King would not have been willing to offend Yi Chen unscrupulously, but he would not have lowered himself either. But now, his attitude had changed. In his heart, Yi Chen's position had undoubtedly risen to the level of a big shot. Becoming enemies with a big shot was not a wise move. I also do not want to become mortal enemies with you, so I hope you will stop while you're ahead. Just like the Demon Centipede King, Yi Chen was also not willing to become enemies with the Demon Centipede King. The Demon Centipede King was not scary, but the Terminator Demon sect behind him was indeed a super large sect. Especially the sect leader of the Terminator Demon sect, he was a bona fide titled king. People called him the Terminator Demon Emperor. His Terminator Demon arts and king-slaying hand were extremely frightening. Well said. Take this. The Demon Centipede King took a deep breath, and his aura rapidly expanded. Opening his palm, he struck out at Yi Chen. Wang, the evil vanquishing sword vibrated to the point of distortion, and Yi Chen met it with his sword. Zizizi, a scene that shocked Yi Chen occurred. The vibrating power, which was usually unstoppable, instantly melted the moment it encountered the Demon Centipede King's palm energy, like snow in winter meeting the blazing sun. Demonic Hand of Death. Yi Chen's expression became more and more serious. He had long heard that the Demon Centipede King's demonic hand of death could melt all things. Seeing it today, it was indeed true. Demonic Centipede Great Land. After dissolving Yi Chen's vibrating sword power with one palm, Demonic Centipede King's right hand made a half circle, and another palm was thrown out. This palm was twice as powerful as the previous one. The bright chi was like a huge magnetic field, and all the pressure was gathered inside. Wherever it went, the Demonic Centipede palm power that had not dissipated before was all sucked in, and the power was even more powerful. Heaven Wounding Sword. Yi Chen's spirit, chi, and spirit were highly concentrated. He could feel that Demonic Centipede King's killing move could not only dissolve the chi power, but it could also easily dissolve a person. If he was not careful, this consciousness body might be turned into nothingness. Holding the evil shattering sword with both hands, Yi Chen's waist twisted, and the evil shattering sword was like a green dragon coming out of its cave, carrying a terrifying vibrating power. It flew out madly, and the ripples spread out in a fan shape. Boom, the two completely different powers clashed together, and the space was shattered, and a huge black hole appeared. This black hole was so big that a mountain could be filled in. Luckily, the two of them were fighting in the sky, otherwise the whole Xianxia sect would have been sucked in by the hole, and would have been smashed to pieces. Demonic Centipede King's power was much stronger than Yi Chen's consciousness body. After the demonic centipede palm power dispelled the vibrating sword power with some difficulty, it rushed towards Yi Chen like a hot knife through butter. Looking at this posture, the remaining power was still comparable to a 3-star, overlord, level, and at this time, Yi Chen's old power had been used up, and he had not recovered yet, so how could he block it? So Yi Chen dodged. The space twisted slightly, and Yi Chen appeared dozens of miles away as if he had teleported, dodging the demonic centipede palm power. Without a sound, the mountains below Yi Chen turned into nothingness. All turned into dust by the demonic centipede palm power. In the void, there was a strong voltage, and the attribute of the voltage was darkness. Demonic centipede palm, and it contained the two profound meanings of darkness and thunder. This martial art is simply invincible. It's unlikely that he created it himself. It was not difficult to shatter the mountains into dust. However, it was difficult to shatter them into dust. The profoundness of the heavenly demonic transformation hand was extremely profound. It was definitely a peak profound martial technique. However, the demonic king had not raised the might of this martial technique to the level of a peak profound martial technique. Otherwise, the demonic king would be able to fight against a sovereign. Just as Yi Chen had expected, the demonic hand transformation was indeed not created by the demon king, but by a senior of the Terminator demon sect. In order to bring out the full potential of the demonic hand transformation, the profound truths of darkness and lightning had to be perfected and perfectly fused. The demon king was still very far from this step. Yi Chen, you are not my opponent. I advise you to stop. We only want the Savage Stone. The Demon Sea King advised. The Savage Stone was left behind by Senior Battle King for his descendants. The ones who should stop are you. Yi Chen knew that he could not take a step back at this time. Not to mention that Senior Battle King had helped him comprehend the immortal sword intent, he could not retreat for himself. Once he retreated, others would think that he was afraid of the Terminator demon sect. As a peak king, he had to be tough when he needed to be. That way, he would be able to avoid trouble. If he kept a low profile, he would only be forced into a corner. As the saying goes, a kind person would be bullied, and a kind horse would be ridden. At this time, he had to hold his ground and not waver. Then don't blame me. A cold light flickered in the Demon Sea King's eyes. He planned to destroy this consciousness projection of Yi Chen. He did not believe that Yi Chen would chase after him for a consciousness projection. The reason why the Terminator demon sect was able to stand at the peak of the Blood Sky continent was not only because of their reputation, but also because of their absolute strength. Demonic Void. With a roar, the Demon Sea King used the Sky Demonic Hand's true ace attack. One palm attack shattered the void, turning it into nothingness. If Yi Chen wanted to use the Space Profound Movement art to avoid the attack, it would be 10 times harder. This martial art is indeed ridiculously powerful. Yi Chen had never seen such a powerful martial art before. Of course, this did not mean that the Sky Demonic Hand was invincible. The main reason was that Yi Chen had just entered the Life and Death realm, and had not fought with many Life and Death realm kings, not to mention a titled king. That day, the Black Dragon Old Ancestor had only warned him, and the two did not fight. However, as of now, the Sky Demonic Hand was undoubtedly the most powerful martial art that Yi Chen had ever seen. I wonder how powerful the two peak profound martial arts left behind by Senior Fire Emperor will be. Fire Emperor was already dead, and his storage ring contained the two peak profound martial arts he was most proud of. One was Merciless Water and Fire, and the other was Sun Glory. Merciless Water and Fire naturally contained Water Profound and Fire Profound, while Sun Glory contained three great profounds, Fire Profound, Earth Profound, and Water Profound. If Yi Chen were not a sword cultivator, he would have long since been prepared to learn these two peak profounds. Unfortunately, he was a sword artist, and could not perfectly use merciless water and sun glory. He could only wait for the day when he could fuse the essence of these two moves into his own sword arts and create his own peak profound sword arts. Facing this move, Yichen had no intention of facing it head-on, because doing so would only lead to death. Sword domain erupted, and Yichen hastily retreated. At this moment, the effect of sword domain was much greater than space profound. Not only could it weaken the might of the demonic hand, it could also sharply increase his speed. On the other hand, space profound was restricted by space, and the space was too chaotic. With Yichen's current space profound, he didn't have much confidence in dodging. Xianxia had said before that apart from some titled kings proficient in speed, there would not be more than 3 to 5 people who could deal with Yichen. Demonic Beast King could not deal with Yichen's main body, but if he was stronger than Yichen, he could threaten Yichen. Since Demonic Beast King had Sky Demonic Hand, it could not be ruled out that others had some moves that could restrain space profound. Even though Yichen had used Sword Domain to weaken a portion of the Demonic Hand's might and dodged it rapidly, the Demonic Void was ultimately the Sky Demonic Hand's true ultimate move. Half of Yichen's body was still brushed by it. The price was that he lost half of his strength, and his consciousness avatar almost collapsed. If it came again, his consciousness avatar would be destroyed without a doubt. My main body is here. At this moment, Yichen revealed a faint smile. Yichen, take another palm strike from me. The Demonic Beast King was unforgiving. He followed up with a palm strike, and space shattered once again. The violent spatial power made it difficult to even stabilize one's body, let alone teleport. But Yichen did not dodge or evade. He even put away his evil vanquishing sword. What's going on? The Iron Hoof Demon King, Silver Leopard King, and Mantis Queen were somewhat puzzled. Could it be that Yichen believed that he was no match for the Demonic Beast King and was prepared to stop resisting? Just as the demonic palm was about to hit Yichen's body, another Yichen suddenly appeared in front of Yichen. The main body had arrived. Shielding his consciousness avatar behind him, Yichen casually pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword and slashed out. Puchi! The demonic beast palm was said to be able to transform all living things. But in front of absolute strength, it still hit a wall. It was sliced in two by Yichen's sword, and a several li long crack appeared in the space. This is the strength of Yichen's main body? Yichen's sudden appearance startled the demonic beast king, but he quickly regained his calm. The Sky Demonic Beast King was almost invincible in the same realm. Even when facing a peak king with high-rank 4-star battle strength, he could dissolve a portion of the opponent's energy. However, he discovered that Yichen's sword energy was very hard to dissolve. This martial art is not bad. Yichen was not surprised by this result. His sword contained the destruction sword intent. Destruction, what was destruction? It was naturally able to destroy all living things. In the end, the Sky Demonic Beast King was trained, so how could it dissolve the vibrating sword energy containing the destruction sword intent? The reason why it could dissolve the vibrating sword energy of the consciousness avatar was because the consciousness avatar's destruction sword intent was not strong enough. You take a sword of mine as well. Yichen held the sword with one hand and slashed down. It was still the sky-cutting sword. Ong, a dazzling golden light filled the Demonic Beast King's vision. Demonic Beast Void. The Demonic Beast King's Xianxia exploded to the limit as he slashed out a palm at the golden light. Pung, the golden light disappeared, but the Demonic Beast King's body seemed to have been struck by lightning, flying backward and spurting out a large amount of blood. What a destruction sword intent! Forcefully stabilizing his body, the Demonic Beast King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The Demonic Beast King was a peak king after all. His cultivation base was over 1,000 years. Although the purity of his Xianxia was not as pure as Yichen's, when the quantity reached a certain level, it still had a huge effect. Compared to Yichen, the Demonic Beast King's cultivation base was definitely 5 times the former. Therefore, 50% of Yichen's sword's power was cancelled out by the Demonic Beast Palm force, and 30% by his protective Xianxia. The vibrating power that was transmitted into his body was only the last 20%, which was not enough to heavily injure the Demonic Beast King. Nirvana Spatial Freeze. The demonic beast king cultivated the same cultivation technique as the Terminator demon sect leader, Nirvana demon emperor. The Nirvana demon art could give rise to the Nirvana domain. The demonic beast king naturally had not reached that step, but he was close. As he madly pushed the Nirvana demon art, the space immediately condensed, and cracks appeared. These cracks became still. Yichen felt the restriction on his body increase. The demonic beast king's Nirvana spatial freeze didn't surprise him too much. However, when combined with the opponent's over 1,000 years cultivation base, the restriction became much stronger. Demonic beast king, you're not my opponent. Stop. Yichen turned a blind eye to all of this. The victor has yet to be decided. You're speaking too early. The demonic beast king was very confident in his strength. He knew that Yichen's greatest weakness was that his cultivation base wasn't deep enough. If the battle continued, the scales of victory would tilt towards him. Seems like you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Yichen didn't continue persuading him. The Sky Scorpio sword swung out, withdrawing 50% of its power. Buzz, immediately an invisible ripple spread out, and the Nirvana domain created by the demonic beast king was immediately torn open. The ripple instantly spread to his body. Pung 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 pung, this sword wasn't an ordinary killing move, but the true heaven-inflicted sword. Withdrawing 50% of its power, there was still 50% of it rushing out. The demonic beast king felt as if there were many explosives buried in his body, exploding simultaneously. Blood splattered, and even his bones were blown out. It should be known that Yichen's heaven-inflicted sword could even destroy stars, let alone a human body. And this was when he was still holding back. Too powerful. He definitely has peak 4-star battle strength. Mantis Queen cried out involuntarily. The gap between 3 stars and 4 stars was huge. Within 4 stars, the gap was also huge, but it was still limited. If Yichen had high 4-star battle strength, he would at most be 3 to 4 times stronger than Demon Nightmare King, and would not be able to injure him in a few moves. Only peak 4-star battle strength, 2 small realms higher than Demon Nightmare King, could he easily suppress him. Previously, the reason why Yichen could contend with Demon Nightmare King with his mental perception body was mainly because his space profound was too profound, and his dodging speed was extremely fast. Otherwise, with his mental perception body's strength as a 3-star tyrant, he would not be able to exchange 1 or 2 moves with mid-4-star battle strength Demon Nightmare King. After all, the gap between the two was too big. Demon Nightmare King, you guys go back. Putting away the Sky Scorpio sword, Yichen said indifferently. Cough cough cough, Demon Nightmare King continuously coughed out blood clots from his mouth. There were dozens of bloody holes on his body, and each of them had pierced through his body, exposing even his bones. He hurriedly operated his undying body to recover from his frightening injuries. Demon Nightmare King raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, Yichen, I admit that you are very powerful. In this world, no one has made as much progress as you. You have peak 4-star battle strength as soon as you enter life and death realm. However, I advise you not to meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. The 4 of us are only here to probe you. The truly powerful figures have yet to arrive. It turned out that Demon Nightmare King and the other 3 already knew that Yichen would meddle in this matter. On the surface, they were trying to seize the Savage Stone, but they were secretly trying to probe Yichen's bottom line. Of course, the Savage Stone was their ultimate goal. Powerful figures? I see. Yichen thought for a while and immediately understood. It seemed like all of the king warriors in the Blood Sky Land had been eyeing the Savage Stone for a long time. However, the school had the protection of the Fire Emperor. Who was the Fire Emperor? He was a peak warrior with a 6-star battle power, and it would be hard to find someone who could compete with him in the whole true spirit world. Once he got angry, who would dare to say anything? He wanted to protect the school, and whoever dared to touch the school would be courting death. However, 500 years had passed, and the Fire Emperor had not appeared for a long time, which would inevitably raise people's suspicions. Because of the Fire Emperor's accumulated power, everyone was still waiting. Right now, they could not wait any longer, so they sent 4 king warriors to test the waters. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Frowning, he felt for the first time how deep the water in the Blood Sky Land was. All of the king warriors had their eyes on the savage stone of the Xianxia martial school, and he alone was too weak. Yi Chen, leave now. There is still a chance. Demon Nightmare King saw that Yi Chen was deep in thought and shouted. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen lifted up his eyes and said, "Today's matter, I am definitely going to get involved." Demon Nightmare King's expression changed, and he was about to speak. "Since you do not want to leave, then don't." The void trembled, and three figures seemed to have passed through space and appeared not far away. Of these three people, one was a black-haired middle-aged man with disdainful eyes that carried the intent of nirvanic extermination. Another was a hunchbacked old woman with triangular eyes that were rather sinister. The last one was a burly and valiant middle-aged man with blood-red hair and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Destructive Demon Emperor, Ancient Camel Granny Xian, Blood Shark King, Yi Chen recognized the three immediately. The black-haired middle-aged man was the leader of the Destructive Demon sect, Destructive Demon Emperor. The hunchbacked old woman was the leader of the Ancient Camel sect, Ancient Camel Granny Xian. The blood-haired middle-aged man was the leader of the Blood Shark family, Blood Shark King. Destructive Demon Emperor was one of the few titled monarchs in Blood Sky Continent. Ancient Camel Granny Xian was a 4-star tyrant, and Blood Shark King was a peak 4-star warrior. The formation formed by the three of them was extremely powerful. One was a titled monarch king, and the other two were peak-tier kings with peak 4-star battle power. Sect Leader. Demon Nightmare Dynasty's Destructive Demon Emperor cupped his hands. Demon Emperor, Xian Granny, Blood Shark King. Mantis Queen, Silver Leopard King, and Iron Hoof Beast King also cupped their fists. Destructive Demon Emperor nodded slightly and his eyes landed on Yi Chen. In the next second, his body shook and a vast demonic Xinyuan spread out, affecting the surreal space. Black metal patterns appeared in the surreal space, cold, lonely, and lifeless. Nirvana Domain, different from Demon Nightmare King's Nirvana Stare, Destructive Demon Emperor's Nirvana Domain contained the power of rules, and it was the extremely rare Nirvana rules. Even if it was only a trace, it was still dozens of times more powerful than Nirvana Stare. Creak creak, Yi Chen could feel his protective Xinyuan groaning and his bones groaning. Nirvana Domain ignored all defenses and affected the inside of his body, causing his battle power to drop to the bottom. If he didn't respond immediately, Yi Chen had no doubt that Destructive Demon Emperor would kill him. Boom, originally, the Sword Domain's release was silent. However, due to the Nirvana Domain's existence, the two fiercely collided. This collision turned formless into tangible, forming a clear dividing line. At the same time, the pressure within Yi Chen's body disappeared, completely expelled by the Sword Domain. Sword Domain against Nirvana Domain. Second layer of Sword Domain. Destructive Demon Emperor, who was about to attack, narrowed his eyes. Among all the titled monarchs, the one he feared the most was Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, because Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's Sword Domain had reached the third layer, completely suppressing his Nirvana Domain. Yi Chen's Sword Domain was far from Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's, but at least it had formed sword rules. If Yi Chen's cultivation base was a bit higher, his Nirvana Domain would probably be useless. Humph, with a light snort, the color of Nirvana Demon Emperor's Nirvana Domain deepened. The surrounding space seemed to have turned into metal, giving off a feeling of hopeless loneliness. Yi Chen's expression didn't change. He operated Green Lotus Sword Arts to the limit, and the powerful Sword Domain fought against the Nirvana Domain. As the pressure increased, the Sword Domain changed. Above Yi Chen's head, an illusory sword shadow appeared, as if it didn't exist in this world. Peak of the second layer of Sword Domain. Facing the huge pressure, Yi Chen had a breakthrough. This. Granny Xian and Blood Shark King didn't expect Yi Chen's Sword Domain to be able to fight against Destructive Demon Emperor's Nirvana Domain. It should be known that Destructive Demon Emperor's cultivation base was more than 2,000 years. With 2,000 years of cultivation base to support the Nirvana Domain, his innate advantage was far beyond Yi Chen's. However, at this moment, Destructive Demon Emperor only had a slight advantage. The Great Destruction Demon Emperor felt somewhat embarrassed. He was a demonic cultivator, and the most important thing was to be carefree. Therefore, he had always been domineering, not allowing others to resist. Even if Yi Chen was a genius comparable to the ancient times, he wouldn't give him the slightest bit of face. Originally, he wanted to use the Nirvana domain to seal Yi Chen, making it impossible for him to escape. However, Yi Chen's sword domain made him miscalculate. With the sword domain, his plan to seal Yi Chen would fail. Sizzle, the Nirvana domain shone with a layer of cold light. Destructive Demon Emperor pushed the Nirvana domain to the limit and said coldly, "If you want to fight against me, then you must be prepared to die." Boom, Destructive Demon Emperor threw a palm toward Yi Chen. There was an ancient word imprinted on his palm, King. King killing palm, King exterminating palm shot out, and a huge palm silhouette shrouded Yi Chen. The word King on it carried a domineering aura of supremacy and killing intent. Yi Chen's scalp went numb. Destructive Demon Emperor's king-killing palm made him feel the threat of death. If he couldn't dodge this palm, he would die for sure. Pop, the space warped, and Yi Chen disappeared. The sword domain also disappeared along with him. Without the sword domain's resistance, the Nirvana domain of Demon Emperor occupied even more territory. The shadow of a huge palm covered the heaven and earth, causing the sun and moon to lose their radiance and the stars to darken. Along the way, a vast expanse of space was destroyed. A frightening spatial power, pushed by the King Annihilation Palm, formed a spatial storm that connected the heavens and earth. As long as Yi Chen appeared, he would immediately be enveloped. Yi Chen didn't dare to stop for a moment. He used his space profound movement skill to teleport 3 or 4 times. He only stopped when the power of the king-killing palm weakened. At this time, he was already 10,000 miles away. In other words, within 10,000 miles, the king-killing palm could kill him. Terrifying. Yi Chen could only use one word to describe the Nirvana Demon Emperor and Demon Emperor's king-killing palm. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Can you escape? Nirvana Demon Emperor's figure flickered as he chased. Granny Xian, Blood Shark Monarch, and the other 4 monarchs followed closely. Yi Chen, I told you to leave. Now you can't leave even if you want to. The Demon King knew Nirvana Demon Emperor's temper very well. He was a man of his word. Because he had mastered the Nirvana domain, he was extremely murderous. He didn't attack, but when he did, he would strike like lightning without any hesitation. Yi Chen, if you think that you can be fearless just because Patriarch Black Dragon can't do anything to you, then you are gravely mistaken. The people that I, Nirvana Demon Emperor, want to kill have never survived. The existence of the Nirvana domain allowed Nirvana Demon Emperor's speed to reach an unimaginable level. He was only slightly slower than Yi Chen's space profound movement skill. Not to mention Nirvana Demon Emperor, any titled monarch's speed would not be slow. Those who could surpass titled monarchs were all peak monarchs with extremely high achievements in speed. At most, I have a 40% chance of escaping. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Nirvana Demon Emperor was worthy of being Nirvana Demon Emperor. He was not someone he could contend against at his current stage. Without escaping, Yi Chen took out the high sight painting from his storage ring. With a shake of his hand, the painting unfolded. Senior Yuan Emperor, sorry for disturbing you. Buzz, the ink-like figure wriggled, and Yuan Emperor's image walked out. As soon as he appeared, Yuan Emperor saw a palm with the word King covering the sky and covering the earth. The sun, moon, and stars dimmed as killing intent filled the sky. What a good demonic martial skill. Yuan Emperor's expression turned grave. His clothes fluttered without any wind, and a domain different from Sword Domain and Nirvana Domain burst out. At the same time, Yuan Emperor's body blossomed with boundless light as he punched out. This punch was incomparably vast and resplendent. If King Extermination Palm was tyrannical and filled with killing intent, then Yuan Emperor's punch was filled with the aura of the Imperial Tao. Rumble, Yuan Emperor's supreme art clashed with Nirvana Demon Emperor's King Annihilation Palm. For a moment, sand and pebbles were blown into the air within a radius of 10,000 li. Within a radius of 1,000 li, a storm was formed, flattening everything in its path. Within a radius of 100 li, the space within 100 li was shattered like a spider web. At the center of the spider web was an energy ball with a diameter of 100 meters. Granny Xian, Blood Shark King, and the others were hundreds of li away, but they were still blown away by the huge shockwave. Apart from the first 2, the others all vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Chen was safe because he was standing behind Yuan Emperor. The energy ball suddenly dissipated, and Yuan Emperor and Nirvana Demon Emperor each took a dozen steps back. Kid, you really know how to provoke enemies. Last time it was a human demon emperor, and this time it's a demonic titled monarch. Tilting his head, Yuan Emperor said helplessly. Yichen said apologetically, Senior, I'll have to trouble you again this time. Looking back at Nirvana Demon Emperor, Yuan Emperor said, fine. Instead of being sealed in an ink painting and never seeing the light of day, it's better to let out one last ray of light. As a famous titled monarch in the past, Yuan Emperor preferred to live a passionate life. Although being sealed in an ink painting could preserve his vitality, it was not a life he liked. The reason he left this ink painting was to deal with the alien races, not to extend his life in another way. Infinite Light, Emperor Dao Divine Fist. Who are you to Yuan Emperor? With Nirvana Demon Emperor's status and eyesight, when Yuan Emperor used his ultimate skill, his body burst out with infinite light, and his fist technique was filled with the aura of the Emperor Dao. It was very similar to the supreme skill of Yuan Emperor in the records, so he asked subconsciously. But after asking, he shook his head, no, you are not a pure flesh and blood life form. You used a special method to seal part of your true Yuan and use it to create flesh and blood, which can be exchanged. You can think of me as Yuan Emperor's avatar. Yuan Emperor had no intention of hiding his identity. Yuan Emperor's avatar. Nirvana Demon Emperor was dazed. The next moment, his eyes burst out with astonishing light. Yuan Emperor's avatar, this was equivalent to admitting his true identity as Yuan Emperor. Granny Xian, Blood Shark King, and the others also reacted. They were all dumbfounded. The Yuan Emperor from tens of thousands of years ago had actually appeared here, even if it wasn't his true body. Yi Chen, I didn't think that before you fell, you would do something that made me feel good. I, the Great Destruction Demon Emperor, have always wanted to see how powerful the ancient titled monarchs of the same era were. But, the ancient people have already passed away, and this wish of mine is hard to realize. I thought that I could only live in regret for the rest of my life, but I didn't expect it to come true today. The Great Destruction Demon Emperor was overjoyed. He knew that it was impossible for him to possess the strength of the Yuan Emperor. He wanted to know who was stronger between him and the Yuan Emperor at the same cultivation realm. This guy still has such a wish? Yichen rolled his eyes. He had talked to Yuan Emperor before. Yuan Emperor's battle prowess was indeed inferior to the Demon Flower Emperor. According to some information in Monarch, Nirvana Demon Emperor was slightly inferior to the Demon Flower Emperor. Even if he hit his strength, he would at most be on par with the Demon Flower Emperor. It was impossible for him to surpass the Demon Flower Emperor. However, Yuan Emperor also said that under normal battle prowess, although he was inferior to the Demon Flower Emperor, if they were to fight to the death, the Demon Flower Emperor would definitely suffer serious injuries that couldn't be healed in a short period of time. It would be impossible for him to recover to his peak within 3 to 5 years. At that time, the reason why he was glad that the Demon Flower Emperor didn't make a move was because Yi Chen's strength was too weak. Even if the Demon Flower Emperor was seriously injured, he could easily crush Yi Chen. But now, Yi Chen's strength was not something that a monarch could crush easily. Once the Nirvana Demon Emperor was seriously injured, it was very likely that he wouldn't be Yi Chen's opponent. As for Gu Tuoxian Granny and Blood Shark King, it was even more impossible for them to stop Yi Chen. But to be honest, when fighting with the Nirvana Demon Emperor, the Yuan Emperor had an innate disadvantage that couldn't be made up. His Jing Yuan was too little, and his soul force was far weaker than a monarch of the same rank. If the Nirvana Demon Emperor was replaced by the Yuan Emperor, he might not even have the strength of a monarch. The Nirvana Demon Emperor's words made Yi Chen feel a little shameless. The Yuan Emperor didn't feel that it was fair or unfair. He said indifferently, since your wish is so strong, then I will satisfy you. I'm just afraid that the process and result of realizing your wish won't satisfy you. I think I will be satisfied. The Nirvana Demon Emperor's eyes turned cold. Kill. Throwing away all distracting thoughts, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's figure was like a ghost, hovering between illusion and reality. He charged toward the Yuan Emperor. The space barrier was nothing in his eyes. The Yuan Emperor's figure suddenly moved, and the space barrier couldn't stop him. He could enter the void or the outside world at any time. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. As soon as the two came into contact, they immediately started fighting. The sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. The surrounding 10,000 miles became the battlefield of the two. Because the two were moving too fast, they were still here at one moment, but in the next moment, they were thousands of miles away. The Xianxia Granny, Blood Shark King, and the others were panicking because they didn't know where was safe. Voila, suddenly, an invisible palm force slashed toward Xianpa. Xianpa quickly escaped into the void, wanting to avoid the palm force, but the palm force was really strange. It seemed to have the effect of shrinking the earth into an inch. It forcefully slashed her body and cut off her left arm. Ah! The Xianxia Granny screamed and fled. She flew tens of thousands of miles away before stopping with a pale face. Retreat! The Blood Shark King didn't expect the Yuan Emperor to ambush them while fighting with the Nirvana Demon Emperor. His heart went numb, fearing that the Yuan Emperor would do the same to him. Following closely behind the Xianxia Granny, the five retreated tens of thousands of miles away. They watched from afar, not daring to approach. Once they sensed the two sides moving over, they would immediately retreat again. Yuan Emperor, don't be presumptuous. The Nirvana Demon Emperor's face was very ugly. Since we are enemies, there is no such thing as presumptuous or not. The Yuan Emperor's answer was very straightforward. Very well, today I will let you, a peerless expert of the past, fall miserably and witness the legend of me, the Nirvana Demon Emperor. The Nirvana Demon Emperor pushed his Jin Yuan to the limit, not giving the Yuan Emperor a chance to divert his attention to deal with others. As soon as the Nirvana Demon Emperor went all out, the Yuan Emperor became somewhat strained. His regular battle power was weaker than the Nirvana Demon Emperor's, not even 1/10 of his peak strength. King Destruction Heaven Scripture. King Destruction Reincarnation. King Destruction Tao. Destroy, destroy, destroy. The Nirvana Demon Emperor unleashed the killing moves of the king, exterminating palm one after another. Each move was stronger and more domineering than the last. The startling sky and the extreme Taiji barrier above his head were ripped apart in a frenzy. It was as though a huge black hole had appeared in the sky, allowing one to see the distant starry sky. The Yuan Emperor retreated again and again, his aura fluctuating. The Yuan Emperor is going to lose, and it is a good loss. The Xianxia Granny had a lot of resentment towards the Yuan Emperor. At this moment, seeing the Yuan Emperor unable to fight back, a carefree expression appeared on her face, and her sinister eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Let's fight in the starry sky. Using the Nirvana Demon Emperor's palm power, the Yuan Emperor took advantage of the situation to make a turn, breaking through the shocking sky and extreme void barrier, and rushed into the starry sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Where do you think you are going? The Nirvana Demon Emperor only felt that his mind was clear. In the past, the peerless experts were beaten by him, which made him extremely happy. Even the Nirvana Demon art seemed to be showing signs of a breakthrough. With a teleport, the Nirvana Demon Emperor also rushed into the starry sky. Go! How could the Xianxia Granny, Blood Shark King, and the others miss such a shocking battle? One by one, they also broke through the two heavens and entered the zenith sky, which was the starry sky of the Elysium. Yichen looked at the scene of chaos and the eruption of earth fire. He took a deep breath, stirred his Jin Yuan, and was the last to enter the starry sky. As for his consciousness, he returned to the eternal sky sect. The starry sky was incomparably vast, and the sky was filled with endless stars. In front of him, two figures turned into beams of light, fighting fiercely. From time to time, one could see small stars being destroyed, bursting with brilliant light. However, these lights could not stop the two. Xianxia Granny and the others followed from afar. Yi Chen, on the other hand, followed from another direction. The battle between the Yuan Emperor and the Nirvana Demon Emperor was too shocking. It was the first time that Yi Chen saw a battle between titled monarchs. One was the clone of the peerless expert in the past, and the other was a titled monarch. In a certain sense, the two had the same status. After all, in this era, 5-star battle strength was already considered the peak battle strength. Titled monarchs with 6-star battle strength were always elusive, and there were probably only 2 or 3 of them. After sending Yuan Emperor flying hundreds of miles away with a palm strike, the Nirvana Demon Emperor laughed and said, Yuan Emperor, you are not my opponent. Today, this starry sky will be your final grave. Yuan Emperor did not speak to the Nirvana Demon Emperor. He turned his head and looked at Yi Chen, who was tens of thousands of miles away, and said, Yi Chen, I will leave that matter to you. Senior Yuan Emperor, actually, I have 40% chance of escaping. Yi Chen somewhat regretted summoning the Yuan Emperor. No. The Yuan Emperor shook his head, this battle is what I want the most. How many years has it been since I had such a satisfying battle? Although this is not my peak battle strength, don't forget that if you die, I will fall into the hands of the opponent. So, whether you summon me or not doesn't depend on whether you want to or not. It is something you must do. Otherwise, what is the point of my existence? But don't worry. After this battle, I will at most lose all my strength. I will not disappear. He alone cannot destroy my little bit of light. The Yuan Emperor's eyes were filled with strong confidence. This confidence infected Yi Chen. Yuan Emperor, it is useless even if you leave your last words. Because he will not be able to escape either. The Nirvana Demon Emperor thought that the Yuan Emperor was leaving his last words, so he sneered. Turning his head, the Yuan Emperor looked at the Nirvana Demon Emperor without any emotion. His eyes were empty, but they did not lose the color of emotion. It was as if he wanted to swallow the entire starry sky. I will let you see the methods of the ancient titled monarchs. 3 flowers borrowing path. On top of the Yuan Emperor's head, 3 illusory flowers appeared. 1 red, 1 yellow, 1 blue. The 3 flowers complemented each other, giving off a mysterious brilliance. The means of an ancient titled monarch? That's for the best. Otherwise, what's the point of defeating you? Nirvana Demon Emperor noticed 3 illusory flowers of different colors appearing on top of Yuan Emperor's head. His eyes flashed, and his killing intent became even more intense. More than 2,000 years of cultivation was pushed out. The majestic aura caused a small star nearby to tremble and flicker with starlight. King Annihilation Dao. Nirvana Demon Emperor roared and pounced at Yuan Emperor. He waved his hand, and an incomparably huge palm light shadow shot towards Yuan Emperor. The king character on it seemed to come alive, wanting to suck in Yuan Emperor and refine him to death. Being able to refine the avatar of the last titled monarch on the Emperor's scar steel to death, Nirvana Demon Emperor was bound to have a breakthrough. Fighting was human nature, and fighting was the source of progress. With 3 flowers floating above his head, Yuan Emperor did not retreat. His body once again blossomed with boundless light as he punched out. Imperial Dao aura filled the air, causing the stars to wail. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion occurred as the 2 secret arts collided once again. A scene that made Granny Xian, Blood Shark Monarch, and the others dumbfounded happened. Nirvana Demon Emperor, who previously held the absolute advantage, was blown away by Yuan Emperor's punch for more than 10,000 miles. Along the way, blood sprayed everywhere like a blood rainbow. This. Not only were Granny Xian and the others shocked, but even Yi Chen was shocked. He originally thought that after Yuan Emperor used the means of an ancient titled monarch, he would at most be slightly stronger than Nirvana Demon Emperor and make the latter suffer a little. He never expected that Yuan Emperor would send Nirvana Demon Emperor flying without any suspense. Is this the means of an ancient titled monarch? Yi Chen's heart surged. Impossible. On the small star, Nirvana Demon Emperor's figure smashed open a huge crater. He climbed up from the center of the crater, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, he smashed this star that was only a few thousand miles in diameter with one palm. The Nirvana domain was pushed to the limit as it rushed towards Yuan Emperor. King Annihilation Hegemony. With blood flowing out of his mouth, Nirvana Demon Emperor ignored it and used the most powerful killing move of King Annihilation Hegemony. Once King Annihilation Hegemony was used, a tyrannical aura soared into the stars. The huge palm shadow was like the palm of a giant, wanting to capture the sun and moon and destroy all life. The boundless light on the Yuan Emperor's body had yet to be extinguished. His glowing fist looked very small, but when he punched out, the only thing left in the world was his fist. It collided violently with the palm silhouette. Puff, spurting out blood, Nirvana Demon Emperor was sent flying again. This time, he was sent flying even further and faster. You are very lucky, but also very unlucky. I have never used this 3-flower borrowing Tao in Elysium. I only used it when I was crossing the death road. Yuan Emperor's voice wasn't loud, but it spread out majestically. Gutua Xianpa, Blood Shark Monarch, and the others heard it. Yichen heard it, and Nirvana Demon Emperor also heard it. Yuan Emperor has also crossed the death road? Yichen thought. As for Yuan Emperor not using 3-flower borrowing Tao in Elysium, Yichen didn't find it strange. At that time in Elysium, who could make Yuan Emperor go all out? Unless it was an ancient titled monarch who left his mark on the Emperor Scar Steel, Yuan Emperor was absolutely invincible. What a good 3-flower borrowing Tao. Nirvana Demon Emperor was a powerful titled monarch in the end. His undying body had reached the stage of blood rebirth. Although Yuan Emperor could suppress him, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. At this moment, although he looked battered and exhausted, his battle prowess hadn't decreased by much. Only his aura was a lot weaker. Swallowing a blood-red dragon eye pill, Nirvana Demon Emperor's expression turned incomparably cold. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and a 3-colored pagoda that was less than a meter tall appeared in his hand. Not good, it's a top-grade defensive artifact. Yichen cursed inwardly. There were many types of artifacts. Aside from weapons and armors, there were also some odd-shaped artifacts, such as treasure ships, purple gold alms bowls, pagodas, and so on. Basically, any common object, as long as the material was good and the refining method was good, could be refined into an artifact. Among defensive artifacts, pagoda-type artifacts had always been powerful and extremely difficult to break. Yuan Emperor clearly knew that the 3-colored pagoda in Nirvana Demon Emperor's hand was not ordinary, and his expression became a little more serious. The number of people that can force me to use the Xianyuan pagoda can be counted on one hand. The titled monarchs of ancient times are indeed worthy of being titled monarchs of ancient times. Their methods are unfathomable, but it ends here. Buzz, the Xianyuan pagoda in Nirvana Demon Emperor's hand enlarged, and he himself appeared next to the window of the 5th floor of the Xianyuan pagoda. No wonder titled monarchs rarely fight each other. Once the Xianyuan pagoda appeared, Granny Xian and the others finally understood why titled monarchs rarely fought in Elysium. Not to mention the strength of titled monarchs, because they stood at the peak of Elysium, they could easily obtain many rare treasures. If a titled monarch wanted to kill another titled monarch, not only would they have to defeat the other, they would also have to obtain the other's treasure. If the other had a super treasure that could save their life, killing the other would become impossible. Therefore, titled monarchs rarely fought each other because they knew that the price to kill the other was too great. They couldn't be careless. King Destruction Heaven Scripture. In the distance, Nirvana Demon Emperor stood in the Xianyuan pagoda and sent out a palm strike at Yuan Emperor. He planned on exhausting Yuan Emperor's true Yuan and winning without a fight. The 3 flowers above his head became more and more real. Yuan Emperor didn't retreat, and instead sent out a fist that emitted boundless light to meet the attack. His aura was boundless, covering the entire sky. Boom, the Xianyuan pagoda was sent flying, and Nirvana Demon Emperor's face paled slightly, but it soon returned to normal. What kind of secret art is this 3 flowers borrowing Tao? It actually increased the other party's battle power to such an extent? Although Nirvana Demon Emperor was safe and sound, Yuan Emperor's battle power was still incredible. One had to know that the other party's battle power was clearly much weaker than his, and he was completely suppressed. Huff, spitting out a mouthful of turbid air, Yuan Emperor's face was also somewhat pale. The 3 flowers borrowing Tao was a heaven-class peak-tier secret art that he had spent 100 years to create. This secret art was called 3 flowers borrowing Tao, and it was profound. 3 flowers referred to the 3 flowers of essence, qi, and soul. Borrowing Tao meant borrowing the fruit of the Tao from the heavens. Once 3 flowers borrowing Tao was used, essence, qi, and soul would surge. Essence represented the strength of the physical body, qi represented cultivation, and soul represented the martial artist's soul. If a martial artist's essence, qi, and soul increased, their battle power would naturally rise. If their essence, qi, and soul were damaged, their battle power would be greatly reduced, making it difficult for them to display their peak battle power. Using 3 flowers borrowing Tao doubled Yuan Emperor's battle power, which was why he could suppress Nirvana Demon Emperor. However, using 3 flowers borrowing Tao wasn't without a price. When he was at his peak, he could ignore this price. At most, he would be weakened for a period of time. However, he wasn't at his peak, and he wasn't even in his main body. Using 3 flowers borrowing Tao required a huge price. Now, the backlash was quietly approaching him, and he was just waiting for the moment to explode. While I'm still in the 3 flowers borrowing Tao state, I'll heavily injure him while my soul power surges. Making up his mind, Yuan Emperor's aura increased instead of decreasing. Yuan Emperor, I have the protection of the Xianyuan Pagoda. How can you injure me? Nirvana Demon Emperor was fearless as he stood on the 5th floor of the Xianyuan Pagoda. Whether I can injure you or not, you'll find out soon enough. Not using the Emperor Dao Divine Fist again, Yuan Emperor even retracted his domain to preserve his Yuan Qi. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a golden halo in the depths of his eyes. Primordial Spirit Lock. With a roar, a golden halo invisible to the naked eye suddenly shot out from between Yuan Emperor's eyebrows. The golden halo was extremely fast, arriving before the Xianyuan Pagoda in the blink of an eye. A secret soul attack technique, a bad premonition flashed across the Nirvana Demon Emperor's heart, but on second thought, his soul wasn't weak, and the Yuan Emperor wasn't his true body. Even if his soul force was enhanced, it wasn't very likely for it to surpass his by too much. If he used a soul defense secret technique, it was hard to say whether his soul would even be slightly injured. Not daring to be careless, the Void Destruction Demon Emperor activated a soul defense secret art and set up layer after layer of soul defenses around his soul sea, making it impenetrable. Silently, the golden halo ignored the Xianyuan Pagoda's protection and directly drilled into Nirvana Demon Emperor's head. There was a moment of silence. Abruptly, Nirvana Demon Emperor's eyes widened, and he let out a mournful scream. The golden halo that Yuan Emperor activated actually wrapped around his soul sea. With just a slight contraction, it shattered the numerous layers of soul defenses. After shattering the soul defenses, the golden halo continued to contract, creating a circle of deep cracks in Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul sea, nearly splitting it in half. As if he had lost his mind, Nirvana Demon Emperor's body shook violently, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. His originally strong aura suddenly weakened to the point where it was far inferior to Yi Chen's. I hate this. After screaming, Nirvana Demon Emperor frantically activated the Xianyuan Pagoda and fled. He no longer had the demeanor of an emperor monarch. Sect Master. Demon King was more anxious than anyone. Looking at Nirvana Demon Emperor's appearance, he must have been seriously injured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fled so desperately. This meant that he felt a strong life and death crisis. If he didn't flee, he might die. Demon King chased after him. Gutua Xianpa, Blood Shark King, and the others naturally didn't dare to stay. Once Nirvana Demon Emperor left, all of them together wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from Yuan Emperor. Everyone left, leaving only Yuan Emperor and Yi Chen. Puff, the tricolored flower above his head shattered, and Yuan Emperor's figure suddenly became illusory. The loss of power couldn't be suppressed, and it caused all sorts of strange phenomena. Senior Yuan Emperor. Yi Chen hurriedly went forward, wanting to support him. However, when his hands came into contact with the primitive emperor's body, he touched thin air. Yuan Emperor shook his head. Don't worry, I've only lost all my power. It won't disappear. Primordial Spirit Lock was a heaven-class peak-tier soul attack secret technique he created. It was incomparably overbearing, but it also took away a small amount of his soul power. Adding the backlash from the tricolored flower dissipating, it was already his greatest effort to not disappear. In the future, he would truly lose all his fighting strength, and would no longer be able to help Yi Chen in battle. In the battle between Yuan Emperor and Nirvana Demon Emperor, apart from Yi Chen, Granny Gu Tua, Blood Shark King, and other life and death kings, there was actually a spectator watching from afar. This spectator was a woman, a beautiful young woman like an enchantress. When 9 Underworld Demon King and the other demons were chasing after Yi Chen, this beautiful young woman and Azure Sky Sword Emperor followed the aura of the demons and rushed over. Naturally, this beautiful young woman was also a titled monarch. Although the last titled monarch who left his mark on Emperor Scar Steel is not his main body, he is still so powerful. That three-flower Dao borrowing and primordial spirit lock can be considered one of the most powerful secret arts since ancient times. The beautiful young lady sighed, I really want to have a battle with him to verify my achievements. Unfortunately, he no longer has any battle strength left. Nirvana Demon Emperor, the damage to your soul this time will probably cause you to be in hibernation for 10 years, unless you have some powerful treasure. The beautiful young woman did not take advantage of the situation. Titled monarchs rarely did things like harming others without benefiting themselves. Moreover, she did not have 100% assurance in killing Yi Chen. Since she could not kill him, why would she offend a genius with boundless prospects in the future? A yellow light flickered, and the beautiful young woman disappeared into the starry sky. Gone. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Gone? Yuan Emperor glanced at the depths of the starry sky. When he used three-flower Dao borrowing, his soul power had sharply increased, allowing him to sense that someone was spying on him from the side. If he were at his peak, he would have naturally pulled this person out. However, at that time, he was fighting Nirvana Demon Emperor, so it was better to pretend to be deaf and mute, lest it bring unpredictable dangers to Yi Chen. Yi Chen being able to sense the beautiful young woman did not make Yuan Emperor feel strange. Yi Chen possessed soul eyes. In this world, there was probably no one who could hide from him. Since she left, she should not be an enemy. In Eternal Sky Sect, Li Zhongfeng and the others raised their heads in anticipation. The wait didn't last long. After a while, Yi Chen's figure appeared in the square. Elder Yi, what about the Nirvana Demon Emperor? Li Zhongfeng asked anxiously. The crisis has been temporarily resolved. Yi Chen didn't explain much. Li Chongfeng saw that Yi Chen didn't explain the reason for Nirvana Demon Emperor's retreat, so he didn't ask. Sect leader, can I have a look at the Savage Stone? Yi Chen suddenly said. Lover Stone? Alright. Without hesitation, Li Zhongfeng took out the couple stone from his storage ring and handed it over to Yi Chen. He was absolutely unwilling to give the Savage Stone to Nirvana Demon Emperor and the others, but he was willing to give it to Yi Chen, even if Yi Chen did not return it to him. Bringing along the Savage Stone, Yi Chen returned to the mountain peak hall that he owned in the Changtian sect. He planned to let Yuan Emperor determine whether or not this was the Savage Stone and what use it had. In the palace, Yi Chen lifted up the Savage Stone and studied it carefully. The Savage Stone was made of jade, with light flowing inside. It looked like a pair of mandarin ducks. However, Yi Chen's eyes were much more powerful than before. He could tell that this pair of mandarin ducks was not naturally formed, but had been modified by someone with a special method. It was just that Li Zhongfeng couldn't tell with his eyes. Opening the Mountain View painting, Yuan Emperor walked out. Yi Chen asked, Senior, is this really the Savage Stone? Yuan Emperor's body was very vague, and he couldn't hold anything. He looked at it and said slowly, it is indeed the Savage Stone. Unfortunately, there is no more savage power inside. No more savage power? What do you mean? Without it, this Savage Stone is completely worthless. It can only be used as a collection. Otherwise, the owner of the Savage Stone would not have modified it and made a pair of mandarin ducks. Completely worthless. Yi Chen forced a smile. For a worthless Savage Stone, the Great Destruction Demon Emperor and the other life and death realm warriors had almost destroyed the Xianxia martial school. He had to admit that the Xianxia martial school had been wronged, and so had he. What is the use of this Savage Stone? Yi Chen asked again. Yuan Emperor explained, the Savage Stone is extremely useful for the life and death realm warriors of the True Spirit Continent, because it is the key to finding and entering the Savage Star. Back in the day, I had also obtained a Savage Star. If it were not for the fact that you need a Savage Stone to enter the Savage Star, I would be able to show you the way to the starry sky. Savage Star, the moment Yi Chen heard this name, he knew that it was not normal. In the ancient era, the Savage Mountain was not damaged, and there were countless treasures. But, a disaster fell from the sky. A sky sword came from the sky and split the True Spirit Continent into 3 parts, forming the True Spirit Continent, the Blood Sky Continent, and the Sky Sword Continent. Naturally, the Savage Mountain was also split apart. Then, the Elysium suffered from the alien race's war, and the Savage Mountain was almost completely destroyed. Only some of the mountain's edges remained. On the other hand, the Savage Star has an even more ancient savage power than the Savage Mountain. Over there, one would be able to feel the profound of the world more vividly, and learn the profound faster. Besides that, because the Savage Star is a savage world, there are all kinds of treasures that might not even be seen in 100,000, or even 10,000 years. If one has the chance to enter the Savage Star, one's power would definitely increase drastically. If you get a Savage Stone, you have to go to the Savage Star. Only by increasing your power and protecting yourself will you have a better chance of fighting against the alien race. Senior, where can I get a Savage Stone? Hearing Yuan Emperor's words, Yichen finally understood the importance of the Savage Stone. It was a stone that could increase one's power by a lot, so it could not be ignored. The Savage Stone is formed by the Savage power, and would only appear in the Savage Mountain. But, right now, the amount of Savage Stones produced in the Savage Mountain has decreased drastically. I am afraid that under normal circumstances, it would be hard to find one. Oh right, does the Savage Ancient Place in the Sky Martial region still exist? Yuan Emperor asked. Yichen said, the Savage Ancient Place still exists. He had been there with Yen Fengfeng and the rest before. Alright, the Savage Ancient Place still has a lot of savage power. Once you enter, the chance of finding a Savage Stone should be a bit higher. Of course, some of the King-grade forbidden places also have a lot of Savage mountain ranges, and there might be Savage Stones there. But, things like opportunities. You might not be able to find them even if you search for 100 years. Indeed. Yichen faintly nodded. The Savage Stone was so important, but it was too hard to find it. Even the Great Destruction Demon Emperor had come to fight for it. It could be seen that even titled monarchs wanted a piece of Savage Stone. Yuan Emperor reminded Yichen one last time, although the Savage Star has a lot of opportunities, it is not a good place either. It is very dangerous. Without the power of 5-star, it is best not to go there, even if there is a Savage Stone. As someone who had entered the Savage Star before, Yuan Emperor had the most right to speak. That place was full of opportunities and dangers. It was a treasure land, but also a dangerous land. This Savage Stone did not have much use for Yichen, so Yichen returned it to Li Zhongfeng. On the second day, Yichen left his consciousness projection and rushed toward the True Spirit continent. Days passed by. Through the Yi family's 99 Yuan return Great Formation, Yichen had already recovered the Jin Yuan that he had lost during the battle, and he had also made some progress. Blood Sky Land, Terminator Demon Martial School, Nirvana Demon Emperor had been in seclusion for half a month, and there had been no news. Demon King was extremely anxious, guarding the Terminator Demon Martial School without going out. Yichen, this brat, he has caused so much trouble for the leader. I will definitely take revenge in the future. I wonder how the leader is doing right now, and if he is in danger. Demon King walked back and forth. Suddenly, the space twisted, and Nirvana Demon Emperor came out. Leader. Demon King went up to greet him. Nirvana Demon Emperor's face was very pale, and his aura was a bit chaotic. It was a sign that his soul power had been injured, and he could not control his powerful cultivation. Waving his hand, Nirvana Demon Emperor was not in a good mood. He said, Xianxia Martial School's Savage Stone, I must get it. That Yuan Emperor used the 3 flowers borrowing technique, so his power must have been greatly reduced. He might not even have the power to fight anymore. You go and inform Granny Xian and Blood Shark King. With the 3 of you, you can easily stop Yichen and get the Savage Stone. Yes. Demon King hesitated for a moment, then agreed. He also felt that it was impossible for Yuan Emperor to be safe. As for Yichen, he could at most contend with Granny Xian. With Blood Shark King and himself, one Yichen was nothing to worry about. Boom, at this moment, the sky above Terminator Demon Sect suddenly blossomed with an intense black light. For a moment, the heaven and earth shook, and the heaven and earth Yuan Qi became extremely chaotic. This was a sign that someone was attacking the Terminator Demon Sect's formation. Outside the formation, the Devil Flower Empress, who was dressed in a gorgeous robe, had a solemn expression on her face. She slowly retracted her jade-like palm, and in front of her, a huge handprint appeared on the black metal barrier. It was covered in cracks. Demon Flower Emperor, how dare you? Because Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul was severely injured, his perception was greatly reduced. Through the formation, he saw Demon Flower Emperor, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Demon Flower Emperor didn't say a word, and her palm landed on the metal barrier again. Boom, this time a large part of the metal barrier caved in, and it almost collapsed. Underneath the formation, numerous spirit veins spewed out endless spirit stone yuan qi, strengthening the formation. Demon King even personally controlled the formation core, stabilizing the formation. Demon Flower Emperor, you dare to be impudent in my Terminator Demon sect. I swear that I will destroy your Chaos Demon C lineage and humiliate you in every possible way. Nirvana Demon Emperor had never experienced such a humiliating situation. As one of the few titled monarchs, he was actually attacked and humiliated in front of his sect. People of the Devil Dao couldn't bear to be humiliated. With his soul injured, Nirvana Demon Emperor's killing intent became even more intense. Creak. Creak, before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. On the other side of the formation, a terrifying explosion sounded out as well. A white-cloaked female stood in the air, and icy white spatial gates continuously formed, attacking the formation. These spatial gates contained the power of space, and their effects were much better than the Devil Flower Emperor's palm power. In a few blinks of an eye, a complete space gate gradually appeared on the Terminator Demon Sect's formation. Once the space gate was imprinted, one could easily enter. Xianxia, you came too? Are you crazy? Ah, you dare to humiliate me like this? Nirvana Demon Emperor was about to go crazy, and his eyes were blood red. Other than the Sky Sword Continent's titled monarchs, the titled monarchs that were familiar with Su King, Air Emperor, Black Dragon Old Ancestor, and others were of the same level. Their battle prowess was at the 5-star realm. The Demon Flower Emperor had always kept a low profile. She wasn't as famous as Su King and Air Emperor. However, it was rumored that her battle prowess wasn't any weaker than Su King and Air Emperor. The unknown was always terrifying. Therefore, no one dared to provoke the Demon Flower Emperor. Although the Nirvana Demon Emperor had always been conceited, he wouldn't provoke her. Therefore, when the Devil Flower Sovereign attacked the grand array of the Terminator Demon sect, although the Terminator Demon Emperor was furious, he would at most curse a few words to show off his eloquence. In reality, after the battle, he most likely wouldn't dare to truly exterminate the chaotic Demon Sea and humiliate the Devil Flower Sovereign. It was already good enough that others didn't find trouble with him. Xianxia had only become a titled monarch a few years ago. Among the titled monarchs, she was considered a junior. Her strength was at the 5-star realm at most. 90% of her strength was at the 5-star realm. When Xianxia attacked the Nirvana Demon Sect's grand formation, the Nirvana Demon Emperor felt greatly humiliated. He lost control of himself and his eyes turned bloodshot. If not for the fact that his soul was heavily injured and his strength wasn't even at 70 to 80% of his peak, the Nirvana Demon Emperor definitely wouldn't let Xianxia go. They would definitely fight to the death. But now, he was powerless even though he wanted to. This was what he hated the most. Yichen, Xianxia, I won't forgive you. At this moment, the Nirvana Demon Emperor hated Yichen to the bone. If it wasn't for Yichen summoning Yuan Emperor's clone, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. In a word, the Nirvana Demon Emperor was on the verge of chi deviation. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't put the blame on Yichen. After all, he was the one who provoked the Yuan Emperor and even boasted that he would kill the latter. Of course, even if the Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't lose control, he still wouldn't let Yichen go. It was just that his mentality was different. The former would vent his anger on Yichen, while the latter wouldn't let the matter go. The Nirvana Demon Emperor still didn't know his current situation. Soul injuries didn't only affect one's strength, but also one's mentality and attitude. This was also the reason why, after reaching life and death realm, one's soul achievement could not be too high, but it could not be too low. Yichen could be said to be blessed by heaven. His soul was 10 times that of ordinary life and death kings. His innate advantage far surpassed others. If he were the Nirvana Demon Emperor, not only would his battle strength not be affected, he wouldn't lose control either. If not for his strength not reaching the level of titled monarchs, ordinary titled monarchs wouldn't be his match. Sect leader, I can't hold on much longer. Demon King's forehead was covered in sweat. Two titled monarchs had joined hands to attack Terminator Demon Sect's Great Array. Being able to control the Great Array and resist until now was already not an easy task. After all, Terminator Demon Sect's Great Array was not an invincible Great Array. Under the heavens, Su King's Great Array was the most powerful. Otherwise, why would Su King's Great Array be a 4th-grade sect when he was also a titled monarch? Although it was the weakest among 4th-grade sects, it wasn't something a 5th-grade sect could compare with. Activate Never-Ending Demon Sab Array. Hold on for as long as you can. The Nirvana Demon Emperor finally had some rationality left. He spoke word by word, his voice filled with hatred. Never-Ending Demon Sab Array. Demon King stared blankly. Never-Ending Demon Sab Array was Terminator Demon Sect's trump card. Just like Yi Clan's Immortal Sword Chi. Great Array, it was a peak mid-supreme Great Array. Its requirements and quantity of spirit veins were extremely high. Once it was activated, it would inevitably damage the numerous spirit veins of Terminator Demon Sect. This was because the quality and quantity of spirit veins of Terminator Demon Sect couldn't keep up. Hurry up and activate it. The Nirvana Demon Emperor roared. Yes. Demon King sucked in a deep breath. Forming a seal with his palm, he pressed it on the mountain peak. Woo! Woo, woo! A wave of ghostly wails and wolf howls soared into the sky. The sky within 10,000 li suddenly darkened. Gray-black chi streams continuously surged, faintly forming frightening faces. Everyone, listen up. Control the never-ending Demon Sab Array and attack the enemy. Demon King roared with a hoarse voice. The elders and disciples of Terminator Demon Sect had long since been alarmed by this change. Hearing Demon King's command, the laity of Soul Realm elders and disciples stood at the designated control points of the never-ending Demon Sab Array and poured their Jin Yuan into the Great Array. Then, they roared and used the power of the array to attack Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia. Rumble! Rumble! Gray-black ghost faces appeared one after another, opening their huge mouths and biting toward the two attacking the array. Humph! Demon Flower Emperor coldly snorted and casually waved her palm. A large number of ghost faces exploded, and the gray-black chi streams were completely annihilated. Not to mention attacking her, even approaching her was difficult. Of course, the frequency at which she attacked Terminator Demon Sect's Great Array also decreased because of this. As for Xianxia, the moment the ghost faces got within 3,000 zhang of her, they would immediately disappear, as if they had been teleported somewhere else. Inside the Great Array, Nirvana Demon Emperor clenched his teeth and suddenly sat down cross-legged. Buzz, outside his forehead, an illusory winged insect appeared. This was a soul insect condensed from soul power. It was a soul support secret art that Terminator Demon Sect had obtained from an ancient ruin. Its grade was very low, only at the low heaven grade. However, it was very useful, allowing him to transmit messages to others. Swish, the soul insect wasn't restricted by the array, and it directly entered the void, disappearing without a trace. Where are you going? Outside the formation, Xuanho's eyes flashed with a strange light. A small space door appeared between her brows, and she also entered the void. In the void, in front of the soul insect, the space door welcomed it. The soul insect was sucked in, and when it appeared again, it was in front of Xianxia. Pa, the soul insect exploded, but it was a message for help. Xianxia. Nirvana Demon Emperor gritted his teeth, and another soul insect appeared between his brows. Right now, his soul was heavily injured, and using the secret art of the soul without permission was a huge burden. However, he couldn't care less. These two crazy women clearly wanted to see him in trouble. If he didn't ask for help, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to resist them at all. Even if he could escape, his battle strength would fall to a new low. At that time, he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover. A large number of soul insects escaped into the void from all directions. Seeing this, Xuanho's space door, which was driven by soul power, expanded to the limit, and at least half of the soul insects were sucked in. The Demon Flower Emperor's attainments in the soul and space profound weren't as good as Xuanho's, but she also had a soul attack secret art. Her eyes flashed with a red light, and countless black flowers spread out. Each black flower wrapped around a soul insect, easily annihilating it. Unfortunately, 3 soul insects still escaped, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Demon Flower Emperor, finish this quickly, Xianxia said to the Demon Flower Emperor. Okay. The Demon Flower Emperor nodded her head. This time, they naturally came to stand up for Yi Chen. Needless to say, Xianxia had always been on the same side as Yi Chen. The Demon Flower Emperor's disciple was Morone Qingqing, and she had said that she was willing to use the strength of her clan to exchange for Yi Chen's care for the demonic human clan. These words weren't said casually. If one didn't put an effort, how would there be any return? Yi Chen already had the strength that a titled monarch couldn't kill. In the future, his achievements would definitely be limitless. If she didn't grasp this opportunity, there wouldn't be another chance. This was a good opportunity. Devil absorption. The Demon Flower Emperor shouted, and her hands changed seals. An illusory black devil flower slowly condensed. This was a devil flower that came from the devil world, and it had the ability to absorb energy and convert it into devil energy. She wanted to use the devil flower's ability to absorb the Terminator Demon Sect's Grand Formation's energy. Profound 10,000-layer door, sky-stealing Sunday Empress Xian also unleashed an incredibly powerful and profound technique. She blocked the spatial doors one after another, completely surrounding the Terminator Demon Sect. Any ghost face that appeared would be devoured immediately. Whoosh, the devil flower in the Demon Flower Emperor's hand had already condensed to the size of a mountain. With a wave of her hand, the devil flower covered the entire Terminator Demon Sect's Grand Formation, and its roots dug into the soil outside the formation. In an instant, the entire Terminator Demon Sect couldn't be seen anymore. If it wasn't for the protection of the formation, the Terminator Demon Sect would have already been destroyed. The Demon Sea King vomited a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. Sect Master, the formation's energy is quickly dissipating. Some of the mid-grade spirit veins have already used up their spiritual energy. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength deeply shocked him. She wanted to absorb the entire formation's energy with her own strength. What kind of method was needed to achieve this? The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor has received my message. He's here. The Nirvana Demon Emperor had already calmed down, and said coldly. The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor? Alright, my Terminator Demon Sect is saved. The Demon Sea King heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the Battle Sky Elephant Emperor's name. The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor wasn't any weaker than the Su King's Air Emperor. Among the titled monarchs, he was invincible in close combat. He had his own merits, just like the Black Dragon ancestor. The Devil Flower could absorb energy, and as for the absorbed energy, it naturally gathered on the Demon Flower Emperor's body. In her left hand, a ball of devil energy was growing larger and larger. The devil energy contained within it wasn't much lower than the Demon Flower Emperor's own cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that this devil energy wasn't pure and had to be tempered countless times before it could be converted into cultivation, and if it wasn't for the fact that her mental state already contained too much devil energy and couldn't continue increasing her cultivation, this ball of devil energy would have completely increased her cultivation. Go! With a wave of her right hand, the devil flower flew into the sky, and her left hand sent out a black sun-like devil energy ball. Its target was the Terminator Demon Sect's Grand Formation. Rumble, a world-shaking explosion erupted. With the Terminator Demon Sect as the center, everything within several 100,000 li was enveloped by the intense light, making it impossible to see anything with the naked eye. Meanwhile, the mountains within 10,000 li were instantly razed to the ground by the black shockwave. The powerful airflow even tore apart the two heavens above, shooting straight into the starry sky and causing a small star to fall. The grand formations of the Terminator Demon Sect were naturally annihilated without a trace. All the elders and disciples maintaining the formations vomited blood and fainted on the ground. Terminator Demon Emperor, we didn't come to annihilate the sect. We came to find you. Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia indeed didn't come to annihilate the Terminator Demon Sect. Under normal circumstances, life and death kings rarely did something like annihilating a sect. After all, everyone had their own forces. Today, you annihilate my sect, and tomorrow, I'll annihilate your sect. How could they survive? Therefore, the annihilation of a sect wasn't something that could be done easily. This was a double-edged sword. Terminator Demon Emperor hid in the profound origin tower and said coldly, "You've lost your only chance. Battle Sky Elephant Emperor is here." As soon as he finished speaking, an elephant's trumpet resounded from afar. Just by hearing this sound, the two of them could sense that a desolate giant mammoth was rushing over. This desolate giant mammoth's trunk was thousands of miles long, and its aura was tyrannical and invincible. The entire world was trembling because of its aura. Any demonic beast that sensed this aura would prostrate themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with fear. So what if Sky Elephant Emperor is here? The Demon Flower Emperor pressed down with his right hand, and the mountain-like demon flower shrank down, trying to wrap around the Xianxia tower where Nirvana Demon Emperor was. Whoosh! The demon flower was extremely strange, and Nirvana Demon Emperor naturally wouldn't let the Xianxia tower be wrapped up. Activating his demonic Xianyuan, the Xianyuan tower turned into a tricolored light and flew out. Space shift. Xuanho's methods were shocking. Although her battle strength wasn't as strong as the Demon Flower Emperor's, she was above the Demon Flower Emperor in other aspects. Forming seals with both hands, she shot out seals at the flying Xianyuan tower. No matter how the Xianyuan tower tried to dodge, it couldn't avoid being hit by the seals. With a blur, the Xianyuan tower inexplicably appeared between the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianho. Whoosh! The demon flower wrapped around the Xianyuan tower, and countless roots and vines tried to take root in the Xianyuan tower, which made the Nirvana Demon Emperor's eyes pop out. Triple Radiance Treasure. The Xianyuan tower was not an ordinary supreme rank artifact. As the Nirvana Demon Emperor poured in more demonic Xianyuan, the Xianyuan tower's surface blossomed with a dazzling tricolored light. The tricolored light shook, and the demon flower cracked in countless places, splashing juices everywhere. However, a scene that made him furious happened. The demon flower had an extremely powerful self-recovery ability, and the cracks healed in the blink of an eye. The splashing juices splashed on the Xianyuan tower, making the tricolored light on the tower's surface dim a lot. It was as if this juices had the effect of corroding Xianyuan and could not be contaminated. Demon Flower Emperor, Xianho, stop. From afar, a huge man broke through the void and arrived. Both of them ignored the giant man. An invisible Mitsubishi mark appeared between Xuanho's eyebrows. It passed through the demon flower and the mystic tower and landed in the Nirvana Demon Emperor's Sea of Soul. The Nirvana Demon Emperor had long since been prepared for the two of them to use their soul force to attack him, so he immediately executed a soul defense secret technique to protect his soul sea. The three diamond seals collided with the layers of soul barriers and continuously attacked. However, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul had been heavily injured after all, so how could he withstand the attacks of the three diamond seals? The soul barriers were broken layer by layer, and in the end, the three diamond seals, which had become much more illusory, were branded into the Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul sea. After Yuan Emperor, Nirvana Demon Emperor was injured once again. It was different from Yuan Emperor's Primordial Spirit Kill. Primordial Spirit Kill was exceptionally damaging to the soul. However, Xuanho's Mitsubishi mark didn't seem to do much damage to the soul, but it was imprinted on it and couldn't be removed. This was clearly a soul attack secret technique that could continuously damage the soul. Xianho, I told you to stop. The giant man was very angry. He threw a punch from far away. This punch was ferocious and overbearing, as if it could split the heaven and earth. It rushed out and filled the entire world. Mysterious Myriad Layers Gate. Xianho didn't dare to be careless. With a wave of her right hand, many space gates appeared in front of her. Originally, the distance between her and the giant man was only tens of thousands of li, but as the space gates continued to appear, the distance between them seemed to be millions of li, and the space was stretched further and further. Boom 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 boom, countless explosions rang out as the giant man's fist energy destroyed a large area of the space gate. When it was about to collapse, a huge phantom of a war elephant appeared, and with a sweep of its trunk, it destroyed the remaining space gate. Only then did it finally collapse, leaving only the faint trumpeting of the war elephant. Such a powerful fist energy. Xianho was pushed back dozens of li hu. When Xianho was pushed back, the giant man finally appeared beside the Xianyuan pagoda. As soon as he appeared, a heavy feeling covered a radius of thousands of li. It was as if he wasn't a human, but a huge mountain, a heaven-supporting beast. Anyone standing in front of him would feel insignificant as a speck of dust. Demon Flower Emperor, stop. The huge man stretched out his hand and grabbed the devil flower stem. The devil flower took advantage of this and spread towards the huge man's arm. It seemed like it wanted to cover his entire body. However, the huge man's body emitted powerful energy fluctuations, and the devil flower was sent flying, disintegrating in the air. The demon flower emperor didn't attack again. He said to the giant man, Xianxia Emperor, do you want to help him? Xianxia Emperor was the sect leader of the battle elephant sect. He mainly cultivated the physical body, and his strength was terrifying. Although his immortal body was only at the peak of the flesh derivation realm, his body's defense was terrifyingly strong. Monarchs of the same level would find it difficult to break through his body's defense and truly hurt him. Therefore, even if he didn't comprehend many profound meanings and wasn't very profound, he was still extremely difficult to deal with. Xianxia Emperor didn't answer directly. He said coldly, this is the Blood Sky continent. It's not a place where you can come and go as you please. Today, if you don't leave an explanation, don't think about leaving easily. What? Do you think you can keep the two of us here? The Demon Flower Emperor didn't take Xianxia Emperor's words seriously and mocked. What if you add me? Another person rushed over from afar. He wore a black robe and had blue hair. He was about 40 years old, and the aura he emitted was as vast as the sea. He was only a little weaker than Xianxia Emperor. Nine-Headed Snake Emperor. Xianhou recognized the other party's identity. Nine-Headed Snake Emperor was the leader of the Nine-Headed Snake family, the most powerful figure of the half-beast race. His battle strength was mid-5-star, the same as Dragon King. There's still us. Granny Xian, Blood Shark King, Silver Leopard King, Iron Hoof Beast King, Mantis Queen, and other life and death kings flew over from time to time. These life and death kings had at least 3-star battle strength. In a one-on-one battle, these life and death kings with below 5-star battle strength were naturally not enough to kill. However, with two titled monarchs holding back Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou, they would be able to play a huge role in the battle. Back then, Dragon King and Xianhou had joined hands to hunt down 9 Underworld Demon King. At that time, Xianhou was only a peak king, but she was still able to injure 9 Underworld Demon King. After all, the defensive titled monarchs had not reached the level where they could ignore peak kings. Taking a step back, even if peak kings could not break through one's defense, they would still be able to consume one's Xinyuan. Only body-refining kings like Sky Elephant Emperor would not be afraid of being surrounded. Demon Flower Emperor sighed and said to Xianhou, our goal has been achieved. It's time to go. Actually, they did not plan to kill Nirvana Demon Emperor this time. After all, this was Blood Sky continent, the territory of others. They could not cover the sky with one hand. Their goal was simple, which was to heavily injure Nirvana Demon Emperor and tell the world that messing with Yi Chen was the same as messing with them. Yeah, it's time to go. Xianhou faintly nodded. The spatial door opened, and Xianhou stepped inside. Shortly after, the door closed and disappeared into the void. Puff, on the other side, Demon Flower Emperor's body turned into countless black flowers that exploded and disappeared. Sky Elephant Emperor and Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor had ugly expressions on their faces. They knew that they could not make Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou stay. Therefore, they could only watch as they left. Their previous words were just for show. If Nirvana Demon Emperor was not seriously injured and covered them with his Nirvana realm, they would not be able to leave so easily. Sky Elephant Emperor and Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor were far inferior to Nirvana Demon Emperor in terms of martial arts. Demonic beasts and half-beasts could rarely comprehend realms. They could not compare to humans, which was their biggest weakness. We are not good at martial arts, but if we have an extreme rank realm artifact, why would we need to rely on others? The Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor was also annoyed. The Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou were slapping the kings of the Blood Sky continent in the face, coming and going as they pleased. What was worse was that they could not do anything about it. After all, the Demon Flower Emperor was not weaker than the Xiantian Elephant Emperor. Although she also did not have a realm, keeping her here would be extremely difficult. Moreover, Xuanho Space Profound was the most mysterious and contained a mysterious Tao. Keeping her here would be even more difficult than keeping the Demon Flower Emperor. The two felt their own weaknesses and decided to take some risks to enter the first king-level forbidden zone of the Blood Sky continent. It was said that there was a realm artifact inside, and as long as they could get one, they would be able to make up for their weaknesses. Destruction Demon Emperor, how are you? The Xianxia Elephant Emperor turned around and looked at the tall Xianyuan tower. The Void Destruction Demon Emperor was in an extremely miserable state. His soul was injured again and again, and half of the demonic chi attached to the Xianyuan tower had been absorbed by the demon flower. At this moment, his strength had dropped by a large margin. Not to mention 5-star battle prowess, even 4-star battle prowess was barely enough for him. In other words, without the Xianyuan tower, most of the Peak Kings could easily kill the Void Destruction Demon Emperor. I won't die yet. The Destruction Demon Emperor walked out of the Xianyuan tower in a sorry state. How did you fight against that Yichen? The 9-headed Serpent Emperor was a bit confused. He still did not know about the Savage Stone. Taking a deep breath, the Great Destruction Monarch was about to reveal the truth as he said, "You too might not know this, but the sect leader of the Eternal Sky Sect, Li Zhongfeng, has a savage rock in his possession. This savage rock was given to him by the Battle Emperor. As long as you can obtain this savage rock, you'll be able to find the Savage Star and enter it." He did not know how long it would take for his strength to recover. In the meantime, he would need to rely on the two kings of the Blood Sky continent. Of course, he would also try his best to find treasures that could help him recover. Elysium was vast, and he believed that if he paid the price, he would be able to get something. Savage Stone. The 9-headed Serpent Emperor let out a bitter laugh and said, "That Savage Stone is useless." It's useless? What do you mean? Nirvana Demon Emperor asked. The 9-headed Serpent Emperor said, "In the past, I saw the Battle King enter the Desolate Star with my own eyes, and a Savage Stone can only be used to enter the Desolate Star once. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the Savage Stone intact. I didn't tell anyone about this, and you weren't in this world at that time. The War King was a figure from 500 years ago, while the Nirvana Demon Emperor was only 300 years old." Impossible! Nirvana Demon Emperor cried out. Nirvana Demon Emperor, the 9-headed Snake Emperor has no reason to lie to you. As for this Savage Stone, we are also looking for it. If the Eternal Sky Sect really has it, how could we let it go? Xianho and the Demon Flower Emperor can't stop us. The Xiantian Elephant Emperor added. After chatting for a while, the Xiantian Elephant Emperor and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor both left. The Nirvana Demon Emperor clenched his fists tightly, his face sullen. Among the Life and Death Kings, there was a lone king called Tujiao King. He wasn't famous, and he didn't have many friends, almost none. This was because he was too eccentric and didn't understand the ways of the world. Because of a small matter, he had a falling out with a high-rank king friend. Tujiao King looked at the Nirvana Demon Emperor coldly and thought to himself, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul has been severely damaged, and he only has 30% of his battle power left. This is very suitable for the Master's plan. Why don't we lure him into the underground demon cave? No one knew that a vicious plot against the Nirvana Demon Emperor had been born. The news of the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianho attacking the Nirvana Demon sect spread like wildfire. After Yichen heard the news, he couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he also felt a bit touched. Spirit Cloud Peak, Yi family's sacred ground. In recent days, Yichen had been training his sword on the Spirit Cloud Peak. In the center of the peak, there was a 100-meter-tall fiery red tree with a canopy of 1 li. On its branches, a young man and a young girl were picking fruits. In the entire Yi family, besides Yi Tianhao, Xin Yuqing, and Yi Chen's younger siblings, no one could approach the fire pear tree, because Yi Chen had set up a restriction around it. So sweet. Yi Xiaoxiao took a bite of the fiery red crystal-like fire pear and sat on the branch, watching Yi Chen train his sword. Yi Chen's sword art was very ordinary. It didn't contain any Jin Yuan or sword intent, and it didn't even produce any sword wind. It looked like an ordinary person without a trace of Jin Yuan was training his sword art. Strange, what is Big Brother doing? This is called sword training? Yi Xiaoxiao asked. Yi Xian's talent in sword Dao was much higher than Yi Xiaoxiao's. He frowned and said, Xiao, have you noticed that Big Brother's sword art looks very ordinary, but if you put yourself in his shoes and become Big Brother's opponent, I won't be able to block any of Big Brother's sword moves. Every sword move is a sure kill sword. Really? After hearing Yi Xian's words, Yi Xiaoxiao did as he said out of curiosity. It's true. After a long time, Yi Xiaoxiao said in surprise. Yi Chen's sword was ordinary, but it seemed to be able to ignore space. No matter from any direction or angle, it could be a sure kill sword that couldn't be dodged or avoided. At this moment, Yi Chen was immersed in the understanding of space profound. His sword art indeed didn't contain quintessential essence or sword intent, but it contained space profound. Space profound was mysterious and didn't have any fancy moves. It went straight to the essence and materialized. Sword after sword was swung out, Yi Chen's sword art became more and more accurate. It was getting closer and closer to the ripples of space, giving off a feeling of turning something rotten into something magical. After an unknown period of time, Yi Chen's mind was enlightened and he suddenly slashed out with his sword. Poof, the place where Yi Chen trained his sword art was a messy stone array. Countless huge rocks were placed in front of him. When he waved out his sword, the huge rocks in front of him were not damaged at all, but the rocks behind him were cut in half. Orbital slash is finally done. Starting from the creation of the second style of the heaven-splitting sword art, orbital slash, it took several months for Yi Chen to finally perfect the orbital slash. Now, as long as he was highly focused, he could instantly release the power of the orbital slash, reaching the realm of seamless penetration. In other words, under the orbital slash, any energy defense would be nothing. This was because the orbital slash could completely follow the ripples of space, ignoring the energy defense and directly affect the opponent's body. The orbital slash was like a teleportation sword art. It didn't need any process. Hey, you two kids, don't eat too much. Be careful, your bodies might not be able to handle it. Turning his head, Yi Chen reminded Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao, who were feasting. Feeling that he had too many shortcomings, Yi Chen finally decided to make a trip to Sky Sword Continent. The sword realm of Sky Sword Continent could help him reach the next level, raising his sword domain from the peak of the second layer to the third layer. Only after reaching the third layer could he be considered to have truly entered the next level. Sky Sword Continent was located in the north of True Spirit Continent, separated by hundreds of millions of li of North Sea. North Sea's weather was temperamental, and the void also seemed to be extremely unstable. Space storms would appear from time to time, causing Yi Chen's speed to drop again and again. After rushing for a while, Yi Chen suddenly stopped and reached out his hand to grab a clump of spatial power. What a mysterious sword chi! Yi Chen finally understood why the closer he got to Sky Sword Continent, the more frequent the space storms appeared. In Sky Sword Continent, there existed powerful sword chi. These sword chi could disturb the void and slice the yin and yang. Although they wouldn't display any great might, they could change the environment in minute details. Sky Sword, I wonder what kind of sword you are. A curious look flickered in his eyes as Yi Chen continued on his way. After spending several days, Yi Chen finally arrived at Sky Sword Continent. On the shoreline, Yi Chen's figure appeared. As soon as he appeared, he felt that the Sword Dao civilization here was too flourishing. Closing his eyes, he felt as if he could see countless sword chi soaring into the sky. These sword chi converged together, causing the clouds in the sky to be unable to exist. The bright and clear sky was completely unobstructed. More than half of the people in a continent cultivate sword arts. This isn't just tens of thousands or millions of people, but billions or even tens of billions of people. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Without entering the void, Yi Chen directly flew in the sky, taking the chance to understand the customs of Sky Sword Continent. Clang clang clang, along the way, Yi Chen saw sword artists battling from time to time. There were fancy sword arts, simple and unadorned sword arts, callous and emotionless sword arts, and sinister sword arts. Perhaps because of the Sky Sword, the sword artists of Sky Sword Continent had higher aptitudes than those of True Spirit Continent. Some young sword artists already had the bearing of a generation's experts. Eh? Isn't that Yi Chen? He looks exactly the same as in the portrait. Because he was flying in the sky, Yi Chen's figure was seen by some powerful sword artists. Yi Chen's fame was not only spread in True Spirit Continent. In Sky Sword Continent, Yi Chen's fame was not inferior in the slightest. This was because Sky Sword Continent mainly cultivated sword arts, and Yi Chen's sword arts realm would make him a first-rate peerless genius even in Sky Sword Continent. This made the sword artists of Sky Sword Continent extremely unconvinced and curious. Yi Chen has arrived at Sky Sword Continent. The spread of news was inconceivably fast. Of course, those who knew were all high-level sword artists. What? What is Yi Chen doing in Sky Sword Continent? Don't tell me he's going to the Sword World? He's definitely here for the Sword World. Let's go take a look at Sky Sword Continent. All of a sudden, some qualified sword artists moved upon hearing the news and gathered at the center of Sky Sword Continent. In the center of the Sky Sword Continent, a gigantic sword that pierced through the clouds was stabbed into the ground. The gigantic sword was covered in rust, and the sword hilt was bronze in color. There were also rust stains on it. If it wasn't for the fact that this sword was too huge and was thrown on the road, few people would pick it up. From its appearance, it was not eye-catching at all. The huge sword's outer appearance was not eye-catching. However, sword artists would never look at swords with their naked eyes. The sword chi emitted by this sword was vast and mighty. Anyone standing near this sword would feel infinitely small. Fortunately, the huge sword chi was formless and intangible. It could only shock the senses, and did not have any real killing power. Otherwise, who would dare to approach this huge sword? This huge sword was not some nameless huge sword, but precisely the sky sword that split the continent into three. It came from the outer space, and its history ran through the ancient era and the present. It's really Yi Chen. Yi Chen is here. The first to arrive were a few life and death sword kings. Of course, besides Sky Sword were some powerful sword artists who didn't know what was going on. They didn't have extravagant hopes of comprehending sword domain, because the birth of sword domain required a heaven-grade martial art as a foundation. However, sword domain could improve their sword arts. The first 6 floors could be passed without sword domain. The 4th floor was a master-grade sword art, the 5th floor was a half-step king-grade sword art, and the 6th floor was equivalent to a peak sword art below life and death realm. Each floor was more difficult than the last, and was quite challenging. Eh? He's Yi Chen. The arrival of Yi Chen and a few life and death sword kings immediately attracted everyone's attention. A few reacted the fastest and immediately recognized Yi Chen's identity. They had seen Yi Chen's portrait before. Yi Chen has also come to the sword world? This is big news. How many floors do you think he'll reach? Everybody discussed in low voices. Marquis Sword Snow came here a while ago and seemed to have reached the 10th floor, reaching the peak of the first layer. This Yi Chen sword domain is more or less the same as Marquis Sword Snow's. I reckon he'll also reach the 10th floor. 7th to 10th floors corresponded to the first layer of sword domain. The heavenly sword was protected by an incorporeal barrier. At this moment, the barrier flickered, and an ancient character appeared. 7. Marquis Sword Star has reached the 7th floor. Reaching the 7th floor meant that one had comprehended sword domain, which held great significance. With Sword King, it seems like our Sky Sword Continent has another person who has comprehended sword domain. A long-bearded Sword King among the Life and Death Sword Kings said with a smile. Marquis Sword Star's talent in the Sword Dao is extraordinary. It's only a matter of time before he comprehends sword domain. A middle-aged Sword King carrying a wooden sword on his back said. 8. After a while, another ancient character appeared on the invisible barrier. 8. So shocking. Passing 2 floors and reaching the 8th floor. Everyone was astonished. Back then, when Marquis Sword Snow comprehended sword domain, he could only reach the 7th layer on his first attempt. However, Marquis Sword Star could reach the 8th layer. However, everyone knew that Marquis Sword Star had already become a life and death king. A life and death king who comprehended sword domain should be able to display the full might of sword domain. However, when Marquis Sword Snow comprehended sword domain, he was not even in life and death realm. Look, Marquis Sword Star has reached the 9th floor. Someone called out. This is too ridiculous. The 7th level represented the initial comprehension of the sword domain. The 8th level represented the mastery of the sword domain. The 9th level represented the late stage of the first level, and the 10th level represented the peak of the first level. With his sword domain reaching the late stage of the first layer, Marquis Sword Star's battle prowess had definitely risen by a large margin. Buzz, the 9th layer was already the late stage of the first layer. Soon, the invisible barrier rippled, and a figure walked out. It was Marquis Sword Star. When Marquis Sword Star saw Yi Chen, he froze for a moment before his lips curled up. He had finally comprehended sword domain as well. Moreover, after accumulating so much, he had instantly reached the late stage of the first layer. Congratulations, Yi Chen said to Marquis Sword Star. You're also going to challenge the sword world? Marquis Sword Star originally planned to leave, but now, he wanted to see how many layers Yi Chen could reach. The name of the sword world resounds like thunder in my ears, so I naturally want to give it a try. As he spoke, Yi Chen walked toward the invisible barrier and entered it. Inside the invisible barrier was nothing but a light gate. Yi Chen walked toward the light gate, but his body was immediately repelled by a powerful repulsive force. However, his consciousness still rushed in. The first layer of the sword world. It was a martial stage. On the stage, Yi Chen's consciousness turned from illusory to solid, turning into a unique consciousness projection. He held a sword in his hand, looking nothing special. In front of him, an expressionless swordsman with an aura as powerful as his own appeared. This swordsman made his move. The sword in his hand trembled, and thousands of sword flowers filled the air, covering Yi Chen. Yi Chen was shocked to discover that, apart from sword arts, this swordsman's cultivation base and sword intent were exactly the same as his. There was no difference at all. Of course, cultivation base and sword intent were only the hardware of a swordsman. Sword arts were the embodiment of lethality. With a flash of golden light, Yi Chen's sword cut open his opponent's body. He only used the ordinary vibrational sword arts, and then, with his precise eyesight, he followed the opponent's flaws and attacked. After passing the first layer, Yi Chen arrived at the second layer. The second layer's opponents became two. Moreover, the sword arts they used were different from the first layers, but their might was more or less the same. Still using the ordinary vibrational sword arts, Yi Chen killed 2 people with 1 slash. The third layer had 4. The fourth layer had 8. The sixth layer had 32. From the first to the sixth layer, there were a total of 63 swordsmen, displaying 63 different sword arts. Every single sword art was not weak. If it were another Peak King, they would definitely die under the chaotic swords. Moreover, Yi Chen discovered that in the sword world, Xianxia couldn't be released outside. They could only fight with their swords. This was very advantageous for the challengers, because once Xianxia could be released outside, the opponent's cultivation base and sword intent would not be weaker than his. If they worked together, no one would be able to pass through the 6th layer. Even the 5th layer would be difficult. After all, defensive artifacts couldn't be used in the sword world. After passing through the 6th layer, Yi Chen arrived at the 7th layer. The number of opponents on the 7th layer had shockingly increased to 100. 100 swordsmen with similar cultivation and sword intent was a very frightening thing. Fortunately, no one could release Xianxia outside. They could only injure each other at close range. Without using the sword domain, Yi Chen wanted to test his limits and see if he could pass through the 7th layer without using the sword domain. The battle began. Yi Chen killed 4 swordsmen as soon as he came up. There was no blood, only a bright sword light flickering in the void. 10, 30, 60, 80, by the time he killed 80, Yi Chen was already drenched in sweat. Because everyone could only fight at close range, there were at most a dozen swordsmen who could approach Yi Chen at a time. However, these swordsmen were not afraid of death. After one batch died, another batch would come. The speed at which they were replenished was extremely fast. There was no time for one to react. Often, one would have to deal with new swordsmen when one's old strength was exhausted. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's outstanding sword arts and the fact that he had just comprehended orbit kill, it would be impossible for Yi Chen to kill 80 swordsmen without using the sword domain. And this was almost his limit. 81st, 85th, by the time he killed 85th swordsman, Yi Chen was finally unable to block the attacks of the last 15 swordsmen. He decisively used the sword domain and used the sword laws to distort the trajectory of the swordsman's attacks. Puff 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 puff, With the sword domain protecting his body, it was much easier for him to kill the remaining 15 sword artists without any effort at all, passing through the 7th floor. 8th layer, the number of swordsmen had increased by several times, reaching 300. However, for Yi Chen, there was no difference between 300 and 100 swordsmen. His sword domain had already reached the peak of the 2nd layer. How could 300 swordsmen be enough? After easily passing through the 8th layer, Yi Chen arrived at the 9th layer. Outside, Yi Chen has also reached the 9th layer. I wonder if he will stop at the 9th layer, like Marquis Sword Star. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The discussion didn't last long before the ancient 10 character flashed on the invisible barrier. 10th layer, this should be your limit. Sword domain is not that easy to raise. Moreover, you've never trained in the sword world before. Yi Chen reaching the 10th layer was still within Marquis Sword Star's tolerance. In any case, the other party had comprehended sword domain before him and reached the 10th layer. Being 1 layer higher than him didn't mean anything, as he would be able to catch up very quickly. If Yi Chen couldn't even pass the 9th layer, Marquis Sword Star would be disappointed instead. Wouldn't it be meaningless if the opponent didn't have enough strength? This Yi Chen is amazing. We were born in Sky Sword Continent, so we have an innate advantage. He is only a sword artist of True Spirit Continent, but not only is his talent exceptional, he is also the first to enter Life and Death Realm. His attainment in sword domain is not any lower than Marquis Sword Snow's. In my opinion, the top 3 sword geniuses are none other than him. Wood Sword King nodded. I'm more optimistic about Marquis Sword Snow. He has yet to enter Life and Death Realm, but once he does, his sword domain might break through to the 2nd layer. Right, let's see if Yi Chen can pass the 10th layer and reach the 11th layer. If he can, it means that his attainment in sword domain is on par with Marquis Sword Snow. If he can't, it means that his previous accumulation has been used up, and he needs to accumulate strength again. Just like Marquis Sword Star's accumulation, he managed to reach the 9th layer. Subconsciously, the Life and Death Sword Kings were more optimistic about Marquis Sword Snow. After all, Marquis Sword Snow was from Sky Sword Continent, and his talent in Sword Dao was indeed frightening. The 10th layer had the same number of sword artists as the 9th layer, 1,000. What was important was not the quantity, but the fact that the 10th floor sword artists also had sword domain. Although it was the weakest sword domain, not even reaching the early 1st layer, the difference between having sword domain and not having sword domain was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison. Therefore, Yi Chen had to spend quite a bit of effort to kill them. The opponent's sword domain was weakening his sword domain. Puff, after killing the last sword artist, Yi Chen smoothly passed the 10th layer. 11th layer. The outside world was in an uproar. The difference between the 10th and 11th layer was like heaven and earth. The 10th layer was the peak of the 1st layer, while the 11th layer was the 2nd layer. The difficulty was 10 times higher. Marquis Sword Star's breathing paused. According to Master, the 11th layer still has 1,000 sword artists, but the sword domain is at the 1st layer. Even if Yi Chen's sword domain is at the 2nd layer, it won't be easy to pass. He won't be able to pass this layer. If the gap wasn't too big, Marquis Sword Star had the confidence to catch up. But, if the gap was too big, it wouldn't be easy. Just as Marquis Sword Star had said, the sword domain of the 1,000 sword artists had indeed reached the 1st layer. Back when Yi Chen fought Marquis Sword Snow, he was also at this level. But now, he had to deal with 1,000. Although these sword artists couldn't release their Jin Yuan, their long-range attacks were still extremely frightening. A dozen sword artists surrounded Yi Chen and used sword domain to weaken Yi Chen's sword domain. Die. Yi Chen's sword appeared and disappeared mysteriously, killing the first batch of sword artists. 1,000 sword artists were divided into groups of a dozen, and Yi Chen had to deal with 60 to 70 groups. There was no gap between the groups. The consciousness of all the sword artists seemed to be connected as one. Before the former could be killed, the latter would have already taken their place, forming an endless cycle of battle. Under such circumstances, sword arts and movement arts were useless. The only thing that could be used was sword domain. Using sword domain to distort the trajectory of the opponent's sword, leaving them vulnerable, Yi Chen could easily kill them without much effort. Puff, the sword light flashed like lightning, and the last sword artist fell down. 12th floor. The hearts of the spectators fiercely twitched, and Marquis Sword Star tightly clenched his fists. The sword artists of the 12th floor had sword domain at mid-first layer realm. Without any exaggeration, even a peak sword king without sword domain would not be the opponent of these sword artists. Of course, this did not mean that Yichen could fight 1,000 peak sword kings alone. The main issue was that he only had a dozen sword artists at a time, and none of them could release their Jin Yuan and use sword chi to injure the enemy. He didn't even release his sword domain to the limit, and it was only about 70 to 80%. However, under such circumstances, the sword artists close to Yichen couldn't injure Yichen in the slightest. Their swords would either miss or collide, creating dazzling sparks. Sword after sword, Yichen seemed to be harvesting rice straws, cutting one after another. Heavens! He reached the 13th floor. Beside the heavenly sword, the spectators saw the numbers flashing on the barrier and cried out in alarm. The 11th floor was the initial stage of the first layer, the 12th floor was the mid-stage, and the 13th floor was the late stage. Yichen had entered the life and death realm not even half a year ago, but his sword domain had already advanced from the first layer to the late stage of the second layer. This kind of improvement speed was simply incomprehensible. Wood Sword King and the other Sword Kings also held their breaths and exchanged glances. When he arrived at the 13th level, Yichen finally felt a little strenuous. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it, it was just that he wasn't as calm as before. The swordsmen surrounding him had reached the late stage of the first level of sword domain, and it was slightly counteracting his sword domain. Yichen's advantage was gradually shrinking. What happened? The place where the Sky Sword was located was the holy land of the Sky Sword continent. There would be people rushing over at all times. Those who had just arrived did not understand the situation and asked. Yichen is challenging the sword world. Someone answered. How many levels have you challenged the sword world? Have you passed the 10th level? It's already the 13th floor. What? All kinds of answers were the same and repeated. The 13th floor was a high ground. Yichen stood at the highest point of the high ground. Below him, swordsmen surged up like a tide. They were like ants returning to their nest, advancing wave after wave. Sword light crisscrossed and figures moved. All of the swordsmen collapsed without exception, dissipating into nothingness. 13th floor, cleared. Upon reaching the 14th floor, Yichen's strenuous effort increased by several folds. According to common sense, this was already Yichen's limit. This was because the 14th floor represented the peak of the second layer of sword domain. If he wanted to pass the 14th floor, he would have to reach the third layer of sword domain. Otherwise, it would be impossible. However, Yichen didn't plan to stop here. His goal in challenging the sword world was to break through to the third layer of sword domain. Once he obtained the third layer of sword domain, his battle strength would surpass 4 stars and reach 5 stars. In the future, he would no longer be powerless against titled monarchs like Nirvana Demon Emperor. On the 14th floor, Yichen finally revealed all his cards, no longer being careless. Kill, wave after wave of swordsmen collapsed, and several faint sword scars appeared on Yichen's body. These sword scars were caused by the sharp chi flow of swords. Although they didn't directly hit him, they were still extremely dangerous. A slight carelessness would result in a sword strike. Perhaps a slight deviation might not be enough to kill him. However, he wasn't facing a single swordsman, but countless swordsmen. If he was hit once, he wouldn't be able to escape a second time. The 14th floor of Sword World is indeed the limit of the second layer of sword domain. I've only killed 500 or 600 people, but I can't hold on any longer. Yichen's sword domain was extremely powerful, but it also had a limit. When dozens of swordsmen at the peak of the first layer attacked him at the same time, it was hard to avoid some openings. Fortunately, Yichen's soul was 10 times stronger than ordinary life and death kings. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer he could be. At the critical moment, he could always turn the tide. If it were another king with a weaker soul, Yichen would have already been killed by the swords. 700, 800, 900, Yichen's mind was extremely focused. The numerous swordsmen's sword arts seemed a bit slow in his eyes, while his sword pierced out at an extremely fast speed. 999,000. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Chen's eyes turned red, and blue veins popped out on his forehead. His body emanated an unapproachable murderous aura and sharpness. Huff. After killing all the swordsmen, Yi Chen's taut nerves immediately relaxed, and he began to pant heavily. The benefits of Sword World were simply too many. It made Yi Chen's sword arts more practical and more intrinsic. The ultimate goal of sword arts was to kill. Whether it was to do evil or to do good, it couldn't change its intrinsic nature. And Sword World stimulated the potential of one's sword Dao, allowing one to enter a state of selflessness. Under this state, every move and style would possess extreme destructive power, making it even more perfect than usual. After passing through the 14th layer of Sword World, Yi Chen's close combat strength might not have undergone a complete transformation, but it had at least risen by a level or two, allowing him to easily crush his previous self. 15th layer, Yi Chen arrived at the 15th layer. The outside world was in an uproar. Everyone was incomparably shocked. 15th layer. Yi Chen had actually reached the 15th layer. Could it be that his sword domain had already reached the 3rd layer? How could this be? In the entire Elysium, only Azure Sky Sword Emperor had reached the 3rd layer. What kind of person was Azure Sky Sword Emperor? He was a godlike figure in Sky Sword Continent. 15th layer, not to mention me, even Marquis Sword Snow will feel a trace of despair. Marquis Sword Star felt helpless for the first time. Even when Yi Chen was the first to enter Life and Death Realm, he didn't have such a feeling. After all, entering Life and Death Realm earlier didn't mean much to him, as he would have done so sooner or later. Sword Domain was the embodiment of a sword artist's sword Dao talent. No matter how high one's cultivation base was, if one's sword Dao talent wasn't high, one wouldn't be able to obtain a good result in Sword World. Such a feeling flickered for a moment, and Marquis Sword Star soon regained his composure. Yi Chen, I hope you can stay far ahead. If you're even a bit slower, I'll immediately catch up. Marquis Sword Star was indeed worthy of being called one of the top sword geniuses of Sky Sword Continent. Frustration and helplessness couldn't extinguish his fighting spirit, only making him stronger. Yi Chen had no idea about the uproar outside. He only knew that the current him could be killed by a flurry of swords at any time. The reason he could reach the 15th floor wasn't because his sword domain had broken through to the 3rd layer. If he had, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much. The reason he could reach the 15th floor was because apart from his sword domain reaching the peak of the 2nd layer, his soul was also 10 times that of ordinary kings. This allowed his concentration to be even more focused, and his perception of the outside world became even sharper. Sometimes, a slight error could lead to a huge error. The slightest advantage in soul could be magnified by 100 folds, let alone Yi Chen's soul, which was 10 times that of others. However, it was clear that a powerful soul could only support Yi Chen to the 15th floor. Wanting to pass the 15th floor was a pipe dream, unless his sword domain made a breakthrough. 30th, 31st, 32nd, 40th, Pucci. After killing 40 sword artists, Yi Chen had finally been hit by a sword, and his left arm had disappeared. Under such circumstances, Yi Chen still didn't give up. Holding the sword in his right hand, he killed 2 sword artists charging at him. However, he was immediately stabbed in the left abdomen by another sword artist. Pucci, Pucci. Pucci. In the next moment, Yi Chen was pierced through by a flurry of swords. Inside the invisible barrier, Yi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. I didn't expect the 15th floor to be so difficult. Each sword artist's sword domain has reached the early 2nd layer, and I'm only at the peak of the 2nd layer. Within the same layer, killing 42 is my limit. Alright, if I can't make a breakthrough once, I'll make it twice. If that doesn't work, I'll make it a 3rd time. This time, I won't easily return until my sword domain reaches the 3rd layer. Closing his eyes, Yi Chen directly sat cross-legged on the ground of nothingness, recuperating and storing up his energy, preparing for his next adventure in the sword world. After a long time of silence, everyone knew that Yi Chen had failed to pass the 15th floor. That's right, Yi Chen was able to pass the 15th floor because his sword domain had reached the 3rd layer. However, it was impossible to pass the 15th floor in one go. Yi Chen's failure made everyone heave a sigh of relief. No matter how monstrous Yichen was, he was still a human. If Yichen had passed the 15th floor, they wouldn't have believed that Yichen was a human. How could they know that Yichen hadn't reached the third layer of his sword domain? Of course, Yichen couldn't explain it to the whole world. What's going on? Why hasn't Yichen come out yet? Don't tell me he still wants to adventure. The land of nothingness inside the invisible barrier was very mysterious. No matter how many people entered, they wouldn't run into each other. This way, even if their consciousness entered the sword world, their bodies outside wouldn't encounter any mishaps. However, since they couldn't see Yichen, everyone became somewhat anxious. 1 day. 2 days. Soon, a week had passed. Most of the people who had been waiting here had gone back. Marquis Swordstar had gone back 3 days ago. Only a small portion had stayed behind. They were either waiting for the sword world or waiting for their friends. However, there were still a few who were really waiting for Yichen to come out. In this week, the news of Yichen reaching the 15th layer of Sword Realm spread like a storm throughout the Sky Sword continent, causing an uproar. On this day, the people waiting outside suddenly discovered that the numbers on the invisible barrier were flashing rapidly. From 1 to 10, there wasn't much of a pause. After that, it continued to rise, from 11 to 14, and finally to 15. It's Yichen. Yichen is challenging the sword world again. Apart from the Azure Sky Sword Emperor, no one else could reach the 15th level of the sword world. Apart from the Azure Sky Sword Emperor, there was only Yichen who created a miracle a week ago. In the 15th level of the sword world, Yichen had already killed 74 swordsmen, 32 more than the previous time. His improvement was obvious. Chi, swinging his sword light swept out. At the price of losing his left arm, Yichen killed another 6 swordsmen, bringing the total number of kills to 80. 81, 82, 83, Yichen's head suddenly flew up. A swordsman leaped up and chopped off Yichen's head. However, Yichen, who had lost his head, took advantage of the fact that his body had yet to dissipate to stab the swordsman's heart. 84, this was the second time that Yichen challenged the 15th level of the sword world. The first time it was 42. This time it was 84. The improvement was huge. Challenging the sword world was too exhausting. Just like the previous time, Yichen didn't continue. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the void and rested. Failed. After a long time, no numbers flashed. Everyone knew that Yichen had failed again. Some even stood up and left this place. Some of them had been waiting here all along, and some had joined later. Those who joined later actually wanted to see Yichen and see if he had grown 3 heads and 6 arms. However, Yichen still didn't come out. They immediately knew that they wouldn't be able to see him in person for a short period of time. Instead of waiting here in vain, they might as well find something proper to do. Let's go. The 15th floor isn't that easy to pass. The higher you go in the sword world, the harder it is to pass. Yichen has only raised his sword domain to the 3rd level. I dare to bet that he won't be able to pass through the 15th floor without 3 to 5 months of training. That makes sense. Every level of the sword domain requires one to grasp more details. Otherwise, the Azure Sky Sword Emperor wouldn't have been stuck at the 3rd level of the sword domain for so many years. Go. I still want to wait. Of course, there were also people who didn't change their minds. Idiot, just wait here for nothing. What a waste of time. This time, instead of waiting for a week, Yichen went to challenge the sword world after only 3 days. Failure. It was another failure. But something worthy of gratification was that Yichen had killed 156 swordsmen in the 15th level of the sword world, and he was only 8 away from doubling the number. Moreover, the sword domain showed a trace of budding. Another 3 days passed. Yichen had killed 258 swordsmen. 285 swordsmen, 300 swordsmen, in the blink of an eye. It had already been 20 days since Yichen had arrived here. During the first 10 days, his improvement was extremely great, but during the last few days, his improvement became slower and slower. Yichen knew that he was almost at his limit. Not to mention doubling the number of swordsmen, it was as difficult as ascending the heavens to be able to kill a few more every time. The extent of his improvement was getting smaller and smaller. On the 24th day, Yichen had killed 333 swordsmen. When he killed the 333 swordsmen, Yichen faintly felt that the sword domain had stirred. But he was helpless as he was instantly killed. This won't do. As time passes, this budding will gradually weaken. In the end, I might lose this rare opportunity to break through. I absolutely can't waste it. Without resting, Yichen's eyes were red as he tried to enter the sword world again. From the first level to the 14th level, Yichen had to expend several times more energy than usual. This was because he was too tired. This kind of fatigue wasn't physical, but mental. The potential that people often talked about was actually the potential of the heart and soul. When the heart was strong enough, it could ignore the weakness of the body and burst out with power that far exceeded the past. Now, Yichen's mind was very tired, and so was his body. As a result, when he reached the 15th level, Yichen had only killed the 15th swordsman, but he already felt powerless. "Explode for me!" Yichen roared. The treasured sword was like an exploding star. The sword light that was thrust out was extremely fast and ruthless. Each move and style contained great power. PFFF, 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 PFFF. A row of swordsmen fell. They didn't even feel how they were stabbed. But to Yichen, this wasn't enough. More swordsmen rushed up. Ah! At this moment, Yichen was in a state of extreme selflessness. His treasured sword was constantly stabbing and slashing. His body was like a marionette, flickering and shifting at an extraordinary speed. Row after row of swordsmen fell. Yichen's body emitted a heart-palpitating aura. The aura was like a saber or a sword, slowly merging into Yichen's sword domain. Just like this, Yichen endured one limit after another. The number of swordsmen he killed quickly broke through 500, then 600, 700. But when 720 people fell, Yichen once again felt powerless. This kind of powerlessness came so quickly that Yichen's left leg was cut off by a sword, and his body almost fell. After waking up from his selfless state, Yichen saw more than 10 swords with sharp sword light stabbing towards him. No matter how he dodged or blocked, he couldn't avoid this assassination. Although the sword domain could slightly distort the opponent's sword trajectory, at least half of the swords would still land on his body. The outcome was already decided. Yichen's eyes were very calm. This didn't mean that he had a way to deal with it. His powerful soul allowed him to maintain absolute focus no matter what. Deviate. A little more. Deviate a little more. The speed of the swords was very fast. Ordinary people wouldn't even have time to react. But in Yichen's perception, the swords stabbing towards him were getting slower and slower, showing signs of coming to a stop. An inconceivable scene occurred. All the swords really stopped, maintaining a distance of 3 feet from Yichen. Clang clang clang, in the next moment, the swords that had stopped stabbed forward again. However, the trajectories of the swords were greatly deviated. When the swords collided, resplendent sparks erupted. The sparks couldn't get close to Yichen. Their trajectories were distorted, and they erupted outwards. On the other hand, Yichen was like a sword god. No sword in his hand, but a sword in his heart. 3rd level sword domain, completed, ha! After losing a leg, Yichen couldn't move quickly. But it didn't matter. At this moment, there was no need for him to dodge. Before anyone's sword could stab him, he would stab them to death. 3rd level sword domain represented a new realm. The core profundity was to have a sword in your heart and not have a sword in your hand. Having no sword in his hand meant that he had no weaknesses. Having a sword in his heart meant that he could always block his opponent's attack with his sword. Nothing could be faster than the speed of the heart. With a thought in his heart, the sword stabbed out. At this moment, his body and heart had completely fused together. Since a long time ago, Yichen had learned that there were 3 realms when it came to sword attacks. The first realm was called sword control with the body, the second was sword control with chi, and the third was sword control with intent. Body was the physical strength of the body. Everyone had this realm, but there weren't many who were proficient in it. Some people wasted a lot of energy, but their sword speed wasn't ideal. Some people could casually increase their sword speed to a frightening level. This was the gap in technique. It needed to be tempered hundreds and thousands of times in order to improve. Sword control with chi was much better than sword control with the body. Before the body moved, chi had already been released. This chi was the energy within a martial artist's body. Although many people had high cultivation, they might not have grasped the technique of sword control with chi. Gathering Zhenyuan in the palm and then striking with the sword wasn't called sword control with chi. At most, it was just an enhanced version of sword control with the body. This was because the main idea of sword control with chi was to use chi as the main force, and the body as a support. Physical strength was used as a support. Under such circumstances, the sword would be much faster than others. Finally, sword control with intent. This intent was the will. Will was formless. It was precisely because it was formless that the sword's speed could reach an unfathomable level. No one could block it. And the so-called sword control with intent was to use the heart to control the sword. A strong will was actually a strong heart. Will was formless, and the heart was also formless. Sword domain had reached the third layer. Yi Chen's sword realm had impressively reached sword control with intent. In other words, it was the highest realm of sword control with heart. When the sword pierced out, nothing could block it. Poo 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 poo, a horrifying scene occurred. No matter how fast the sword attacks of the sword artists were, no matter how ingenious they were, Yi Chen would always be able to kill them before they could. In fact, Yi Chen didn't even release his sword domain to the limit. It was because the sword artists of the 15th layer weren't worthy of him using his full strength. He only needed to use sword control with heart to deal with them. 1,000 sword artists were all dead. Yi Chen stood on the mountain peak. Sigh, let's wait a few more days. It's not a solution to keep waiting like this. If he wants to challenge the sword world for a year, won't I be waiting for a year in vain? In the outside world, some extremely patient people finally couldn't wait any longer. It wasn't that they didn't have patience. On the contrary, they were very patient. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited until now. But first and foremost, they were sword artists. They needed to increase their strength in order to survive. Their time wasn't used to wait. They're right. Within 3 to 5 months, it'll be very difficult for Yi Chen to pass the 15th layer. He might not even be able to accomplish it in a year. I won't wait any longer. What's the point of waiting for a few more days? Everyone, farewell. As he spoke, one of the swordsmen stood up and was about to leave. However, he suddenly stopped. Look, the 16th layer. He has reached the 16th layer. This person pointed at the invisible barrier. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with disbelief. The 16th layer? Everyone turned to look at him. It really is the 16th layer. This. Everyone looked at each other and held their breath. Impossible, the 17th layer. After around the time to drink a cup of tea, a new ancient character flickered on the invisible barrier, 17. On the 15th floor, all the swordsmen were at the initial stage of the second layer. On the 16th floor, it was the intermediate stage of the second layer. On the 17th floor, it was the late stage of the second layer. If it was before, it would be difficult for him to deal with 3 to 5 swordsmen. After all, his sword domain was only at the peak stage of the second layer, which was only a small level away from the late stage of the second layer. He could easily suppress his opponents in a one-on-one fight, but it would be a little difficult for him to deal with 3 to 5 swordsmen at once. He could only rely on his superb swordsmanship to kill them, but it would also be a little dangerous for him. In fact, Yi Chen was a special case. If it was someone else who had just broken through to the third layer of the sword domain, they could at most reach the 15th floor. It would be impossible for them to reach the 16th floor. However, Yi Chen reached the 17th floor. This was an anomaly. Yi Chen knew that the reason he could reach the 17th floor was not because of the third layer of the sword domain, but because of the ability to control the sword with his heart. Reaching the third layer of the sword domain didn't necessarily mean that one would grasp the ability to control the sword with his heart. However, once one grasped the ability, the sword domain would definitely reach the third layer, or even the fourth layer. The two were related, but not necessarily. By relying on the ability to control the sword with his heart, Yi Chen's close combat strength had increased by several times, and his overall strength had also increased by a level. Of course, the ability to control the sword with his heart didn't increase much in terms of offensive strength. If his offensive strength was high enough, there would be only a few 5-star battle prowess that could be a match for Yi Chen. On the 17th floor, Yi Chen's lost left leg had already recovered. Pushing the third layer of the sword domain to the limit, Yi Chen's figure moved like a god, and the sword in his hand stabbed out repeatedly without any warning. Every stab would inevitably cause a swordsman to fall to the ground. There was no sword, only heart-palpitating sword light. Kill. Yi Chen's killing intent was constantly increasing. If these swordsmen were living beings, then Yi Chen would have definitely killed tens of thousands of people in these 20 days. Every time he killed a person, Yi Chen's skill would increase by a bit. Up until now, Yi Chen's sword art was no longer just a sword art, it had risen to a kind of art of killing. However, the 17th level wasn't so easy to pass. Towards the end, crisscrossing sword scars appeared on Yi Chen's body. This was an extremely dangerous sign. Not to mention the slightest bit of carelessness, if he didn't maintain a state of surpassing his limits at all times, he would immediately be killed by the flurry of swords and expelled from the sword realm. Fortunately, after comprehending sword control with the heart, Yi Chen's mental state was surprisingly good. His mind was no longer so easily fatigued. Instead, the more he fought, the braver he became. 17th floor, passed. The 18th floor. In the outside world, the number 18 flashed on the invisible barrier. Those who saw the scene almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. Was there an end to this? Either he was stuck in the 15th floor for more than 20 days, or he suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds, rushing to the 18th floor. No one could endure such a huge stimulation. One must know that even the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor had only reached the 18th floor. Is it a ghost trying to break through the sword realm? Some people thought nervously. The 18th floor corresponded to the peak of the third level of sword domain. For Yi Chen to be able to reach this floor, not to mention that no one would be able to do it in the future, it was almost unprecedented. However, the 18th floor and the 17th floor were completely different. Not to mention that the swordsman here had reached the peak of the second level of sword domain, the swordsman's swordsmanship was forcibly raised to a higher level. From the 1st to the 17th floor, the power of the swordsman's swordsmanship was about the same. Even if there was an increase in power, it wouldn't be too ridiculous. But on the 18th floor, the swordsman's swordsmanship was unbelievably powerful. Every single one of them was a genius swordsman. Although Yi Chen was a genius, he couldn't resist the encirclement of so many genius swordsmen. After killing only 3 swordsmen, Yi Chen was killed. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that the 18th floor was too abnormal. Dozens of swordsmen had surrounded him, and even the heart-controlling sword ability couldn't stop them. Being able to kill 3 swordsmen was already commendable. Amazing. In the void, Yi Chen opened his eyes, his expression filled with amazement. The sword realm contained countless swordsmanship. Up until now, he hadn't seen many that repeated themselves. On the 18th floor, the first batch of swordsmen had all possessed powerful swordsmanship comparable to Marquis Sword Star's 7-star point-killing sword art. It was to the extent that he couldn't exist for even a split second. In that split second, he could only kill 3 swordsmen before being killed. The sword realm was worthy of being the sacred land of Sky Sword Continent. Not to mention anything else, merely being able to experience countless swordsmanship was a great benefit. Yi Chen had only created 1 or 2 styles of vibrational sword arts, sky-shattering sword arts, and autumn water sword arts. Originally, if he wanted to create more, it would have been impossible without a few years. However, at this moment, Yi Chen had countless inspirations. Thousands of swordsmanship were playing out in his mind, each of them different, containing the lifelong effort and wisdom of the masters of these swordsmanship. Fortunately, my soul is powerful enough to hold so much information on swordsmanship. Yi Chen's soul was 10 times that of ordinary life and death kings, and the amount of information he could hold was also 10 times that of ordinary kings. Moreover, he had photographic memory. This photographic memory was not an ordinary kind of photographic memory. If memorizing a book was photographic memory, it would be the lowest grade of photographic memory. Any Sea of Soul Realm martial artist could do it. Yi Chen's photographic memory allowed him to memorize thousands of swordsmanship in his mind and extract them at any time to deduce them. Of course, Yi Chen was not a god. He could deduce all the swordsmanship below the 10th layer, but the swordsmanship above the 10th layer contained more than just information. A glance was not enough. I'll deduce the swordsmanship below the 10th layer first. As for the swordsmanship above the 10th layer, there's still a long way to go. Yi Chen decided to leave. Biting off more than one could chew was a principle that everyone understood. However, only a few could do it. There were several thousand swordsmanship below the 10th layer, which was enough for Yi Chen to digest for a while. The incorporeal barrier rippled, and the blue-robed Yi Chen walked out. Yi Chen. It's Yi Chen. Everyone stood up with fiery expressions. If they were somewhat unconvinced of Yi Chen before, thinking that the rumors were exaggerated, then right now, they only had admiration. How many people could pass through the 18th layer of the Sword Realm? Azure Sky Sword Emperor was the only one, and now, Yi Chen was added to the mix. If they were unconvinced, then what else could they be convinced of? If they couldn't even acknowledge someone else's talent, then they weren't fit to be a sword artist. Yi Chen didn't expect that his appearance would cause such a huge commotion. Yi Chen, you're not going to continue? A sword artist mustered his courage and asked. Yi Chen smiled, not anymore. I'm going back to digest. Yi Chen, I wonder if you're taking disciples. My son is 13 years old this year, and his talent is amazing. If he can become your disciple, it would be his fortune. Seeing that Yi Chen wasn't as cold as before, a middle-aged sword artist said with a face full of hope. Yi Chen, I also have a grandson. My granddaughter. For a moment, everyone recommended their juniors to Yi Chen. If they could become the disciple of a peerless sword Dao genius like Yi Chen, 1 in 10,000 years, their future accomplishments could be easily imagined. For Yi Chen to be so powerful at such a young age, he must have a unique path of development. Yi Chen's thoughts flickered. He had never thought of taking disciples before, because he didn't even have enough time. How could he teach disciples? It would be good enough if he didn't mislead them. But now, it was necessary for him to take disciples. A powerful master was only one person, but a powerful disciple was many people. The Yi family couldn't be guarded by him alone. It was not that he didn't have confidence in the Yi family, but with the resources of the Yi family, it would be hard for them to produce a life and death king. Although his brother Yi Xian had great talent, becoming a life and death king was still as hard as ascending the heavens. Otherwise, if any genius with great talent could become a life and death king, life and death kings would be everywhere. Apart from this, Yi Chen also had the thought of unifying the sections. Yi family, Sky Cloud Martial School, and Eternal Sky Martial School all needed his care. If it was feasible, he would combine these three forces and form a Sword Dao sect. Of course, whether it was feasible or not, he would have to go back and discuss it. If it really didn't work, then he would think about it again. Everyone, taking disciples is not a business. If you all have sincerity, you can find me at the Yi family of South Ridra region. I, Yi Chen, will never accept disciples who only look impressive. You all should be prepared for this. However, if your talent is not bad, you can also become an attendant of my Yi family. When I have time, I will also impart my experience and sword arts to them. Yi Chen's words were watertight and full of sincerity. True Spirit Continent South Ridra region Yi family. Alright, I will bring my grandson there next month. At worst, I will spend a lot of spirit stones and use the conveyor gate. From True Spirit Continent to Sky Sword Continent, there were a few conveyor gates in operation. However, the cost would be too high, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. But, there was no need to teleport from Sky Sword Continent to True Spirit Continent at once. One could teleport a bit at a time. Between the two continents, there were also many islands with conveyor gates. Alright, Yi Chen will take his leave first. Everyone, I hope to see you again. After saying these words, Yi Chen's figure flickered and directly entered the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. On this day, the news of Yi Chen reaching the 18th layer of Sword Realm spread out at a frightening speed. On this day, the news of Yi Chen's willingness to accept a disciple also spread out along with the former, causing a huge impact on the Sky Sword Continent. Everything had its pros and cons. Yi Chen's actions made all the Sword Kings of Sky Sword Continent extremely unhappy. Someone from their own continent running off to another continent to find a master? What was this? This was Sky Sword Continent, not something True Spirit Continent could compare to. Yi Chen immediately became a thorn in the eyes of all the Sword Kings of Sky Sword Continent. In the void, Yi Chen was shuttling back and forth. Sword Domain has broken through to the 3rd layer, and its might has increased greatly. However, the consumption of Jin Yuan is also enormous. My cultivation base is still a bit low. Blackwater Alliance, it's time for you to bleed. Without returning to Yi family, Yi Chen streaked across the sky of True Spirit Continent, flying in the direction of Blackwater Alliance. Blackwater Alliance was a superpower in the Southern Ocean. This alliance gathered many sects and families, with more than 20 life and death kings and nearly 10 half-step kings. Although ordinary 5th grade sects had life and death kings, they might not necessarily have half-step kings. It was clear that Blackwater Alliance not only had many top experts, but also many lower-level ones. The headquarters of Blackwater Alliance was a huge black island. There were more than 20 palaces on the island, and at the center of the island were 4 main palaces. In one of the main palaces, Sky King's brows creased. You're saying that your leader wants to increase the distribution of Jin Yuan crystals? Sky King looked down at the chaotic demon ocean emissary. This chaos demon sea emissary was a demonic human king. He raised his head and spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. The Blackwater Alliance occupies a treasure land like the Devouring Island. Every year, they produce 20 to 30 million Jin Yuan crystals, but only 3 million is a bit too little for my Chaos Demon Sea. My patriarch said that every year, she wants 6 million, not one less. The Sky King said with a serious face, the Devouring Island produces 20 to 30 million Jin Yuan crystals every year, but our Blackwater Alliance can only keep 10 million of them. The rest have been distributed to the Life and Death Realm warriors who know about it. We have more than 20 Life and Death Realm warriors, so if we split it evenly, each of us would not get more than 500,000 Jin Yuan crystals. Besides that, our Blackwater Alliance still has to use millions of Jin Yuan crystals to attract more warriors. If we don't do that, then the Jin Yuan crystal production will decrease. In this way, it would be good enough for each of us to get 300,000 Jin Yuan crystals. Although Sky King said this, the Blackwater Alliance's Jin Yuan crystals every year were definitely more than 10 million. Moreover, the Blackwater Alliance still had a large amount of Jin Yuan crystals in storage. After all, the Devouring Island had existed for many years. Accumulating a bit every year, the amount of Jin Yuan crystals accumulated would be astonishing. Of course, this storage was only for emergencies and couldn't be used easily. The chaotic demon sea emissary said with a solemn expression, then, why did you give Old Red Water 5 million true essence crystals? My patriarch is a titled monarch, but he only gave 3 million. Is your Blackwater Alliance looking down on my patriarch and my chaotic demon sea's demonic human clan? Where did you hear this? The Heavenly King's eyes flickered several times. Red Water Old Monster was a titled monarch, and just like the Demon Flower Emperor, he knew about the Devouring Island. In order to seal their mouths, the Blackwater Alliance had to send out a large number of Jin Yuan crystals every year. The Demon Flower Emperor received 3 million, while the Red Water Old Monster received 5 million. The reason why the Red Water Old Monster received more was that he had agreed to be the backing of the Blackwater Alliance. Originally, they had been living in harmony, but they did not know how the Demon Flower Emperor knew the specific number of Jin Yuan crystals they had given to the Red Water Old Monster. Could it be the Red Water Old Monster? Not likely. Red Water Old Monster had no need to show off in front of the Demon Flower Emperor, he could just be happy in secret. Who would be stupid enough to tell others about his wealth? If you don't want people to know, don't do it. The Chaos Demon Sea emissary sneered. Sky King was furious in his heart, but he did not show it on his face, and said expressionlessly, this matter needs to be discussed in detail, but adding 3 million is too much. Go back and tell your patriarch, at most add 2 million, just like the Red Water Old Monster, 3 million. Alright, you can go back and report. Forgive me for not seeing you off. The next one to come will be my patriarch. The Chaos Demon Sea emissary did not linger, and walked out of the main palace, soaring into the void. and rushing towards the Chaos Demon Sea. As soon as the Chaos Demon Sea emissary left, Sky King coldly snorted and smashed the armrest with a palm strike. Preposterous. Demon Flower Emperor, don't be too happy just yet. Although my Blackwater alliance is not as powerful as your Chaos Demon Sea, we can make friends with titled monarchs. South Sea Demon God Cult Leader, South Sea Black Fiend Island Leader, and South Sea Alliance Leader. These three are already cooperating with my Blackwater alliance. Adding Redwater Old Monster, and my Blackwater Old Ancestor who is just broken through, we have a total of 5 titled monarchs. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to resist. At that time, you won't even get a single Xianxia crystal. Sky King hated the Demon Flower Emperor so much not only because of the Demon Flower Emperor's high demands, but also because he knew that the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou had attacked Terminator Demon Sect. Yichen had embezzled more than 2 million Xianxia crystals from the Blackwater Alliance. Sky King had always wanted to kill him, but had always failed. Later on, when he planned to personally take action, Yichen had already entered Life and Death Realm, and his battle strength was even higher than his. As for the Blackwater Alliance's cooperation with the South Sea Demon God Cult Leader, South Sea Black Fiend Island Leader, and South Sea Alliance Leader, it was not because they had too many Xianxia crystals, but because the great calamity of the foreign races was imminent. All the monarchs in Elysium were thinking of ways to increase their strength and preserve themselves. As for the Blackwater Alliance's cooperation with the South Sea Demon God Cult Leader, South Sea Black Fiend Island Leader, and South Sea Alliance Leader, it was not because they had too many Xianxia crystals, but because the great calamity of the foreign races was imminent. All the monarchs in Elysium were thinking of ways to increase their strength and preserve themselves. Of course, the Blackwater Alliance's annual production of Xianxia crystals was limited. Cooperating with 3 monarchs at once would be very strenuous for the Blackwater Alliance. Therefore, they had already decided to kick out the Demon Flower Emperor, and divide the Xianxia crystals of the Demon Flower Emperor to the 3 monarchs. This way, things would be a bit easier. Of course, the Devouring Island's annual production of Xianxia crystals was limited. Cooperating with 3 monarchs at once would be very strenuous for the Blackwater Alliance. Therefore, they had already decided to kick out the Demon Flower Emperor, and divide the Xianxia crystals of the Demon Flower Emperor to the 3 monarchs. This way, things would be a bit easier. Meanwhile, the Sky King and the chaotic Demon Ocean Emissary's proposal of adding 2 million Xianxia crystals was only a delaying tactic. After all, it was still not the right time to turn against the Demon Flower Emperor. They would have to wait until the time was right. Yichen, you have the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou to protect you, but my Blackwater Alliance has 5 monarchs. Sooner or later, I'll make you spit out everything you've eaten. Sky King sneered. On his way, Yichen stopped a random Sea of Soul Realm expert and found out where the headquarters of the Blackwater Alliance was located. On the second day, Yichen arrived in the sky above the huge Black Island. On this huge Black Island, there were more than 20 palaces, with 4 main palaces in the center. In the sky above the island, there were several kinds of great arrays. Among them, there was one that Yichen could recognize at a glance, because it was the Water and Earth Interlocking Great Array. Being able to occupy a treasure land like the Devouring Island. I can't look down on them indeed. Whether a force was powerful or not could be seen from the arrays. Who dares to come to my Blackwater Alliance? Yichen's arrival was open and aboveboard. On the island, a figure soared into the sky. It was a life and death king that Yichen had never seen before. I'm Yichen, and I have something to discuss with the leader of your Blackwater Alliance. Yichen was not a bandit, so it was impossible for him to rob the moment he arrived. Moreover, he had no idea where the Blackwater Alliance's Xianxia crystal storage was. Our leader has gone on a long journey, but the deputy leader, Sky King, is here. I'll go inform him. Blackwater Alliance had no enmity with Yichen. At most, they had tricked him into the Devouring Island. The only one who had enmity with Yichen was Sky King. Of course. Yichen still didn't know that Sky King had been sending people to kill him. Upon hearing Yichen's name, this Life and Death King was greatly astonished. Yichen having the strength of a peak king was no longer news. Moreover, he was proficient in the space profound. Even the Black Dragon Old Ancestor couldn't do anything to him. Since the other party had come to pay a visit, he couldn't possibly refuse. Otherwise, if the other party got angry, he might not be able to bear the consequences, which would be bad for him. All right. Yichen wasn't in a hurry. Not long after, two people flew over. One of them was Xianxia. Xianxia didn't reveal anything on his face. He only acted as if this was his first time dealing with Yichen. He smiled faintly and said, "I've long heard of your great name. Now that I've seen you, you truly live up to your reputation." Yichen didn't waste any time and said, "Blackwater Alliance, you should be able to make decisions, right?" Xianxia stared blankly for a moment. "I can make decisions for most things." "Alright, your Blackwater Alliance will provide me with 3 million Xianyuan crystals every year. Treat it as a fee to keep your mouth shut." Yichen went straight to the point. These words immediately petrified the other two. Xianxia yelled inwardly, "Yichen, you're going too far. I didn't ask you for Xianyuan crystals, but you're asking for an exorbitant price." Truly infuriating. Concealing his emotions well, Xianxia said awkwardly, "I can't make the decision on this matter. I'll have to wait for Alliance Leader to return. How about this, you stay on a nearby island for now. Alliance Leader will be back soon." Xianxia had a sinister plan. This time, Alliance Leader Blackwater Old Ancestor had gone on a long journey to invite South Shallow Sea Alliance's Alliance Leader. He would return at a later date, so he would have Yichen wait and walk right into the trap. With Blackwater Old Ancestor and South Shallow Sea Alliance Leader's strength, Yichen wouldn't be able to escape even if he grew wings. However, before that, he had to make Yichen stay willingly. Such an opportunity was extremely rare. "When will your Alliance Leader return?" Yichen asked. "Tomorrow at the latest," Xianxia answered. "In that case, I'll stay here for now." Yichen didn't waste time with the other party. Around the huge black island, there were some buildings built on some islands. Yichen directly found an uninhabited island and flew over. He would come back tomorrow to collect the Xianyuan crystals. At that time, Blackwater Alliance would have no choice but to pay up. Previously, he had been tricked into devouring island and chased several times. How could this debt be settled so easily? 3 million a year was very fair. Watching Yichen choose an island to stay on, Xianxia's expression was incomparably cold. "Yichen, even if you don't die tomorrow, you'll lose a layer of skin. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for being too greedy. Let's go back." Xianxia returned to his main palace. One day passed quickly. At noon of the second day, under the blazing sun, two figures shattered the space and appeared outside the great array of the Black Island. The black-robed old man on the left waved his right hand, and a door immediately appeared in the great array. The two figures flew through the door and into the main palace at the center of the island. "Vice Alliance Leader is back." In the main palace, a person came to inform Xianxia. "I already know." Although Xianxia didn't release his soul power at all times, if he didn't know that 2 life and death kings had arrived on the island and opened the great array, he would have lived in vain. Alliance Leader made a breakthrough a few days ago, and his battle strength increased from 4-star tyrant to 5-star, becoming a titled monarch. No matter how powerful Yichen is, he's only a peak king with 4-star battle strength. Even a 4-star tyrant is not Alliance Leader's opponent. In the past, the reason why Blackwater Alliance used a large amount of Xianyuan crystals to block life and death kings with battle strength below 5-star was because they didn't have the strength to challenge them. Now that Yichen has come to ask for hush money, he's courting death. As one of the big shots of Blackwater Alliance, Xianxia naturally knew a bit about Blackwater Ancestor's character. Standing up, the Heavenly King's figure flashed, and he left his main palace hall. He walked towards the core main palace hall that was surrounded by the other 3 main palaces. His footsteps were swift. Inside the core palace, a black-robed old man was drinking tea with a yellow-robed old man, talking cheerfully and wittily. "Brother Huang, you don't know. Although my Blackwater Alliance is also an overlord of the southern deep ocean, the devouring island is too tempting. It's a fat piece of meat that everyone wants a bite of. I'm glorious in front of others, but bitter in the back." The black-robed old man wasn't tall, but he gave off an imposing aura. He was precisely the leader of Blackwater Alliance, Blackwater Ancestor. In front of him, a yellow-robed old man said with a smile that was yet not a smile, "Old geezer, you're not only planning to cooperate with me, but also with Demon God Cult and Black Fiend Island. If you succeed, with the influence of our 4 great powers, who would dare to touch your Blackwater Alliance?" This, I was just about to tell you. The yellow-haired old man was not a normal life and death realm warrior, but the leader of the South Shallow Sea Alliance, the yellow-robed old monster. His strength was earth-shattering, and was rumored to be at mid-5-star level. The Demon God Cult and the Black Evil Island had always been the sworn enemies of the South Shallow Sea Alliance. They had battled for many years, and both sides had suffered quite a bit. He was still a bit nervous about joining hands with the other 3, afraid that the 3 would leave on bad terms and vent their anger on him. However, judging from the expression of the yellow-robed old monster, he did not seem to mind at all. "I don't care who you work with, but my share of the profits can't be reduced." The yellow-robed eccentric rapped the table. "Of course. Brother Huang, what kind of person do you take me for?" The Blackwater Ancestor hurriedly poured wine for the yellow-robed old monster. The yellow-robed old monster drank quite comfortably. Just by working with the Blackwater Alliance, he would be able to obtain a huge amount of Xianxia crystals every year, so why not? Moreover, he had a vague premonition that the future of Elysium would be full of calamities. They could no longer fight against the Demon God Cult and the Black Evil Island, and had to save their strength to protect themselves. Working with the 3 great powers was naturally the best thing to do. Of course, it was impossible for him to go to the Demon God Cult and the Black Evil Island. The Blackwater Alliance would be the perfect middleman. "Leader." Right at this moment, the Een Sky King's voice was heard outside the palace. "Oh, it's the Een Sky King. What's the matter? Come in first." The Een Sky King was one of the right-hand men of the Blackwater Ancestor, and was highly regarded. The Een Sky King walked in. Seeing the yellow-robed old monster, he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Ah, so it's the leader of the South Shallow Sea Alliance. Een Sky King greets you." The yellow-robed old monster waved his hand and smiled, "We'll all be on the same side in the future. No need to be so polite." "Een Sky King, what's the matter?" the Blackwater Ancestor asked. The Een Sky King didn't turn his back on the yellow-robed old monster and transmitted his voice. "Yesterday, an emissary from the Chaos Demonic Ocean came. The Demon Flower Emperor said that she wants us to provide her with 6 million true essence crystals every year, not one less. Otherwise, she will personally come to talk to you." The Een Sky King didn't immediately talk about Yi Chen's matter. Instead, she talked about the Demon Flower Emperor's request. Hearing this, the Blackwater Ancestor's face instantly darkened. "She really said that?" "Yes." "Preposterous." The Blackwater Ancestor shouted in a low voice. Hearing the words Demon Flower Emperor, the yellow-robed old monster raised his eyebrows. This demoness was very famous in Elysium. Let alone the Blackwater Alliance, even he didn't dare to provoke her. However, the present was different from the past. Having gathered the 4 major forces, their strength was already above the Chaos Demonic Ocean. The Chaos Demonic Ocean isn't a big deal. With our strength, do we still need to be afraid of her? The 4 major forces cooperated, and the true essence crystals were divided according to the ratio. The Demon Flower Emperor wanted 6 million true essence crystals, so everyone's share was less. The yellow-robed old monster naturally didn't want his true essence crystals to be less. For his own benefit, he had to fight this demoness. "How did you answer?" the Blackwater Ancestor asked again. The Een Sky King said, "The Chaos Demonic Ocean emissary came in a threatening manner. I couldn't directly refuse, so I used a delaying tactic and said at most 2 million. "That's very good." The Blackwater Ancestor was more and more satisfied with the Een Sky King. Although with their current strength, they didn't need to be afraid of the Demon Flower Emperor, they couldn't just fall out with her and take things to the extreme. "What else?" Seeing that the Een Sky King seemed to have something else to say, the Blackwater Ancestor asked curiously. The Een Sky King paused for a moment and said solemnly, "Yi Chen is here. He asked us for 3 million true essence crystals as hush money every year." The core palace was silent for a moment. The silence didn't last long. The next moment, the Blackwater ancestor's angry voice sounded, simply arrogant and conceited. Does he really think that my Blackwater alliance is a soft persimmon that they can bully as they please? If we give it to him today, who will come tomorrow? Do I have to give it to him as well? Yi Chen, what a good Yi Chen. I don't care if you are a genius or not. Where is he? The Blackwater ancestor's aura soared into the sky. On an island near the Blackwater Island. The Een Sky King was secretly happy. Blackwater, don't be too excited. Maybe I can handle this matter. Suddenly, the yellow-robed old monster said. You can handle it? The Blackwater ancestor looked at the yellow-robed old monster. The yellow-robed old monster said confidently, this Yi Chen has friendly relations with the Water Ape clan of my Southern Shallow Sea Alliance. As the alliance leader, the life and death of the Water Ape clan is in my hands. I believe that after Yi Chen knows my identity, he will restrain himself. At that time, you can just give him 1 million true essence crystals and send him away. Every year? The yellow-robed old monster's words made the Blackwater ancestor take it seriously. Hee, 1 time is enough. Alright. Although 1 million true essence crystals was not a small amount, the Blackwater ancestor didn't put it in his eyes at all. This time, when cooperating with the 4 factions, he was prepared to kick out some life and death kings who knew about it. In this way, 1 million true essence crystals was nothing. Come, take me there. The Blackwater ancestor and the other 2 stood up and flew into the sky. The island where Yi Chen was resting was thousands of li away from the Blackwater Island. In an instant, the 3 arrived. In the building on the island, Yi Chen opened his eyes, revealing a trace of surprise. Let's see what tricks they're playing. Yi Chen flew out. You are Yi Chen. In the sky, the Blackwater ancestor said expressionlessly. Yi Chen glanced at the yellow-robed old monster and said, you should know what I said yesterday. What do you think? The Blackwater ancestor didn't reply. The yellow-robed old monster walked out with a smile. Yi Chen, congratulations on reaching life and death realm. I couldn't go to the banquet that day, and I'm deeply regretful. However, Sun Tai is a member of my South Shallow Sea Alliance. With him there, it can be considered as representing my alliance. Alliance leader Huang, Yi Chen has long heard of your name. Yi Chen knew that this person was the leader of the South Shallow Sea Alliance, a giant of Elysium, the yellow-robed old monster. The yellow-robed old monster laughed, it's nothing more than an empty reputation. Yi Chen faintly sensed that the yellow-robed old monster was trying to persuade him, so he went straight to the point and said to the Blackwater ancestor, 3 million true essence crystals a year. This is my bottom line. Back then, I was tricked into the Devouring Island and was chased several times. If not for my tricks, I would have been killed long ago. Yi Chen, we're all on the same side. There's no need to make things unpleasant. Brother Blackwater, how about this? You give Yi Chen 3 million true essence crystals in one go, and we'll settle the grudge between us. The yellow-robed old monster changed his mind at the last moment, changing the 1 million true essence crystals to 3 million. The main reason was that he didn't think Yi Chen was that easy to fool. Although the Blackwater ancestor didn't know why the yellow-robed old monster added 2 million at the last moment, it was not like he couldn't accept it at one go. He said indifferently, Yi Chen, I'll give Brother Huang some face and give you 3 million true essence crystals. Don't come here anymore. Once, huh? A faint smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. What? You're not satisfied? The Blackwater ancestor was angered. Once is fine, but I want 15 million true essence crystals. In the future, I promise not to come here again. Between 3 million a year and 15 million a year, Yi Chen would rather choose the latter. In your dreams. Yi Chen. Not only was the Blackwater ancestor enraged, but the yellow-robed old monster also lost some face. With his status and strength, speaking to Yi Chen like this was already praising him. Not only did the latter not appreciate it, he even demanded an exorbitant price. It was clear that Yi Chen didn't put him in his eyes. 3 million a year or 15 million a year, it's up to you. On the other hand, I want to settle the previous debt with you. The Devouring Island was only occupied by the Blackwater Alliance. The Blackwater Alliance and the Devouring Island's Holy Spirit were merely cooperating, tricking a large number of martial artists to enter the island. If the Devouring Island originally belonged to the Blackwater Alliance, it wouldn't be a scourge. Yi Chen's visit this time was morally unjustified. But now, he needed a share of the profits. Using an analogy, Yi Chen's current actions were like robbing those evil people. Yi Chen, don't make a mistake. This is not a place for you to act presumptuously. Leave now, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The yellow-robed old monster shouted with a gloomy face. He was already furious. Since Yi Chen was shameless, there was no need for him to give him any face. Brother Huang, you don't have to care about this matter. A mere genius who just entered life and death realm dares to be so arrogant and come to my Blackwater Alliance. He's simply asking to be humiliated. That's fine. I, Blackwater Ancestor, will use this opportunity to reveal some of my strength and wake up those fellows who are eyeing me up. There were many people staring at the Devouring Island, and Blackwater Ancestor felt that it was time to intimidate them. Hearing this, the yellow-robed old monster knew that Blackwater Ancestor was truly angry. Although he was afraid of Demon Flower Emperor and Xianho, he wouldn't really kill Yi Chen. However, he wouldn't let Yi Chen have it easy either. Yi Chen would inevitably suffer heavy injuries, and his cultivation base would be greatly damaged. Blackwater Ancestor's heavy water true thunder art was quite famous in the southern deep sea. Once the heavy water true thunder was unleashed, nothing could stop it. As Blackwater Ancestor's body emitted a frightening aura, the yellow-robed old monster and Yin Sky King retreated, giving the two a space to fight. You want to fight? Fine, I'll accompany you. Yi Chen's expression also turned cold. He didn't plan to return empty-handed. Since the other party didn't want to bleed, he would make them bleed a lot. Whatever means you have, use them all. Yi Chen looked at Blackwater Ancestor calmly. Courting death. Blackwater Ancestor's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was surrounded by a crystalline black water flow. This water flow weighed more than 1,000 caddies, and each drop seemed to be condensed from a pool of water. Within the black water flow, there were even black thunderbolts. If an ordinary person looked at it, they would tremble in fear. Huff, tearing apart the space, Blackwater Ancestor turned into a beam of black light and slapped at Yi Chen. No one knew how Yi Chen pulled out his sword. In the void, a blurry sword light instantly appeared in front of Blackwater Ancestor and greeted him. Rumble, with a thunderous explosion, Patriarch Blackwater's palm strike seemed to contain countless bolts of lightning. Anyone who came into contact with his palm strike would immediately be blasted away. The weaker ones would be blasted to death and reduced to ashes. This was mainly because Patriarch Blackwater's water profundity had reached perfection. Furthermore, he had cultivated an ancient palm technique, the heavy water true thunder art. The first step of cultivating the heavy water true thunder art was to perfect the water profundity. Then, he would condense water to produce heavy water. Following that, he would use water lightning to form the heavy water true thunder. The heavy water true thunder was extremely terrifying. It was much more powerful than ordinary water and lightning fusion profundities. However, the sword art that Yi Chen used wasn't weak either. It was the second move of the vibrational sword art, Heaven-Inflicted Sword. The Heaven-Inflicted Sword contained an unimaginable vibrational power that could scatter any object. When Patriarch Blackwater's heavy water true thunder encountered the Heaven-Inflicted Sword, he didn't have time to condense the power to the limit and erupted prematurely. A terrifying shockwave spread out wantonly with the two of them at the center. Billions of tons of seawater were directly sent flying into the sky by the shockwave, causing a storm that was countless times heavier than a torrential downpour. The surrounding islands were instantly annihilated. Not even a bit of debris could be found. The boundless seawater rushed to Blackwater Island that was thousands of miles away. If it wasn't for the protection of the array, Blackwater Island would have been obliterated. A battle between powerful monarchs had always been a devastating disaster. As the palm and sword clashed, both of them retreated. Patriarch Blackwater retreated 3 steps. Yi Chen retreated more than 10 steps. In their first exchange, Yi Chen was at a disadvantage. 4-star Overlord combat power. The yellow-robed old freak was very clear that Patriarch Blackwater hadn't used his full strength. His first palm wasn't his strongest move, so the combat power he revealed was only that of a 4-star Overlord. Although Yi Chen was at a disadvantage, the difference wasn't huge. He should also have the combat power of a 4-star overlord. After all, there was a small difference between 4-star overlord and 4-star overlord. It was impossible for their combat power to be exactly the same. What a powerful palm force. Yi Chen's blood boiled. Patriarch Blackwater's palm strike was like a thunderbolt. Even the heaven-inflicted sword wasn't able to completely dissipate it. It could only detonate it prematurely. However, Yi Chen felt that this result was reasonable. Since Patriarch Blackwater could become the leader of the Blackwater Alliance, he definitely had some ability. His combat power had most likely reached the 5-star overlord level. That palm strike just now probably wasn't his true strength. 4-star overlord combat power. No wonder he's so arrogant. Patriarch Blackwater was a little surprised. According to the rumors, Yi Chen's combat power was at most an advanced 4-star. It wouldn't exceed the peak of 4-star. However, that sword strike just now clearly had the combat power of a 4-star overlord. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only taken 10 steps back. Take another Mystic Water Thunderbolt Palm. The Heavy Water True Thunder art was a combination of a mental cultivation technique and a palm technique. It contained many palm techniques and each palm strike contained immense power. This Mystic Water Thunderbolt Palm was several times more terrifying than the previous palm strike. It instantly pushed Patriarch Blackwater's combat power to the 5-star level. With a palm strike, the water and lightning kept compressing, condensing into a glass-sized azure pearl in the center of his palm. It's useless no matter how powerful the palm technique is. Yi Chen used his heart sword manipulation ability and stabbed out thousands of swords in one breath. The overlapping sword shadows enveloped Patriarch Blackwater. He didn't even have time to release the power of his palm technique towards Yi Chen. Pitter-patter, condensed water and lightning sparks splashed on Patriarch Blackwater's protective Xianxia. This was the result of Yi Chen's sword energy hitting the protective Xianxia. With a puff, a few of the sword energies actually penetrated the protective Xianxia and exploded on Patriarch Blackwater's chest, abdomen, and ribs. Even his bones were exposed. What kind of sword art is this? How can it be so fast? Patriarch Blackwater was shocked and retreated continuously. He had a feeling that if he forcefully fought with Yi Chen, he would suffer even more attacks. Yi Chen's sword had already surpassed the normal speed. It even blinded his senses, making it impossible for him to know when Yi Chen would attack and from which angle. Not only was Patriarch Blackwater shocked, but Sky King and the yellow-robed old freak were also shocked. Sky King originally thought that the battle between Patriarch Blackwater and Yi Chen would definitely end with Patriarch Blackwater heavily injuring Yi Chen. It was impossible for the second situation to occur. However, Yi Chen was simply a freak. Although he was slightly inferior in the first exchange, the second time, he immediately reversed the situation and even made Patriarch Blackwater suffer some losses. The yellow-robed old freak's eyesight was much better than Sky King's. He was shocked. Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's Azure Cloud Sword art was said to be unpredictable and untraceable, but it still wasn't as fast as Yi Chen. What kind of sword art did Yi Chen cultivate? It actually made Patriarch Blackwater unable to use his ultimate move. Even he himself couldn't do this. His ultimate move had already been prepared, and he had no choice but to use it. Patriarch Blackwater had no choice but to slap at Yi Chen from a very far distance. That blue pearl instantly transformed into countless thunderbolts, interweaving into a thunderstorm that swept toward Yi Chen. 3 to 5 ordinary Peak Kings would be annihilated. Unfortunately, the profound water thunderbolt palm could only display its strongest power at close range. Although it was still powerful from a distance, how could it deal with Yi Chen? The Sky Scorpio sword casually slashed twice, and the thunderstorm was torn apart. Yi Chen dashed out from within and slashed at Patriarch Blackwater. This sword surpassed space, and distance seemed to not exist. It instantly slashed at Patriarch Blackwater's body, and the latter's protective Xianxia didn't have the slightest effect. Orbital Kill Secret Sword. The second style of the heaven-shattering sword art was completely used for the first time in battle. Puff, Patriarch Blackwater's clothes exploded, revealing a set of black battle armor covered in scales. When the sword chi slashed at it, it instantly triggered a resistance from the battle armor. The black crystalline light constantly negated the might of the sword chi, but Patriarch Blackwater was not a battle armor but a life of flesh and blood. How could he withstand the clash between the battle armor and the sword chi? He vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back more than 100 kilometers, staggering. Extreme-grade battle armor. Yi Chen could naturally see that Patriarch Blackwater's armor was extraordinary. Ordinary half-step extreme-grade or even pseudo-extreme-grade battle armor wouldn't be able to block this sword. Only an extreme-grade battle armor could counteract the majority of the sword's might. As soon as the orbital kill was used, Yi Chen's battle power instantly rose to 5 stars. Moreover, Patriarch Blackwater's battle power was clearly below Yi Chen's. If Patriarch Blackwater's battle power was low-grade 5 stars, then Yi Chen's battle power was peak low-grade 5 stars, close to mid-grade 5 stars. Patriarch Blackwater, I've said it before. 3 million Xianxia crystals a year, or 15 million in one go. Since you don't want to choose either, I'll have your Blackwater alliance bleed a lot. I want all the Xianxia crystals. Yi Chen wasn't a pushover. He made up his mind and decided to loot a lot. He was different from other life and death kings. His mental state and spirit body were both extremely high. Moreover, Green Lotus sword arts had long since become a heaven-grade martial art. Adding on his powerful soul power and sword domain, he could bear even more cultivation base. There was no such thing as saturation. Perhaps he could gain 2,000 years of cultivation base in one go. Of course, Blackwater Alliance couldn't possibly have so many Xianxia crystals to increase his cultivation base. After all, Blackwater Alliance's Xianxia crystals were quasi-low grade, and their effects were 5 times weaker. Yi Chen, do you think you've got me? My heavy water true thunder arts haven't even been completely used yet. I'll show you the might of an ancient martial art, heavy water true thunder arts. Patriarch Blackwater's face was pale, and blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. He sneered disdainfully and rapidly formed seals with both hands. In the next moment, outside his supreme-grade battle armor, clumps of water and thunder fused together, forming a dark blue illusory battle armor. This illusory battle armor contained a frightening amount of energy, seemingly stronger than ordinary supreme-grade battle armors. Patriarch Blackwater's aura also rose several times because of this illusory battle armor. Evidently, this illusory battle armor could increase Patriarch Blackwater's strength, allowing him to display even greater battle power. Rip, tearing open the void, Patriarch Blackwater charged at Yi Chen at a speed that was 50% faster than before. He struck out with his mystic water thunderbolt palm once again. Yi Chen had the ability to control his sword with his heart. With his heart, the sword moved. Immediately, the illusory battle armor on Patriarch Blackwater's body erupted with thousands of sparks. One of the invisible sword chi was especially sharp. It followed a certain trajectory and actually sliced open the illusory battle armor. However, the invisible sword chi's might was reduced by more than half. It was unable to injure Patriarch Blackwater through the supreme-grade battle armor. Patriarch Blackwater, who had 2 layers of defense, was probably second only to the Nirvana Demon Emperor among all the titled monarchs that Yi Chen had seen. Of course, this was because Yi Chen had never seen the means of other titled monarchs. Haha. Die. Finally approaching Yi Chen, Patriarch Blackwater struck out with his palm. Patriarch Blackwater, it's too early for you to be happy. Yi Chen's body trembled as he released his third-layer sword domain. The shattered space, the leaking spatial force, and the chaotic forces all came to a halt under the suppression of the sword domain. Patriarch Blackwater's speed was originally very fast, but once he was enveloped by the powerful sword domain, his speed slowed down by more than 10 times. In Yi Chen's eyes, he was like a turtle crawling. He was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. That's the third sword domain. Not good, Brother Blackwater is in danger. The yellow-robed old man's eyes almost popped out. He had never imagined that Yi Chen's sword domain would break through to the third sword domain. He was very clear about how terrifying the third sword domain was. He remembered that 10 years ago, he had personally witnessed 3 titled monarchs ganging up on the Azure Sky Sword Emperor in a king-grade forbidden ground in the starry sky. Among these 3 titled monarchs, one was a high-grade 5-star monarch while the other 2 were mid-grade 5-star monarchs. When they joined forces, they could practically walk unhindered among 5-star titled monarchs. However, the Azure Sky Sword Emperor was even more tyrannical. With his third sword domain, he was actually able to suppress them. In the end, the battle ended on a sour note. In the eyes of the yellow-robed old man, the third sword domain had all sorts of terrifying aspects. Firstly, it could produce an unparalleled sword pressure on the opponent. Secondly, it could seal the space, making it unbreakable. Thirdly, it could multiply the speed of the person who released the sword domain, increasing the might of his sword art. It was so powerful that it could strike fear in the hearts of others. Although there were some titled monarchs as powerful as the Azure Sky Sword Emperor, such as Su King, Air Emperor, Black Dragon Ancestor, and Zhan Tianxiang Emperor, the one the yellow-robed old man feared the most was the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. This was because he couldn't even escape if he encountered the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. His sword domain could completely trap him. Of course, Su King and Air Emperor were also very powerful. They weren't the slightest bit inferior to the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. The two of them were proficient in spatial profundity. The Azure Sky Sword Emperor's sword domain could only exert some pressure on them. Moreover, they all had their own unique techniques. Especially Su King, he was faintly superior to the rest. The moment Yi Chen's sword domain appeared, the yellow-robed old man immediately knew that the Blackwater ancestor wouldn't be a match for Yi Chen. Fortunately, Yi Chen's sword domain wasn't as terrifying as the Azure Sky Sword Emperor's. It was only at the early stage third sword domain. Moreover, his battle prowess was far from the Azure Sky Sword Emperor's. As long as he made a move, he could still force the Azure Sky Sword Emperor back. In the blink of an eye, the Blackwater ancestor's speed was reduced by 10 times under Yi Chen's sword domain. On the other hand, Yi Chen's sword speed had doubled. Bang! Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen slashed at Ancestor Blackwater's body 3 times in a row. The first and second strikes shattered Patriarch Blackwater's illusory armor. The third strike caused Patriarch Blackwater's body to tremble violently as though he had been struck by lightning. Immediately, half of his body exploded into a bloody mist. All 3 swords were the Heaven-inflicted sword, and they were unleashed at close range. The Heaven-inflicted sword had boundless destructive power. Patriarch Blackwater's illusory armor indeed had astonishing defensive power, but it ultimately couldn't compare to the Nirvana Demon Emperor's Mystic Essence Pagoda. The Mystic Essence Pagoda's defensive power couldn't even be broken through by Yuan Emperor's avatar. As for Yi Chen's Heaven-inflicted sword, its offensive power seemed inferior to Patriarch Blackwater's True Thunder art. However, its ability to penetrate through defense and attack exceeded the True Thunder art. With the powerful vibrational force, Yi Chen's first strike caused Patriarch Blackwater's blood to boil and his quintessential essence to turn chaotic. The illusory armor revealed a flaw. The second strike carried an unimaginable vibrational force and broke through the illusory armor in one fell swoop. Without the illusory armor, how could Patriarch Blackwater block the Heaven-inflicted sword that could destroy stars with just his supreme-grade battle armor? The terrifying vibrational force passed through the supreme-grade battle armor and into Patriarch Blackwater's body before exploding. It was as though countless bombs had been buried in Patriarch Blackwater's body, completely detonating them. Ah! Patriarch Blackwater screamed. With the remaining half of his body borrowing the explosive force, he desperately retreated. He hadn't cultivated to the realm of blood rebirth. Yi Chen's strike not only caused him to lose a large amount of cultivation, but also caused him to suffer fundamental damage. Even if his cultivation recovered, it would take him a year and a half to return to his peak. Yi Chen, don't be impudent. The yellow-robed old man had suffered from the Heaven-inflicted sword's destructive power. He stretched his body and shuttled back and forth like a yellow cloud. Seeing that Yi Chen was about to strike again, he flicked his fingers repeatedly. Dozens of finger forces that were as soft as silk wrapped around Yi Chen, flickering with a yellow light. Gold jade silk finger. What a sharp and soft finger force. This silk finger force could cut through gold and break jade. Yi Chen's protective Jin Yuan couldn't block it at all. Just when the silk finger force was about to cut Yi Chen into pieces, Yi Chen took a step forward. As if he had teleported, he escaped from the silk finger force's entanglement using the space profound movement skill. After completing the second style of the heaven-shattering sword arts, Yi Chen's space profound movement skill had become even more mysterious. Each of his movements followed the ripples of space, moving freely without any wind. At this moment, even if the Nirvana Demon Emperor at his peak came to kill Yi Chen would still have the confidence to escape. How could the yellow-robed old man's silk finger force do anything to him? You broke my gold jade silk finger so easily. Good, I wonder how you will break my yellow dragon flying hands next. The yellow-robed old man's huge hand grinded in the void, as if he was spinning a huge millstone. In the next moment, the space was torn apart, and a huge yellow dragon charged at Yi Chen. The yellow dragon moved like a beam of light, and was almost impossible to catch. Yellow dragon flying hands was a martial skill that specialized in speed. It specialized in restraining life and death kings who were too fast to escape. With this skill, the yellow-robed old man had once killed a peak king who had provoked him. Although that peak king was not as powerful as Yi Chen and was proficient in the space profound, he was proficient in the wind profound and thunder profound. With these two profounds as the foundation, he had created a wind-thunder escape art. Ordinary titled monarchs could not do anything to him. Sword Domain, Big Dipper 7-star Sword Arts, combine. Yi Chen released the third layer of Sword Domain to the limit, instantly enveloping the yellow-robed old man. At the same time, he threw out his right hand, and the Sky Scorpio sword floated in the air, blossoming with resplendent starlight. As the starlight flickered continuously, 7 different starlight sword images appeared. These 7 sword images formed the Big Dipper 7-star Sword Arts, brimming with killing intent. Go! As Yi Chen pointed out his right sword finger, 7 sword images flickered and shot out. Like a torrential rain on pear blossoms, the 7 sword images turned into 49 sword images, which then turned illusory and hid in the void. In the next moment, only starlight could be seen flickering, but no sword images could be seen. It was like a sky full of stars, shrouding everything in front of it. Puff. Puff. Puff, puff. Puff. Although the huge yellow dragon formed from the palm energy was extremely fast, it was useless in the face of this sword technique that covered the heavens and earth. The countless streaks of sword light that resembled shooting stars slashed at its body, causing it to lose its strength continuously. Just the Big Dipper 7-star sword art alone couldn't be considered as Yi Chen's killing move, and could only be considered as a finishing move. However, with the third layer of Sword Domain, the Big Dipper 7-star sword art's power and speed increased greatly, and the sword intent it contained was even more concentrated. In short, the Sword Domain was like an amplifier, greatly increasing the power of the sword control art. Of course, the prerequisite was that the opponent was within the range of the Sword Domain. Otherwise, the Big Dipper 7-star sword art wouldn't be enough. Unless Yi Chen could cultivate the sword control art to the level of 64 simultaneous swords and then use the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, it would become Yi Chen's killing move even without relying on Sword Domain. Unfortunately, the sword control art was getting harder and harder to cultivate. According to the legends, there was indeed someone who cultivated the sword control art to the level of 72 simultaneous swords at the Sea of Soul realm. However, that person only cultivated the sword control art for his entire life, and the others were just supplementary skills. He spent his entire life cultivating the sword control art to the level of 72 simultaneous swords. How many years had Yi Chen cultivated it? Plus, at that time, the defensive sword spell had not been lost, and there were still a lot of people training it. Some of the martial geniuses were standing on the shoulders of the older generation, so it was not strange at all for them to be able to train it quickly. It was just like if there was a senior who had trained the defensive sword spell and told him his experience, he would also be able to train it quickly and reach the realm of 72 or even 81 sword attacks in a short time. Right now, Yi Chen's sword control art had already reached the level of 56 simultaneous swords. He was not far from using the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, only a few steps away. No matter what, only in Yi Chen's hands would the sword control art be able to flourish and become famous. Yi Chen's soul might not be able to stand at the top of the world, but it would at least be the best in this generation. Under the attack of countless meteor sword lights, the huge yellow dragon only lasted for a breath's time before turning into ashes. Swish! Swish! The remaining meteor sword lights shot toward the yellow-robed old man, slicing through the space. You're even proficient in the lost sword control art. Moreover, its might is several times greater than the legendary sword control art. Take a look at my great Luo yellow robe. The yellow-robed old man made a prompt decision and tore off his yellow robe. As his Jin yuan surged, the yellow robe seemed to be filled with air and expanded unceasingly. In the end, it reached several li in circumference and covered the sky, blocking in front of the yellow-robed old man. As soon as the meteor sword lights came in contact with the huge yellow robe, they disappeared without a trace, unable to deal much damage to the old man. They couldn't even threaten him. A veteran-titled monarch is indeed a veteran-titled monarch. Old ancestor Blackwater can't compare to him. Yichen wasn't surprised. As a veteran-titled monarch, the yellow-robed old man definitely had many methods and treasures. After all, the stronger one was, the higher the chance of obtaining treasures. The weaker ones wouldn't even dare to enter dangerous places, so naturally, they wouldn't be able to obtain powerful treasures. With Yichen's eyesight, it wasn't hard to tell that the yellow-robed old man's yellow robe should be a mid-tier peak-grade treasure. It wasn't something ordinary peak-grade treasures could compare to. The Big Dipper 7-star sword art didn't pose any threat to the yellow-robed old man. Yichen immediately stopped the execution of this sword art. A slit opened on his forehead, and a silver vertical eye appeared. Soul light. Pooh, a silver beam of light shot out from the silver vertical eye. The yellow robe could contain qi, but it couldn't contain soul power. The silver beam of light passed through the robe without any obstruction and entered the old man's soul sea. Ah! Soul whirlpool. Absorb. The yellow-robed old man didn't guard against Yichen's soul attack. However, his reaction wasn't slow either. He immediately condensed a soul whirlpool in his soul sea and sucked in the silver light. Crackle, the silver light's power was immense. It was Yichen's innate ability. The soul whirlpool only absorbed half of the silver light's power before it was destroyed. In the next moment, the yellow-robed old man bled from his 7 orifices. His soul was injured. Actually, if he had been prepared earlier, it would have been much better. Unfortunately, the yellow robe was too huge, so he couldn't sense the silver light's arrival immediately. Yichen, how dare you injure my soul? A venomous look flashed across the yellow-robed old man's face. The soul was different from the body. If it was injured, it would be very difficult to recover. If the body was injured, it could be healed with some heavenly materials or some time. For example, if Patriarch Blackwater was injured by Yichen, he could recover to his peak in a year or so without any treasures or pills. But if his soul was injured, it was different. Even if he cultivated for 8 to 10 years, he might not be able to recover. Although Yichen's soul attack hadn't injured his soul, it had caused cracks to appear in his soul. His powerful cultivation base was starting to show signs of being unable to control it. The soul was too important. It could be said to be a person's origin. Yellow-robed old man, today's matter had nothing to do with you. Since you forcefully interfered, you have to pay a price. What, are you not satisfied? Yichen knew that the yellow-robed old man wasn't a good person. Since he had injured him today, he definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. However, Yichen himself wasn't a good person either. Great sages always abided by the rule of if others didn't offend me, I wouldn't offend others. But if someone offended him, even the heavens would make a hole in that person. These words were said with a biting cold-killing intent, and a powerful sword intent was activated. Then, with the power of the sword driving heart, he struck out fiercely. The yellow-robed old man groaned. Yichen's sword intent and heart sword ability were too powerful. He could actually condense his sword intent into a heart sword and attack the yellow-robed old man's soul. With his soul being attacked, the yellow-robed old man's battle intent fell again and again. It was already not bad if he could use 70 to 80% of his strength. Yichen, I hope you don't regret this. The yellow-robed old man actually still had some trump cards that he hadn't used. However, he knew that the current Yichen had already matured. Even if he used his trump cards, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Instead, he would expose his own trump cards. Furthermore, his soul had been slightly injured. If he didn't immediately think of a way to heal it, it would be too great a side effect on his future cultivation. So, after saying that, the yellow-robed old man ignored Patriarch Blackwater. He directly transformed into a yellow cloud and tore through the void, flying away. You! The Heavenly King was scared silly. Even Patriarch Blackwater and the yellow-robed old freak, two Thear-cranked monarchs, couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. Instead, they were both injured by him. Now that the yellow-robed old freak had left, how could the Blackwater Alliance stop Yi Chen? Patriarch Blackwater, what do you think? I don't have much time to waste with you. In 3 breaths of time, if you don't tell me where the Blackwater Alliance's Jinyuan crystal treasury is, I'll kill you. It's not easy for you to cultivate to this level. If you die, you'll die in vain. Yi Chen knew that killing a titled monarch was very difficult. For example, he could only defeat the yellow-robed old freak, but he couldn't kill him. This was because the yellow-robed old freak's cultivation was too profound. Unless he continuously used soul attacks, even if Yi Chen exhausted his Jinyuan, he still wouldn't be able to kill him. As for soul light, Yi Chen could only use it 5 times. After that, he would lose his battle power. If he used it 4 times, he would at most be able to injure the yellow-robed old freak's soul, just like the Nirvana Demon Emperor. Moreover, the yellow-robed old freak definitely had more trump cards. If he wanted to kill him, Yi Chen only had 60% confidence. However, Patriarch Blackwater wasn't the yellow-robed old freak. Yi Chen had more than 90% confidence in killing him. You dare? As his flesh squirmed, Patriarch Blackwater's missing half of his body rapidly recovered. Hearing Yi Chen's threat, Patriarch Blackwater's face turned green, and his expression turned sinister. You tell me if I dare or not. As the sword domain enveloped Patriarch Blackwater, Yi Chen raised his right hand, and the Sky Scorpio sword shot out a 10-meter-long purple sword chi, which swept past Patriarch Blackwater's waist. The sword domain's restriction on Patriarch Blackwater was too strong, and Yi Chen's attack, in the sword domain, had doubled in both speed and power. Patriarch Blackwater only had time to move a dozen steps before he was fiercely brushed by the purple sword chi. With the protection of the supreme grade battle armor, the purple sword chi couldn't cut through. However, the powerful vibrating power wasn't something the armor could completely block. With a puff, Patriarch Blackwater's waist exploded into a bloody mist, and blood splashed out through the gaps of the armor. With the amplification of the sword domain, Yi Chen's heaven-inflicted sword had a huge destructive power against kings of the same realm. Ah! Patriarch Blackwater screamed miserably. He roared, Yi Chen, my cultivation base is over 1,500 years, and I can endlessly use the undying body to recover. You can't kill me. Blood lightning escape. The sanguine lightning escape was an escape technique recorded in the heavy water true thunder art. It allowed Patriarch Blackwater to escape countless calamities. With a whoosh, Patriarch Blackwater transformed into a sanguine bolt of lightning and shot into the distance. Let's see if your blood lightning escape is stronger or my orbital step is stronger. Orbital step was a space-profound movement skill created by Yi Chen based on the second style of the heaven-shattering sword arts. Its movement path was the same as the ripples of space, which was why it was called orbital step. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen's figure directly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Blackwater Ancestor's blood-colored lightning. His speed was unimaginable. Sword domain, maximum range. A majestic sword pressure was released, and the blood-colored lightning slightly paused. Kill. Without showing any mercy, Yi Chen slashed over. With a crack, the blood-colored lightning was split into 2, and Patriarch Blackwater tumbled out with a pale face. One of his right arms was gone, and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Chen, you are going too far. If I had known this would happen, I would have personally taken action and killed you to prevent any future troubles. Patriarch Blackwater felt despair. Even the blood lightning escape couldn't escape from Yi Chen's pursuit. He had no other means left. Stubborn fool. Big Dipper 7-star sword arts. Yi Chen was a little angry. This old man wouldn't repent until he saw his coffin. There was no need to be polite with him. Countless meteor sword beams shot out towards Patriarch Blackwater. Patriarch Blackwater was about to circulate his cultivation technique and condense an illusory armor, but Yi Chen was one step ahead of him. A soul light struck his sea of soul, making him unable to control his quintessential essence. Clang! Clang! Patriarch Blackwater was sent tumbling by the meteor sword beams, and his quintessential essence flowed rapidly. The Big Dipper 7-star sword arts was a powerful sword art among the imperial sword arts. As long as Yichen didn't stop, he could use it forever. In the void, only meteors could be seen. Stop, quickly stop. I will tell you where the quintessential essence crystal treasury is. Patriarch Blackwater was afraid. Not only was his quintessential essence flowing rapidly, but his injuries were also worsening. Yichen's destruction sword intent was a great counter to the undying body, and it became more obvious as time went on. Take me there now. Yichen stopped attacking. Alliance Master, are we really going to take him to the quintessential essence crystal treasury? Sky King transmitted to Patriarch Blackwater. Patriarch Blackwater replied coldly, let him be arrogant for a while. When he leaves, I will immediately join forces with the demon god cult, Black Fiend Island, and Old Monster Red Water to attack the Yi clan. Sky King hesitated and said, Xianxia and Demon Flower Emperor will definitely help him. It won't be easy to deal with him. Our Blackwater alliance is already established. We need to join forces with more titled monarchs. Didn't Patriarch Golden Turtle say he wants half of the devoured islands? I will agree to it. Patriarch Golden Turtle. Sky King jumped in fright. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was an old antique who had not appeared in the world for a very long time. Not many people knew of him. The outside world only knew of the Void Emperor, and other famous titled monarchs. Little did they know that among the titled monarchs, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was definitely a character several times stronger than the Void Emperor. 100 years ago, the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor had once made a move and sent the powerful Battle Heaven's Elephant Emperor flying several thousand miles away, shocking the entire monarch realm. This time, Patriarch Golden Turtle came out of seclusion and sent a messenger over to ask Blackwater Alliance to hand over half of the devoured islands. Patriarch Blackwater was a bit hesitant, but now, he had no other choice. With Patriarch Golden Turtle taking action, whether it's Demon Flower Emperor or Xianxia, they are nothing to worry about. Alliance Master is wise. Sky King looked at Yichen with a trace of pity. Forcing me to make a choice. This time, I want him to spit out everything he took. I heard that the Yi clan still has 81 spirit veins. I will take them all. Blackwater Alliance's Jinyuan crystal treasury wasn't on Blackwater Island, but at the bottom of the sea far away from it. It was covered in a large amount of silt, and under the silt was a naturally formed rock layer. Inside the rock layer, there was a formation with a soul stone as the core. It was easy to ignore it with soul power. If not for Patriarch Blackwater leading the way, Yichen definitely wouldn't be able to find this place. Entering the Jinyuan crystal treasury, Yichen finally knew how rich Blackwater Alliance was. Not only were there mountains of Jinyuan crystals, there were also countless upper-grade spirit stones, and even a lot of extreme-grade spirit stones. Without any hesitation, Yichen directly plundered all the Jinyuan crystals. After a rough count, there were at least 30 million quintessence crystals here. 2 million quasi-low-grade Jinyuan crystals could increase Yichen's cultivation base by 50 years. 30 million quasi-low-grade Jinyuan crystals could increase his cultivation base by more than 750 years. Adding Yichen's original cultivation base, it was more or less 1,000 years. There was still a big gap between 1,000 years of cultivation base and 1,000 years of cultivation base. 1,000 years of cultivation base meant that one's cultivation base wouldn't be too weak, and rarely would one run out of Jinyuan. Even if one encountered someone with a higher cultivation base, one would at least have the confidence to fight back. Otherwise, with Yichen's 200 years of cultivation base, he would be easily exhausted by his opponent. After all, which titled monarch didn't have 1,000 years of cultivation base? Watching from the side, Patriarch Blackwater felt a bit regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have promised Yichen to give him 3 million Jinyuan crystals a year. It should be known that these 30 million Jinyuan crystals were decades of savings of Blackwater Alliance. Although the Devouring Island could produce 20 to 30 million Jinyuan crystals a year, at least half of it was given to life and death kings who knew about it. The remaining 90% was divided among the 20 life and death kings of Blackwater Alliance. Under normal circumstances, it would be good if Patriarch Blackwater could save 2 million Jinyuan crystals a year. The increase of cultivation base requires a more powerful mind and soul. In a short period of time, he can only use a few million Xinyuan crystals at most. Patriarch Blackwater comforted himself. He didn't believe that Yichen could convert 30 million Xinyuan crystals into cultivation base at once. It was almost impossible. After plundering all the Xinyuan crystals, Yichen waved his hand, and the mountainous pile of supreme-grade spirit stones turned into a flood and flowed into his storage ring. Yichen, you! Blackwater Ancestor was furious. The most important thing in the treasury was naturally the 30 million Xinyuan crystals, followed closely by the 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones. Although supreme-grade spirit stones were not as valuable as Xinyuan crystals were, after all, rare commodities. If not for the Devouring Island, it would be impossible for Blackwater Alliance to have so many Xinyuan crystals. It could be said that supreme-grade spirit stones were the hard currency among the kings of Elysium. Yichen taking away more than 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones in one go infuriated Blackwater Ancestor. Yichen glanced sideways at him and didn't pay any attention to him. Resources had to be fought for by oneself. Yichen naturally didn't want to seize the resources of those upright people. However, the Blackwater Alliance was different. If he didn't seize them, Yichen would have to work 10 times harder to reach the peak. In this world, only the strong were respected. In fact, any world could only be ruled by the strong. Yichen didn't want to change the world. Therefore, he wanted to be the strong of this world. After taking more than 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones, Yichen had more than 7 million supreme-grade spirit stones on him. Among them, more than 1 million belonged to the Fire Emperor. He originally had less than 1/10 of the total. As for the remaining upper-grade spirit stones in the Xinyuan crystal treasury, Yichen mercilessly plundered them. He had no use for the upper-grade spirit stones, but the Yi family or the martial sect he would establish in the future would be able to use them. If one wanted to continue to prosper, resources would be a necessity. The consumption of resources for a martial sect would be terrifying. Worthy of being the Blackwater Alliance. There are more than 800 million upper-grade spirit stones. Adding the ones I have on me, I have more than 1 billion. What kind of concept was 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones? It was enough to support a 5th-grade sect for countless years. A titled monarch might not use upper-grade spirit stones to cultivate, but upon seeing 1 billion upper-grade spirit stones, they would definitely snatch them back. Patriarch Blackwater, thank you for your hospitality. The grudge between us has been settled. Goodbye. Yichen could not wait to use the quintessential crystals to increase his cultivation. As soon as he spoke, he executed the lunar path and disappeared from the quintessential crystal treasury. When he reappeared, he was already on the surface of the ocean. Whoosh, Yichen flew through the air. Damn it, I must kill him. Ancestor Blackwater roared and cracked the quintessential essence crystal treasury with a palm strike. Seawater surged in through the cracks. Kill him. Heavenly King was also very aggrieved. He watched helplessly as Yichen plundered all the wealth of the Blackwater Alliance. Although this wealth had nothing to do with him, he was envious. He never expected Patriarch Blackwater to have so much wealth. Alliance Master, are we going to Golden Turtle Island now? The Sky King asked. Patriarch Blackwater took a few deep breaths and said with a gloomy voice, I want to recover my soul injury first, then go to Golden Turtle Island to discuss the matter of destroying the Yi family and killing Yichen. The soul injury could not be delayed for even a moment. It was related to Patriarch Blackwater's future. Fortunately, the Blackwater Alliance was a big family, and there were still some treasures that could heal soul injuries. As for dealing with Yichen, this matter would have to be planned out in the long run. He did not want to teach the latter a lesson and make him spit out all the resources he had swallowed. He wanted to completely kill Yichen and destroy the entire Yi family. The men would be killed by 1,000 cuts and thrown into the ocean to feed the fish, and the women would all be beaten into slaves. Yichen is dead for sure this time. Once Golden Turtle Ancestor makes a move, how can he survive? Sky King seemed to be able to see the scene of Yichen's unwillingness to die. Returning to the Yi family in South River region, Yichen immediately went into closed-door training and started refining Xinyuan crystals to increase his cultivation base. This was a spacious stone room. The length and width of the room were each more than 300 feet, and the height was more than 10 feet. There were lamps hanging on the walls, and in the center of the room, there was a square stone platform with a navy blue praying mat placed on it. Sitting on the cushion, Yichen rubbed his storage ring with his fingers. Suddenly, a huge amount of Xianxia crystals poured out, forming a small hill beside the stone platform. I wonder if these 30 million Xianxia crystals can reach my saturation limit. No one could endlessly increase their cultivation base, and it was impossible for Yichen. Without a powerful mental state and soul, even if one refined 100 million Xianxia crystals into Xianxia, the Xianxia would leak out and scatter in the world, which would be a waste of effort. Normally, a life and death king who had just entered life and death realm would not have more than 100 years of cultivation base. Geniuses would not have more than 300 years of cultivation base. After reaching the saturation limit, one would have to slowly increase the mental state and soul strength. For example, if one only had the strength of 100 gene, but after going through arduous training, it would become 150 gene, 200 gene, and even more. This required a process, and could not be accomplished in one go. However, Yichen not only had a powerful mental state and soul, but his martial art was also a heaven realm martial art, which was top-notch in every aspect. This meant that he would be able to bear more cultivation base, but where his limit was, even Yichen did not know. Begin refining. With a wave of his hand, more than 100,000 Xianxia crystals floated above Yichen's head. With the circulation of green lotus sword arts, a powerful Xianxia wrapped around these crystals and rapidly refined them. After attaining the undying body-flesh derivation realm, Yichen's entire body could store Xianxia except for the Sea of Soul. Of course, the Dantian could store the most Xianxia. Only after reaching the blood rebirth realm would the Dantian gradually lose its function and become indistinguishable from the other parts. 100,000 Xianxia crystals, 500,000 Xianxia crystals, 2 million Xianxia crystals. Xianxia crystals were excessively pure. With just a bit of refining, they could be converted into Xianxia. In a short 2 hours, Yichen's cultivation base increased by another 50 years, surpassing 300 years. The refining continued. 350 years of cultivation base. 400 years of cultivation base. 600 years of cultivation base. A horrifying aura filled up the entire stone room. If it were not for the fact that the stone room was covered with a restriction, it would not be able to handle the powerful pressure from Yichen's body at all. Soon, Yichen's cultivation base surpassed 800 years. It seemed like there was no limit on Yichen's body. His cultivation base increased faster and faster, showing no signs of slowing down at all. 900 years, 1,000 years, boom, the stone room shook slightly. The light on the surface kept flashing. This was a sign that the aura was so powerful that it clashed with the restriction. 1,050 years, 1,080 years, in the end, Yichen's cultivation base stopped at 1,080 years. It was not because Yichen had reached his limit, but because the 30 million Xianxia crystals had been used up. Opening his eyes, Yichen slowly let out a mouthful of turbid qi. This mouthful of turbid qi was so powerful that it even melted part of the restriction on the stone room's surface, making a sizzling sound. 1,080 years of cultivation base is actually not my limit. Yichen smiled bitterly. Then, he burst out with a heroic spirit. This meant that he could continue to use external items to raise his cultivation base. With his current cultivation base, although he was still at the bottom among titled monarchs, his potential was limitless. Sooner or later, he would surpass 2,000 years, or even 3,000 years, and reach the level of the Dragon King. Creak, clenching his fist tightly, Yichen felt a volcanic eruption of energy rushing to the center of his fist. The level of one's cultivation base did not have much of an impact on one's battle prowess. However, it did not mean that there was no impact at all. The higher one's cultivation base, the more Xianxia each move would contain. Their battle prowess would more or less increase. At this moment, Yichen's battle prowess had reached a whole new level. All of a sudden, Yichen felt his consciousness becoming clearer. Without using any soul power, he could clearly feel the subtle changes of the heaven and earth, the undulations of the air, the fluctuations of the restriction's power. Everything was vivid in his mind. The flowers and grasses outside the stone room were growing tenaciously. When the wind blew through the leaves, it transmitted an imperceptible energy into the room. He could even feel a trace of the undulations in the depths of the earth. My cultivation base has suddenly increased by several times, allowing me to experience the changes of this world. Yichen suddenly understood. Life was like a magnetic field. When one was weak, the magnetic field would be too weak, and the outside world would be hazy. One would need to use the naked eye to see and observe. The spirit body was just a body, and it did not have the advantage of observing the outside world. On the other hand, cultivation base was what a person had the most contact with the outside world. This was because cultivation base was transformed from the yuan qi of the world, and it was the bridge between humans and the world. 1,000 years of cultivation base could be said to be a checkpoint for life and death kings. After crossing it, a whole new world would appear before Yichen's eyes. Defensive sword art. Pensive, Yichen's thoughts moved, and the Sky Scorpio sword floated out, splitting into 3, then 60, 62, 64, 66. Unknowingly, Yichen's defensive sword art had already surpassed the level of 64 swords, and he could already use the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Apart from this, Yichen could clearly feel that his soul strength was increasing. The amount of soul didn't change, but the soul strength increased. This was a qualitative improvement. For example, although the soul of Yuan Emperor's doppelganger was not much, its quality was too frightening. It could use a powerful soul attack like Primordial Spirit Lock to obliterate the opponent's soul source. On the other hand, Yichen's soul attack could only injure the opponent's soul. Among life and death kings, there were strong and weak souls. The increase in quantity was very slow, but the increase in quality could be a bit faster. The strengthening of the soul was closely related to the increase in cultivation base. After each saturation, the process of breaking through the limit was also the process of the soul strengthening. If the soul didn't strengthen, how could it bear more cultivation base? Of course, Yichen was an exception. He hadn't reached the saturation limit, but because his cultivation base had suddenly increased from 200 years to 1,000 years, the improvement was too huge, causing a change in his soul. Before, Yichen's soul hadn't been completely aroused. Just like the majority of people's brains, some people were smart because their brains were developed to a high degree. So it turns out that my soul potential has not been fully activated. Yichen understood. No wonder he felt that although his comprehension had increased, it was not 10 times that of others. At most, it was only a few times. It seems like I can start creating the third movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell now. The first movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell was Waning Moon, and the second was Congealing Water. The third movement was very difficult for Yichen, mainly because Yichen's Metal Profound and Water Profound had already reached completion. With these 2 profounds as the foundation, creating a powerful sword movement was not something that could be done in a day, and required a lot of accumulation. In the sword world, Yichen had seen thousands of sword arts. Adding on the increase in his comprehension, he felt that it was time to create the third movement of the Autumn Water Sword spell. But before that, there was one more thing he had to do, which was to integrate the Yi family, the Sky Cloud Martial School, and the Changtian Martial School, and create a new martial school. Chen actually, I have wanted to talk to you about this for a long time. Spirit Beauty Peak, one of the main peaks of the Yi family. In the courtyard at the top of the peak, Yi Tianhao, Xianxia, and Yichen were drinking tea at the stone table. Father. Yichen looked at Yi Tianhao. Xianxia smiled and said, I have discussed with your father, and we feel that you should create a martial school. With your current position, only the founder is worthy of your identity. Plus, we also know that you can't let go of the Sky Cloud Martial School. If you don't create a martial school, it will be hard for you to take care of the Sky Cloud Martial School. If you don't create a martial school, it will be hard for you to take care of the Sky Cloud Martial School, and there will be a grudge in your heart. In that case, why not create a martial school? Many martial schools have many families anyway. Families and sects did not contradict each other. Sects were all about the origin, and could accommodate families. For example, in some sects, there were many factions, and some families were the most powerful. Families, on the other hand, focused on bloodline and loyalty. After all, everyone had the same blood flowing in their veins. However, families also had their weaknesses, and that was that they could not stay strong for long. After all, no matter how many people there were in a family, it was still limited. With enough luck, it was fine to have many geniuses, but without enough luck, the family would decline. Although the Yi family was a fifth-rank family now, if Yi Chen was not here, in a few hundred years, the Yi family might become a ninth-rank family again, or even not. Sects were different. As long as you were a genius, you could be recruited into the sect and trained well. If you were good, loyalty would not be a problem. The entire Elysium out was out. Out that there were no geniuses. What do the others in the family think? Yi Chen asked. Yi Tianhao said, most of them support it. Only a few are not willing to give up on the Yi family's glory. They think that creating a new sect is not good for the Yi family. But the minority follows the majority, so it's normal for some to oppose it. Oh right, Chen what do you want to name this sect? Xin Yuqing asked curiously. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Although nothing has been decided yet, I've thought of a name. Let's call it Sword Master, my original title. Sword Master. Sword Master. Yi Tianhao and Xin Yuqing's eyes brightened up. Sword Master was Yi Chen's title in the master level, which meant that it was way too powerful. But, it also brought a lot of trouble. Judging by the name alone, amongst all the sword martial schools, the Sword Master would definitely be the most powerful one. Good name. Yi Tianhao could not help but shout. But, what about Sky Sword Continent? Xin Yuqing was a bit worried. Sky Sword Continent was the holy land of sword arts. Since Yi Chen named the sect Sword Master, the king-level warriors of Sky Sword Continent would definitely be very dissatisfied. They might even come to cause trouble. A king-level warrior coming to cause trouble was not a small matter. In the future, when people from Sword Sect went out, it would be very dangerous. Yi Chen smiled, it's okay. The sect has not been created yet. Once it is, I will be confident. Creating a sect was not a small matter. He had to confirm it first. After all, whether it could be created or not was still unknown. It depended on the attitude of Sky Cloud Martial School and Zhang Tian Martial School. Of course, if he could establish it, his burden would be even heavier. He had to increase his strength as fast as possible. Once his battle strength reached the level of a 5-star tyrant, even if Sky Sword Continent wanted to provoke him, they would have to think twice. If he could reach 6-star battle strength, no one would dare to provoke him. That would simply be seeking death. The current leader of Sky Cloud Martial School was Luo Hanshan. In the main hall, not only Luo Hanshan was there, but also the Supreme Master and many inner elders of Sky Cloud Martial School. I agree to merge Sky Cloud Martial School with the new sect. Everyone knows about Yi Chen's power and potential. He will definitely make this new sect one of the top few martial schools in Elysium. If Sky Cloud Martial School does not agree to join the new sect, although there might be a life and death realm warrior in the future and turn it into a rank 5 martial school, that will be during peaceful times. Right now, the alien race's calamity is approaching, and Yi Chen is only one person. He cannot protect both the Yi family and Sky Cloud Martial School at the same time. At that time, whether Sky Cloud Martial School can survive or not is still unknown. Right now, Luo Hanshan's cultivation base had already reached the peak of Mid-Sea of Soul's realm, only one step away from Late Sea of Soul's realm. However, his wife, Zhu Mei, was even more powerful, having already reached Late Sea of Soul's realm. The two were now one of the top 5 warriors of Sky Cloud Martial School. The leader of the top 5 was Zhang Haoran, who had reached the peak of Late Sea of Soul's realm. I agree as well. Zhang Haoran had calmed down a lot. Between his eyebrows, there seemed to be a sense of determination and dignity. Leader, actually, we can also temporarily join this martial school and leave after the alien race's calamity is over. After all, Yi Chen is our great master. He should not make things difficult for us. Some of the older inner masters were not willing to join the new martial school. They had too deep feelings for the Sky Cloud Martial School, and they did not want the school to disappear in the long river of history. Luo Hanshan sighed and said, the leader position of a martial school is not only passed down from generation to generation, but also to the most capable ones. Actually, there is nothing wrong with joining this martial school. It is not like becoming someone else's slave. As long as you have enough talent and achievements, in 100 years, or even hundreds of years, anyone would have the chance to become the leader. Moreover, Yichen suggested that the new martial school should have 3 main halls, one of which would be the Sky Cloud Hall. The hall leader would be our Sky Cloud Hall. Luo Hansan did not have any ambition for the position of the leader. He had always been envious of Yichen, who had been traveling around the world. For him, or for most of the geniuses, cultivation was the most important thing. As for the founder of the Sky Cloud Martial School, it was not Luo Hanshan's ancestor. Every generation, the most capable person would be the leader. If Yichen had agreed, he would have become the leader of the Sky Cloud Martial School. Therefore, deep down in Luo Hanshan's heart, he did not think it was a big deal to join a new martial school. He believed that after tens or hundreds of years, people would also develop feelings for the new martial school. Since there are people who agree and people who disagree, let's vote by raising our hands. At this moment, Luo Xianxia, Luo Hanshan's father, stood out. Yes, let's vote by raising our hands. Cloud Dreamer and Thunder Freer also nodded. In the end, there were still a lot of people who agreed. It was mainly because everyone respected Yichen. Those who were against it were actually not without hesitation. Being able to join Yichen's sect was more or less attractive. After deciding to join Yichen's martial school, Luo Hansan sent a messenger to the Yi family on the same day. Only the Eternal Sky Martial School is left. Yichen did not expect things to go so smoothly. But, thinking about it, it did make some sense. The martial schools in Elysium were not the same as those in the movies in Yichen's previous world. Only those who had the ability could become the leader, and there was no such thing as inheritance. As long as one had the power and talent, they would be respected wherever they went. Eternal Sky Martial School is Senior Battle King's martial school, and I can be considered half a disciple of Senior Battle King. It should not be a problem. His body flickered as Yichen tore open the space and rushed toward the Blood Sky continent. While Yichen was heading toward the Blood Sky continent, 6 figures were flying toward the True Spirit continent from the West Ocean. Among these 6 people, 2 were precisely Black Water Ancestor and Yellow Robe Ancestor. Black Water Ancestor and Yellow Robe Ancestor seemed to have recovered. Golden Turtle Ancestor, if we just barge into the True Spirit continent and attack the Yi family, won't the other martial schools be unhappy and think that we are too arrogant? The one who spoke was a skinny old man in black robes. He was not an ordinary person, but the Black Fiend Emperor, the leader of the Black Fiend Island. The middle-aged man in blue robes next to him was the leader of the demon god cult, the Earth Demon Emperor, and the one in red robes was the Red Water Ancestor. As for the one in gold robes with a thick back and wide shoulders, he was the leader of the West Ocean's Golden Turtle Island, the Golden Turtle Ancestor. A total of 6 emperors were flying toward the True Spirit continent. Golden Turtle Ancestor sneered, "Don't worry, the True Spirit continent is not some tiger's den. If I can go in, I can come out. Plus, they probably don't have the guts to stop me." Of course. Everyone says that Su King is powerful, but Su King is nothing compared to you. Blackwater Ancestor flattered Golden Turtle Ancestor. Haha, I'll take this opportunity to see if that Yichen has 3 heads and 6 arms. Also, if that Xianho dares to come, I'll bring her back. Such a beautiful woman is the most suitable to be my Golden Turtle Ancestor's wife. Golden Turtle Ancestor often went into seclusion. Before he went into seclusion, Xianho had not yet been born. Apart from Xianho, there is also the Demon Flower Emperor, who is also a beauty. Blackwater Ancestor sneered. Alright, I'll bring him back as well. Golden Turtle Ancestor's voice carried an unquestionable aura, as if no one could stop him if he wanted to get something. We have arrived at the True Spirit continent. At this moment, everyone saw the coastline through the space barrier. Blood Sky Continent, Eternal Sky Sect, things went smoothly. Without much persuasion, all the elders of Eternal Sky Sect agreed to join Yichen's sect. Sect leader Li Changtian did not object either. After all, Yichen was the ancestor's disciple. Plus, Eternal Sky Sect's days in the Blood Sky Continent were not good. They could not always trouble Yichen to protect them. After receiving the reply from Eternal Sky School, Yichen was in a good mood, so he went to Chaotic Demon Ocean. Morong Qingqing was still in seclusion, but the Demon Flower Emperor said that within half a year, Morong Qingqing would be able to comprehend life and death and enter the life and death realm. At that time, she would be able to completely awaken the demon's power. At that time, she would know which race of demons she had inherited. For example, the Demon Flower Emperor had inherited the Flower Demon bloodline. Golden Turtle Ancestor, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. I wonder what brings you to True Spirit Continent? In True Spirit Continent, Golden Turtle Ancestor and the other 5 were blocked by a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. Golden Turtle Ancestor grinned, Ling Tianxiu, I don't think I need your permission to come to True Spirit Continent, do I? The middle-aged man in luxurious clothes was none other than the famous Su King, whose real name was Ling Tianxiu. Su King smiled lightly, you don't need my permission, but I don't need yours to stop you either. Humph, Golden Turtle Ancestor's face turned cold, you think you can stop me? You can try. Facing the incomparably powerful Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, the illusionary Emperor's expression remained the same. His eyes seemed to contain the void, devouring the heavens and earth. His imposing manner was not inferior to the domineering aura of the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. Alright, I want to see how much you've improved in the past few decades. Golden Turtle Ancestor had been in seclusion for decades. Decades ago, Su King was a junior in his eyes, and now, he was still a junior. Boom, opening his mouth, Golden Turtle Ancestor shot out a beam of golden light towards Su King. As soon as it appeared, the whole world seemed to have lost its color, and the space seemed to have melted. Golden Turtle Ancestor, do you think you can beat me back with just a beam of light? Su King sneered and reached out with his right hand. Pooh, the golden light was extinguished, and Su King's hand seemed to contain the power to tear the world apart. Good, seems like you've grown a lot stronger. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was slightly surprised. He was a demonic beast, and the demonic power that came out of his mouth was not inferior to an ordinary ultimate move. This was the breath of a demonic beast. 4 moves of gold breaking. Sensing Su King's strength, the Golden Turtle Ancestor became serious. With a grab of his hand, the palm force transformed into a golden dragon claw, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. It was incomparably huge, and the sharp claws were more terrifying than any weapon. They could probably tear apart an ordinary top-grade defensive artifact and pierce through the body. Good timing. Raising his right hand, Su King struck out with his palm. Similarly, his golden palm blotted out the sky and was unstoppable. Rumble, the golden dragon claw and the golden palm collided fiercely, and the resulting shockwave tore the earth apart. Scorching lava spewed up, and flames soared into the sky. Blackwater Ancestor and the other 4 groaned and hurriedly raised their protective Jin Yuan, retreating several dozen li to avoid being injured by the shockwave. Below them, a small mountain range was instantly annihilated, as if it had never existed. The battle between 2 peak monarchs had far surpassed their imaginations. Peak of 5 stars. With his hands behind his back, the Golden Turtle Ancestor's expression sank. Su King's battle strength was not the rumored high-grade 5-star, but the peak of 5-star. Golden Turtle Ancestor, I'm not here to find trouble with you. I just want to ask, what is your purpose in coming to True Spirit Continent? Su King didn't intend to continue and asked. The Golden Turtle Ancestor pondered for a moment and said, my purpose this time is to annihilate the Yi clan. I shouldn't have violated your taboo, right? Su King's strength made the Golden Turtle Ancestor not dare to be unbridled. If the Yi clan had any relationship with Su King, then he would have to think it over. As for annihilating the Yi clan, it was basically impossible. Even when beating a dog, one must look at its master. The Golden Turtle Ancestor wasn't prepared to completely fall out with Su King. Yi clan? Su King glanced at the Golden Turtle Ancestor, then glanced at the Blackwater Ancestor and the others. He frowned and said after a while, move quickly. Don't cause too much of a commotion. Offending the Golden Turtle Ancestor and the other 5 monarchs for the sake of a Yi clan. If not for having nothing better to do, no one would be so bored as to interfere. Alright, a mere Yi clan won't waste too much of my time. The Golden Turtle Ancestor saw that Su King didn't stop him and laughed. He waved his hand and said to the Blackwater Ancestor and the others, let's go. Let's finish this as soon as possible. Su King gave him face, so he had to do the same. Not good. It's the Golden Turtle Ancestor, Is he heading towards South River region? Mysterious sect, Xianhou discovered the traces of the golden turtle ancestor and the others. When she realized that the golden turtle ancestor was heading towards South River region, Xianhou had a bad premonition. Apart from the Yi clan, there were no other 5th grade forces in South River region. Only the Yi clan barely had the qualifications to dispatch 6 titled monarchs. A space door appeared in front of her, and Xianhou stepped inside. This is the Yi clan? Not bad, there are actually so many great arrays protecting it. The golden turtle ancestor looked through the water and earth chain great array and the fire dragon burning sky great array. Break for me. Raising his right hand, the golden turtle ancestor clawed toward the Yi clan. Golden turtle ancestor, what are you trying to do? In front of the Yi clan, the space door opened. Xianhou pushed forward with her right hand, and space doors formed one after another, welcoming the golden dragon claw of the golden turtle ancestor. Pung 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 pung, the golden dragon claw was like a hot knife through butter, shattering a large number of space doors. When it approached Xianhou, its power was less than 10%, and it was shattered by Xianhou's finger. Xianhou has been waiting for you. The black water ancestor chuckled and said to the golden turtle ancestor, she is the world-famous Xianhou. What do you think, golden turtle ancestor? Haha, what a peerless beauty. The golden turtle ancestor laughed heartily. Yi clan, what happened? Yi Tianhao, Xin Yuqing, and the elders of the Yi clan walked out of their residences and looked outside. 7 kings. Even if they had never eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. How could they not know that the 7 people outside were all life and death realm warriors? Who had Yi family offended to attract the attention of 6 king-level warriors? If not for mysterious queen's interference, it would be hard to say whether Yi family's great formation would have been able to defend. That golden dragon claw was too frightening. Everyone, activate the great array. Yi Tianhao made a prompt decision and yelled. Whether or not the great array was controlled by someone was 2 different things. With someone controlling it, the array's might would be a bit stronger. Without someone controlling it, the might could only reach the standard. As Yi Tianhao's voice faded, hundreds of figures spread out, each standing on the control points of the great array. In the next moment, outside the Yi clan, the illusory mountains were connected by illusory rivers. This was the sign of the water and earth interlocking great array being activated at full power. It could block ordinary life and death kings for a long time, and even titled monarchs would find it hard to break it in 2 or 3 moves. Golden Turtle Ancestor, your Golden Turtle Island is located in the depths of the West Ocean. Why did you attack Yi clan after coming out of seclusion? If Yi clan has offended you in any way, I can compensate for it. Xianhou's beautiful brows creased as she said solemnly. Blackwater Ancestor said coldly, you probably don't know yet, but Yi Chen ran to my Blackwater Alliance and robbed over 100 million quasi-low-grade Jingyuan crystals, 20 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and several billion upper-grade spirit stones. If you can compensate for it, it won't be too hard to negotiate. Blackwater Ancestor was extremely malicious. Yi Chen had clearly taken over 30 million Jingyuan crystals, 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones, and less than 900 million upper-grade spirit stones. However, in his words, it was several times more. He clearly didn't intend to be kind, because he knew that Xianhou couldn't possibly have so much wealth. Are you sure? How could Xianhou believe Blackwater Ancestor's nonsense? I have Golden Turtle Ancestor as a witness. Blackwater Ancestor looked at Golden Turtle Ancestor. Golden Turtle Ancestor nodded and chuckled, Brother Blackwater has already promised me half of the Devouring Island. Yi Chen's actions clearly show that he doesn't put me in his eyes. If you can take out so many resources and follow me back to Golden Turtle Island, I can spare your clan. Otherwise, not even a chicken or dog will be spared. No chicken or dog will be spared. The yellow-robed old man also said viciously. Before coming here, he had already locked up the entire water ape race. This was the consequence of Yi Chen daring to offend him. If that's the case, then we can only fight. Xianhou's face was frosty. I'll play with her. You guys break into Yi clan. Golden Turtle Ancestor waved his hand and flew towards Xianhou. Hearing this, Blackwater Ancestor said viciously, today is the day of Yi clan's destruction. After that, it will be that little bastard's turn. After such a huge commotion, Yichen still didn't come out. He must have gone out. This made Black Water Ancestor very angry. Rumble, Black Water Ancestor was the first to attack. He used the Mystic Water Thunderbolt Palm of the Heavy Water True Thunder technique, causing the water and earth chain formation outside the Yi clan to shake incessantly. The yellow-robed old freak and the others also unleashed their ultimate moves. The yellow-robed old freak waved his hand and a huge yellow dragon slammed into the grand formation. The red-water old freak's ultimate move was a series of blood-red water blades. His weapon was a dark green saber that emitted a chilling light. The island lord of the Black Fiend Island controlled black skulls and blasted them out. However, among the 5 of them, the demon god cult sect leader, the earth demon sovereign, had the strongest attack. He formed seals with his hands and actually condensed a 3,000-meter-tall giant. The giant walked to the side of the grand formation in 2 to 3 steps and punched out with his fist. Door of Mystery, Steal the Sun. How terrifying was it for 5 titled monarchs to attack the Yi clan? Back then, Xianxia and the Demon Flower Emperor had only attacked the Terminator demon sect. Seeing this situation, Xianxia hurriedly set up layers of space doors outside the Yi clan. A clay bodhisattva crossing the river can't even protect itself. I should take care of myself first. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body shook. His entire body emitted a golden radiance like a small sun. With a ripping sound, he clawed at Xianxia, his golden dragon claw tearing apart the heaven and earth. Chaotic Demon Ocean, Lotus Island, courting death. The Yi clan's great formation was connected to Yichen's mind. As soon as the Great Formation suffered an attack, Yichen immediately sensed it. His figure flickered as Yichen shattered the void and rushed toward the True Spirit continent. Every step he took him hundreds of thousands of li. What's going on? Yichen didn't say what had happened. The Demon Flower Emperor was somewhat baffled, but he still followed behind Yichen from a distance. Black Water Ancestor, Yellow-Robed Old Man, you two are dead for sure. Yichen's eyes blossomed with ice-cold killing intent. The 5 titled monarchs attacked the Yi clan, and Xuanho's sky-stealing sun-swapping ultimate move could not stop them at all. In a short while, the spatial doors surrounding the Yi clan were all shattered. Activate the sky-burning dragon array. Yi Tianhao stood at the core of the array and poured his quintessential essence into the array. Roar! Outside the Yi clan, fire dragons emerged one after another, shaking their heads and wagging their tails as they charged at Patriarch Blackwater and the others. Petty tricks. Patriarch Blackwater smeared and slapped a fire dragon's head, easily killing it. The other fire dragons could not do anything to the 4 titled monarchs. At most, they could delay them. The Yi clan was in danger. Truly, each generation has its own talent. Your strength has actually reached the advanced 5-star level. Patriarch Golden Turtle did not use his full strength in the battle against Xianxia, but even so, he used 60 to 70% of his strength. But as time passed, he found that he could not suppress her. Same to you. The mysterious queen's face became more and more serious. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was indeed the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Although the battle seemed to be evenly matched, she knew that the opponent had not used his full power yet. Perhaps, he had not even used 80% of his power. No matter how she attacked or how she used her space profound to counterattack, the opponent could still defuse her attacks easily. Snow-filling universe. All of a sudden, the mysterious queen cast aside her space profound martial art and used an ice and wind profound martial art instead. Heavy snow filled the sky, and the snowflakes formed a hexagonal shape. Each snowflake seemed to be compressed from an iceberg, releasing an incomparably terrifying freezing air. When the freezing air spread out, even the space was frozen and cracked. In some areas where the freezing air was more concentrated, it formed a whirlwind-like freezing air current that rushed towards the Golden Turtle Patriarch. Embryonic form of a top-tier profound martial art. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was shocked. A peak-tier profound martial art was a super martial art created with 2 perfect profound as the foundation. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor could see that the mysterious Queen's Ice Profound and Wind Profound were already perfect. If it wasn't for the imperfect fusion, the power of this move could be increased by several times. Even so, this snow world filling was already considered a quasi-peak tier profound martial art, and its power could shake the world. 9 Palaces invisible armor. Not daring to underestimate this move, the golden turtle great ancestor roared, and a large amount of golden light burst out from his body, forming 9 pieces of golden armor. The golden armor was arranged in the shape of 9 palaces, protecting the golden turtle great ancestor. Kacha, the frozen air-drowned patriarch golden turtle. When the hexagonal snowflakes landed on the 9 pieces of golden armor, a series of muffled sounds erupted. As the muffled sound spread out, the frozen air that was several times stronger than before exploded crazily, causing Patriarch Blackwater and the other 400s of kilometers away to feel a strange chill. They could not help but take more than 10 steps back and circulate their protective quintessential essence or demonic power to the limit. Bang! The earth trembled as a glacier that was hundreds of meters tall smashed into the ground. At the center of the glacier, a faint golden light flickered. He actually sealed the great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island inside. Patriarch Blackwater's face was filled with disbelief. Xianxia is indeed worthy of being one of the most secretive people. Nobody knows where her bottom line is. The leader of the demonic god cult, Earth Demonic Emperor, said cautiously. The majority of Life and Death Kings knew that Xianxia's surface strength was around mid-5 stars. However, this time, the strength Xianxia revealed was clearly high-level 4 stars. Moreover, the last move, Snow World, truly had a world-shaking might. Even the great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was somewhat unable to withstand it. Unsurprisingly, Xianxia had been hiding her strength all along. I'm afraid I won't be able to seal him. Xianxia was not so optimistic. The strength of the great ancestor was not something that could be sealed easily. Even if Su King came, he might not be able to defeat the great ancestor. As expected, just as this thought flashed through Mysterious Queen's mind, a few cracks immediately appeared on the surface of the glacier. The cracks widened, and in the next moment, the entire glacier exploded with a boom. The golden turtle old ancestor walked out unscathed. The 9 pieces of golden armor outside his body sparkled, and traces of icy water dripped down. What a good move, Snow World. Now, I'll let you see my true strength. The great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was a demonic beast that was much older than the black dragon old ancestor. His original form was a golden turtle, and he had the bloodline of a giant dragon and a black shell tortoise. Because the tortoise shell on his back was innately imprinted with 9 palace patterns, his comprehension ability was much higher than that of demonic beasts, almost not inferior to humans. Thus, he was able to suppress the black dragon old ancestor and gain a great reputation among titled monarchs. Gold-shattering force style, heaven-collapsing earth-rending. With a wave of his claw, the space continuously exploded, giving people the feeling that the sky had collapsed. The earth's crust cracked, and the magnetic field changed, making people unable to stand stably. Great ancestor Golden Turtle, you are about to enter your coffin, yet you still came to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? At this moment, an incomparably huge black flower flew over and blocked the killer move of the golden turtle great ancestor. The golden dragon claw tore most of the black flower apart, and in the end, its power was exhausted. The majestic energy was sucked clean, and the black flower was restored to its original state. Who is it? Great ancestor Golden Turtle looked towards the source of the black flower. In the sky, a man and a woman flew over. The man was dressed in blue and was in his early 20s. The woman was dressed in a gorgeous black robe and had a cold appearance. They were Yi Chen and the Demon Flower Emperor. Great ancestor Golden Turtle, they are Yi Chen and the Demon Flower Emperor. Patriarch Blackwater sent a voice transmission to Great Ancestor Golden Turtle. Demon Flower Emperor, alright. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Great Ancestor Golden Turtle laughed out loud. He didn't think much of Yi Chen and the Demon Flower Emperor at all. It was as though Xianxia and the Demon Flower Emperor were already in his bag. As for Yi Chen, he was just a dead man and was nothing to worry about. It's said that Great Ancestor Golden Turtle has extraordinary means, but I don't believe it. Sister Yan, you and Yi Chen kill those 5 people. I'll deal with this old fellow. The Demon Flower Emperor said to Xianxia and Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head. I'm confident that I can deal with the 5 of them. I'll leave Great Ancestor Golden Turtle to the 2 seniors. It clearly wouldn't be easy for the Demon Flower Emperor to deal with Great Ancestor Golden Turtle alone. In terms of eyesight, he wasn't any weaker than the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia. He could tell that Great Ancestor Golden Turtle's combat strength was extremely terrifying. The three of you can attack together. Great Ancestor Golden Turtle sneered and grabbed with his hand. The golden dragon claw covered Xianxia, the Demon Flower Emperor, and Yichen. It was extremely domineering. Scram! The Demon Flower Emperor beckoned with his hand. The huge demon flower moved through the void and blocked the golden dragon claw. Yichen, since you are confident, be careful. The Demon Flower Emperor said to Yichen. All right. With a flash, Yichen appeared in front of Patriarch Blackwater and the others. Patriarch Blackwater, yellow-robed old monster, I let you go last time. I didn't expect you to be so reckless and want to destroy my Yi family. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Yichen's killing intent soared into the sky. You are Yichen. Be careful not to bite your tongue. Black Fiend Island Lord Black Fiend Emperor raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully. Yichen, do you think that you can stop the five of us with your strength alone? Let me tell you, I didn't go all out last time. In terms of strength, I, the yellow-robed old monster, may not lose to you. Regarding what happened that day, the yellow-robed old monster had been brooding. He felt that if he had been careful and guarded against Yichen's soul attack, his soul wouldn't have been injured. Today, he came to take revenge. Yichen, you should have thought of this day when you looted my Blackwater Alliance's true essence crystals. Today, we will not only destroy your Yi family, but we will also tear you into pieces. Patriarch Blackwater's aura was like a rainbow. He didn't think that Yichen had the possibility of fighting against the five of them. Is that so? In today's life and death battle, let's see who will bleed 5 steps. With his hand on the ice-cold sword hilt, Yichen's eyes gradually sharpened. The Yi family was already in chaos. Chen'er is back. What should we do? How can he deal with 5 titled monarchs alone? Some elders of the Yi family were worried. This matter didn't only concern Yichen's safety, but also the Yi family's survival. 6 titled monarchs were attacking, and all they could do was watch. There was no other way. They naturally hoped that Yichen could defeat the enemies, but the hope was too slim. Big brother, kill them. Yi Xian roared. He, who had killed before, had a strong killing intent. We are powerless. Everything depends on Chen'er. Yi Tianhao stared at Yichen without blinking. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Beside him, Shen Yuqing was also very nervous and held his breath. It's just Yichen. I'll take him down. The demon god cult's leader, the earth demon sovereign, was the first to act. With a thought, 1,000 zhang tall giant rushed towards Yichen and punched. Swish, Yichen had already released his sword domain. He moved and appeared behind the giant. There was a small hole in the giant's abdomen. Sword chi was flowing everywhere. Kill. Yichen sent out a orbital slayer secret sword at Patriarch Blackwater. At the same time, the silver vertical eye on his forehead opened and shot out a silver beam of light. This silver beam of light was more condensed than when he fought with Patriarch Blackwater. It had the tendency to transform into a sword light, and its speed was much faster. Pop, Patriarch Blackwater's head fell back as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. He had long been prepared for Yichen's soul attack. However, he didn't expect Yichen's soul attack to be much faster and more powerful than before. He didn't even have time to fully execute his soul defense mystic art before he was hit. Not good. Patriarch Blackwater roared inwardly. Chi, the invisible sword Chi was about to sweep past Patriarch Blackwater's head. I'm here. How can you be impudent? At the critical moment, the yellow-robed Patriarch sent out a golden jadeite silk finger. The thread-like finger force blocked the invisible sword Chi. In the end, the finger force dissipated and the invisible sword Chi weakened greatly. It only cut a bone-deep sword mark on the yellow-robed Patriarch's head. A trace of brain juice splattered out, but it wasn't enough to kill Patriarch Blackwater. Yichen, die. Seizing this opportunity, Earth Demon Emperor, Black Fiend Emperor, and Old Red Water Monster, the 3 titled monarchs, attacked Yichen together. 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Yichen didn't panic in the face of danger. The Sky Scorpio sword flew out of his hand and transformed into 64 sword images. The sword images combined and formed an 8 trigram sword array. The instant the 8 trigram sword array was formed, a shocking sword chi pierced through the 9 heavens. Go! With a point of his sword finger, the 8 trigram sword array was like a huge diagram that covered the 3. No matter how they dodged, they couldn't escape the attack of the 8 trigram sword array. 8 trigrams contained yin and yang, reversing the universe. What kind of attack is this? Earth Demon Monarch, Black Fiend Monarch, and Old Monster Red Water were horrified. They discovered that the 8 trigram sword array had not only locked down space, but even yin and yang were in chaos. Once yin and yang were in chaos, everything was in chaos. The space they were in was covered by a black and white yin and yang diagram. Yichen was expressionless. The sword control art was a mystical sword art. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the lethality. The Big Dipper 7-star sword art combined with sword domain was already one of Yichen's strongest killing moves. However, compared to the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, it was undoubtedly nothing. The 8 trigrams extermination sword art alone was not weaker than the Big Dipper 7-star sword art combined with sword domain. Once combined with sword domain, the power of the 8 trigrams extermination sword art was several times stronger than the former. More importantly, after his cultivation had increased to the 1,000-year level, Yichen's soul strength had increased greatly. The power of the sword control art had also increased. The combination of the two made the 8 trigrams extermination sword art extremely terrifying. Puff, sounds that sounded like bubbles rang out. The Earth Demon Sovereign and the Black Fiend Sovereign were sent flying, their bodies badly mutilated. Their auras were faintly discernible. As for Old Monster Red Water, who was the weakest, he was directly crushed into a mist of blood by the 8 trigram sword formation. His immortal body had not reached the blood rebirth realm. How is this possible? The yellow-robed old freak's eyes widened. It was extremely difficult for a titled monarch to kill a titled monarch. Although Old Red Water only had a low 5-star battle strength, it shouldn't be impossible for him to die in one move. To be able to kill Old Red Water in one move, one's battle strength had to be at least at the high 5-star level. Last time, when he fought Yichen, the latter seemed to be at mid 5-star level. How could he suddenly reach the high 5-star level? Yichen, you actually dared to kill Old Monster Red Water. Do you know that you have made a huge mistake? The yellow-robed freak couldn't accept this scene, and Patriarch Blackwater couldn't accept it either. A titled monarch had been killed just like that. There were only a few titled monarchs in the entire Elysium. If one died, there would be one less titled monarchs. Yichen had killed Crimson Water Freak. To Patriarch Blackwater, this was a crime. What a joke. Could it be that only you are allowed to kill me and I am not allowed to kill you? Today, all of you will die. The 8 trigram sword array took form once again and attacked Patriarch Blackwater. I'll fight you to the death. Patriarch Blackwater's body emitted a strong electric current. He was like a huge light bulb. With a boom, it was as if hundreds of lightning bolts had exploded at the same time. A hole was blasted open in the 8 trigram sword array, and a blood figure escaped through the hole. At the critical moment, Patriarch Blackwater used the forbidden technique of the heavy water true thunder art. At the cost of burning his cultivation, he managed to escape. You made me lose half of my cultivation, and I can't make up for it. I can only cultivate again. How hateful. The price to pay for using the forbidden technique was extremely high. Patriarch Blackwater originally had more than 1,000 years of cultivation, but after burning it, he was left with less than 700 years. The hatred he had for Yichen could never be washed away in this lifetime. Can you escape? How could Yichen let Patriarch Blackwater escape? The 8 trigram sword array continued to chase after him. Ah, Patriarch Golden Turtle, save me! Patriarch Blackwater shouted and rushed in the direction of Patriarch Golden Turtle. Oh? Patriarch Golden Turtle fought Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia alone. It looked like they were evenly matched. Seeing Patriarch Blackwater escape, he said, Yichen, spare his life, and I won't destroy your Yi family. Otherwise, no one will be spared. Before Patriarch Golden Turtle finished speaking, Patriarch Blackwater turned into a mist of blood. The might of the 8 trigrams extermination sword art was astonishing. It could be called a sure-kill sword art. You're dead. A green aura flashed across his face, and Patriarch Golden Turtle's body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant beast that looked like a dragon but not a dragon, a tortoise but not a tortoise. It was his true form, Golden Turtle. Golden Turtle carried a golden tortoise shell on its back, and it was as huge as a mountain. With a push of its limbs, the ground cracked. With a rumbling sound, Patriarch Golden Turtle turned into a giant beast and rushed towards Yi-Chen, ignoring the attacks of Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia. This old guy is really durable. Demon Flower Emperor naturally wouldn't let Patriarch Golden Turtle attack Yi-Chen. As she quickly formed seals with both hands, the demon flower took root in the ground, and countless demon vines shot out, binding Patriarch Golden Turtle tightly. Break! Patriarch Golden Turtle was extremely powerful, and his limbs exerted force, breaking the demon vines inch by inch. Snow filling heaven and earth. Xuanho's killer move came. Countless cold air erupted, and Patriarch Golden Turtle was frozen. Although it couldn't hurt Patriarch Golden Turtle, it could at least stop him for a while. Thank you, seniors. Yi-Chen didn't believe that he could fight against Patriarch Golden Turtle. His opponent's defense probably couldn't be broken by the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Swoosh, teleporting through the void, Yi-Chen chased after Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Patriarch Yellow-Robed fled very quickly. When he saw Patriarch Scarlet Water and Patriarch Blackwater die in Yi-Chen's hands one after another, he felt that something was amiss. He immediately flew away at his fastest speed. Patriarch Yellow-Robed, you won't be able to escape. Yi-Chen's cold voice entered Patriarch Yellow-Robe's ears. Patriarch Yellow-Robed roared, Yi-Chen, the alien race's calamity is imminent. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you will face the suppression of all the monarchs in the world. Don't think about other things. You are a titled monarch, and so am I. When you came to kill me, why didn't you think of the alien race's calamity? I, Yi-Chen, never provoke others, but I won't sacrifice myself for the so-called big picture. Those who kill will be killed. Today, you will die without a doubt. Yi-Chen's determination to kill Patriarch Yellow-Robed was extremely firm. No one could shake it. In this world where the strong were revered, there was no dignity to compromise. Whether it was the alien race or the human race, as long as they were enemies, they would be killed without mercy. On the other hand, if he died, the apocalypse would come. What did it have to do with him? Only by being alive would there be endless possibilities. Beast, you are not worthy of being a human. Patriarch Yellow-Robed was in despair. The distance between him and Yi-Chen rapidly shrank. Yi-Chen, who was proficient in the profound Tao of space, wasn't someone he could compare to. World extermination. The 8 trigrams sword array formed. Yi-Chan's sword fingers quickly pointed out. Boom, in the end, Patriarch Blackwater and Patriarch Redwater couldn't compare to the yellow-robed old man. His battle prowess was at the mid-tier of 5 stars. At this crucial moment, he activated the Daluo Yellow Robe, blocking behind him. However, the Daluo Yellow Robe wasn't omnipotent. It could only weaken a portion of the chi. The majority of the chi still landed on his back, blasting him away. I'm too far away. Patriarch Yellow-Robed, who was vomiting blood, didn't give up. Borrowing the momentum of the impact, he continued to flee. Truly hard to kill. The silver vertical eye on Yi-Chen's forehead opened, shooting out a silver beam of light. Patriarch Yellow-Robed staggered, but his speed didn't slow down. He had already been guarding against Yi-Chen's soul attack. He had used a soul defense secret art in advance. Yi-Chen's expression didn't change. He shot out the second soul light. The third soul light. Adding the soul light he had used on Patriarch Blackwater, Yi-Chen had used soul light a total of 4 times. With his soul power, he could only use it 5 times. After 5 times, his soul power would be exhausted, and his battle prowess would be reduced to less than 10%. Therefore, he couldn't use it for the 5th time. Fortunately, after 3 soul light attacks, Patriarch Yellow-Robe's soul had been injured. He couldn't control his Jin Yuan perfectly, and his speed had decreased imperceptibly. Die. With 1,000 years of cultivation, Yichen could use the 8 trigrams extermination sword art many times without any worries, bombarding the yellow-robed old man in front of him again and again. After the 7th attack, Patriarch Yellow-Robed, who had dominated the South Sea for countless years, instantly turned into a blood mist. However, the blood mist condensed once again, turning back into Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Is this the realm of blood rebirth? Yichen sucked in a breath of cold air. He naturally knew that titled monarchs were hard to kill, but he didn't expect it to be this hard. If he wasn't proficient in Space Profound, even if his battle prowess was stronger than Patriarch Yellow-Robed, he wouldn't be able to stop his opponent. He could only watch as the latter fled. Yichen, you can't kill me. Patriarch Yellow-Robe's voice was hoarse. Try it then. With a shift, Yichen finally caught up to Patriarch Yellow-Robed and blocked his path. Great Luo Yellow-Robe, explode. The old freak in yellow robe seemed to have been prepared for this. His long yellow robe suddenly covered Yichen before exploding violently. The resulting shockwaves stacked on top of each other, blowing up a huge hole in the 2 skies above his head. The chi flow shot up into the sky. Haha, it won't be so easy to kill me. This time, even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Patriarch Yellow-Robed felt carefree in his heart. He believed that he wasn't Yichen's match, so he pretended to be weak and chose to flee. Even though Yichen had heavily injured him many times, he still endured. He wanted to wait until Yichen relaxed and kill him in one strike, not giving him any chance. However, he had also paid a huge price. Yichen's attacks contained a destructive sword intent that was difficult to eliminate. Adding on the injuries to his soul, it could be said that without several years of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to fully recover. Apart from this great Luo yellow robe was also a rare top-grade treasure that he had coincidentally obtained. It was priceless. Choosing to explode the robe made his heart ache. But it was all worth it. As long as he could kill Yichen, so what if he destroyed the great Luo yellow robe? The great Luo yellow robe turned to ashes in the explosion. The flames even melted space. Patriarch Yellow-Robed coughed out several mouthfuls of blood, a smile on his face. He should be dead. He murmured. It's too early for you to be happy. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Patriarch Yellow-Robed. Impossible. Patriarch Yellow-Robed subconsciously turned his head. What welcomed him was the 8 trigram sword array with an aura of destruction. After losing the great Luo yellow robe and being heavily injured, he had less than 50% of his battle strength left. Patriarch Yellow-Robed only had time to let out a miserable scream before turning into a bloody mist. The bloody mist tried to squirm, but the destructive sword intent was too dense. The bloody mist squirmed several times before failing. Die. Yichen didn't give Patriarch Yellow-Robed any chance. The 8 trigram sword array turned the bloody mist to ashes, not leaving a single drop of blood behind. The yellow-robed old freak was dead, but his storage ring was left behind. Only an upper grade or supreme grade storage ring could survive the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. Of course, the yellow-robed old freak's storage ring would most likely not be an extreme grade storage ring. It should be a top-notch upper grade storage ring. Reaching out his hand, the storage ring that was flickering with a dim light landed in Yichen's hand. As a titled monarch, the yellow-robed old man's soul wouldn't be any weaker than Yichen's. Yichen wasn't in a hurry to erase the soul imprint on the storage ring. After putting it away, he turned around and flew toward the South River region. In just a short while, the two had already left the South River region. The one killed by Yichen seems to be a titled monarch. To be able to kill a titled monarch. Could it be that Yichen is also a titled monarch? As soon as Yichen left, 2 people appeared from the mountains below. They were both Sea of Soul Realm masters, but at this moment, their faces were filled with shock as they exchanged glances. It was their first time seeing titled monarchs fight and fall. It should be known that life and death kings were already high and mighty figures for them, and titled monarchs were legendary figures. Returning to the South River region, Yichen discovered that the Earth Demon Emperor and Black Fiend Emperor had escaped. Earth Demon Emperor and Black Fiend Emperor were not weaker than the yellow-robed old man, and they were both at the Blood Rebirth realm. A single 8 trigrams extermination sword art wouldn't be able to kill them. In the end, only the 4 titled monarchs, Demon Flower Emperor, Xianxia, and Yichen were left. Sword Domain. Yi Chan's Xinyuan surged as he released his sword domain, enveloping the old man within. The old man only felt the pressure around his body increase drastically. Even the posture of his dragon claw was a bit distorted as it smashed a mountain into pieces. Damn it! The Golden Turtle Grand Ancestor found it extremely difficult to fight against 3 conferred monarchs alone. If it were only titled monarchs with strong offense, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor wouldn't have the slightest apprehension. His defense made him innately invincible. However, Yi Chan and the other 2 were too unique. Demonic Flower Emperor's demonic flower could absorb his demonic energy and transform it into demonic energy to attack him, causing his demonic energy to constantly decrease. Mysterious Queen Space Profound and Ice Wind Profound made his hands and feet tied, unable to display his strength to the limit. Yi Chen's sword domain had reached the 3rd layer, which was close to Azure Sky Sword Emperor's. The restriction on him was even greater, and he could only display 80 to 90% of his battle strength. If not for his high defense, he would have been defeated long ago. Golden Turtle Patriarch, go back to your Golden Turtle Island. The Demon Flower Emperor said bluntly. Demon Flower Emperor, Xianho, Yi Chen, you 3 better remember this. The old man transformed back into his human form. His face alternated between green and white as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Leaving behind these ruthless words, the old man tore through the air and flew out of Yi Chen's sword domain. Victory! Everyone in the Yi family cheered. 6. Conferred monarchs had attacked Yi family, but in the end, 3 died, 2 escaped, and 1 escaped. It could be said that after this battle, no one would dare to attack Yi family anymore. With Yi Chen, our Yi family has hope for hegemony. The elders of Yi family were in high spirits. How long had it been since Yi Chen became a life and death king? In less than half a year, Yi Chen had already become a conferred monarch. Not to mention the current era, even in the ancient era, it would be shocking. Not only the people of Yi family, even the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianho were inwardly apprehensive about Yi Chen's progress. Demon Flower Emperor smiled, your current strength is not much weaker than mine. Seems like I won't be able to help you much in the future. Yi Chen's growth was too astonishing. While the Demon Flower Emperor was shocked, he also rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, he had made the right bet. With Yi Chen's rapid progress, Yi Chen might even be able to turn the tide and become invincible under the heavens. Once the foreign races were cleared out, he might even be able to cultivate for a few more decades. Then, it would not be impossible for him to clear the path to death. Yi Chen, it seems like I don't need to worry about you anymore. Xianho revealed a faint smile. High-level 5-star battle strength was more or less a peak battle strength in Elysium. As for those 6-star kings, they were rarely seen. Regardless, Yi Chen still has to thank the 2 seniors for their help. Without the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianho, although Yi Chen had the ability to protect himself, Yi family did not. He continued, Blackwater Ancestor is dead, and Blackwater Alliance is like a group of dragons without a leader. How about we divide the Devouring Island equally? Hearing Yi Chen mention the Devouring Island, Demon Flower Emperor nodded, the Devouring Island has great significance. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Therefore, I sent a messenger to probe Blackwater Ancestor. I didn't expect you to be one step ahead of me and rob the Xinyuan crystal treasury of Blackwater Alliance. Your current cultivation base should be more than 1,000 years, right? Yi Chen faintly nodded. Xianho said, the Devouring Island is too dangerous. If we follow the Blackwater Alliance's path, it will definitely not work. The warriors inside the island had all been tricked into entering. If they wanted to take over the island, they should not follow the original path. Otherwise, it would easily cause public anger. Who knows, some powerful figures might come out of the island and take revenge on them. They were not afraid, but they still had their own forces. Yi Chen said, I already had a plan. After taking over the island, I have decided to open up the secret of the island. After the warriors go in, besides the required amount of Xinyuan crystals for the Devouring Island's Holy Spirit, they would only need to pay a small amount of Xinyuan crystals to us every month. This way, they would be able to leave the island in the shortest amount of time, and not be stuck there for the rest of their lives. Plus, they would be able to earn a lot of money themselves. Although the amount of Xinyuan crystals each person would provide would be less, as time goes on, more and more people would be able to enter the island, and the total amount would increase as well. On the Devouring Island, astral-reaching realm warriors would need to pay 10,000 Xinyuan crystals, Seas of Souls realm warriors 50,000, and half-step king warriors 100,000. These Xinyuan crystals were not something that Yichen could control, since they were for the Holy Spirit. If possible, Yichen decided to discuss with the Holy Spirit and reduce the amount. Astral-reaching realm warriors would have to pay 1,000, Seas of Souls realm warriors 5,000, and half-step king warriors 10,000. After all, astral-reaching realm warriors would only be able to form 15 Xinyuan crystals per month. 10,000 Xinyuan crystals would be too much, and it would take 50 to 60 years for them to leave the island. If it were 1,000 Xinyuan crystals, they would be able to leave in 5 to 6 years. It would be the same for Seas of Souls realm warriors and half-step king warriors. This plan is not bad. The Demon Flower Emperor thought about it and felt that it would work. Xianxia also nodded and said, "Since this is the case, we will form an alliance near the island. We will each leave a consciousness body there in case someone tries to mess around." All three of them were titled monarchs. Even if their consciousness bodies only had 30% of their battling power, they would still be equivalent to top king warriors. Let's go. Let's go now. It would not be good if the other titled monarchs got there first. The Demon Flower Emperor said immediately. All right. After giving some instructions to the people of the Yi family, Yichen, Demon Flower Emperor, and Xianxia headed toward the Blackwater Alliance. The Blackwater Alliance still did not know about the death of the Blackwater ancestor. Seeing the three titled monarchs arrive, they exchanged glances, not knowing what was going on. Yichen said, "The Blackwater ancestor is dead. From today onwards, the Devouring Island belongs to our mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion." The alliance formed by the three was called the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. Mysterious represented Xianxia, Flower represented Demon Flower Emperor, and Sword represented Yichen. Together, it was easier to call it the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. "You guys can leave now," Xianxia said. "What right do you have to occupy the Devouring Island of our Blackwater Alliance? Is there any justice in this world? Even the leader of the Blackwater Alliance was killed by you." Not many people knew about the Blackwater ancestor attacking the Yi family. Only the Een Sky King knew. Yichen sneered, "The Blackwater ancestor, Golden Turtle ancestor, and the yellow-robed old monster attacked the Yi family. They deserved to die. Since you guys did not know, I will let it go. You just need to remember that the Devouring Island belongs to the Mysterious Flower Sword Pavilion. You guys can decide where you want to go." The three came to inform the Blackwater Alliance. They did not want to kill them or break up the Blackwater Alliance. They just wanted the Devouring Island. After leaving the Blackwater Island, the three headed toward the Devouring Island. They decided to talk to the Saint Spirit of the Devouring Island first. Devouring Island. The space rippled, and three figures appeared. "This is the Devouring Island?" Such a strange natural rule. It was the first time for Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia to come to the Devouring Island, so they were very surprised. "This is my second time here." Yichen sighed inwardly. When he first came, he was only at Sea of Souls realm, so he did not have much power to protect himself. The Saint Spirit had the power to kill them. But now, he was talking to the Saint Spirit as an equal. Plus, he realized that this Devouring Island could not stop them from tearing open the space and leaving. The Saint Spirit appeared. His body was transparent, and he had a pair of wings on his back. "Saint Spirit, I wonder if you still remember me?" Yichen smiled. The Saint Spirit studied Yichen. "Yes, I remember everyone who has entered the Devouring Island. Last time you came, you were at Sea of Souls realm. But now, even I cannot see through you." On the Devouring Island, the Saint Spirit was the ruler. But, he also knew that he could not compete with the three titled monarchs. They could easily wound him badly. "This time, I am here as a collaborator. As for the Blackwater Alliance, it does not exist anymore." Yichen looked at Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia. "They are also your collaborators." "Say it. As long as it does not harm my interests, I can accept it." The Saint Spirit's tone was filled with humanity. "Very good. This is also a great opportunity for you. I can guess that the reason why you need so many Xianxia crystals is probably to recover your own power, or to recover the Devouring Island's power. Yichen told the Holy Spirit his plan completely. I agree. The Saint Spirit was not stupid. He immediately understood Yichen's plan. For him, it was a huge benefit. What the Blackwater Alliance did was like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. After the discussion with the Holy Spirit, the plan was carried out immediately. Inside the Devouring Island, almost 99% of the people had never left. It was not that they did not want to, but they could not. Even if they were not exploited, it would still take them 50 to 60 years to pay the full amount of Xianxia crystals and leave. But now, everything was finally over. Hearing Yichen say that everyone could leave, most of the people cried tears of joy. They had never thought that they would be able to leave. It was like a lifetime ago. Yichen understood what they were feeling. Waiting for them to calm down a bit, he continued to say, the Devouring Island used to be a great place, but the Blackwater Alliance was greedy and lawless. I, Yichen, had also been tricked into coming here. Yichen, I remember you. Me too. A lot of people recognized Yichen. Yichen chuckled. It was not strange for so many people to remember him, since he was the one who had turned the Devouring Island upside down and taken 2 million Xianxia crystals from the Blackwater Alliance. I have already discussed with the Holy Spirit of the Devouring Island. We are going to change the rules. Astral Reaching Realm warriors will only need to pay 1,000 Xianxia crystals and you will be able to leave. Every month, you will only need to give us 2 Xianxia crystals. Sea of Souls Realm warriors will need to give us 5,000 Xianxia crystals and 10,000 Xianxia crystals. Half-Step King warriors will need to give us 20 Xianxia crystals each month. The rest will belong to you all. Therefore, after you leave today, you can come back in the future. I believe no one will think that they are rich enough, since Xianxia crystals are even more precious than extreme rank soul stones. Yichen, why should we believe you? Someone asked back. Yichen laughed, I am preparing to announce the secret of the Devouring Island. Do you think I would do something so dirty? After hearing what Yichen had said, no one doubted him anymore. Once the secret of the Devouring Island was announced, there would be no more lying. Plus, they did not believe that Yichen would lie to them. Otherwise, why would he do all that to let them out? Once the new rules were created, everyone in the Devouring Island left. Although some of them had just entered, they were still worried and felt that it was better to leave first. With regards to this situation, Yichen was not anxious. The Devouring Island was like a treasure bowl. As long as it was here, there would be an endless supply of wealth. Everyone in the world was after fame and fortune, so there was no need to worry about not having enough people. On the contrary, he was a little worried that the Devouring Island would not be able to accommodate too many people. The headquarters of the Profound Flower Sword Pavilion was established on the Crystal Island. That was an important place that the Blackwater Alliance used to attract warriors from all over. The Profound Flower Sword Pavilion had a total of 3 pavilion masters, the Demon Flower Emperor, Xianhou, and Yichen. They had an Elders Association and Duty Hall, and the 3 factions could send a portion of their people to take charge. After spending 3 days, the Profound Flower Sword Pavilion was established. All the members were in place and started to work in an orderly manner. And on this day, heavenly flowers began to fall from the sky. The heavenly flowers were 7 colors, tangible but intangible. They could be seen but not touched. Someone had entered the life and death realm. Moreover, it was the highest grade of 7-colored heavenly flowers, just like Yichen. It should be Marquis Sword Snow. Yichen sensed an ice-cold sword intent from the 7-colored heavenly flowers. It meant that the person who had entered the life and death realm was a sword artist who had comprehended the ice profound. Apart from Marquis Sword Snow, no one else could fit the description. Sky Sword Continent, there was a huge mountain range near the Snowflake Sword sect. At this moment, the eastern part of the mountain range was in a complete mess. Underground flames were spewing out, and Marquis Sword Snow, with snowflakes floating around him, was walking on the cracked ground. Shui Han, let me see how strong you are now. From afar, a figure shot over. Marquis Sword Snow raised his head and said respectfully, Elder Wu. This person was the Snowflake Sword Sect's Supreme Elder, a high-step king. Use your strongest attack. Don't worry. Unless you're a peak king, I won't be injured. Elder Wu smiled. Yes. Marquis Sword Snow held his breath and let out a sword strike. Bang! Elder Wu, who had raised his sword to block, retreated 3 steps. Boundless snowflakes exploded, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. High grade 3-star, no, it should be peak 3-star. Elder Wu was astonished at first, but soon turned ecstatic. He himself was a high grade 3-star, and yet Marquis Sword Snow had forced him back from a distance. This meant that the latter's battle strength had barely reached peak 3-star. If he was already at peak 3-star, when his profound improved, wouldn't he easily reach low grade 4-star, or even mid grade 4-star? Your sword domain has reached the 2nd layer? Elder Wu asked. Indeed. Marquis Sword Snow nodded. Haha, that's great. That Yichen merely entered life and death realm a few days earlier than you. In a few years, you'll be able to catch up to him. Elder Wu laughed heartily. The potential Marquis Sword Snow had displayed was not inferior to Yichen's. Although he might not be like Yichen, advancing at lightning speed after entering life and death realm, he would at least have the possibility of catching up to the latter. The reason why he was so certain was because of the battle strength one had reached the moment they entered life and death realm. If one was only low grade or mid grade 3-star, it would be difficult for one to catch up to Yichen. Without some heaven-defying fortune, one would have no hope of catching up. After all, Yichen was like the sun at high noon, and there were new transformations almost every day. If one didn't reach the peak in all aspects, there was no way one could compare to him. Coincidentally, on the 2nd day after Marquis Sword Snow entered life and death realm, 3 more people entered life and death realm. However, their movements were not as great as Marquis Sword Snow's. Among the 3, only one had 5-colored heavenly flower, while the other 2 had 3-colored heavenly flowers. However, the successive phenomena alarmed the major powers of Elysium. In half a year, 6 people had entered life and death realm, which was not a good sign. Could it be that the great calamity of the outsiders was about to begin? Regarding the great calamity of the outsiders, not to mention ordinary kings, even titled monarchs were flustered. They would be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity. It should be known that even in the ancient era, Elysium had almost changed masters, not to mention the current era, where there were only a few 6-star kings, and not a single 7-star king. There's not enough time. I can only stake it all. Some powerful kings came out of seclusion one after another, either entering the king-grade forbidden zones in search of treasures, or heading into the starry sky in search of opportunities. Blood Sky Continent, on a desolate plain, I, Thunder Spirit King, have finally become a life and death king. Holding the long blade in his hand, Thunder Spirit King raised his head and laughed heartily, his mood surging. Entering life and death realm was the starting point of cultivation. This was something many people knew. Not entering life and death realm was equivalent to not cultivating for the rest of one's life. Only by entering life and death realm could one comprehend a complete profound and understand the essence of the world. Apart from this, life and death kings had a lifespan of 1,000 years. If they could leave their native world, their lifespan could even reach 100,000 years. Compared to 100,000 years, 300 years of Sea of Soul realm was nothing. The continuous extravagance did not affect Yichen's cultivation at all. He had already started to create the 3rd style of the Autumn Water Sword spell. During his trip to the Sword World, Yichen had seen thousands of sword arts. Each of them represented a different understanding of the sword. Right now, Yichen's mind was filled with sword arts. What he needed to do was to integrate all these sword arts and create his own sword art. After 3 days, the 3rd style of the Autumn Water Sword spell had taken shape. A sword was shot out. It was smooth and soundless, but its power was enough to cut through everything. After a week, the 3rd style had reached completion. Pouring Jin Yuan into the sword, a jade gold sword aura immediately appeared. When the sword aura sliced through the air, there was not a single sound. The power was extremely reserved, like a stream of water. However, the destructive power it released shocked even Yichen. It contained the sharpness of gold. A sword technique that uses metal ultimacy and water ultimacy as the foundation is indeed extraordinary. Profound reaching completion was already an extremely high achievement. When the two were combined into one move, the power would naturally increase exponentially. Of course, Yichen also knew that in terms of moves, he could not compete with the majority of titled monarchs. That was because the majority of titled monarchs had cultivated their profounds to completion. The moves they created were no longer high-grade profound martial arts, but close to peak profound martial arts. For example, Xuanho's world-filling snow contained both ice and wind profounds. If it were not for the fact that it wasn't perfectly fused, it would definitely be a peak profound martial art. However, with the sixth-step destruction sword intent and sword domain, not only did Yichen make up for this disadvantage, he even surpassed it. Time flowed like water. After a month, the third style of the Autumn Water Sword spell was finally completed. In terms of power, it was almost on par with the 8 trigrams Extermination Sword art. Both had their own merits. One could unleash absolute power in both close and long-range combat, while the other needed distance to erupt with shocking destructive power. This made Yichen even more perfect and flawless. This move shall be called Broken Bones. The first style of the Autumn Water Sword spell was Waning Moon, the second style was Congealing Water, and the third style was Broken Bones. Broken Bones represented the ability to cut through everything, and its offensive power was extremely high. After completing the Broken Bones, Yichen did not remain idle. He still had to convert the 2 peak profound martial arts left behind by Fire Emperor into his own sword arts. Of the 2 peak profound martial arts left behind by Fire Emperor, one was Sky-Piercing Sun, and the other was Merciless Water and Fire. Yichen intended to research Merciless Water and Fire. Merciless Water and Fire, as the name implied, contained the Water Profound and Fire Profound. Yichen had already reached the completion of the Water Profound, and Yichen had long since started comprehending the Fire Profound. After entering the life and death realm, he could enter the state of one with the heavens at any time. This allowed him to raise the Fire Profound to the completion in half a year. In fact, apart from the Space Profound and Slow Profound, all the other profounds Yichen had comprehended had reached the completion. They were the Metal Profound, Water Profound, Wood Profound, Thunder Profound, Fast Profound, and the Earth Profound, which he had comprehended from the 5 Mountain Godly Fist. For experienced life and death kings, reaching the completion of 1 or 2 profounds was not difficult. What was difficult was comprehending the profounds to perfection. Yichen's comprehension was several times that of ordinary kings. Therefore, in half a year, he had comprehended many profounds to the completion. Water Profound and Fire Profound are diametrically opposed. Senior Fire Emperor actually fused the 2 profounds together and created a peak-grade profound martial skill. The more he researched Merciless Water and Fire, the more astonished Yichen became. He had a feeling that once this Merciless Water and Fire was converted into a sword art, its might would be incomparably astonishing. Even if his Water and Fire Profound were only at the completion, the might he could erupt with would not be inferior to ordinary peak-grade profound martial skills. Its might would be several times greater than the Autumn Water Sword art's third style, Broken Bones. Rumble, on the Spirit Cloud Peak, a huge rock was turned into nothingness by Yichen's sword. Not even a speck of ash was left behind. The huge roar was even louder than the thunder in the sky. Water and fire are completely opposite. The power produced is too terrifying. That sword just now was indeed the merciless water and fire. However, it was not at the entry level yet. Currently, Yichen could only fuse the profound of water and fire together. Even so, the lethality of this sword could already be seen. Although he had only used 30% of his strength, it was able to burst out 120% of its power. I wonder how terrifying this move will be after it is perfected. Yichen admired the Fire Emperor very much. The Fire Emperor's merciless water and fire had already reached perfection. Moreover, they were fused together perfectly. A normal top-rank profound martial skill would definitely be a few times weaker than the merciless water and fire. Apart from that, the Fire Emperor's glorious sunlight was even more terrifying. It contained 3 profounds, namely the profound of water, fire, and earth. The power that it could burst out was 10 times stronger than the merciless water and fire. Yichen guessed that the Fire Emperor's combat power was at least a 6-star advanced. However, thinking about the dead end, Yichen's heart sank. The Fire Emperor was so powerful, but he still couldn't break through the dead end. Even if the alien race's combat power hadn't reached 7-star, it should be at least a 6-star overlord. This was also because there weren't any powerful martial artists in Elysium. If there were powerful martial artists, how terrifying would the alien race's martial artists be? Yichen couldn't imagine it at all. If we don't leave the world we were born in, we can only live for 1,000 years at most. Our achievements will be limited. If we don't break through the dead end, Elysium will have no future. We will forever be trapped in this world by the alien race's martial artists. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen's eyes sharpened. One day, he would walk out of Elysium with a straight back. If people stood in his way, he would kill them. If Buddhas stood in his way, he would kill Buddhas. One man and one sword, he would carve out a future. Chen'er, someone wants to see you outside. A figure flew over. It was Yi Tianhao. Father. Withdrawing a sharp gaze, Yi Chen smiled. Who wants to see me? He said he came from Dan King Island. Yi Tianhao said. Pil King Island, Yi Chen's brows twitched. Pil King Island was a sacred land that had existed for more than 10,000 years. Everyone there was an alchemist proficient in alchemy. The current master of Pil King Island was not only proficient in alchemy, but he was also a high-step king. People called him the Spirit Dan King. It was rumored that the Spirit Dan King could already refine supreme rank mid-level pellets. His ability was even greater than the previous master. In the main hall of the Yi clan, a yellow-faced middle-aged man dressed in a water and fire Taoist robe sat there drinking tea. On his sleeves, there were 3 blazing cauldrons embroidered. Pil King Island's alchemists had a perfect ranking system. 1 cauldron was a low-grade alchemist, 2 cauldrons were mid-grade alchemists, 3 were high-grade alchemists, and 4 were supreme-grade alchemists. The most powerful supreme-grade alchemists could be called Pil King, such as the current island lord, Spirit Pil King. How should I address you? Yi Chen walked in from the side door of the main hall. You must be the famous Prince Yi Chen. I am Mu He, from Pil King Island. The yellow-faced middle-aged man called Mu He stood up, cupped his fists, and slightly bowed. Any life and death king was worthy of respect, not to mention titled monarchs. Yi Chen waved his hand, and a wave of chi supported him. No need to be so courteous. Sit. As he spoke, Yi Chen sat down first. Mu He secretly sized up Yi Chen, feeling amazed inwardly. The latter was indeed as young as the rumors said. His age seemed to be in his early 20s. A genius of this level was undoubtedly frightening. Who knew how high his future achievements would be? It was entirely possible for him to be unrivaled under the heavens and become the number 1 in Elysium. No wonder the island lord had sent him personally to invite this person. Sitting down, Mu He cleared his throat and said, Prince Yi Chen, you should have heard of my Pil King Island, right? Yi Chen nodded. With the fame of Pil King Island, I'm afraid everyone has heard of it. Hearing Yi Chen's praise, Mu He faintly smiled and said, my Pil King Island holds a Pil King convention every 10 years, inviting kings from all over the world to participate. This is already the 10th year, and it is time for the new Pil King convention. Therefore, the island lord has sent me to invite Prince Yi Chen to participate. I hope Prince Yi Chen can spare some time to attend. The Pil King convention is about to begin. Alright, I will go. Many thanks for the invitation, Spirit Pil King. Pil King Convention, as the name suggested, would have the pellets produced by Pil King Island being auctioned. Apart from this, kings from all over the world would also take advantage of the convention to conduct private transactions. This kind of opportunity did not come often. Hearing Prince Yi Chen's words, the island lord must be very happy. Mu He heaved a sigh of relief. If he could not invite Yi Chen, although the island lord would not blame him, he would definitely feel regretful. Mu He, if you have nothing else to do, you can stay at my Yi clan for a few days. I will go with you to Pil King Island. Mu He had come from afar, the Yi clan had to receive him well. Mu He was flattered, but he shook his head and said, many thanks for Prince Yi Chen's kindness, but I still have things to do, so I will not disturb you. Alright then. Yi Chen sent him off with his eyes. The Pil King convention would be held 7 days later. On the morning of the 7th day, Yi Chen rushed to Pil King Island in the Eastern Sea. In the Eastern Sea, there were two famous forces, one was the red-eyed black dragon race, and the other was Pil King Island. It was unavoidable to run into the black dragon ancestor at the convention this time. But today, Yichen did not need to be afraid of the black dragon ancestor anymore. Even if the black dragon ancestor was not weaker than the golden turtle ancestor, Yichen was confident that he could escape unscathed. In the distance, Yichen could see a huge conical island. In the sky above the island, there was an invisible barrier. Inside the barrier, spirit chi was rolling, forming spirit clouds. There were also multicolored clouds. Yichen knew that this was the pill clouds formed by the chi of the pills, which had a very good nourishing effect on the human body. Living on the Pil King Island, even an ordinary person would be immune to all kinds of diseases and have a long lifespan. What a great Pil King Island! Yichen praised in his heart. Swish, in the blink of an eye, Yichen arrived outside the barrier of Pil King Island. Who goes there? On the mountainside of the island, there was a welcoming plaza. On the plaza, numerous martial artists were welcoming life and death kings one after another. Seeing Yichen appear, one of the martial artists hurried over. Yichen. Yichen introduced himself. So it's Lord Yichen. Actually, this martial artist had already recognized Yichen the moment he saw him. However, he couldn't neglect his duty. He took out a jade plate and stuck it on the barrier. A light door immediately opened, and the martial artist waved his hand. Lord Yichen, please enter. Entering through the light door, Yichen arrived at the plaza. Where will the Pil King convention be held? Yichen asked. The convention will be held at noon. The location is at the highest point of Pil King Island, the Pil King Plaza. Lord Yichen, this lowly one will show you around Pil King Island. Alright, I'll have to trouble you then. All life and death kings who came to Pil King Island for the first time would be invited around. This was something Yichen knew. This martial artist was called Chang Kuei. He brought Yichen to a huge pond. This is my Pil King Island's waste pellet pond. All the failed pellets are thrown into this pond, and even supreme-grade pellets are no exception. After so many years, the pellet chi in the pond has become extremely dense. It's no longer ordinary pond water. The medicinal power is extremely violent. Even if an astral-reaching expert were to drink a mouthful of it, their body would explode and they would die. Chang Kuei introduced. Yichen nodded. Even if the pellet had failed, the energy would still be there. This pool had been around for countless years, and no one knew how many wasted pellets had been thrown in there. There were way too many different types of pellets, and all kinds of medicinal powers had been mixed together. Not to mention astral-reaching realm warriors, even Sea of Souls realm warriors would not dare to drink it. Chang Kuei continued, of course, this pond is not just for show. Island Master will use the pond water to refine spirit tree nurturing fluid and some special pellets. Spirit tree nurturing fluid? An astonished expression flickered on Yichen's face. His fire pear tree was more than 3,000 years old. Only when it reached 10,000 years old could it be considered a supreme-grade fire pear tree. Furthermore, under the nourishment of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was 9 times more abundant than the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the time needed for it to evolve into a supreme-grade fire pear tree was 8 or 9 times shorter. However, spirit tree nurturing fluid was different. Mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could be used for 100 years in 1 year. In other words, using mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid to nurture a fire pear tree could increase its maturity by 100 years. Peak mid-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could increase it by 200 years in 1 year. If it were high-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid, it would be even more extraordinary. 1 year could be used for 500 years, or even 600 to 700 years. Only 10 years would be needed to turn a several thousand years old fire pear tree into a 10,000-year-old fire pear tree. Yes, spirit tree nurturing fluid contains countless kinds of nutrients. The pond water just happens to meet this characteristic. However, in my Pil King Island, there are only a few people who can refine spirit tree nurturing fluid. Is there any supreme-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid? Even the worst supreme-grade spirit tree nurturing fluid could increase the maturity of a fire pear tree by 3,000 years in 1 year. In 2 years, it could completely upgrade the fire pear tree to supreme grade. This lowly one doesn't know. There have been in the past, but I don't know if there will be this time. Perhaps during the Pill King convention, Island Master will take out supreme grade nurturing fluid to auction. Chang Kuei was only an astral reaching expert, so he didn't know much. Seems like coming here was the right choice. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Once the fire pear tree was upgraded to supreme grade, the fire pears it bore could continue to refine his spirit body. Although the spirit body didn't have much of an influence on battle power, its importance was no weaker than cultivation base. The stronger the spirit body was, the stronger the physical defense would be, and the more injuries it could endure. When two life and death kings had similar strength, it would depend on who could endure longer. Apart from the ruined Pill Pond, Pill King Island also had many unique attractions, such as the Spirit Forest, 100 Herb Garden, Rainbow Road, and so on. The spiritual forest was a forest formed by spiritual trees. The spiritual trees inside, from low grade to supreme grade, there were all kinds of spiritual trees. Of course, there was only one supreme grade spiritual tree on Dan King Island. It was the fragrant camphor tree. Cultivating under the fragrant camphor tree, not only could it have the effect of calming the mind, it could also greatly increase the speed of cultivation. There would not be any phenomenon of unstable foundation. The 100 Herb Garden was similar to the spirit forest in that there were all kinds of spirit plants of different grades. As for the Rainbow Road, it was a very ordinary road. However, on both sides of the road were a large number of alchemy rooms. Pilchi leaked out from these rooms and intertwined with each other, forming multicolored ribbons that looked like rainbows. Thus, it was called the Rainbow Road. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the sun had already risen to the middle of the sky. Dan King Island was a conical island. Of course, the top was not pointed, but a flat ground with a diameter of a few thousand meters, as if it was carved out by a knife. On the flat ground, there was a palace. In front of the palace, there was a Dan King square paved with 5 colored crystals. Walking on the square, looking down, it was like walking on a 5-colored cloud. The spirit cloud and Dan cloud in the sky were all reflected in it. Neatly arranged seats were rows upon rows of seats. In front of the seats was a long tea table, on which were a few plates of fruits, a pot of tea, and a teacup. Many kings had already arrived. Su King is here, and so is Air Emperor. Battle Sky Elephant Emperor and Black Dragon Old Ancestor are actually chatting. They seem to be having a good conversation. Isn't that Blue Cloud Sword Emperor? What a powerful sword chi. Snow Flower Sword Emperor is here as well. His sword chi is not the slightest bit weaker than Blue Cloud Sword Emperor's. TSK. The two sword emperors exchanged a glance. Titled monarchs were the center of attention wherever they went, and kings were no exception. Apart from some titled monarchs who were well known, there were also titled monarchs who didn't usually show their faces. For example, the leader of the 5 Peak School, one of the 9 great sects of True Spirit Continent, and the leader of the Divine Spear Pavilion, the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor. Of these two titled monarchs, one was steady like a mountain, while the other had a sharp and tyrannical aura. They were two extremes. Among the top 9 martial schools of the True Spirit Continent, the Void Martial School was the strongest, followed by the Hell Martial School, then the 5 Mountain Martial School, and the Godly Spear Pavilion. However, in recent years, the Mountain Emperor and the Sky-Shattering Spear Emperor had rarely shown themselves. Therefore, their names were not that famous. In Elysium, only the top warriors knew of their existence. It's Ancestor Golden Turtle. It's been 60 to 70 years since the last time this old fellow went into seclusion. Haven't you heard? Golden Turtle Old Ancestor came out of seclusion this time and joined the other 5 titled monarchs to go to South River region of True Spirit Continent. They wanted to exterminate Yi clan, but in the end, 3 of them died and 2 of them escaped. Is that so? Since when did this Yi Chen become so powerful? Could it be that he alone could fight against 6 titled monarchs, including the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor? That's not it. Yi Chen had the help of the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianho. The 3 of them joined hands and killed 3 of them, beating back the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. Some life and death realm kings talked to each other. Humph. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor snorted. He observed their expressions and knew that these people were talking about him. An unhappy expression appeared on his face as he glared at them. Fearing the golden turtle old ancestor's tyranny, the crowd immediately stopped talking. There were a lot of kings who had arrived. In a short while, 60 to 70 people had already taken their seats, occupying about 1/6 of the Dan King Plaza. As time passed, the number of kings who had arrived became fewer and fewer. There were only 80 of them now, not even 100. However, compared to the past, the number of kings had increased. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, another 3 kings arrived. 1 man and 2 women, Yichen, Xianxia, and the Demon Flower Emperor. Seeing the 3, the golden turtle old ancestor's expression was extremely interesting. It was as if he had swallowed a dead fly. The 3 of them are participating in the Dan King conference together. In Elysium, I'm afraid this is the most unbreakable camp. The arrival of the 3 immediately attracted everyone's attention, most of which were on Yichen. After all, Yichen had entered the life and death realm this year, and belonged to the new generation of kings. A lot of people had never seen him in person, so they were secretly sizing him up, wanting to see what was so special about Yichen. The first impression that Yichen gave everyone was that he was young, looking like he was in his early 20s. The second impression was that he was calm and steady. The third impression was that he had a sharpness unique to sword artists. His eyes looked ordinary, but they had the power to see through people's hearts. Facing the gazes of so many kings, he was not the least bit reserved. This person is indeed Yichen. The Snowflake Sword Emperor sized up Yichen. A peerless genius capable of suppressing Marquis Sword Snow was definitely not an ordinary person. This was his first time seeing Daoist Yichen. Golden Turtle old ancestor, I heard you suffered a big loss at the hands of those 3. Is that true? Right at this moment, an untimely voice resounded. Everyone followed the voice and couldn't help but be stunned. The speaker was a titled king of Blood Sky. Continent, Xianxia Elephant Emperor. Xianxia Elephant Emperor, are you looking for trouble? Golden Turtle old ancestor glowered at Xianxia Elephant Emperor. Xianxia Elephant Emperor ignored Golden Turtle old ancestor's gaze and said with a smile, seems like it's true. Don't worry, I was just casually mentioning it. This Xianxia Elephant Emperor seems to be brooding over being slapped away by Golden Turtle old ancestor back then. But, offending Golden Turtle old ancestor is not a wise decision. Some people were secretly sweating for Xianxia Elephant Emperor. Humph, don't talk about me even if you're Xianxia Elephant Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia killed their way to Blood Sky Continent and broke through Terminator Demon Sex Great Formation. I heard that Nirvana Demon Emperor specially called for your help, but he called the wrong person. I really feel sorry for him. Golden Turtle old ancestor took a deep breath and said with a mocking expression. Hee hee. After the Pill King assembly, let's find a place to chat. Xianxia Elephant Emperor grinned, his eyes filled with battle intent. Alright, I could slap you away 100 years ago, and I can still do it 100 years later. I'm just afraid that you can't afford to lose face. Golden Turtle old ancestor picked up a fruit and fiercely took a bite. Golden Turtle old ancestor, be careful not to bite your tongue. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. Just as Yichen and the others sat down, a new king arrived. The one who came was Nirvana Demon Emperor. At this time, Nirvana Demon Emperor seemed to have recovered to his peak, except that in addition to the domineering aura unique to those of the Demon Tao, there was also a thick layer of evil aura. His entire person looked very gloomy. Wherever he went, the heaven and earth yuan qi would be chaotic, making people unable to breathe. There's something wrong with this Nirvana Demon Emperor. Yichen frowned. The evil aura is so thick. Xianxia nodded. Maybe he cultivated some powerful evil art. Demon Flower Emperor guessed. What did you say, Demon Emperor Nirvana? Golden Turtle old ancestor didn't expect the Great Destruction Demon Emperor to help Xianxia Emperor against him and speak rudely. Could it be that he, the Golden Turtle old ancestor, who had been in seclusion for dozens of years, no longer took him seriously? Yichen was like that, Demonic Flower Emperor was like that, Mysterious Queen was like that, and now even Xianxia Emperor and Great Destruction Demon Emperor were like that. Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't look at Golden Turtle ancestor. He smiled at Yichen and said, I still have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to practice the heaven-abandoning evil art. what, heaven-abandoning evil art? Xianxia's unique art, heaven-abandoning evil art. Everyone's expression changed as soon as Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana said this. Even Su King, Azure Sky Sword Emperor, and the others frowned and carefully looked at Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana. Xianxia was the second titled monarch of the ancient era, and one of the 3 great monarchs in the history of true spirit world. Rumor has it that his heavenly abandonment evil art was a fusion of his own cultivation technique and a foreign race's cultivation technique. Its might was unprecedented, and its grade had already reached the peak heaven grade. As a peak heaven grade cultivation technique, the Zhenyuan cultivated by heavenly abandonment evil art was incomparably powerful, and could easily penetrate the defense of kings of the same realm. Although they didn't believe that Nirvana Demon Emperor Nirvana had practiced the heaven-abandoning evil art to the highest level, as long as it was almost there, it would have terrifying destructive power. So it's the heaven-abandoning evil art. No wonder he recovered so quickly. Xianxia Elephant Emperor suddenly realized that Xianxia was a cripple in his early years. His soul was also flawed and he was laughed at for being imbecile. This Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul was seriously injured and only Xianxia could help him recover to his peak. Otherwise, treasures alone wouldn't be able to help him recover so quickly. Soul injuries were not that easy to heal. You don't have to thank me. I always like to help others. Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he smiled. Hee, it seems like you and I are the same type of person. I, Nirvana Demon Emperor, also enjoy helping others. Nirvana Demon Emperor put on a fake smile and looked very sinister. Impudent. The Golden Turtle ancestor had never been ignored before, and the Nirvana Demon Emperor had touched his reverse scale. Suddenly standing up, the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor looked at the Nirvana Demon Emperor with an unfriendly expression. As long as the other spoke rudely again, he would kill the other even if he was injured. Great Ancestor Golden Turtle, you can't do anything to me. Nirvana Demon Emperor shook his head. Courting death. With a flash of golden light, Golden Turtle Ancestor appeared in front of Nirvana Demon Emperor in an instant and clawed at him. If you want to compete in claw techniques, I'll keep you company. Nirvana Demon Emperor curled his fingers and attacked with his claw. Crackle, the Dan King Plaza was covered in countless restrictions, which could prevent them from being destroyed. However, the shockwaves from the exchange between the two were too powerful. A huge amount of restrictions were immediately broken through, letting out endless explosive sounds. Some of the weaker life and death kings hurriedly flew away from the plaza to avoid being accidentally injured. Boom, the 2 of them each retreated a dozen steps. The finger of the Void Destruction Demon Emperor was twisted in a strange manner. It was obvious that the bones in his finger had been broken. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was not in a good condition either. There was a bone-deep claw mark on the back of his hand. The claw mark was extremely sharp and shocking, as if it contained a powerful claw technique. Sky-abandoning claw. Impossible. Even if it is sky-abandoning claw, you can't train it to this level in such a short time. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor looked down at the claw mark on the back of his hand. It was unbelievable. He knew how high his defense was. Under normal circumstances, Nirvana Demon Emperor would not be able to hurt him at all. Sky-abandoning claw has 5 styles, and this is only the first style. Your luck is not bad. I just learned the first style. If I had learned a few more styles, you would be several times more miserable than you are now. Activating the Undying Body, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's twisted fingers quickly recovered. He sneered, his evil chi soaring into the sky. You think the first style of sky-abandoning claw can stop me from killing you? Don't be naive. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor roared. His body expanded rapidly, and he was about to transform into his original form and crush the Nirvana Demon Emperor. However, at this moment, a voice was heard. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, Nirvana Demon Emperor, stop now. Otherwise, don't blame me for kicking you out of Pill King Island. Inside the palace, a middle-aged man with a long beard walked out and yelled. Spirit Pill King. Many people bowed. Su King and the other titled monarchs also faintly nodded. Humph. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor stopped expanding and returned to his seat. The Nirvana Demon Emperor sneered and sat beside Xianxia Elephant Emperor. The two seemed to be afraid of the Spirit Pill King and didn't want to go against his will. The people present didn't show any strange expression. The Spirit Pill King wasn't very strong, just a high-level monarch. However, the Spirit Pill King's status in Elysium was very high. Whoever dared to touch him would be going against all the monarchs in the world. Without the Spirit Pill King, there wouldn't be a decennial Pill King conference, and without the conference, they wouldn't have the chance to obtain supreme rank pellets. It should be known that ever since the Pill King Island came into existence, the conference had never stopped. It wasn't that there weren't people who dared to touch the Pill King Island and the Spirit Pill King, but they all died miserably. For the monarchs in the world, the Pill King Island was the holy land of alchemy. In addition, there was a shadow of a 6-star monarch behind the Pill King Island. Although no one dared to confirm it, no one dared to risk their lives. Seeing the two stop, the Spirit Pill King didn't mention it again. Instead, he walked towards Yichen with enthusiasm and said with a smile, "You must be Yichen. I've heard a lot about you." Yichen stood up, "I've heard a lot about you, Spirit Pill King, and the Pill King Conference." Supreme rank pellets were extremely useful for life and death kings. In the entire Elysium, only the Spirit Pill King could concoct supreme rank pellets. It should be known that the value of supreme rank pellets was dozens or hundreds of times that of supreme rank spiritual plants, because each pellet was concocted from countless supreme rank spiritual plants or treasures. One could easily imagine how precious they were. The two exchanged pleasantries. Seeing that it was getting late, the Spirit Pill King said, "The Pill King Conference is about to begin. I won't disturb you anymore." Walking to the front of the crowd, there was a long wooden table. The Spirit Pill King stood behind it, facing the crowd. "Everyone, the new Pill King Conference is about to begin. I'm very happy. This time, there are more kings than the previous ones. It means that my Pill King Island's Pill King Conference is quite attractive. Hee, Spirit Pill King, don't joke around. The most attractive thing in Elysium is the Pill King Conference. However, there are not many who can afford supreme rank pellets. This time I only dared to come because I obtained a treasure." A king laughed. The Spirit Pill King also laughed, "There are too many monks and not enough gruel. It is destined that some people will return empty-handed." However, as the Hand Refiner King said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have supreme rank spirit stones. If you have treasures, you can participate in the auction as well. According to the value of the treasures, I will give a rough estimate. Of course, it would be best if you don't take out treasures that I have never heard of. Otherwise, I won't be able to estimate it." Clearing his throat, the Spirit Pill King said seriously, "Cut the crap. The Pill King Conference officially begins." As he spoke, the Spirit Pill King took out a small jade box from his storage ring and opened it. Inside was a longan-sized pellet. A layer of lustrous radiance spread out the moment the box was opened. Even from far away, everyone smelled it and felt the Zhen Yuan in their body becoming restless. This is an extreme rank Yuan increasing pellet. It can increase cultivation base by 50 years. The starting price is 1 million supreme rank spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 50,000. Closing the box, the Spirit Pill King said loudly, "It is actually an extreme rank Yuan increasing pellet. It has never appeared in the last conference. My mental state has improved recently, and I can now contain more Zhen Yuan. I have to get it." Some of the kings were tempted. "I bid 1,100,000 supreme rank spirit stones." The first one to bid was the Hand Refiner King, who was joking with the Spirit Pill King. "I bid 1,200,000. 1,300,000. 1,500,000. 1,500,000. The extreme rank Yuan increasing pellet was still quite popular, but it was not very popular. There were only a dozen people who participated in the bidding, and the price gradually increased to 50,000. 1,700,000. Yichen raised his hand. "Eh? You can still increase cultivation base?" The Demon Flower Emperor asked curiously. She was already shocked that Yichen could increase his cultivation base to more than 1,000 years. She did not expect that this was still not his limit. More or less. Actually, Yichen did not know where his limit was. 50 years of cultivation base was just a drop in the bucket, but it was better than nothing. 1,700,000 going once, going twice, going thrice, sold. The Spirit Pill King looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this extreme rank yuan increasing pellet is yours. After the conference, we will trade. Alright. Yi Chen nodded. At the same time, many people glanced at Yi Chen. They had the same doubts as the Demon Flower Emperor. As for the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, he looked at Yi Chen with a trace of fear. He had never heard of someone who could increase his cultivation base to more than 1,000 years after entering life and death realm in less than a year. It was like a bottomless pit. The second pellet is the Battle Monarch pellet. This is a pellet that can increase one's battle power for a short period of time. According to my estimation, this pellet can increase the battle power of a mid-step king by several times, increase the battle power of a high-step king by 50%, and increase the battle power of a peak king by 20%. However, it should not be of much use to titled monarchs. Alright, the starting price of the Battle Monarch pellet is 1,200,000 Supreme Rank Spirit Stones. Each increment must be no less than 50,000. The Spirit Pill King took out a radiant golden pellet and said loudly, 1,300,000. 1,400,000. 1,800,000. In the end, this Battle Monarch pellet was bought by a high-step king called the Swift Wind King for 2 million Supreme Rank Spirit Stones. After obtaining it, the Swift Wind King's face was full of joy. He was a high-step king. Once he swallowed the Battle Monarch pellet, his battle power would increase by 50%. What kind of concept was this? It could save his life at a crucial moment. Next, several more pellets were auctioned, and each of them had an astonishing price. It was no wonder that many kings did not participate in the Pill King convention. Being able to see it but not obtain it was undoubtedly a painful thing. The 8th pellet is an ancient pellet that I've researched for the past 10 years. It's called the 3-Revolution Body Refining Pellet. That's right, this pellet can enhance the spirit body. According to my estimation, it should be equivalent to an 8,000-year-old Heavenly Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit. Everyone should know that a 10,000-year-old Heavenly Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit can increase one's spirit body from 5th step to 6th step, and an 8,000-year-old Heavenly Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit has about 30% of its medicinal effect. The starting price is 5 million Supreme Rank Spirit Stones. Each increment must be no less than 100,000. Let's begin. The Spirit Pill King looked forward with a faint smile. In his eyes, the majority of titled monarchs became fervent. 5,200,000. The first to bid was the 5 Mountain sect Master Yu Huang. He raised his hand calmly, and no one could tell what he was thinking. 5,300,000. Zhang Tianxiang Emperor also made a bid, but he restrained himself and only added 100,000. 5,400,000. 6 million. The price kept rising. Those who bid were basically titled monarchs like Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, Nine-Headed Snake Emperor, Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, Snowflake Sword Emperor, and even the Air Emperor and Black Dragon Ancestor. As for those below the monarch rank, they didn't have the financial resources, and they didn't dare to compete with the monarchs. Treasures could only be guarded with strength. Without strength, it would be a crime to have a treasure. So, they simply watched from the side. The competition between monarchs was also a pleasing thing for them. 6,500,000. Golden Turtle Ancestor took the initiative and added 500,000 in one go. Forget it. I'm afraid I can't even get 8 or 9 million. Yu Huang was the first to give up. In fact, with his financial resources, he could still report it to his superiors. However, looking at the attitude of the others, he knew that his chances of getting the 3rd Revolution Body Refining Pill were very low. As Yu Huang had expected, the 3rd Revolution Body Refining Pill was very attractive to the monarchs. Apart from Xianhou and Yi Chen, those who could reach the monarch's strength had almost all reached the late stage. Even if they could improve, it would be very small, unlike Yi Chen, who would change every once in a while. Therefore, the 3rd Revolution Body Refining Pill that could strengthen the spirit body was very popular. Even if it couldn't directly improve one's combat strength, it would still be good to improve one's physical defense. If I punch you, you will vomit blood. If you punch me, nothing will happen. It was very obvious who was better. Soon, the price of the third revolution body refining pill broke through 8 million. Most of the monarchs, like Yu Huang, withdrew from the competition. They didn't have the financial resources to bid. 8,200,000. A crisp voice was heard. It was the Demon Flower Emperor who made the bid. The third revolution body refining pill was not only useful for humans and demonic beasts, but also for perfect demonic humans. Hee, I bid 8,300,000. The Black Dragon ancestor looked determined to win. 5 million. From the beginning to the end, Golden Turtle Great Ancestor never gave up. His physical defense was almost the strongest among all the people present. Even the Black Dragon Great Ancestor was inferior. The three revolutions body refining pill could continue to magnify his advantage. As soon as the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor made his bid, Xianxia Emperor made his bid as well. It was 6 million. By now, even a fool could see that these four people were strong competitors for the third revolution body refining pill. As for who would win, it was unknown. However, some people looked at Su King. So far, Su King had not made a bid. With Su King's financial resources, there were only a few people who could compete with him. 10 million. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su King slowly announced a price. Hiss, everyone present gasped. Su King was indeed Su King. It was fine if he didn't bid, but his bid would definitely be shocking. Forget it, I quit. The Demon Flower Emperor leaned back against the back of the chair and quit the bidding. She knew the Surreal Emperor's character very well. He would not give up until he reached his goal. It was not the 10 million that made her quit the bidding, but the fact that the Surreal Emperor had joined in. Bad luck. Xianxia Emperor hesitated for a moment and stopped bidding. In the end, only the Black Dragon Great Ancestor and Golden Turtle Great Ancestor were still struggling. They raised the price by 200,000 and 300,000 respectively, reaching 10 million and 500,000. 12 million. Su King glanced at the two with a faint smile. It seems that this three revolutions body refining pill will definitely fall into the hands of Su King. Yichen did not participate in the bidding. Although he had a lot of wealth, he could not compete with the magnates of these sections. Good steel should be used on the blade. Even if he bought this three revolutions body refining pill, it would not help him improve his spirit body from rank 5 to rank 6. In that case, not participating in the bidding was the best choice. Su King obtained an incomplete supreme grade spirit vein back then. In terms of wealth, he is second to none. He is also the sect master of the world's #1 sect, the Void Sect. He has a strong foundation. Xianhou nodded. Just as Yichen had guessed, the three revolutions body refining pill was bought by Su King for 13 million. No matter how unwilling the Black Dragon Great Ancestor and the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor were, there was nothing they could do. Their wealth was not as good as Su King's, and their strength was almost the same. In terms of power, the Void Sect was even more powerful than the Red-Eyed Black Dragon Clan and the Golden Turtle Island. The 9th pellet is a reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. As the name suggests, the main ingredient of this pellet is the supreme grade spirit plant, the reverse 9-turn spirit plant. I believe I do not need to say more about its effect. Besides increasing one's lifespan by 9 years, its biggest effect is to strengthen one's soul. The effect of this reverse 9-turn spirit pellet is 5 times more powerful than the plant itself. Although you are all life and death realm warriors, if you take this pellet, your soul will be strengthened slightly, and your comprehensive ability will be enhanced. Moreover, your mental state will be improved as well. The starting price of this pellet is 8 million, and each increment should be no less than 100,000. After saying that, the Spirit Dan King's face was full of smiles. Among all these pellets, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was undoubtedly one of his masterpieces. However, the plant was too hard to find. After so many years, he had only managed to find 2 of them, which he used to make 2 pellets. One was for himself, and the other was for auction. It is actually the ancient pellet, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. Compared to the 3-turn body refining pellet, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was even more precious. The 3-turn body refining pellet only had 30% of the Sky Fiend Fire Spirit Fruit's medicinal effect. It could not upgrade the 5th step spirit body to the 6th step, unless the spirit body itself had reached the late 5th step. Moreover, the 3-turn body refining pellet could not directly increase one's battle power. If one had it, it would naturally be for the best. If one didn't, no one would care too much about it. However, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was different. After taking it, it could strengthen one's soul and improve one's comprehensive ability, which would indirectly increase one's battle power. Among the ancient pellets, the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet was also one of the top ones. It belonged to the supreme grade mid-grade pellet, and was even more precious than the 2 3-turn body refining pellets. Reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. A strange light flickered in Yuchen's eyes. Back then, he had also obtained 2 reverse 9-turn spirit pellets. Unfortunately, he had used them both. For him at that time, the effects of the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet were indeed astonishing. However, even now, he estimated that it could not strengthen his soul by much. The main reason was that his soul was too robust, 10 times that of ordinary life and death kings. Apart from that, the soul of life and death kings was also very powerful. Swallowing a reverse 9-turn spirit pellet did not have much of an effect. Who would have thought that the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet could increase its effects by 5 times? In this way, it could strengthen the soul of a life and death king by a small margin. Unfortunately, it's quite useful to others, but it's not essential to me. Yuchen's soul had not been thoroughly stimulated, so taking the pellet would be a waste. Reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. The Demon Flower Emperor's heart stirred. She was a perfect demonic human, and in terms of comprehension, she could not compare to the majority of titled monarchs. Such a powerful battle strength was largely due to her perfect demonic human's innate superiority. The Demon Flower Emperor was not the only one who was stirred. Apart from a few extremely powerful souls, everyone present was eyeing the pellet like tigers watching their prey, rubbing their palms. You too, I hope you can help me out a bit. The Demon Flower Emperor said to Yichen and Xianhou. Sure. Yichen and Xianhou did not refuse. The pellet's price rose at an extremely fast speed. In a short while, it had already reached 14,500,000, 1,500,000 higher than the final price of the 3rd-turn body refining pellet. 15 million. The Demon Flower Emperor sucked in a deep breath and said loudly. As long as Su King did not participate, the Demon Flower Emperor was determined to obtain the pellet. 16 million. The great ancestor of Golden Turtle Island was extremely wealthy. The reason why he didn't compete with the Void Emperor for the 3rd Revolution body refining pill was that he knew he couldn't compete with the Void Emperor. Instead of raising the price very high and ultimately losing it, it was better to sell a favor to the Void Emperor. Now that the Void Emperor didn't seem to be interested in the reverse 9 Revolution body refining pill, how could he not compete? 17 million. The Demon Flower Emperor's voice followed. Where did this Demon Flower Emperor get so many supreme rank spirit stones? The Black Dragon Old Ancestor had already withdrawn from the bidding. He was somewhat shocked by the 17 million bid by the Demon Flower Emperor. So that's how it is. It must be Xianhou supporting her from behind. The Black Dragon Ancestor did not count Yichen in. Yichen had only reached the life and death realm for half a year, so how could he have that much wealth? He had taken out 1,700,000 supreme rank spirit stones to buy the supreme rank yuan boosting pellet, which was probably all he had. Even if I can't get it, you will have to spend more spirit stones. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was very annoyed. He was sure that the Demon Flower Emperor did not have so many spirit stones. Plus, he did not have so many treasures. But the other party had backup. 19,900,000, if you raise it again, I will give it to you. The Golden Turtle Old Ancestor snorted. The Demon Flower Emperor glanced at the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor and said, 20 million. In the end, the pellet was sold for 20 million, and the Demon Flower Emperor owed Yichen 2 million supreme rank spirit stones and Xianhou 3 million supreme rank spirit stones respectively. This time I have specially brought a few treasures. When the conference is over, I should be able to sell them for more than 5 million supreme rank spirit stones. I will return them to you at that time. The Demon Flower Emperor let out a breath and thanked him. The 10th auction item was not a pellet but a medicinal liquid. Seeing the Spirit Pill King open the special wooden barrel, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This medicinal liquid was the Spirit Tree Cultivation liquid. Judging from the powerful spiritual qi, it was 100% a supreme rank Spirit Tree Cultivation liquid. 1 year could increase the maturity of the Spirit Tree by 3,000 years. If the Fire Pear Tree could become a supreme rank Spirit Tree, even 103rd Revolution body refining pills would not be able to compare. How could 1/3 Revolution body refining pill compare to an entire supreme rank Fire Pear Tree? In front of the wooden table, the Spirit Pill King smiled and said, 1 year of supreme rank Spirit Tree Cultivation liquid will only need 1 year to increase the maturity of your Spirit Tree by 3,500 years. The starting price is 10 million supreme rank Spirit Stones. Each bid must be at least 100,000. If you do not have enough Spirit Stones, you can take out your treasures and let me appraise them. Begin. 10 million starting bid. Yi Chen frowned a little. Before, the 3rd turn body enhancing pellet started at 5 million, and the reverse 9 turn spirit pellet started at 7 million. Now, the extreme rank Spirit Tree nutrient fluid suddenly increased by 3 million. 10 million starting bid was almost his entire wealth. Before killing the Black Water Ancestor and the Red Water Ancestor, Yi Chen had 7 million extreme rank Spirit Stones. After killing the 3, Yi Chen got their storage rings. Among them, the Black Water Ancestor had 1.5 million extreme rank Spirit Stones, the Red Water Ancestor had 2.5 million, and the Yellow-Robed Man had the most, reaching 4 million. Adding on Yi Chen's own 7 million, he had a total of 14,800,000. However, he had spent 1,700,000 on the extreme rank Yuan increasing pellet, and lent 2 million to the Demon Flower Emperor, so he still had 11 million left, which was obviously not enough to buy the Spirit Tree nutrient fluid. What? You want the Spirit Tree nutrient fluid? Xianho observed Yi Chen's expression and asked. Yi Chen nodded and forced a smile. I still need a lot of extreme rank Spirit Stones. Even with some treasures, it would only be around 16 million. There were some treasures in the 3 storage rings. Yi Chen estimated that they would be worth around 5 million extreme rank Spirit Stones. However, the starting bid of the nutrient fluid was already 10 million, so the final price would definitely be higher than the reverse 9-turn spirit pellet. I still have 4 million extreme rank Spirit Stones here, and some other treasures are also worth a few million extreme rank Spirit Stones. Yi Chen shook his head. No, 16 million is fine. If I can get it, then so be it. If not, then forget it. Anyway, a year of extreme rank Spirit Tree nutrient fluid is not enough to upgrade my Fire Pear Tree to the extreme rank. It was understandable that the Demon Flower Emperor wanted to borrow Spirit Stones from them. After all, if she missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one in the future. The 9 Twists Reversal Spirit Pill was very useful to her as it could increase her perception, and the Fire Pear Tree was just an external object. It couldn't be upgraded to the supreme grade in one go, so Yi Chen didn't intend to borrow Spirit Stones from others. The Demon Flower Emperor smiled and said, if I had known that there would be something you like later, I wouldn't have borrowed your Spirit Stones. How about this? I'll give you the treasures I brought as repayment for the 2 million top-grade Spirit Stones I borrowed from you. The Demon Flower Emperor flipped his hand, and a fiery red octagonal crystal appeared in his hand. He handed it over to Yi Chen. This is an 8 extreme fire crystal, and it contains 8 different flames. If the Spirit Pill King is knowledgeable, he will definitely give it a high price. As for the extra, just treat it as interest. Being able to obtain the 9 Twists Reversal Spirit Pill, the Demon Flower Emperor's trip was not in vain, so he had no other thoughts. That's good, thank you. Yi Chen accepted the 8 extreme fire crystal and thought, this 8 extreme fire crystal is useless to normal people, but it is very useful to the Spirit Pill King. It's definitely worth 3 to 4 million. Adding on the ones I have, it should be about 20 million in total. Yi Chen wasn't confident. He didn't know how many people were eyeing the cultivation fluid. 1 year of top-grade cultivation fluid can increase the maturity of a tree by 3,500 years. Not bad at all. Although my purple mandala demonic tree is already a supreme grade spirit tree, with this supreme grade spirit tree cultivation fluid, it will be able to grow for more than 15,000 years, and its effects will only get better and better. The Nirvana Demon Emperor, who had already won an elixir earlier, smiled. The bidding began, and almost all the emperors participated. Of course, most of them were just there to accompany the others. The Spirit Pill King had his own considerations when he placed the cultivation fluid after the 9 Twists Reversal Spirit Pill. Everyone here was a giant, and everyone had cultivated 1 or 2 spirit trees. Compared to the 9 Twists Reversal Spirit Pill, the cultivation fluid looked ordinary, but it was more popular. The price continued to climb, and under Yi Chen's helplessness, it reached a high price of 16 million top-grade spirit stones. During this time, Yi Chen asked the Spirit Pill King to estimate the treasures he had obtained from the 3 old monsters. Perhaps the treasures were really good, or perhaps the Spirit Pill King was intentionally raising the price, but in Yi Chen's opinion, the treasures that were only worth 5 million top-grade spirit stones were valued at 7 million. This was why, aside from the 8 extreme fire crystal, the highest price Yi Chen could offer was 18 million top-grade spirit stones. However, it was obvious that 18 million was not enough to buy this cultivation fluid. 18 million. Yi Chen immediately increased the price by 2 million. 19 million. Nirvana Demon Emperor's net worth was beyond everyone's imagination. At this time, 90% of the people had given up. Spirit Pill King, how many spirit stones is this 8 extreme fire crystal worth? Yi Chen's expression didn't change as he took out an octagonal red crystal from his storage ring. The Spirit Pill King's eyes lit up. It's actually an 8 extreme fire crystal. Good, this thing isn't that useful to others, but it's very useful to me. I estimate it at 7 million top-grade spirit stones. Yi Chen, this Spirit Pill King seems to want to befriend you. As the original owner of the Octopole Fire Crystal, the Devil Flower Emperor naturally knew that this thing was extremely rare. However, it was only a small piece after all, and it wasn't considered very big. Once its energy was used up, it would become a piece of useless rock. Therefore, being able to sell it for 3 or 4 million top-grade spirit stones was already very good. 7 million was definitely impossible. 7 million, I'll add 7 million then. Yi Chen looked at Nirvana Demon Emperor. Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't continue bidding. 26 million exceeded his net worth. He smiled evilly, worthy of being the youngest life and death sword king. Even your bidding is fierce. It's not an injustice for me to lose to you back then. It was unknown what had happened to Nirvana Demon Emperor. Not only did he have a trace of evil chi, but his personality also seemed to have changed a lot. Imperceptibly, he had a kind of confidence and calmness that made it seem as if the sky would collapse. The cultivation fluid was won by Yi Chen. Next, it was the climax of the Pill King Conference. In every Pill King Conference, the final pill would be called Pill King. Pill King was naturally the best pill of the Pill King Conference. This time's Pill King was the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. The Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill was a special pill. After swallowing, it wouldn't be refined immediately. Instead, it would enter the dantian and return to silence. When the martial artist Jin Yuan circulated to the limit, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill's medicinal effect would be activated. The berserk medicinal effect would cause the martial artist Jin Yuan to go berserk as well. It was like burning the martial artist's cultivation base, bursting out a terrifying battle power. Apart from this, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill had another advantage. As long as the Jin Yuan's circulation speed decreased, the medicinal effect would stop, allowing the martial artist to use it next time. Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill's starting price is 15 million supreme grade spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 100,000. The Spirit Dan King's face was filled with excitement. It would be a waste for him to use the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan himself. Even if he stimulated the medicinal power of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan, his battle prowess would at most reach the level of a peak king. Moreover, to him, increasing his cultivation level was for the sake of better refining pills, not for the sake of becoming stronger, but for the sake of refining pills. Therefore, he had never thought of keeping this Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan Dan for his own use. He even has one of the 10 great ancient miraculous pills. This Spirit Pill King's achievement would be outstanding even in the ancient times. Xianxia revealed a shocked expression. Among the 10 great ancient miraculous pills, 7 of them were supreme grade, 3 of them were supreme grade, and the violent tiger dragon yuan pill was one of the 8th miraculous pills. As soon as the Spirit Pill King's words fell, the Dan King Square was in an uproar. With this violent tiger dragon yuan pill, the battle power I can display is definitely the limit of a 5-star overlord, close to a 6-star overlord. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's breathing became rapid. Although he coveted the 3 revolution body refining pill, he didn't lose his mind. But now, he felt that he was about to lose his mind. Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill, damn it, there will definitely be a lot of people competing for it. Black Dragon Old Ancestor was burning with anxiety. 5-star titled monarchs were also divided into different levels. The first level was naturally a powerful existence like Golden Turtle Old Ancestor Su King, who had a peak 4-star battle power. 4-star advanced battle power barely belonged to this level. The second level was for mid-level 4-star battle power. For those in the first level, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill could make them the strongest existence among the 5-star titled monarchs. For those in the second level, the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill could make them rise to the first level without fear. Let's go all out. Zhang Tianxiang Emperor gritted his teeth. As the sect leader of a 5th grade sect, his net worth wasn't enough to bid for the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. Therefore, he could only use the sect's resources. This would undoubtedly damage the sect's foundation, but he couldn't care so much at the moment. Even if the sect's resources were used up, as long as he was alive, he could slowly accumulate it back. And if he missed the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill this time, he might not get it next time. The price of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill rose rapidly, from 15 million to 30 million. After a dozen bids, it reached 40 million, 50 million. In the end, the final price of the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill reached 58 million, and it was won by Su King. Damn it. All the good stuff belongs to him. Su King was undoubtedly the big winner of this Alchemy King convention. First, he got the body refining pill, and now he got the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill. From now on, even Golden Turtle Old Ancestor would have to be wary of Su King. Su King could be said to be invincible below the 6-star king level. No one could be his opponent. After the Alchemy King convention ended, it was time for private transactions. Yichen was satisfied after getting a supreme grade yuan increasing pill and a year's supreme grade cultivation fluid from the Spirit Pill King. As for the Violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pill, although it was good stuff, it wasn't his. It was useless to think too much about it. It was better to go back and cultivate and continue to improve his strength. Look. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor doesn't seem to want to let Nirvana Demon Emperor go. That's right. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor didn't get anything this time, and Nirvana Demon Emperor provoked him first. It would be strange if he let him go. He probably wants to teach him a lesson. Leaving Alchemy King Island, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor stopped Nirvana Demon Emperor. Boom. Boom, without any pleasantries, the two began to fight. Puff, after exchanging more than 100 moves, Nirvana Demon Emperor was no match for Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. He was hit by the opponent's claw and spat out a mouthful of blood. Borrowing the strength of the claw, he quickly left this place. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, remember this. Nirvana Demon Emperor's voice came from afar. Humph. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's huge body shrank and turned back into a human. In the void millions of miles away, Nirvana Demon Emperor sneered, "It's really not good to suppress my strength. Unfortunately, I can't expose it now, or it will arouse suspicion. This is my Pill King Island's best pill tea. It can cleanse the impurities in your body and improve your physique." This was a tea house on the mountainside of Pill King Island. On the top floor of the tea house, Yi Chen and the Spirit Pill King sat by the window, chatting while drinking tea. Outside the tea house, spirit clouds and pill clouds floated like a gorgeous sea of clouds. Good tea. Yi Chen took a sip and felt that his internal organs were much more comfortable, and the pores on his skin had relaxed. Spirit Pill King, thank you for what you did before. Putting down the teacup, Yi Chen expressed his gratitude. No problem, if a few million top-grade spirit stones can make friends with a genius like you, I would have made a profit. The Spirit Pill King poured another cup for Yi Chen. You flatter me. I'm not flattering you. Originally, I thought Xianhe would be the most outstanding person in this era, but I didn't expect another person like you to appear. If it was only her, the possibility of clearing the path to death would only be 10 to 20%, but now with the two of you, it's more than 70%. The Spirit Pill King sighed. By the way, do you need more top-grade spirit tree culture liquid? The Spirit Pill King asked. Yi Chen said, I have a 3,000-year-old fire pear tree, I want to cultivate it to the top grade. Fortunately, I still have 1-year-old top-grade spirit tree culture liquid, and its effect is better than yours. It can increase it by 4,000 years in 1 year, I'll give it to you. The Spirit Pill King waved his right hand and an exquisite wooden barrel appeared on the ground next to the table. I don't deserve it, this gift is too much. Yi Chen shook his head. This was an item worth tens of millions of supreme-grade spirit stones. Even if it was a gift from others, he couldn't accept it. If it was just a small gift, it wouldn't be a problem. The Spirit Pill King said, top-quality spirit stones are just a number to me, and it is the same for you. Not to mention, when your fire pear tree grows to the top-quality level, you can give me more fire pears. Top-quality fire pears are good materials for refining pills. Seeing that Yi Chen still didn't want to accept it, the Spirit Pill King smiled bitterly. Actually, I have something to ask of you. Go ahead. Yi Chen nodded. I have a grandson called Yan Jianhui, 14 years old this year. Although he lives on Pill King Island, he doesn't want to become an alchemist. Instead, he's infatuated with sword arts. Originally, I wanted to send him to Sky Sword Continent and have him join either Blue Cloud Sword Sect or Snowflake Sword Sect. However, Sky Sword Continent is too far away, and it's not convenient to go there. And now, I've heard that you've entered Life and Death Realm. Therefore, I've always wanted him to become your disciple. I don't have any other intentions. The Spirit Pill King looked at Yi Chen with hope. He didn't think that just because he gave Yi Chen a small favor, Yi Chen would agree to anything. After all, who would be willing to accept someone they weren't satisfied with as a disciple? Okay, sure. Take me to see him first. Yi Chen decided that if Yan Jianhui's sword Dao talent was not bad, then he would accept him as a disciple. If it was really bad, then he would be powerless. Yan Jianhui's residence was not luxurious. It was a small lakeside house. When the two arrived, they saw a youngster practicing sword arts on a lotus flower. His sword arts were elegant and sharp. Sometimes, it was like a small grass sprouting, sometimes it was like the reflection of water, sometimes it was like a spring breeze, and sometimes it was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. All except this disciple. Yi Chen was excited. This Yan Jianhui's sword arts were even more spirited than his little brother Yi Xin's. He was definitely a sword Dao genius. Except? The Spirit Pill King didn't have much understanding of sword Dao, so he couldn't tell whether Yan Jianhui had potential in this aspect or not. After all, he was only 13 years old and was still in the initial stage of development. No matter how good his sword arts were, they were just child's play in his eyes. Yes. Yi Chen revealed a faint smile. After a set of sword arts, Yan Jianhui noticed the Spirit Pill King and Yi Chen and said excitedly, Grandpa, he is Yi Chen? What Yi Chen? Yi Chen? From today onwards, he is your master. The Spirit Pill King shouted. Master? Yan Jianhui was still a little confused. The Spirit Pill King scolded, Fool, your master has already agreed to accept you as a disciple. You are his first disciple, why are you not kowtowing? Yan Jianhui's face turned red. He quickly jumped to the lakeside and knelt in front of Yi Chen. Disciple Yan Jianhui greets master. Get up. Yi Chen helped Yan Jianhui up. A master was like a parent, so there was nothing wrong with accepting this kowtow. At this moment, Yan Jianhui still didn't believe it. A few months ago, he had only casually mentioned it to his grandpa. He didn't expect that he would really become Yi Chen's disciple today. It should be known that some of the masters who had taught him sword arts said that the #1 sword art genius in this era was none other than Yi Chen. Even in the ancient era, Yi Chen was a sword art genius that could be counted on one's fingers. Yi Chen said solemnly, I have never accepted a disciple. You are my first disciple. As the eldest disciple, not only must you set an example, you must also train diligently. You cannot slack off in the slightest. Yes, disciple understands. Yan Jianhui said seriously. On the first day of next month, you go to True Spirit Continent's Yi family. During this period of time, do everything you need to do. Yi family was tens of millions of li away from Peking Island. Not returning for several years was normal. Saying goodbye to the spirit Peking, Yichen flew toward True Spirit Continent. As soon as he came back, Yichen refined the extreme grade yuan increasing pellet, which increased his cultivation by another 50 years, reaching 1,130 years. And he had only reached life and death realm half a year ago. 2 years of top-grade spirit tree culture fluid. One portion can increase the tree's maturity by 3,500 years, and the other can increase the tree's maturity by 4,000 years. Altogether, it is 7,500 years, which is enough to cultivate the fire pear tree into a 10,000-year top-grade spirit tree. However, watering the fire pear tree every day is also a troublesome thing. Sometimes, Yichen would go into closed-door training for 10 days to half a month. Sometimes, he would be so immersed in his sword training that he would lose track of time. So, it would be impossible to water the tree every day. Let Yian do this. Yian was a side-branch disciple of Yi family. His sword art talent was ordinary, but he was very hard-working. He would not complain about anything. A while ago, Yichen had his eyes on him and asked him to go to the Spirit Cloud Mountain to take care of some errands for him. When he was free, he would teach him some basic sword arts, helping him build a good foundation. Yian was very attentive to the things Yichen asked him to do. He knew that his talent was not good, and he was also a side-branch disciple. If nothing unexpected happened, he would at most be a normal attendant of the Yi family. However, he had caught the eye of Yichen. Yichen was the #1 sword art genius in the outside world, but in the Yi family, he was like a god. Not to mention a side-branch disciple like him, even a lot of geniuses of the Yi family would want to follow him. Because of this, a lot of people were envious of him. Some of the people who used to look down on him had now changed their attitudes. After leaving the cultivation fluid to Yian, Yichen calmed down and continued to study the sword move, merciless water and fire. As the Fire Emperor's ultimate skill, merciless water and fire was very difficult to cultivate, let alone turning it into a sword art. Not only did Yichen have to work hard to fuse the water and fire esoteric, he also had to create a sword move that could accommodate the two opposing esoteric. Fortunately, he had reached the 18th level of the sword realm and had seen thousands of sword arts. Each sword art contained a trace of sword art essence, which saved Yichen a lot of time to study. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Boom, an aquamarine flaming sword light swept out, and a row of huge rocks was burned into nothingness. A large crack appeared in the space, and the edges melted into crystals. Finally, small success. Merciless water and fire contained the water esoteric and fire esoteric. The color was the color of water, and the form was the form of fire. After reaching small success, it became an aquamarine flame. Don't look down on this aquamarine flame. Just a trace of it was enough to blast a mountain into pieces. It was very domineering. I wonder if my eldest disciple has sparred with Yixian? During this 1 month, the spirit Dan King personally brought Yan Jianhui to the Yi family. After the ceremony, Yan Jianhui officially became Yichen's first disciple. Perhaps it was because their ages were similar, but Yixian and Yan Jianhui were a little unconvinced and often found opportunities to spar. However, Yixian was older by 1 or 2 years, and he was often taught by Yichen. In their first spar, Yan Jianhui couldn't even take a single sword strike and was defeated in a very embarrassing manner. Yichen found it funny, and according to Yan Jianhui's style, he chose a spring wind rain sword art for him to practice. He also explained a little so that Yan Jianhui could understand the essence of the spring wind rain sword art. With Yichen's guidance, Yan Jianhui wasn't as embarrassed as the first time, but it was still very difficult for him to take a few moves from Yixian. This made him understand that within 1 or 2 years, it would be very difficult for him to surpass Yixian. Moreover, Yixian had killed people before, so his sword art was much more murderous than his. Sure enough, in a flat area of the Spirit Cloud Peak, Yan Jianhui and Yixian were sparring again, and Yi Xiaoxiao was teaching from the side. Shall we use your continuous drizzle to attack him? Sigh, it's continuous drizzle, not torrential rain. Yi Xiaoxiao had a look of defeat on her face. Don't blindly join in the fun. Yi Chen walked over and knocked Yi Xiaoxiao's head. Holding her head, Yi Xiaoxiao said proudly, with my guidance, shall we can already take 5 moves. This is Yi Xian going easy on him. Otherwise, we won't be able to play anymore. Yi Chen sized up the 2 people on the field. In terms of style, Yan Jianwei was more agile. Every move he made seemed to be made by nature. However, compared to Yi Xian, he wasn't flexible enough, and neither was he sharp enough. Any random sword attack from Yi Xian would be able to hit his weak points. Jianwei, the essence of the spring breeze rain sword art is the word transform, not the spring breeze and rain. If you want to master this sword art, you must know how to change. Don't rigidly adhere to the form. Yi Chen said. Yan Jianwei had the root of wisdom. Hearing Yi Chen's words, his sword art suddenly changed, becoming more ordinary. When Yi Xian's sword art attacked, he would immediately change into the spring breeze, neutralizing his opponent's attack. When his opponent's old force had dissipated, he would change into the drizzle again, continuously attacking his opponent. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was forced to retreat. Ding! Suddenly, Yi Xian squinted his eyes and waved his sword, knocking away the treasured sword in Yan Jianwei's hand. That sword was one of Yi Xian's ultimate moves. Normally, he would only use ordinary moves to spar with Yan Jianwei. Compared to Yi Xian, Yan Jianwei was still lacking. He needed some time to convert his talent into strength. As the days passed, Yi Chen's research on heartless water and fire became more and more thorough. As he perfected this move, Yi Chen could feel its destructive power more and more. Heartless water and fire meant heartless. Testing the sword art's power with inanimate objects is hard to find. I might as well go to the forbidden areas. Up until now, besides the Bloodlight Ocean, Yi Chen had not gone to any other king-grade forbidden areas. The Bloodlight Ocean was ranked 4th in the Blood Sky continent, but in terms of danger, it was only as dangerous as the top 7 king-grade forbidden areas. Yi Chen felt that it was time to go to some of the forbidden areas of the continent. According to Senior Yuan Emperor, the Savage Stone can only be formed in the Savage Mountains. Among all the forbidden areas of the continent, the Desolate Mountain Range, which is ranked 3rd, has the largest Savage Mountains. Perhaps I can find a Savage Stone there. Savage Stone was the pass to enter the Savage Star. This time, Yi Chen not only wanted to go to the forbidden areas, but also to see if he could find a Savage Stone. Yi Xian, Jianwei, if you want to comprehend the sword intent as soon as possible, you have to be sincere in your heart and in your sword. If you cannot do it now, you will have to rely on your cultivation to comprehend the sword intent in the future, which will be hard to achieve. Before leaving, Yi Chen said a few words to the 2. Sincere in your heart and in your sword? Yan Jianwei frowned. Indeed. In this aspect, you can only rely on yourselves. No one else can help you. Sword intent was also the intent of the sword. If one did not comprehend it before the Sea of Souls realm, they would be able to comprehend it after reaching the Sea of Souls realm. However, it would have to rely on one's cultivation to comprehend it, so the potential would be very small. It was like building one's foundation. If one comprehended the sword intent at a very early age, the foundation would be very firm and indestructible. However, if one comprehended the sword intent after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, the foundation would be very unstable. Alright, I have taught you the lone peak of 13 swords a few days ago. You guys train well. When I come back, I will see which of you has a deeper understanding of it. Today's lone peak of 13 swords was no longer the Skycloud Marshal. School's lone peak of 13 swords. Back then, the lone peak of 13 swords was just an incomplete version, and it was only a mid-rank mortal realm sword art. But after Yi Chen's improvement, the lone peak of 13 swords became a top-rank mortal realm sword art. Actually, Yi Chen could even change the lone peak of 13 swords into an earth realm or even a heaven realm sword art, but it would be pointless. If he changed it too much, it would no longer be the lone peak of 13 swords. Yi Chen just made some minor changes to make it perfect. Big brother, don't worry. I won't lose. Master, I won't lose either. Yan Jianwei had been abused by Yi Xian countless times. This was his chance to make a comeback. Yichen smiled. At this age, it was good to be competitive. Let them fight for it. The Desolate Mountain was located in the northern region. As the third-ranked king grade forbidden place in the whole True Spirit continent, the danger of the Desolate Mountain was naturally self-evident. Normally, only top king warriors would dare to enter the Desolate Mountain. The death rate for high-rank king warriors would be more than 50%. Even titled monarchs with 5-star battle power would be in grave danger if they entered the core area. In the past 100 years, 3 titled monarchs had disappeared in the Desolate Mountain, never to be seen again. Snowflake Sword Emperor? The outer perimeter of the Desolate Mountain was shrouded in a layer of 5-colored mist. It was an extremely poisonous 5-poison miasma. If a normal warrior breathed it in, they would immediately turn into a bloody puddle. If a life-and-death realm warrior stayed in the mist for a long time, his Jing Yuan would be consumed at least 10 times faster than normal. Outside the 5-poison miasma, a human figure flashed past, flying into the miasma. Yichen could see clearly that the person who had entered was indeed the Snowflake Sword Emperor, whom he had met once in the Pill King convention. Someone from the Sky Sword continent actually came to the True Spirit continent? Yichen was a bit curious. After all, the Sky Sword continent also had king-grade forbidden places. Could it be for the Savage Stone? No matter if it was the Blood Sky Land or the Sky Sword Land, when it came to the Savage Mountains, they were not as good as the True Spirit continent. Without thinking too much, Yichen pushed his Jing Yuan and flew toward the 5-poison miasma. Shoo! As soon as the 5-poison miasma made contact with his protective Jing Yuan, it immediately rushed over like a leech, letting out a sizzling sound like boiling water being poured on the ground. After about 10 breaths' time, Yichen passed through the miasma and arrived in another world. This was a world that had preserved its original appearance. The ground, mountains, and all kinds of plants carried traces of ancient aura. The moment he appeared, Yichen had a feeling that he had gone back in time. This is the Tyrant Tree. As his feet landed on the ground, Yichen's gaze fell on a tree that was only as tall as 2 people. If Yichen remembered correctly, this seemingly ordinary tree was the Tyrant Tree. The Tyrant Tree was not some kind of precious species. It was only an ordinary tree, but for normal warriors, it was a supreme treasure, because the quality of this tree was extremely hard. When made into a wooden sword, it would be much harder than ordinary ungraded swords. Some rich and powerful families would also use the Tyrant Tree to make precious furniture, but only 1 or 2 sets of furniture. As far as the eye could see, the forest formed by the Tyrant Tree extended far into the distance. Some of the more ancient ones were actually dozens of meters tall, and each of their leaves looked like iron leaves. So many Tyrant Tree. If ordinary people saw this, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Yichen chuckled. Those who could come in here were at least peak king warriors, and no one would sell the Tyrant Tree, since it would damage their reputation. At most, they would plant a patch of Tyrant Tree in their own sect. The savage desolate ancient place's savage chi was extremely dense. Being enveloped by this chi, no matter if it was the body or Jing Yuan, they would all be greatly suppressed. Moreover, the desolate ancient place's savage chi was 10 times denser than the savage desolate ancient place. With Yichen's perception, even if a half-step king entered the desolate ancient place, they would only be able to fly at a low altitude. That horrifying savage chi would be like a huge mountain pressing down on their backs. Besides that, there were layers of dark clouds in the sky above the desolate ancient place. They were extremely thick, looking like lead clouds. These lead clouds could weaken the detection of soul power, making it impossible to see what was above. Indeed worthy of being the desolate ancient place. Yichen's understanding of the desolate ancient place came from books, so he did not know some of the details. Maintaining 100 meters distance from the ground, Yichen flew at a low altitude, gradually heading deeper into the desolate ancient place. Shoo! Shoo! A couple of tiny black shadows flew past Yichen, fast like phantoms. Even normal birds can be this fast. It must be as fast as the speed of sound. Yichen reached out his hand, and a black shadow was caught in his hand. Opening his palm, he saw that it was a little bird. It looked like it was only the size of an egg, but it was not light at all. It was like a rock of the same size. The little bird flapped its wings, trying to fly. Its wings were flapping fast like blades. Raising his palm slightly, the little bird escaped from his control and flew away quickly. What happened next was a bit strange. More and more birds and beasts started flying in Yichen's direction. There were eagles, leopards, and wolves. It seemed like a large-scale migration, but there was also a trace of panic. Something is chasing them away? Yichen guessed. Not daring to be careless, Yichen slightly slowed down, not changing his direction. Faint gusts of wind brushed past Yichen's face. As he went deeper, the gusts of wind became stronger and stronger, eventually turning into a suction force. Yichen saw with his own eyes a flock of birds being pulled back by the suction force. Then, they flew backwards at a speed even faster than before, unable to control themselves. On the ground, a mammoth the size of a house was lifted off the ground, also flying backwards, crazily neighing. What a powerful suction force! Yichen was extremely curious. Just what was in front of him that could cause so many animals in the desolate ancient place to flee? The skilled were bold. Yichen sped up, flying towards the source of the suction force. Soon, Yichen saw a giant black hole. This black hole was not a natural black hole, nor was it a black hole formed by the collapse of a planet. Instead, it was an open mouth. This mouth had a diameter of several dozen meters, and could swallow a small house. But in Yichen's opinion, this mouth could swallow a giant mountain. With this open mouth as the starting point, a terrifying suction force burst forth. The nearby hills, trees, rocks, birds, and beasts were all unable to escape this suction force and were all pulled into the giant mouth. Yichen discovered that the closer these things got to the giant mouth, the smaller they became. For example, a several hundred-meter tall hill, when it approached the giant mouth, it became only several dozen meters tall. The owner of the mouth was a giant beast that Yichen had never seen before in Elysium. It had 4 limbs, its hind limbs were on the ground, and its front limbs were small, hanging in front of its chest. Its head was long, like a crocodile's, but it was several times thicker. It also had a long tail, and its back was bulging. No matter how Yichen looked at it, he felt that this was a Tyrannosaurus rex that had been magnified several dozen times. The suction force gradually weakened. The Tyrannosaurus rex closed its mouth and coldly looked at Yichen. The surroundings were a complete mess, and everything had been razed to the ground. Yichen floated in the air, extremely eye-catching. This should be the desolate demon beast, barbaric dragon. Desolate demon beasts were also demon beasts. They were the earliest batch of demon beasts in Elysium. Although they were called demon beasts at that time, they were now called desolate demon beasts because they were the most ancient. Many modern demon beasts had a trace of their bloodline flowing through their veins. Desolate demon beasts had a special characteristic, and that was that it was very difficult for them to transform into humans. Their intelligence was also not very high, and they were quite ferocious. Many of their characteristics were similar to giant star beasts. The Desolate Mountain and Elysium were not directly connected. The desolate demon beasts here had survived generation after generation. Their bloodline was pure, and they would not become ordinary demon beasts. Roar, the barbaric dragon raised its head and roared. It took a big step and charged toward Yichen. Big guy, I didn't provoke you. After releasing the sword domain, the barbaric dragon's speed slowed down, and it could hardly move. An ominous glint flashed through the barbaric dragon's eyes. It tilted its upper body and swung its 100-meter-long tail at Yichen like a sharp knife, which was covered with a layer of yellow light. Yichen was just about to make a move to teach this powerful barbaric dragon that was as powerful as a high-rank king warrior. Suddenly, 3 blade lights flashed, and the barbaric dragon was cut into 3. An earthy yellow beast core flew out and landed in the hand of a middle-aged man with a cold face. My luck is not bad. I didn't get a beast core even after killing 3 desolate demon beasts, but this barbaric dragon actually has 1. The middle-aged man glanced at Yichen and left. Prison King. Yichen mumbled one word. The stern middle-aged man was none other than the sect leader of the Prison Gate, one of the 9 great sects of True Spirit Continent, the Prison King. According to the rumors, the Prison King was a peak king with battle strength similar to the Evil King, a 4-star tyrant. Unexpectedly, he was already a titled monarch, not any weaker than the yellow-robed old freak. However, it was understandable. After all, the rumors were in the past. Without stopping the other party, Yichen allowed the prison king to leave. This Yichen doesn't dare to stop me. It seems like he doesn't have the confidence to do so. While flying, a cold smile appeared on the corner of the prison king's mouth. He had only used 80% of his power to kill the barbaric dragon. The demonic beasts of Desolate Land had a special characteristic, and that was their huge bodies. They were bloodthirsty and cruel, unlike the current demonic beasts, which had big bodies and small bodies, cruel and docile ones. Since entering the Desolate Mountain, the smallest demonic beast Yichen had seen was the size of a water buffalo. It was a desolate poisonous mosquito, which could suck a mammoth dry in one breath. Unlike the prison king, Yichen did not kill the demonic beasts of Desolate Land and seize their beast cores. The beast cores of demonic beasts would transform into demonic power at the Sea of Soul realm. However, a small portion of the demonic beasts would still have beast cores, which were the essence of their demonic power. However, these demonic beasts could only be found in the Desolate Mountain and some other rare places. Killing them would be too much of a pity. However, there was one kind of demonic beast that Yichen had no choice but to kill, and that was the blood-winged dragon that came from the leaden clouds. This kind of demonic beast was obsessed with flesh and blood. Yichen had let them off time and time again, but he ended up being chased by a group of blood-winged dragons. It should be known that a blood-winged dragon was equivalent to a high-step king, and its speed was as fast as a bloody light. Even if Yichen was a titled monarch, he would still have to flee in a sorry state. Therefore, he had learned his lesson. If he encountered a blood-winged dragon, he would kill it first. Otherwise, he would have to run for his life again when it called for its companions. Along the way, Yichen also obtained 2 beast dawn of the blood-winged dragon. One was as big as a bull, and the other was a bit deformed, with many bumps, with dark yellow light flowing on its surface. The former contained a large amount of king-level beast chi, while the latter contained several times more beast chi than the former, and carried a trace of savage aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Ka, a shriek suddenly came from above the lead cloud. The voice penetrated everything, and it seemed to be extremely angry. This voice, could it be the blood-winged dragon king? An ordinary blood-winged dragon had the strength of a high-level king, an elite blood-winged dragon had the strength of a peak king, and a blood-winged dragon king had the strength of a titled emperor king. Of course, this did not mean that the weakest blood-winged dragon was a high-level king. The main reason was that the Great Desolate Mountain was not only extremely dangerous to outsiders, it was also dangerous to the life forms that lived within. Blood-winged dragons with strength lower than a high-level king would normally not come out to hunt. At least, Yichen had never seen one. Running is the best choice. The blood-winged dragon king was not that easy to kill, and if the battle dragged on for too long, it would become a very troublesome matter. Releasing his sword domain, Yichen turned into a beam of sword light and flew out, disappearing into the depths of the Great Desolate Mountain. The lead cloud above Yichen's head cracked open, and a blood-red blood-winged dragon, which was 10 times larger than an ordinary blood-winged dragon, swooped down. Its body was not only larger, but also more robust. On the surface of its blood-red skin, there were also specks of yellow light flickering, which were similar to the deformed beast dawn that Yichen had obtained before. Crack, a hard mountain peak was crushed into pieces. Somewhere in the depths of the Great Desolate Mountain, a bewitching woman wearing dark green clothes was fighting with an elite blood-winged dragon. The bewitching woman's weapon was a pair of jade scimitars. As she waved the scimitars, countless jade scimitars flashed in the air, like crescent moons hanging in the sky, leaving behind bone-deep scars on the elite blood-winged dragon's body. If someone was here right now, they would definitely recognize her. The second king of the chaotic demon ocean, Xianxia King. However, this elite blood-winged dragon was even scarier than Xianxia King had imagined. Not only was it as fast as lightning, but it also managed to dodge most of the scimitars. The sharp claws on its wings would occasionally break through her protective Xianyuan, leaving traces on her green armor. The claw power passed through the armor, causing her blood to boil. I can only use my killing move now. Xianxia King yelled as she crossed her scimitars and slashed at the elite blood-winged dragon. Swoosh, half of the elite blood-winged dragon's body was cut into 4 pieces. At the same time, Xianxia King grunted as her left arm and scimitar fell off her body. It turned out that the moment the elite blood-winged dragon was killed, it had also used its last bit of power to tear off her left arm with one claw attack. Come back. Cassiopeia King sucked back her left arm and the scimitar in her left hand, reconnecting them to the left side of her body. Her flesh wriggled, and she recovered in an instant. This beast Dan is a bit strange. After killing the elite blood-winged dragon, Cassiopeia King was lucky enough to get a beast Dan. Her beast Dan was very similar to the one Yichen had gotten. Putting away the beast Dan, Cassiopeia King's body flashed and was about to leave. Not good. Very abruptly, the body that had been sent flying was bounced back and forth a few times. Hurriedly activating his soul power, the Cassiopeia King discovered that the air around him was filled with layers of spider webs that were hard to see with the naked eye. These spider webs were unbelievably large and faintly glowed with 5 colors. It was difficult to notice them with just a sweep of soul power. Only by careful observation could one notice them. Black Mountain Queen, there is no enmity between us. Let me go, and I will pretend nothing happened. Cassiopeia King's body was stuck to the spider webs. She struggled a few times but could not break free. How did you know it was me? The Black Mountain Queen, who was wearing a long black robe and equally beautiful, appeared from the void. Other than you, only the Black Mountain Ancestor can trap me with spider webs. But with the Black Mountain Ancestor's power, there is no need for him to target me. Cassiopeia King said calmly. Indeed, my ancestor would not lower himself to deal with you. The Black Mountain Queen nodded. Then, please let me go. Although the Cassiopeia King was a peak king, the Black Mountain Queen was even more famous. The Black Mountain Queen's actual battle prowess was at most a low-tier 4-star king, but even peak 4-star kings wouldn't provoke her. Her spider webs could be set up anywhere. Once caught, it would be extremely difficult to escape. However, the Black Mountain Queen could set up layers upon layers of spider webs. Letting you go is impossible, Cassiopeia King. 2 more figures appeared. The one who spoke was a yellow-robed old man with a jade-like face. Heaven Illusion King, Iron Bone King. Cassiopeia King's face turned unsightly. Heaven Illusion King was the Void Gate's first Supreme Elder. He had already reached peak 4-star battle strength many years ago, and now, he might even have the battle strength of a 4-star tyrant. Iron Bone King was the leader of Lin Clan, one of the 4 great clans of True Spirit Continent. He walked the path of body refinement and could be said to be unparalleled in close combat. The 3 of you ganging up on me, aren't you afraid of my Chaos Demon Ocean's leader finding out? Cassiopeia King knew that today was not going to be a good day. How could the other party not know of the leader, Demon Flower Emperor's existence? The reason he asked this question was to buy him some time to escape. This is True Spirit Continent, not Blood Sky Continent. If you think that Demonic Flower Emperor and Mysterious Queen can act unbridled in Blood Sky Continent, they can do the same in True Spirit Continent, then you are gravely mistaken. If Demonic Flower Emperor doesn't come, then it would be fine. But since she has come, then let her suffer a bit. Sky Ethereal King's expression was calm as he looked down on Cassiopeia King. You should say this to my leader face to face. Cassiopeia King's face turned ashen. These 3 were too impudent. Less nonsense. You won't be able to escape today. As the great calamity of the foreign races approached, the voices against the demonic humans rose once again. Apart from a few kings, the majority of the kings didn't like the demonic humans. They had already begun to move in the dark, wanting to eliminate or imprison the demonic humans to prevent them from siding with the demons in the future. Demon Flower Emperor had made a deal with Yichen in order to prepare for a rainy day. He hoped that Yichen could help the demonic humans overcome this crisis one day. Xianxia and Yichen are also my Chaos Demon Ocean's allies. Aren't you afraid of them denouncing us? Cassiopeia King could sense the gravity of the situation. Today, she had to escape True Spirit Continent and inform the leader. Otherwise, who knew how many demonic humans would suffer? This was not something she wanted to see. Xianxia and Yichen are merely ingrates. The human race nurtured them, but they helped outsiders. But, it doesn't matter. If we kill you today, I don't think they will dare say anything. Iron Bone King sneered. Whirlwind Chop. All of a sudden, the Cassiopeia King's body that was stuck to the spider web began to spin. The jade scimitar in his hand spun along with his body like a giant spiral cutter. The sound of steel snapping rang out as it cut through the spider web. While speaking, Xianxia King had been accumulating power, wanting to break through the web in an instant. Run! Breaking through the web, Xianxia King's figure flickered as his curved blade slashed at the layers of web in front of him. Xianxia King, do you think we don't know that you're fighting for an opportunity for yourself? Heaven Ethereal King made a grabbing motion, and a powerful binding power shrouded Xianxia King. Damn it! Xianxia King's speed immediately slowed down. If he continued to break through at this speed, he would be stuck by the web again. At that time, he would truly have no way out. Go back. Taking advantage of Heaven Ethereal King holding Xianxia King, Iron Bone King appeared in front of Xianxia King and punched out. The fist power was incomparably tyrannical. Because of its extreme speed and strength, a white halo appeared in front of the fist. Bang! Xianxia King was blasted back, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia King, you can't escape. Black Mountain Queen shook her head. Today, no one can save you. Heaven Ethereal King also said. Is that so? I, Yi Chen, want to save her. How can you stop me? Right at this moment, a sword chi flickered. The layers of web couldn't even withstand it for a moment, and a figure flew in. If it wasn't Yi Chen, who else could it be? The spiderweb was connected to Black Mountain Queen's mind. Breaking one or two layers wouldn't have much effect on her. However, Yi Chen broke all of the spiderweb, causing Black Mountain Queen to let out a muffled groan, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Yi Chen. Black Mountain Queen stared at Yi Chen. Time flew, and the little genius in 4 Extreme Emperor's tomb had already grown to such an extent that even she had to look up to him. She had heard that Black Water ancestor, who had shaken Elysium for hundreds of years, had died at his hands. Nirvana Demon Emperor's soul had also suffered a heavy injury, and he was almost killed by Demon Flower Emperor and Xianhou. Although Nirvana Demon Emperor had obtained Heaven-Abandoning Emperor's inheritance and could contend against Golden Turtle Ancestor, from the fact that Nirvana Demon Emperor didn't directly cause trouble for Yi Chen, it was clear that he was apprehensive of Yi Chen and his allies. Not only Nirvana Demon Emperor, but the news of Golden Turtle Ancestor's defeat at Yi family had also spread. Your Highness Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen, Xianxia King heaved a sigh of relief. With Yi Chen here, these 3 clearly couldn't kill her. Since Yi Chen hadn't been to Conferred King Palace, Xianxia King addressed him as Your Highness out of respect. Patriarch had said that Yi Chen's strength had already reached an unfathomable level, and he was improving almost every day. Thus, addressing him as Your Highness was not inappropriate. Yi Chen nodded, don't worry. With me here, they can't touch you. Iron Bone King's brows creased. He didn't like this Yi Chen. When Yi Chen entered the life and death realm, Yi clan held a banquet. Among the 4 great clans, only Lin clan didn't attend. Yi Chen, I've heard of you. You're one of the few geniuses in this era. However, I advise you to put yourself in the right place. Don't go against the entire Elysium just because of the demonic humans. Anyone who stands in the way of the Elysium's advancement will be crushed to pieces. You're no exception. Is that so? However, you cannot represent Elysium. You are not worthy. Yi Chen turned his head and looked at the Iron Bone King. Clenching his fists, the Iron Bone King suddenly smiled and said, I heard you killed the yellow-robed old freak and the other 2. I, Iron Bone King, don't believe it. Your true strength should only be low 5-star. The Iron Bone King didn't believe that Yi Chen could kill the yellow-robed old freak and the other 2 alone. Xianhou and Demon Flower Emperor must have used some method to help him. After all, there was no bystander on the scene. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is believing. This saying was not a joke. Although he, the Iron Bone King, was a 4-star overlord, as long as he got close, even a low 5-star battle strength wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. You can give it a try, but don't blame me if I don't hold back and injure you. Yi Chen said indifferently. Injure me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The Iron Bone King was a body-refining monarch, so his physical defense was extremely strong. In the past, he had also been chased by a titled monarch, but he had only suffered some light injuries. As he spoke, he secretly sent a message to the Heaven Oasis King, "I'll test his strength first. If he's only low 5-star battle strength, the three of us together will be enough to suppress him. Be careful." The Heaven Oasis King remained calm. "Yi Chen, please enlighten me." The Iron Bone King's eyes emitted a strong battle intent. Other than Yi Chen and the Iron Bone King, everyone else retreated hundreds of miles away. The Cassiopeia King secretly sent a message to Yi Chen, "Your Highness Yi Chen, don't fight him in close combat. Although I know you don't fear him with your strength, it will still be troublesome." In fact, the Cassiopeia King really wanted to see what level Yi Chen's strength had reached. As the Iron Bone King had said, seeing is believing. Many things could only be believed after seeing with one's own eyes. Yi Chen smiled indifferently. In close combat, he will lose even more miserably. Before the Cassiopeia King could figure out what this meant, the Iron Bone King made his move. His first move was a killing move, punching at Yi Chen's head with a black energy like mist. The Heaven and Earth Destruction Fist. The fist energy is quite strong. Yi Chen's figure flickered, and the black fist energy passed by him. "Haha, you know that I specialize in close combat, but you still dare not pull away. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors say." The Iron Bone King was overjoyed. He instantly appeared in front of Yi Chen, his fists like arrows, throwing out countless punches. Having trained his body to this level, the Iron Bone King's every punch was unbelievably fast and powerful. He shouldn't be lying. The Cassiopeia King stared unblinkingly at Yi Chen, waiting to see how he would deal with this. "Iron Bone King, I'll show you what speed is." Be it the Queen of Black Mountain, the Heaven Illusionary King, or the Cassiopeia King, none of them could see how Yi Chen drew his sword. Even the Iron Bone King only saw a blur before his eyes, and countless sword lights burst forth. Clang, 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 the sword lights were not only fast, but also very accurate. Following the gaps in the fist energy, they slashed at the Iron Bone King's chest. The Iron Bone King threw hundreds of punches, and Yi Chen threw thousands of sword attacks. But the difference was that the Iron Bone King's punch did not hit Yi Chen, while Yi Chen's sword hit him without exception. Pucci, the last sword was like lightning in the night, sweeping across the Iron Bone King's neck. As blood spurted, the Iron Bone King's head flew up, his eyes filled with fear. "How is this possible? How can I not hit you with one punch?" The Iron Bone King roared. "There is no sword in the hand, but there is a sword in the heart. You won't understand this realm." Reaching this realm meant that one had no flaws to speak of. Unless there was a huge difference in strength, or an opponent of the same realm, no one could suppress Yi Chen in close combat. "I won't kill you, but if there's a next time, I'll definitely kill you." The Iron Bone King was a body refining king, and in the study of the physical body, he was comparable to ordinary monarchs. He was only one step away from the blood rebirth realm. Cutting off his head would not kill him. The head connected to the body, and the Iron Bone King spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Although he was a body refining king with strong physical defense and supreme grade armor that blocked most of the damage, it was already very rare for him to not die after thousands of sword attacks. With a swish, the Iron Bone King quickly retreated, away from Yi Chen. "Just like the Iron Bone King, I don't want to kill you. Leave." Yi Chen looked at the Black Mountain Queen and the Heaven Illusionary King. The Black Mountain Queen said, "Yi Chen, you have a lot of potential, but you will bring disaster upon yourself. This time, the matter of targeting the demonic human race has already been approved by many monarchs. With just you alone, even with Xianxia and the Demon Flower Emperor, you won't be able to stop this momentum. If you forcefully stop it, you will only be crushed. The demonic human race has not betrayed Elysium. Just because there is this possibility, you want to kill them. In other words, it is not just the demonic human race that might betray Elysium. Is it impossible for some of the humans and beasts to do the same? Do you want to kill everyone in the world?" Yi Chen said coldly. The Heaven Illusionary King said, "The blood of demons flows in the demonic human race. They are born with demonic nature, which makes it easier for them to betray Elysium. Just in case, they have to die or be controlled. My true spirit continent cannot afford to lose, and does not dare to lose. Yi Chen, if you don't want to become a sinner of Elysium, you'd better not interfere in this matter." "What if I insist on interfering?" Today, you can save Cassiopeia King, but you can't save the entire demonic human race. What a joke. Since Elysium allows my existence, I'll show you how I stop them. As long as the demonic human race does not betray us, I will protect them. Insane. Black Mountain Queen shook her head. Yi Chen's actions were no different from smashing an egg against a rock. Today, it was her who had come. If it had been her grandmaster, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to escape, not to mention the other titled monarchs. Hearing these words, the Heaven Illusionary King's gaze turned cold. This Yi Chen was really stubborn. Did he really think that he was invincible after becoming a titled monarch? Why speak so much nonsense? Let me kill this Cassiopeia King. A figure suddenly appeared above Cassiopeia King. It was the Hell King. He stretched out his right hand, and 3 blade lights shot out from his palm. It was precisely the move he had used to kill Barbarian Dragon. Humph! Yi Chen's figure shifted through the void, appearing before Cassiopeia King in an instant. The Sky Scorpio sword swept through the void, and a sword light shot out like a waterfall, shattering the 3 blade lights. Yi Chen, get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The Hell King said sternly. Hell King, I didn't find trouble with you, yet you came to find trouble with me. Do you think I'm a pushover that you can bully as you please? The Hell King had killed Barbarian Dragon right in front of him. Evidently, he didn't put him in his eyes. After all, with Barbarian Dragon's strength, it was impossible for him to do anything to Yi Chen. If he was stronger than Yi Chen, then he would have done Yi Chen a great favor by killing Barbarian Dragon. On the other hand, he was completely ignoring him. However, Yi Chen didn't want to make things difficult for the Hell King over such a trivial matter. In his opinion, it wasn't worth it. As long as the other party didn't provoke him, it was fine. The Hell King sneered, Yi Chen, don't think too highly of yourself. Do you really think that no one in this world can do anything to you? It's just that they don't want to make a move. Get out of the way, or I won't mind letting you see blood. There are some things that you can't and don't have the ability to care about. Let me see blood? Let's see if you have the ability. Ridiculous. Hell-breaking slash. The Hell King raised his arm high. His entire arm glowed with an intense grayish-black light, as though it had turned into a blade used to behead prisoners. Boom, shockwaves rolled out, making way for the blade light. The Hell King's blade light was only tens of meters long at first, but in the next instant, it turned into a large expanse of grayish-black light. The blade light was everywhere, like the sun in the sky, sprinkling down its radiance and destroying the haze. Quick, the Hell King is making a move. Yi Chen definitely won't have an easy time. Black Mountain Queen set up a spider web to prevent Yi Chen from escaping with the Cassiopeia King. The Heaven Illusionary King said to the Black Mountain Queen. All right. The Black Mountain Queen opened her arms, shooting out countless multicolored spider webs invisible to the naked eye. But soon, her expression froze, and the speed at which she shot out the spider webs also slowed down. Facing the Hell King's killer move, Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. A cold sword astral tore through the boundless blade light, like a shooting star in the dark starry sky, streaking across the night sky. Autumn Water Sword Art's third style, bone-breaking, pooh. Without any suspense, the Hell King was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. Prison King, who had been famous for more than 100 years and was as famous as Xianxia and Evil King, couldn't even take a single strike from Yi Chen. Although they were both 4-star overlords when they were at the same level, after so many years, each of them had made great progress. For example, Xianxia had reached high stage 5-star battle strength. Prison King was slightly inferior, but he was also at mid-stage 5-star battle strength. Combined with Prison Sec's unique punishment martial arts, his battle strength was infinitely close to high-stage 5-star battle strength. However, he still couldn't take a single strike from Yi Chen. Gasp, Cassiopeia King sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood why the Patriarch thought so highly of Yi Chen and made a deal with Yi Chen the moment he entered Life and Death Realm. Today's strike, I'll remember it. Prison King was both startled and furious. He felt that he was not Yi Chen's opponent, and he didn't have the face to stay here any longer. Borrowing the power of Yi Chen's strike, he flew off into the distance. Let's go as well. Sky Ethereal King expressionlessly turned around and left. The last to leave was the Black Mountain Queen. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Be careful. The Black Mountain lineage specializes in using spider webs to trap enemies. Therefore, it is very likely that my Grandmaster will be invited out of the mountain to deal with people like you who are proficient in the profound mysteries of space or extremely fast-titled emperors. Many thanks for the reminder. If possible, I don't want to become enemies with your ancestor." Black Mountain Ancestor, Dragon King, Black Dragon Old Ancestor, and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor could be said to be 4 old antiques. Apart from Dragon King, the other 3 were all demonic beasts. Each of them was over 1,000 years old, and the oldest among them was Black Mountain Ancestor. Just like Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, he often went into seclusion. Therefore, not many people under Life and Death Realm knew of him. However, those who did know of him knew how frightening he was. Black Mountain Ancestor's battle strength was secondary. His spider webs were the most frightening. "As long as you give up your alliance with demonic human clan, my ancestor won't deal with you." Black Mountain Queen glanced at Cassiopeia King and said. Yichen smiled. He wasn't afraid of Black Mountain Ancestor, but he didn't want another enemy. Of course, he wouldn't explain too much either. "I'll leave first." In a flash, the Queen of Black Mountain disappeared into the sky. Cassiopeia King, what are your plans now? After the Queen of Black Mountain left, Yichen turned around and asked the King of Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia King bowed towards Yichen. "Many thanks to your Highness Yichen for saving me. I wonder if your Highness Yichen can send me to the chaotic demon ocean? I'm afraid that I'll be hunted down once I leave." The King of Cassiopeia was not afraid of the Virtuous King and the Ironbone King. As long as she wanted to escape, they could not stop her. What she was afraid of was the Queen of Black Mountain. Yichen nodded. All right. Although the distance between True Spirit Continent and chaotic demonic ocean was hundreds of millions of li, it was not very far for Yichen and Cassiopeia King. Even the slowest peak kings could travel 100,000 li in a blink of an eye. On the outskirts of the desolate ridge, a little bird resting on a tree saw Yichen and the Cassiopeia King and flew out. It looks like this Yichen is determined to protect the demonic human clan. In the distance, the Virtuous King's expression was gloomy. The Demon Flower Emperor was temporarily not in the chaotic demon ocean. After asking, he found out that the Demon Flower Emperor had gone to the starry sky and would return in a few days. Without the Demon Flower Emperor, Yichen did not plan to linger in the chaotic demon ocean and return to the desolate ridge. In the blink of an eye, Yichen had stayed in the desolate ridge for 6 days. In these 6 days, Yichen had killed at least 20 if not 30 blood-winged dragons. On average, he would encounter 5 or 6 of them every day. Moreover, this was the result of him finishing them quickly. Otherwise, there would have been even more blood-winged dragons. After killing 20 to 30 blood-winged dragons, Yichen obtained another 5 beast cores. However, among these beast cores, there were no longer any deformed beast cores. It was all very normal. Senior Yuan Emperor said that these deformed beast cores contain desolate power. As long as I collect enough desolate power, I can use it to sense the places that might contain desolate stones. When the blood-winged dragons devoured things with desolate power, their bodies would produce desolate power. This meant that the blood-winged dragons had been to those places. Unfortunately, the blood-winged dragons were very difficult to tame. Only by taming a blood-winged dragon with desolate power could one find the place. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. On this day, Yichen encountered a formidable opponent. It was a blood-winged dragon king. Moreover, it was a blood-winged dragon king that had devoured desolate power. As soon as this blood-winged dragon king saw Yichen, it madly pounced at him. It was extremely ferocious, as if it had the intention and determination to tear Yichen into 1,000 pieces. Boom 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 boom, one human and one beast fought fiercely. This blood-winged dragon king is so strong. Yichen consecutively used the 8 trigrams extermination sword art and the autumn water sword art's third move, breaking bone, but it only left a few sword marks on the blood-winged dragon king's skin. It was harmless. This blood-winged dragon king's defense was not much weaker than Golden Turtle Patriarch's. Roar, the blood-winged dragon king, was also very angry. It wasn't that it hadn't fought with powerful monarchs before. Some monarchs were even stronger than Yi Chen, but it had a strong defense. It could at least make the other party look very miserable. However, Yi Chen's close combat strength was simply incredible. It had been hit countless times, but it hadn't injured him even once. How could it not be annoyed? Suddenly, a large amount of yellow light gathered at the front of the Blood-Winged Dragon King's wings. This yellow light emitted an astonishing desolate power. The yellow light kept condensing and finally compressed into a thin line. It stuck to the Blood-Winged Dragon King's wings like two sharp blades and slashed at Yi Chen. Its desolate power. Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless. The Autumn Water Sword Art's third move, Breaking Bone, met it head-on. Boom! As the yellow light gushed out, Yi Chen flew back, a trace of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. The Blood-Winged Dragon King's attack this time was more than twice as fast and powerful, causing Yi Chen to suffer a little. Swish, unforgiving, the Blood-Winged Dragon King attacked again, its wings like heavenly blades slashing. Fine, I'll use you to test the merciless water and fire's power and shortcomings. Eyes narrowed into a line, Yi Chen held the Sky Scorpio sword with both hands and slashed upwards. Immediately, a dark green flame sword light crazily rolled out. The frightening sword aura seemed to be able to pierce through the blue dome of the desolate ridge. The next moment, it was as if thunder had struck the ground. An earth-shattering sound exploded, and Yi Chen and the Blood-Winged Dragon King were blown backward. The former puked out a mouthful of blood, while the latter's wings were scorched black. Blood also flowed out of its mouth and nose. The result was that both sides were injured, and the Blood-Winged Dragon King's injuries were more serious. Good, come again. Yi Chen's battle-intent soared. His body twisted in the air, following an arc, he attacked the Blood-Winged Dragon King. At the same time, the Blood-Winged Dragon King's scorched black wings also recovered instantly. With a flap of its wings, its huge body was like a blood-red shooting star, fiercely slamming towards Yi Chen. One human and one beast continuously collided and separated, going back and forth dozens of times. It was incomparably violent. Break for me. Relying on the sword in hand and sword in heart realm, on the 20th collision, Yi Chen took the initiative and slashed at the joint of the Blood-Winged Dragon King's right wing. That place was covered with the least yellow light, and was also the weakest part. The dark green flame sword light cut through the yellow light, almost cutting off the Blood-Winged Dragon King's entire right wing. Roar! The Blood-Winged Dragon King miserably screamed and unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of yellow light towards Yi Chen. Caught off guard, Yi Chen's protective Jinyuan layer was easily shattered by the yellow light like tofu. His bronze armor, which was not an extreme rank defensive item, had a huge hole punctured through it, and his body was pierced through. Dragon breath! Yi Chen was shocked. This Blood-Winged Dragon King had actually spat out a dragon breath that only a giant dragon could do. However, it was obvious that the Blood-Winged Dragon King was not in a good condition either. Its spirit was extremely weak, and it did not have the time to take this opportunity to kill Yi Chen. Instead, it flapped its wings and shot up into the sky, disappearing above the dark clouds. The flesh and blood squirmed, and the punctured chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. So close. If it had been aimed at my head, I would have died for sure. Taking off the bronze armor, Yi Chen stored it in his storage ring. This pseudo-extreme rank item had finally come to an end. Fortunately, after killing the Black Water Ancestor, Yi Chen had obtained his extreme rank battle armor, Black Demon. Even though it was only a low extreme rank armor, its defensive power was still far beyond the bronze armor. Putting on the armor, Yi Chen quickly left the place in order to avoid being surrounded by a large number of Blood-Winged Dragon Kings. In the vast starry sky, an unbalanced battle was taking place. The weaker side was the Demon Flower Emperor, and she had as many as 3 enemies, the Air Emperor, the Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, and a white-haired elder in colorful robes. Demon Flower Emperor, watch my spear. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor's spear art was extremely aggressive. With one spear thrust, it was like a meteor shower, covering the Demon Flower Emperor with an astonishing aura. Dang, the Demon Flower Emperor activated her demon eyes and easily saw the most threatening spear light within the meteor shower. She threw out a punch, and sparks flew everywhere. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor's figure appeared, holding a golden long spear. The tip of the spear pressed against the Demon Flower Emperor's fist, unable to move an inch forward. The golden long spear even started to bend. This demon flower emperor is indeed powerful. The golden long spear straightened, and the sky-splitting spear emperor bounced back. Boundless smoke dust sky. Just as the sky-splitting spear emperor bounced back, the air emperor's ace attack arrived. His whole body was shrouded in an illusory white smoke, which covered the sky and the ground. Accompanied by the air emperor's fist aura, it bombarded the demon flower emperor. Pooh! At this moment, the devil flower emperor had just repelled the sky-splitting spear emperor. Just as he was about to unleash his new strength, he exchanged a punch with the space emperor and was instantly defeated. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the demon flower emperor frowned. 5 Poison King, you dare to poison me? As soon as the protective Xianyuan was broken, the demon flower emperor inhaled a strand of qi. This qi was extremely sinister, directly fusing with the demon flower emperor's demonic power. The multicolor-robed old man laughed heartily. Demon flower emperor, how can you say such foolish words? We're enemies. If I don't poison you, who will I poison? Today, you'd better obediently let yourself be captured. The multicolor-robed old man was the leader of the 5 Poison sect, one of the 9 great sects of True Spirit Continent, 5 Poison King. He himself only had the strength of a peak king, but his poison skills were second to none. Even titled monarchs were apprehensive of him. After injuring the demon flower emperor with one punch, the air emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "In this starry sky, no one can help you. We were waiting for you to enter the starry sky before making our move." The demon flower emperor was a titled monarch like him. If the 3 of them joined hands, defeating him would be easy, but killing or capturing him would be extremely difficult. The 5 Poison King's purpose was to weaken the demon flower emperor's strength, making him weaker and weaker. Very good. I didn't think that you would be so impatient to act against the demonic human tribe. However, if you want me to surrender, that will depend on whether you have the ability or not. At the same time, the devil flower emperor's eyes turned pure red, and a flower image floated within them. Devouring blood flower. Both hands rapidly formed seals. The demon flower emperor's aura continued to rise. The violent aura caused the nearby meteorites to explode, sending dust everywhere. Be careful, she's about to erupt. Among the 3, the air emperor was the strongest. He said with a solemn expression. In a one-on-one fight, the air emperor wasn't confident that he could deal with the demon flower emperor. Although the sky-splitting spear emperor and 5 Poison King had joined them, it didn't mean that they could ignore the demon flower emperor. On the contrary, they had to be extremely careful. Who knew what kind of battle strength the demon flower emperor would display when she risked her life? Perhaps she could even kill 1 or 2 of them. Without the need for the space emperor to transmit his voice, the sky-splitting spear emperor could tell from the devil flower emperor's aura that the other party was preparing his strongest attack. At this time, it was extremely unwise to appear. They only needed to wait for the poison released by the 5 Poison King to slowly spread within the devil flower emperor's body. There was no need to risk their lives to resist it. As for 5 Poison King, he had already arrived behind the air emperor and the sky-splitting spear emperor. With the 2 of them blocking the demon flower emperor's full power attack, he was confident he could deal with the remaining shockwaves. All of a sudden, a blood flower materialized from below, swallowing the 3 of them. This blood flower had a diameter of more than 10,000 miles. Not to mention swallowing people, it could even swallow a small planet. After swallowing the 3 of them, the blood flower became smaller and smaller. Finally, it stabilized at a size of 1,000 meters. The flower bud was tightly wrapped, like a flower that hadn't bloomed yet. However, its color was blood red, and it was filled with a frightening aura. Puff, after doing all of this, the demon flower emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale to the extreme. She didn't hesitate to turn around and fly into the depths of the starry sky, and it wasn't long before she disappeared without a trace. A moment after the demon flower emperor left, the blood-colored flower swelled up. When it swelled up to a few hundred times its original size, the blood-colored flower suddenly exploded. The terrifying shockwave sent the nearest star flying away. Along the way, the star quickly disintegrated. Dazzling fireworks exploded, bringing a moment of light to the pitch-black starry sky. In the center of the explosion, the Air Emperor and the other two had ugly expressions. As expected of the Demon Flower Emperor, he still has this move. The Air Emperor thought that he had prepared everything. He was proficient in Space Profound, and the 5 Poison King was proficient in Poison Profound. In addition, he had the powerful Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor, so he didn't have any flaws. After all, the Demon Flower Emperor's escaping ability was only average, not the best. The 5 Poison King sneered, although it's a pity to let her escape, she has also been poisoned by my Rongyuan poison. Unless she disperses all of her cultivation, she won't be able to expel the poison. A poison Demon Flower Emperor isn't scary, and a Demon Flower Emperor dispersing all of her cultivation is even less scary. Once she disperses all of her cultivation, she won't be able to recover even 1/10 of her original strength within a few years. Moreover, dispersing all of her cultivation should be done as soon as possible. If it's too late, the Rongyuan poison isn't something to be trifled with. What a frightening Rongyuan poison! The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor couldn't help but frown. Even the Demon Flower Emperor was in such a sorry state. If he was poisoned, he wouldn't be any better off. Fortunately, the Rongyuan poison couldn't penetrate the protective Xianxia. As long as the protective Xianxia wasn't broken, the 5 Poison King wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At most, he would be on guard. After all, the 5 Poison King's poison research was the best in the world. Who knew what other poison abilities he had? The plan to capture the Demon Flower Emperor has failed, but the next plan must be carried out. The Air Emperor said expressionlessly. The Sky-Splitting Spear Emperor nodded, it's just the chaotic demon ocean. Even if she betrays Elysium, it won't be a big deal. What can truly affect the overall situation is the human demon homeland. In the depths of the starry sky, on a desolate star, thousands of li below the surface of the star, the Demon Flower Emperor was sitting cross-legged with a layer of green chi covering her body. What a good Rongyuan poison! Unless I destroy all of my cultivation, even a little bit of it will revive and become stronger. The Demon Flower Emperor frowned. As a human demon, she had inherited the bloodline of the demon's flower demons. Flowers were beautiful, but there were naturally evil ones. The demon's demon flower was a flower that contained dark power. Normally, as long as it wasn't those forbidden poisons, ordinary poisons should be ineffective against her. However, a flower demon was a flower demon, and a human demon was a human demon. Although the two were related, human demons had only inherited part of their abilities. If she was a real flower demon, she would naturally be able to ignore the Rongyuan poison. They only want to deal with me because they want to find the human demon homeland. There's still time. I should first think of a way to seal most of my cultivation. The level of one's cultivation didn't have much of an impact on one's battle power. Even if she sealed most of her cultivation, it would only reduce the Demon Flower Emperor's battle power by 10%. Of course, the main reason was that she was a human demon. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to suppress the Rongyuan poison. In the depths of the desolate mountain, this is already the 3rd time I've fought with the Blood-Winged Dragon King. Is it because of that deformed beast pellet? It had been a week since the first battle with the Blood-Winged Dragon King. Yichen originally thought that the Blood-Winged Dragon King wouldn't bother him anymore since it knew that it couldn't do anything to him. However, he didn't expect that it would come back after a few days. In the end, both sides still ended up with heavy losses. The Blood-Winged Dragon King's dragon breath was extremely powerful. Even with the Black Demon battle armor, which had blocked most of its destructive power, the remaining half was still enough to hurt Yichen. 3 times in a row. It seems like it wants to waste my Xianxia. Demonic beasts were different from humans. Before reaching life and death realm, the demonic power of a demonic beast was dozens of times, even hundreds of times, or even thousands of times more than a human. Normally, the size of a demonic beast's body corresponded to its size. However, although there was a lot of demonic power, it wasn't as pure as a human's. It was like a pot of rice, no matter how delicious it was, it would never be able to be eaten. After entering life and death realm and becoming a demonic beast king, the demonic power of a demonic beast would be extremely pure, almost reaching the level of a human king. However, because of this, the demonic power would shrink by 80 to 90%, not even 10%. Even so, the demonic power of a demonic beast king was not something a human king could compare to. If one were to say that 100 years of cultivation base was the most perfect state for a human to reach life and death realm, then 1,000 years of cultivation base for a demonic beast would be enough to make one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, demonic beasts also had a weakness, which was that their mental state improved very slowly, unlike humans who could improve rapidly. Therefore, the further one advanced, the less obvious the advantage of demonic beasts became. On the contrary, the advantage of humans became more and more obvious. This Blood-Winged Dragon King's cultivation base was at least 3,000 years, 3 times that of Yi Chen. Even if Yi Chen were to exhaust his Jin Yuan, it would still be able to retain at least 2/3 of its demonic power. If Yi Chen's guess was right, this was the Blood-Winged Dragon King's goal. Since you want to exhaust my cultivation base, I can also use you as a whetstone to continue studying my merciless water and fire. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. This principle was applicable at any time. Yi Chen could actually go back and recover his cultivation base in the 9-9 return to origin grade array, but he didn't do so. Very straightforwardly, Yi Chen decided not to explore other parts of the Great Desolate Mountain, and instead found a place to slowly recover his cultivation base while waiting for the great battle with the Blood-Winged Dragon King. The night passed and the day arrived. Roar, a strange roar resounded in the sky. It's here. Yi Chen opened his eyes, and lightning appeared in the void. Leaving the seclusion area, Yi Chen stood on top of a mountain peak and looked up at the huge blood-red dragon. Without any nonsense, the Blood-Winged Dragon King flapped its wings and swooped down. Its millstone-like claws shone with a layer of yellow light, seeming to have the power to tear through everything. Both sides fought at high speed, exchanging moves and attacks. It was extremely dangerous. Merciless water and fire. Finally, at the critical moment, Yi Chen attacked with merciless water and fire. The Blood-Winged Dragon King also spat out a yellow dragon breath, clashing head-on. At the cost of losing one of its left arms, Yi Chen heavily injured the Blood-Winged Dragon King for the 4th time. Watching the other leave at an extremely fast speed, Yi Chen didn't have any intention of chasing. Merciless water and fire is showing signs of breaking through. After consecutive life and death battles, Yi Chen had a deeper understanding of the life and death Tao. Entering the life and death realm required one to comprehend the life and death Tao, but it didn't mean that one would completely comprehend it. In fact, the life and death Tao was much more profound than any profound. He discovered that the merciless water and fire were closely related to the life and death Tao. Only by making progress in the life and death Tao would he be able to study the merciless water and fire to completion. This Yi Chen has such a high battle power. But fortunately, he only has less than 30% of his Jin Yuan left. Far away, a mountain tortoise saw all of this. Even further away in the desolate ridge, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor coldly gazed into the depths of the void. His mind was connected to the mountain tortoises, so he could see what the mountain tortoise could see. The battle power Yi Chen displayed in the battle with the Blood-Winged Dragon King shocked Golden Turtle Old Ancestor greatly. Previously, when Yi Chen killed the yellow-robed old man and the other two, he already had a high-level 5-star battle power, which was close to Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia. But now, the strength Yi Chen displayed was not inferior to the two, and even faintly showed signs of surpassing them. I can't let him progress any further. Heaven Illusion King, I owe you a favor. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor came to the desolate ridge to deal with Yi Chen, and the news was naturally told by Heaven Illusion King. However, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor also knew that although he had a peak 5-star battle power and could easily defeat Yi Chen, he didn't have full confidence in killing Yi Chen. Yi Chen was proficient in the profound of space, which was what he feared the most, and also what he hated the most. These people who were proficient in the profound of space were all extremely slippery. Therefore, he was waiting for Yi Chen's Jin Yuan to be almost consumed, and then he would make his move, making his original 60 to 70% chance of success become 100%, without any other possibility. After killing Yi Chen, it is said that the others are also dealing with Demon Flower Emperor. Only Xianxia is left, and there is nothing to worry about. I will also make her pay the price she deserves. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body emitted a trace of coldness. Unknowingly, Yi Chen had already stayed in the desolate mountain for more than half a month. In this half a month, he had exchanged blows with the Blood-Winged Dragon King 6 times, and only 10% of his Jin Yuan remained. If converted to cultivation base, it would be equivalent to 110 years, which was about the same as when he had entered life and death realm. Soon, merciless water and fire will reach completion at any time. However, Yichen did not feel uneasy at all. In the 5 exchanges with the Blood-Winged Dragon King, Yichen had gotten stronger each time, and the latter had also gotten more injured each time. On the 6th time, Yichen had almost beheaded the Blood-Winged Dragon King. His strength had increased by more than 50%. After all, merciless water and fire had gone from small completion to completion, and its destructive power had increased by an unknown amount. Once I complete merciless water and fire, my battle power will probably reach 6 stars. Merciless water and fire was not an ordinary top profound sense martial skill, and its destructive power was several times higher than other martial skills of the same rank. Therefore, even if Yichen's water and fire profound were only at completion, merciless water and fire were still comparable to top-grade profound sense martial skills. In this case, Yichen's martial skills would not be weaker than anyone else's. Under 6 stars, no one would be able to surpass him. Added with the 6th step destruction sword intent and the Heaven Realm mid-rank Green Lotus sword spell, his Jin Yuan would not have any shortcomings. The limit of life and death realm martial skills is 10 stars. I wonder what will happen after 6 stars. At the same time, the higher his strength increased, the more curious Yichen was about the realm after that. In this era, the highest battle power in Elysium was only 6 stars, and each of them was elusive. The only 6-star king Yichen had seen was the Fire Emperor. Unfortunately, he was already dead. Therefore, nobody knew what 7-star battle power was like, not to mention 8 or 9 stars. Of course, Yichen could actually ask Yuan Emperor. However, there were some things that could not be said. One had to see it with one's own eyes. Yuan Emperor was very powerful. In his era, he was unrivaled under the heavens, and was regarded as one of the strongest titled monarchs in the history of Elysium. Yichen learned from him that Yuan Emperor's peak battle power was at the peak of 7-star. Once he used the 3 flowers borrowing Dao, his battle power would double, reaching the level of a 7-star tyrant. However, Yuan Emperor did not pass through the death path. Because Yuan Emperor's fame was too great, and there were always scouts of other races in Elysium, the people guarding the death path were all abnormally powerful. However, Yuan Emperor was able to escape unscathed, and even killed a foreign race expert. In the current era, Elysium was in a weakened state, and there were very few 6-star kings. As long as one had a low-level battle power of 7-star, they would be able to pass through the death path. The only thing they lacked was a 7-star king. Passing through the death path depends on both strength and luck. I, Yichen, will not rely on luck to pass through the death path. There was always a chance of survival in the world. Although the foreign race monarchs guarding the death path were ridiculously powerful, sometimes, no matter how powerful they were, there was no guarantee of success. In a situation where one's strength was not enough, one could only rely on luck. If one's luck was heaven-defying, one might not even meet the foreign race monarchs guarding the death path, and one could easily pass through the death path and leave Elysium. However, Yichen knew that the chances of this were too low. If one relied on luck to pass through the death path, one would die in 100, and only 1 in 1,000 would survive. One would not be able to control one's own life and death. Yichen did not like to rely on luck. One could not always rely on luck in life, because luck would eventually run out. Before that, I have to live well first. Any pursuit, any dream, was based on survival. Without life, no matter how many pursuits and dreams one had, they would all be nothing but an illusion. Therefore, in order to reach the peak, in order to walk out of Elysium, in order to explore higher realms, and even the legendary next great realm, Yichen could only destroy one obstacle after another. If people stood in his way, he would kill gods, and if Buddhas stood in his way, he would kill Buddhas. Intentionally or unintentionally, Yichen glanced at the mountain tortoise that was staring at him from thousands of miles away. Roar! On this day, the Blood-Winged Dragon King came for the 7th time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yichen looked at the Blood-Winged Dragon King with a burning fighting intent. The Blood-Winged Dragon King's huge emotionless eyes flickered with yellow light several times. To be honest, it was somewhat afraid of the human in front of it. Every time it exchanged blows with him, the latter's strength would always increase, as if there was no limit. If it were not clear that the latter's Jinyuan was almost exhausted, it would not have come at all. This time, I must kill him. With a low roar, the blood-winged dragon king pounced at Yichen. Kill! Holding the sword with both hands, Yichen crushed the mountain under his feet and soared straight up, sword chi crisscrossing everywhere. Less than 10% left. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor saw everything through the eyes of the mountain tortoise. Originally, before the blood-winged dragon king came, he already had the idea of attacking. He was confident that he had a 90% chance of taking care of the opponent. But after thinking about it, he still gave up. After all, 90% was 90%, not 100%. He had already waited for so many days, so why would he care about a little more? When the blood-winged dragon king leaves, it will be the time of your death. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor revealed a cold smile. Boom. Boom, boom. Violent air waves swept in all directions. One man and one dragon fought hundreds of rounds in a short time. After all, the blood-winged dragon king had the savage power, and its attack and defense speed were both astonishing. Plus, Yichen wanted to comprehend the merciless water and fire, so he did not plan to end the battle quickly. Therefore, this battle was even more intense than before. Swoosh, the dragon claw, as big as a millstone, tore over, and the space was immediately torn into a ragged state. Yichen's figure flashed, avoiding the claw. With a flash of sword light, the blood-winged dragon king's right claw suddenly flew out. Roar! The blood-winged dragon king discovered that although this exchange seemed intense, the other party seemed to be stronger. Its claws were filled with the power of desolation, and their hardness had increased by a level. However, when the other party's sword slashed over, the thin power of desolation did not have much effect. Without hesitation, the blood-winged dragon king spat out dragon breath at Yichen. This dragon breath, it could only spit out once every few days. It was not a giant dragon, but it had the blood of a giant dragon. Even if it was a giant dragon, it could not spit out dragon breath without limit. Breakthrough! This time, Yichen did not dodge the dragon breath. Instead, he faced it head-on, pressing forward with an indomitable will. Just as the dragon breath was about to devour Yichen, a dark green flame suddenly ignited on Yichen's Sky Scorpio sword. As Yichen swung his sword, the dark green flame crazily rolled out. Silently, the yellow dragon breath was extinguished, turning into specks of yellow light and dissipating. The slightly weaker dark green flame, like a waterfall, streaked across the body of the blood-winged dragon king. Puff, the blood-winged dragon king's body slightly trembled, and in the next moment, its huge body exploded into a blood mist. A Zhenyuan giant hand reached in and grabbed a yellow beast core. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. A mournful scream resounded, and the blood mist once again condensed into the blood-winged dragon king. However, at this moment, it was 10 times more dispirited than before it spat out the dragon breath. But, this was not surprising. The beast core that it had refined for countless years had been taken away, undoubtedly injuring its foundation. Who knew when it would recover to its peak state? Unwillingly glancing at Yichen, the blood-winged dragon king spread its wings and flew high, disappearing into the leaden clouds. Now is the time. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor was startled by Yichen's last sword strike. That sword strike already had peak 4-star battle power. Fortunately, Yichen could not kill the blood-winged dragon king with one sword strike. If he could, he would not be a peak 4-star, but an absolute 4-star tyrant. Peak 4-star battle power was not enough to scare Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, because he could see that Yichen did not even have 5% of Jinyuan left in his body. He still hoped that Yichen would clash with him a few more times. This way, his Jinyuan would be consumed faster, and he would not have the strength to escape. Whoosh, with a flash of golden light, Golden Turtle Old Ancestor flew rapidly in the direction of Yichen, like a dazzling golden meteor. Finally here? Yichen turned his head, and his cold eyes ignored the distance of space and locked on to the golden meteor. Haha! Yichen, today is the day you die. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor laughed loudly and clawed at him through the air. Boom, a large area of the mountain was plowed to the ground. The dragon claw, completely condensed from golden light, was extremely sharp, and the aura was rampant. Compared to the claws of the blood-winged dragon king, it was unknown how many times more powerful it was. His body moved through the void, and Yichen avoided the claw and appeared in front of Golden Turtle Old Ancestor. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor stopped, his expression grim. Yichen said, "Do you know why I let the blood-winged dragon king go? Do you have the ability to kill the blood-winged dragon king?" Golden Turtle Old Ancestor asked. "What can a mountain tortoise see? I didn't kill the blood-winged dragon king because I wanted to attract you here. If I show off too strong, I'm afraid you will just leave." In the last sword, Yichen only used 30% of his strength, because at that moment, his merciless water and fire had finally reached the great accomplishment, and its power was not inferior to ordinary top-tier profound martial arts. Combined with the Tier 6 Destruction Sword intent, it was easy to kill the Blood-Winged Dragon King. After all, the Blood-Winged Dragon King's strength was only 5-star advanced. How arrogant. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor didn't believe it, but Yichen's calm attitude made him feel like he had been fooled. His body expanded, and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor turned into his true form, Xianxia. His huge body, like a dragon and a tortoise, crushed over. The space seemed to have lost its pillar, and heaven and earth were chaotic, with nowhere to borrow strength. This was a move he had developed for the titled monarchs who were proficient in the profound of space, and it worked every time. Unless one ran away as soon as they came, there was no escape. Yichen didn't run. With the merciless water and fire at the great accomplishment, he didn't need to run anymore. Raising the Sky Scorpio sword in his hand, Yichen held it with both hands. After taking a deep breath, he heavily slashed out. Immediately, the raging green flame condensed into a green heavenly sword. With one slash, the horizon was split, and a green sword veil appeared. Half of Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body was on the left and right side of the sword veil. Impossible. Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body froze in the void, his eyes filled with fear. Bang, the green light exploded, and Golden Turtle Old Ancestor's body exploded into pieces. Blood arrows flew in all directions, but these blood arrows were immediately burned into nothingness as soon as they were caught by the green light. Just when the countless blood arrows were about to be destroyed by the green light, one of the blood arrows suddenly changed. A thumb-sized Xianxia silhouette roared and moved around inside the blood arrow. With the help of Xianxia's silhouette, the speed of this blood arrow instantly increased by 10 times. With a swoosh, it disappeared without a trace. Primordial blood escape. Yichen slowly spat out a word. Primordial blood escape was an extremely powerful escape art, but it consumed a lot of soul power, and it was a permanent consumption. The soul was a person's foundation. Only with a strong soul could one unleash their strength to the limit. If the soul was weak, other aspects would undoubtedly be restricted. Therefore, unless it was a matter of life and death, very few people would use primordial blood escape. Of course, primordial blood escape wasn't something everyone could use. Very few people knew about it, and even fewer people could learn it. Yichen had also heard about this escape art from Yuan Emperor. Peak 5-star battle prowess is indeed not something people like Old Ancestor Blackwater can compare to. Among the monarchs that Yichen had fought before, Old Ancestor Redwater and Old Ancestor Blackwater were the easiest to kill because their immortal bodies hadn't reached the blood rebirth realm. Old Ancestor Yellow Robe was much harder to kill, but Old Ancestor Golden Turtle was 10 times harder. Time to go back and recover Jin Yuan. At this time, Yichen still had about 1/30 of the Jin Yuan in his body. Usually, 1/10 was the warning line, and right now, it was undoubtedly below the warning line. Damn it, damn it. In the void turbulence, a blood arrow flew back and forth. Golden Turtle Ancestor had never been so miserable before. Not only was his body destroyed, but he was also forced to use the primordial spirit blood escape. Although he was at the blood rebirth realm and his body was destroyed, he was fine. However, the demon power he consumed would take at least a few months to recover. Compared to the great loss of cultivation, the consumption of his soul made Golden Turtle Ancestor feel more pain. Once used, primordial blood escape would incessantly burn the soul. Since learning this escape art, Old Ancestor Golden Turtle had never used it. He didn't expect that he would have to use it this time. Why is his strength increasing so quickly? This is simply preposterous. The elder of Golden Turtle Island was furious, but at the same time, he felt a tinge of fear. He had roamed Elysium for hundreds of years, and it was not that he had not seen geniuses before. However, this was the first time he had seen such a genius. Was it worth it to be enemies with such a genius? He began to consider. Perhaps it was time to stop. He hoped that Yichen would forget about this matter. Who is it? Suddenly, Great Ancestor Golden Turtle roared. The blood arrow expanded and turned into a human body. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, long time no see. A figure broke through space and appeared in the void. Nirvana Demon Emperor. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor narrowed his eyes. Nirvana Demon Emperor smiled. Looks like you've been injured quite badly. What? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I'm injured? Golden Turtle Great Ancestor said so, but his eyes were full of vigilance. Nirvana Demon Emperor was not simple. Last time on Elixir King Island, he had already sensed this person's strength. Moreover, during the battle between the two sides, he faintly felt an uncomfortable aura from the other party. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, actually, we can become friends. Nirvana Demon Emperor seemed to have sensed Golden Turtle Great Ancestor's nervousness. The corner of his mouth opened, revealing a sinister smile. Friends? What a joke. Why should I be friends with you? Do you want me to deal with Yichen together with you? To tell you the truth, the current Yichen, even if you and I join forces, we may not be able to do anything to him. I don't intend to be enemies with him. Oh? I didn't expect that you, who has always been overbearing, would take the initiative to give in. However, if you don't intend to be enemies with Yichen may not let you go. Before that, you plan to destroy his Yi clan. If not for the help of Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia, the entire Yi clan would have been dead long ago. So what? At worst, I'll just hide from the world. Golden Turtle Great Ancestor really didn't want to be enemies with Yichen. His own potential had already been exhausted, and he could only improve a little bit after countless years. On the other hand, Yichen had grown so much in just a few months. Being enemies with him was really not a wise thing to do. This time, he would go into closed-door training again, and only come out when the great calamity of the foreign races arrived. Who would have thought that the great Golden Turtle Great Ancestor would be scared out of his wits by a genius who had just entered the life and death realm? What a pity. Nirvana Demon Emperor shook his head. Whatever you say, I don't have time to waste with you. A golden light flashed, and Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was about to leave. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Perhaps you misunderstood me. I want you to be my friend, not your person, but your body. How can you, Golden Turtle Great Ancestor, become my friend? Nirvana Demon Emperor smiled, and a powerful evil domain burst out, enveloping Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Damn, you are not Nirvana Demon Emperor, I can't accept this. The voice gradually faded away. Returning to Yi family, Yichen immediately went into seclusion, using the 99 Origin Return Great Array to recover his Jin Yuan. At the same time, the sky above Chaotic Demon Ocean was filled with lingering dark clouds. This was not because the weather was bad, but because of the dark clouds in one's heart. On this day, a large number of human kings and beast kings had gathered at the center of Chaotic Demon Ocean, surrounding the island where the 10 great families resided. As time passed, more and more human kings and beast kings arrived. There were those from True Spirit Continent, Blood Sky Continent, Sky Sword Continent, and even some kings from the ocean. Nobody had counted the number of kings in Elysium. Just True Spirit Continent alone had about 100 kings, which was roughly an increase of 10 every 100 years. Although Blood Sky Continent and Sky Sword Continent had fewer kings, they definitely exceeded 100 in total. Moreover, there were also kings living in the ocean. In other words, in Elysium, the human race alone had more than 300 kings, not to mention the demi-beasts and demi-beasts. At this moment, the number of kings gathered in Chaotic Demon Ocean had exceeded 100, and was increasing with every passing moment. There were low-level kings, mid-level kings, high-level kings, peak kings, and even titled monarchs. Waves of kings' aura converged together, causing the entire Chaotic Demon Ocean to change color as if doomsday had arrived. What's happening? Some of the cultivators who had come to chaotic demon ocean in search of resources felt the boundless king's aura, and their legs turned soft. Even their voices were trembling. Kings descending upon chaotic demon ocean, could it be that they are preparing to bathe the demonic human clan in blood? Some people seem to have guessed something. Chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan has always been tyrannical. Who would have thought that such a day would come? Times have changed, and Elysium is going to change. In the past, many people had been bullied by the demonic human clan in chaotic demon ocean, but they had never thought that the demonic human clan would provoke so many kings. It was beyond their imagination. There were 5 Lotus Islands in chaotic demon ocean. On the outer 4 Lotus Islands, dozens of demonic human kings walked out of their palaces. They looked at each other in fear. Patriarch is right. Our demonic human clan will face this calamity. This is too much. Why can't the vast true spirit world contain my trifling demonic human clan? For countless years, my clan has never stepped foot on the 3 continents. Only a few clans have lived on the 3 continents. Although we're a bit tyrannical in our own territories, we're always cautious in other places, and don't easily offend others. Cassiopeia King's face was full of bitterness. She had thought that the demonic human clan would only act in secret. She had never thought that the kings of Elysium would attack the demonic human clan in such a large scale. Why was it like this? Her heart was filled with confusion and despair. Taking a deep breath, Cassiopeia King stood up and said loudly, "I wonder what matter you have come to my chaotic demon ocean to discuss?" Since the patriarch was not here, she was the only one who could represent the demonic human clan. Besides Su King, the Sky Ethereal King said expressionlessly, "We have 2 matters. First, tell us how to find the demonic human village. Second, accept our control." Hearing these 2 conditions, Cassiopeia King's expression changed. She said with a pale face, "We don't know where the demonic human village is. As for accepting our control, how is that possible?" Accepting their control was equivalent to putting her life in the hands of the other party. The other party could kill her if they wanted to. Then find someone who knows the demonic human village. As for the second condition, you have to accept it even if you don't want it. Otherwise, the demonic human clan will cease to exist in the chaotic demon ocean. The Sky Ethereal King was Su King's representative. His words were the will of Su King, as well as all the kings who had come. "You guys are going too far." The Flash Demon King could not help but say. "Humph." The Jail King sneered, "For countless years, various alien calamities have been happening. Who knows if the demonic human village is behind all of them? Perhaps the demonic human village is the place where the alien races are hiding." "Absolutely impossible." Cassiopeia King refuted. "Impossible is not something you can say with your mouth. Tell us where the demonic human village is. Otherwise, you guys will not be able to bear the consequences." The one who spoke was Zhang Tianxiang Emperor. "In my opinion, why waste words with them? Kill half of them first. Let's see if they still dare to be stubborn." The Black Dragon Patriarch was an old man in black robes. He had a wide mouth and a prominent nose, and he looked very domineering. Cassiopeia King and the other demonic human kings had ugly expressions. At this moment, they had been forced to the edge of a cliff. If they took a step back, it would be doomsday. If they took a step forward, it would be doomsday. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! Suddenly, a dozen figures flew over. The one in the lead was the white-clothed woman, Xianxia. Behind her were human kings and demonic beast kings. "Everyone, what's the matter? Why don't we sit down and talk?" Xianxia frowned. She had not expected that the plan against the demonic human clan would have such a change. However, she was a little curious as to what kind of place the demonic human village was. Since ancient times, the reason why countless kings had targeted the demonic human clan was not because they were afraid of the demonic human clan, but because of the demonic human village. Therefore, she felt that they could talk about the first condition. After all, no one was willing to believe that there was an unknown place hidden in Elysium. Moreover, that place might be filled with danger. "Yan Qingxian, you don't have to worry about this." Su King, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Mysterious Queen glanced at the Lotus Island and said, "No matter what, the demonic human clan is still a force to be reckoned with. By doing this, we are pushing them to the opposite side. The foreign race's calamity hasn't arrived yet, but we are already in a mess. Wouldn't this be a joke to the other foreign races hiding in the dark? I feel that we can just sit down and talk, there's no need to go to war." Xianxia Emperor sneered, "This time is different from the past. It might be the biggest alien race calamity since ancient times. We must deal with the outside world first. Otherwise, we will be the ones to suffer. If the demonic humans are innocent, why would they mind letting us know where the demonic homeland is? Right, we won't be at ease until we find the demonic homeland." Some kings agreed. They couldn't be blamed for being aggressive. The demonic humans in Elysium weren't scary on the surface, but the mysterious demonic homeland wasn't under their control. Xianxia King said, "Throughout history, only the patriarch knows where the demonic homeland is. We don't know." At this moment, the evil king, who used to be as famous as Xianho, Jail King, and the others, stood up. "I heard a secret rumor that the demonic homeland is a demonic land. The rules there are completely different from those in Elysium. It's very suitable for demons to live there. Therefore, the demonic humans mustn't be taken by the demons. It must be under our control, and the demonic humans must also accept our control. If you betray us and give the demonic homeland and the chaotic demonic ocean to the demons, they will have a chance to grow stronger." The chaotic demonic ocean was full of demonic energy, which could allow the demons to recover their demonic energy faster. "Everyone, do you really want to know where the demonic homeland is?" Just as the evil king finished speaking, a clear and cold voice descended from the sky. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. Unknowingly the Devil Flower Emperor dressed in a gorgeous black robe had appeared. "Patriarch!" King Xianxia and the others quickly bowed and cupped their fists. The Demon Flower Emperor waved his hand. He looked at Su King's group and said, "The Human Devil Village is a secret of my demonic human clan. However, aside from the demonic human clan, it is not unknown to others. Since ancient times, every monarch knew where the Human Devil Village was and added a seal to it. Up until now, there have been several hundred seals placed on the Human Devil Village. The last one was added by the Yuan Emperor." "What exactly is in the Human Demon Village?" Su King asked. The Demon Flower Emperor said, "A demon ancestral tree that came from the demons. The Human Devil Village is a space that was opened up by a demon emperor in ancient times. He planted a demon ancestral tree in it to change the rules of this space and make it the habitat of the demons. After the end of the ancient war, every monarch would use a method to seal the Human Devil Village to prevent the aura of the Human Devil Village from leaking out and bringing disaster to Elysium." Demon ancestral tree. Many people who had heard of the demon ancestral tree were shocked. The demon ancestral tree was the tree of life in the world of the demons. It was said that no matter how injured the demons were, as long as their souls were not destroyed, they could recover under the demon ancestral tree. The demon ancestral tree was equivalent to the undying tree in Elysium's legends. As soon as the Demon Flower Emperor said this, many people became silent. "This is just your words. No matter what, let us see the Human Devil Village first." After a long silence, the Sky Sword Continent's Azure Cloud Sword Emperor spoke. The Demon Flower Emperor nodded. "Since you want to see it, I can agree. However, I have to remind you that the seal of the Human Devil Village can still last for 100 years. However, once it comes out, the demon ancestral tree will awaken in advance. Perhaps in just a few years, all the seals will be broken. At that time, no one will be able to seal it again. Let's not see it." The Demon Flower Emperor doesn't seem to be lying. That's right. The outsider's great calamity is already difficult enough. With the addition of the demon ancestral tree, who can stop it? Some of the kings looked at each other and discussed. The evil king laughed loudly and said, "With several hundred seals, even if the demon ancestral tree wants to break free, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Moreover, what's the difference between 100 years and a few years? It will still be a disaster for Elysium. Instead of waiting, it's better to see if it's true or not. At least, we can be at ease." The evil king is right. "Now, bring us to the Human Devil Village. If what you said is true, this matter will be over." Su King lowered his eyes. When he raised them again, he said, "All right." The Demon Flower Emperor knew that if he didn't let everyone see the Human Devil Village, the Human Devil Clan's disaster would be right in front of him. In order to preserve the Human Devil Clan, it was necessary to expose the Human Devil Village. "I don't know the location of the Human Devil Village, but I can summon it." The Demon Flower Emperor's expression was solemn. He started forming seals with his hands. At first, the seals weren't fast. Everyone could see them clearly. But as time passed, the seals became so fast that they looked like phantoms. In an instant, dozens of seals were formed. As time passed, a boundless fluctuation burst out of the Demon Flower Emperor's body and radiated into the depths of the void. Rumble, the sound of chains rubbing against each other came from the depths of the void. It was getting clearer and clearer. About the time it took to make a cup of tea later, the sound of the chains rubbing against each other became 100 times louder. A huge object was dragged out of the void. Terrifying demonic power fluctuations swept out in all directions. The sky above the chaotic demonic ocean was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. This kind of darkness wasn't the darkness of the starry sky, but the kind that devoured everything. Such terrifying fluctuations. The expressions of most of the kings changed. They had never felt such a terrifying energy aura before. In front of this energy aura, they seemed so insignificant, like they were floating. They couldn't even think of resisting. The huge object that had been dragged out was a spherical space. It was about 100,000 meters in diameter. It wasn't very big, but everyone knew that although this space didn't look big from the outside, there was definitely something else inside. After all, the size of a space couldn't be determined with the naked eye. "This is the Human Devil Village?" Someone doubted. From the name, the Human Devil Village should be related to the human devils. Could it be that the human devil race lived in this spherical space? When they looked again, everyone's expressions changed. So many seals. The exterior of the spherical space was covered in circles of runes. These runes could be easily distinguished. Some runes were tadpole-shaped, some were T-shaped, some were yin and yang runes, some were small people, and some were translucent. Every rune gave off extremely powerful fluctuations. As the spherical space appeared, the fluctuations became stronger and stronger. The runes also started to move, moving irregularly around the spherical space. This is too terrifying. Previously, they had heard from the Demon Flower Emperor that there were hundreds of seals in the Human Devil Village. Each seal represented the means of a titled monarch. At that time, they hadn't thought much of it. But now, they were all shocked. In ancient times, titled monarchs had to have at least 7-star battle prowess. They knew that they wouldn't be able to break each seal in their lifetime. With hundreds of seals stacked together, it was extremely terrifying. However, they could also see that many of the seals' runes had become blurry. It seemed that as time passed, the rune's power would gradually dissipate until it disappeared. Among the many runes, the clearest one was the Golden Yuan rune. Without a doubt, this was the seal left by the last titled monarch, the Yuan Emperor. It was also the strongest seal in the spherical space. The fluctuations it emitted seemed like any strand of it could crush space and destroy everything. "Look, there seems to be a black tree inside." A person pointed at the interior of the spherical space and blurted out. Everyone activated their eyesight to the limit and looked over. It is indeed a black tree, but it also seems to be a shadow created by the folding of space. From the outside, it was difficult to tell whether it was a tree or not. Soul power couldn't penetrate the spherical space barrier to see what was inside, so everyone could only guess. "Demon Flower Emperor, are you lying to us? No matter how I look at it, this doesn't look like the Human Devil Village." The Xianxia Emperor questioned. Hearing this, everyone looked at the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor explained, in ancient times, the Demon's Emperor transplanted a demon ancestral tree inside, but later, the demon ancestral tree was destroyed by the first titled monarch, the Ancient Emperor. With the defeat of the demons, this space became the habitat of the Human Devil clan. But later, no one expected that a seed of the demon ancestral tree would germinate inside. Countless people were devoured and became its nourishment. At that time, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had no choice but to give up this space and was the first to use a method to seal it. Therefore, this place was called the Human Devil Village a long time ago. The first titled monarch who sealed the Human Devil Village was the patriarch of the Human Devil clan at that time. That patriarch was an invincible figure in that era. I see. Xianxia nodded. Boom, just as the Demon Flower Emperor was explaining, the runes on the surface of the spherical space suddenly collapsed. There were hundreds of them, and half of them were translucent. The collapsed ones were the most transparent ones. Not good. Even if they hadn't eaten pork before, they had seen pigs run. How could they not understand that the seal had been broken? Boom. Boom, boom. This was just the beginning. Soon, dozens of transparent seals disappeared. As the number of seals decreased, the mana fluctuations emitted by the spherical space became even stronger. Everyone could faintly feel that the surrounding Elysium law seemed to be distorted by the mana fluctuations, which made them feel extremely uncomfortable. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have summoned the Human Devil Village. No, the demonic space. Some of the weaker monarchs were regretting their actions. While the Demon Flower Emperor was secretly angry, she couldn't say anything. She formed seals with both hands, which were completely different from the previous seals. This was a seal that sent the demonic space into the depths of the void. Clatter, the sound of metal chains rubbing against each other resounded as the demonic space gradually entered the void. However, the moment it entered the void, many people saw that the runes outside the demonic space had decreased by dozens. The mana fluctuations caused the void to boil, and spatial storms appeared frequently. The Elysium law was distorted and shattered, and foreign laws were formed. This was the law of the world of demons. Fortunately, the Demon Flower Emperor's hand seals were very fast, and the demonic space instantly disappeared. The mana fluctuations also gradually dissipated, and the Elysium law recovered. Slowly letting out a breath, Demon Flower Emperor lowered his hands and looked at Su King's group. I've already shown you the demonic human village. It is not a place of filth. Can you leave my chaotic demon ocean now? Hee hee. Battle Sky Elephant Emperor chuckled. As you said, the demonic human village is indeed not what we imagined. However, the threat your clan poses to Elysium is not small either. Sky Illusion King has already stated the purpose of coming here. One is to investigate the demonic human village, and the other is for your clan to submit to our control. Demon Flower Emperor, you're a smart person. You should know what choice you'll make. Sky Illusion King reminded Demon Flower Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor's face turned cold. What if I say no? You'd better not say no. Your choice will decide the life and death of the demonic human race. We have nearly 200 life and death kings on our side. Even if only a third of us stand out, it'll be enough to sweep through the entire chaotic demon ocean and flatten the entire demonic human race. Jail King said coldly. Ridiculous. Demon Flower Emperor sneered. From ancient times until now, there has never been a movement to exterminate the demonic human clan. In this era, Elysium is in a weakened state, and you're forcing my clan instead. If those titled monarchs of ancient times were to come back to life, they would definitely be angered to death by your actions. Saying so much is useless. What the titled monarchs of ancient times would not do, I will do in this era. I believe they will approve of my actions. Su King's eyelids drooped as he said indifferently. Su King, although you're the #1 expert here, it's not that I, Demon Flower Emperor, am looking down on you, but you'll never be worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as the titled monarchs of ancient times. Cut the crap. Demon Flower Emperor, you managed to escape last time in the Blood Sky continent. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Last time, the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia had come to Blood Sky continent to attack Terminator Demon Sect, which made Xianxia Emperor lose a lot of face. He had long since wanted to give the Demon Flower Emperor a taste of bitterness. However, he also knew that with his speed, he couldn't catch up to the Demon Flower Emperor. This was an opportunity. With the demonic human clan as a hindrance, and nearly 200 life and death kings present, the Demon Flower Emperor couldn't leave, nor could he. From a few miles away, the Xianxia Emperor threw a punch at the Demon Flower Emperor. The tyrannical fist force filled the entire world, and the force was overflowing. Battle Celestial Elephant Emperor. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. The Demon Flower Emperor let out a delicate shout and slapped out with her palm to meet Xianxia Emperor's attack. Boom boom boom, both of them were well-known figures among titled monarchs. As soon as they exchanged blows, an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything appeared. The space constantly shattered and shattered like a mirror. Puff, all of a sudden, the Demon Flower Emperor's face paled and he spurted out a small mouthful of blood. Haha, Demon Flower Emperor, you're only SOSO. The Xianxia Emperor became more and more valiant. A powerful aura coiled around his body, emitting an ancient battle elephant trumpeting sound. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength has decreased? Xianhou saw some clues. Among the crowd, 5 Poison King revealed a sneer. The Demon Flower Emperor had been poisoned by his Rongyuan poison, and it was impossible to expel it. The only way was to seal the majority of his cultivation base and temporarily seal the poison. However, this way, his battle power wouldn't be able to reach its peak without his cultivation base being at its peak. It would be good if he could reach 80 or 90%. In this world, aside from the Spirit Dan King, no one can cure the Rongyuan poison. 5 Poison King crossed his arms in front of his chest and watched the battle. When the Demon Flower Emperor was at her peak, the Xianxia Emperor was on par with her. Now that her strength had decreased, it was naturally difficult for her to resist the Xianxia Emperor's violent attacks. She retreated step by step, and her face became paler and paler. Demon Flower Emperor, lose for me. The Xianxia Emperor let out a long roar and leaped up, directly attacking the Demon Flower Emperor's face with a domineering fist aura. Kacha, the Demon Flower Emperor's arms in front of her chest made a bone-cracking sound, and she was sent flying. If it wasn't for her immortal body, this blow was enough to make her lose her battle power. Xianxia Emperor, I'll fight with you. Xianhou suddenly moved, wanting to stop the unforgiving Xianxia Emperor. Yan Qingxian, you should go back. Not far away from Su King, the Air Emperor's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Xianhou, sending Xianhou flying with a punch. In terms of space profound, he was not inferior to Xianhou, and in terms of foundation, he was superior to Xianhou. Fight with them. Seeing that the Demon Flower Emperor was injured, the Cassiopeia King and the other kings of the demonic human clan were furious, and they rushed forward. Mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating themselves. The Sky Ethereal King sneered and said, everyone, since the demonic human clan is so stubborn, then there is no need for us to be polite. Today, we must eliminate the hidden danger of Elysium, so that we can use all our strength to deal with the catastrophe of the foreign races, and leave a bright world for our descendants. Sky Ethereal King is right, we have given the demonic human clan a choice, but they are not willing to accept it. Kill. Those who did not come were either hesitant or had other reasons. Of those who came, 80 to 90% were the radicals who wanted to eliminate the demonic human clan. Almost 90% of them stood up, ready to bathe the demonic human clan in blood. A great war was about to begin. Ai. Xianhou sighed, turned around, and said to the people she had brought, I will stay to help the demonic human clan. If you are not willing to help, you can leave. I will not blame you. Xianhou, don't worry. Since I have come with you, I will not choose to leave. They have gone too far. The Demon Flower Emperor has already taken a step back, summoning the demonic land where the demon ancestral tree is sealed, violating the ancestors' will, but they still won't let the demonic human clan go. They should be punished. That's right, what has the demonic human clan done wrong? Just because they have the bloodline of the demons, they must be eliminated? I, Earthyuan King, may only be a high-level monarch, but I will not stand by and do nothing. Back then, Dragon King and Xianhou were the representatives who wanted to protect the demonic human clan. Many people followed them. Although Su King and the others were strong, some didn't follow them due to various reasons. But there were still a few who came without any hesitation. Among them, none of them were monarchs, but they were all hot-blooded. If you want to destroy the demonic human clan, you will have to ask me, the innate demon emperor, first. In the distance, a group of people suddenly came over. The person in the lead had broad shoulders and a tall body. He wore a dark silver robe, and the demonic energy ripples that his body emitted were quite similar to the demon flower emperor's, but there were also some differences. It was clearly more berserk. It is the Blood Heaven Lands clan master, the innate demon emperor. Someone shouted. In True Spirit World, there were many demonic human clans, but the two largest ones were the Chaotic Demon Ocean's demonic human clan and the Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan. The patriarch of the Chaotic Demon Ocean's demonic human clan was the demonic flower emperor, while the patriarch of the Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan was the innate demon emperor. Innate demon emperor didn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, but he had mastered the complete demonic transformation. At the life and death realm, he could also possess demonic power after the transformation. In terms of strength, innate demon emperor wasn't much weaker than the demon flower emperor. Originally, Su King and the others planned to take control of the Chaotic Demon Ocean's demonic human clan first, then go to Blood Heaven Land and take control of the Blood Heaven Land's demonic human clan. Unexpectedly, innate demon emperor had already received the news and brought all the monarchs of his clan. Behind innate demon emperor, there were more than 10 demonic human kings, similar to those in the Chaotic Demon Ocean. They all had the same hatred for the demonic human clan, and their eyes were filled with unflinching fear. The Blood Heaven Land's bloodline is here. Cassiopeia King's face lit up. Although they only had 40 to 50 monarchs with the addition of the Blood Heaven Land's bloodline, which was still far inferior to the monarchs on Su King's side, at least their strength had increased by a lot. They're all here? Fine, let's deal with them all at once. Su King's expression didn't change as he said indifferently. Demon Flower Emperor, this should be the first time we fight side by side, right? Innate Demon Emperor said to the weak Demon Flower Emperor. Demon Flower Emperor nodded, yes, I hope it's not the last time. Whether it's the last time or not, I, Innate Demon Emperor, will fight until the end. Innate Demon Emperor's gaze swept across everyone on Su King's side, and his demonic power surged again. His aura turned the space blurry, and his figure became indistinct like a black shadow. Hee, Innate Demon Emperor, I didn't expect the cowardly you to also come. The reason why Zhan Tianxiang Emperor mocked Innate Demon Emperor as a cowardly mouse was because the demonic human race was the weakest in Blood Heaven Land. Both the human race and the demonic race were above the demonic human race, and the demonic race was the overlord of Blood Heaven Land. Innate Demon Emperor usually kept a low profile, and it was rare to see him come out. Is that so? Innate Demon Emperor didn't reply, as if he didn't want to explain. With the arrival of Innate Demon Emperor, the atmosphere above Chaotic Demon Ocean became even more intense. Countless killing intents interweaved together, and it was 100 times colder than winter. Ordinary Sea of Soul Realm experts simply couldn't survive here. This was the battlefield of kings, and only kings had the qualifications to interfere. In the end, everyone's gaze fell on Su King. There were many titled monarchs present, but in terms of influence and strength, Su King was naturally the leader. His attitude could sway many people. As long as he made a move, this battle would be unavoidable. However, most people knew that Su King's attitude had already been made clear. Yan Qingxian, I'll give you one more chance. Leave this place. Su King said to Xianhou. Xianhou shook her head. Kill. Shifting his gaze away from the mysterious queen, the illusionary emperor said emotionlessly. Kill. As soon as Su King opened his mouth, the atmosphere in the sky flared up. It was as if a titan steel wire had snapped. The majority of people started circulating their Jinyuan or demonic power, and a king's aura soared into the sky. Who dares to kill? Just at this moment, a thunderous roar resounded from afar. That shocking aura was like a peerless treasured sword, mercilessly piercing through the atmosphere, causing everyone to subconsciously want to dodge, as if they didn't dodge, they would be killed by that sword. Yi Chen had arrived. Yi Chen. It's Yi Chen. Sure enough, he came. Nobody dared to look down on the most dazzling genius of this era, a sword Dao genius. Not long after entering Life and Death Realm, he dared to challenge Demon Emperor and killed 3 titled monarchs, Yellow-Robed Old Monster, Black Water Ancestor, and Red Water Ancestor. Who would dare to look down on him? Given enough time, he would definitely surpass the ancient Sword King and become the #1 Sword Dao expert since ancient times. Yi Chen. A faint smile appeared on Demon Flower Emperor's face. She knew that the other party wouldn't go back on his words. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he would still rush over without any hesitation. Sword artists were proud, and Yichen was a noble among sword artists. This sword aura. He's made another breakthrough. Sword aura was different from sword intent. Although sword aura was a transition period for sword intent, sword aura would grow stronger as one's strength grew. It was unlike sword intent, which was extremely pure and couldn't tolerate anything else. Judging from this sword aura that could pierce through the sky, Yi Chen's strength had undoubtedly increased again. Even she couldn't see through it. He's the Yi Chen that Quangzun spoke of. Innate Demon Emperor was the patriarch of Blood Sky Continent's demonic human clan. The clan's genius, Tai Quangzun, had once told him about Yi Chen's deeds. Demon Flower Emperor has made a good ally. Innate Demon Emperor could sense the unruly and willpower of this sword aura. The newcomer was precisely Yi Chen. However, he didn't come alone. Behind him were a large number of life and death kings. Tan Tai clan's Moon Empress, Bai clan's patriarch, Duga clan's patriarch, Blood Sky Continent's demonic blade sex patriarch, demonic blade king, as well as Pill King Island's patriarch, Spirit Pill King. All of them were famous kings. Adding the kings of their clans and sects, as well as some solitary kings, the total number had already exceeded 30. Spirit Pill King. Su King frowned. Yi Chen's arrival was within his expectations, but the appearance of the Spirit Pill King surprised him. The Spirit Pill King might not be strong, but the status of the Spirit Pill King Island in Elysium was extraordinary. Even Su King wasn't willing to be enemies with the Spirit Pill King Island. The Spirit Dan King smiled and said, "My grandson is Yi Chen's eldest disciple." This time, he came to see the scenery with Yi Chen. Hearing this, everyone curled their lips. Enjoy the scenery? What scenery was there to enjoy here? They had probably already boarded Yi Chen's warship and become Yi Chen's allies. I'm late. Yi Chen looked at the Demon Flower Emperor and Xianxia. Not long after he returned to the Yi family, he found out from a secret channel that Su King and the rest had gathered a large number of kings to go to chaotic Demon Ocean. There was no time for him to slowly recover his Zhenyuan. Therefore, he refined all the Zhenyuan crystals he had obtained from the Devouring Island, temporarily recovering his cultivation base to 60 to 70%. Then, he started to contact kings who were interested in befriending him. Perhaps because of his great reputation, everyone had confidence in his future, and the majority of people were willing to follow him. In a short period of time, he had gathered more than 30 kings and rushed over without stopping. A bit later would have been troublesome, but now is the time. The Demon Flower Emperor let out a sigh of relief. Adding the people brought by Yi Chen, they had 80 to 90 people on their side. Although it was still less than half of the opponents, they at least had the strength to fight back. Yi Chen, you are my disciple Xikongxing's heart devil. As his master, I've come to ask for some advice today. I want to see what kind of mysteries you have. The evil king flew out. The evil king was a king on the same level as Xianxia, Hell King, and Dragon King. Currently, he was also a titled monarch. Judging from his aura, he seemed to be even stronger than Hell King. As for Xikongxing, he had already become Evil King's disciple a few years ago. Evil King, you are not my opponent. Hearing the name Xikongxing, Yi Chen's expression didn't change in the slightest. As far as he was concerned, this name was a very old memory, belonging to the past. Arrogant. When had the Evil King ever been looked down upon? Moreover, it was a rookie like Yi Chen. Evil God Claw. The Evil King's weapon was a pair of claws, blue and gold in color. Spreading his 5 fingers, he clawed at Yi Chen. The sinister claws tore the space apart, exuding an evil chi. Clang, facing the furious attack of the Evil King, Yi Chen only pulled out the Sky Scorpio sword and swung it horizontally, precisely blocking the claws. Instantly, a light blue flame exploded. Yi Chen didn't move an inch, while the Evil King's body swayed slightly, his footsteps becoming unsteady. Yi Chen's sword arts had already reached the level of controlling the sword with his heart, and there were no flaws to speak of. A casual sword strike had already cut through the weak point of the Evil King's attack. The Evil King was slightly startled. Closing his left hand into a beak shape, he suddenly pecked at Yi Chen's temple. This move was called Evil Bird Sunstrike, and if hit, one's head would definitely explode. Yi Chen didn't dodge. Instead, the power on the Sky Scorpio sword increased by 30%, slightly bending like a drawn bow. In the next second, the Sky Scorpio sword straightened, and the sword energy exploded, bouncing the Evil King away. The beak-shaped light merely flashed in front of Yi Chen's body, not even touching his protective Jinyuan. Evil King, you're far from being my opponent. Yi Chen shook his head. The Evil King was only slightly stronger than the Jail King, and even the Jail King couldn't withstand one move from Yi Chen, not to mention the Evil King. Moreover, Yi Chen's merciless water and fire had already reached completion, and he was no longer a match for ordinary titled monarchs. Among everyone here, perhaps only Su King could fight him. Hearing this, the Evil King's face alternated between green and white. In front of so many kings, he was sent flying by Yi Chen's sword, and he didn't even have the qualifications to threaten the latter. This was simply a humiliation. In the crowd, the Jail King was rejoicing in the Evil King's misfortune. He and the Evil King weren't on good terms. Although he had also suffered at the hands of Yi Chen, at least it wasn't in front of so many people. But soon after, the Jail King felt a chill in his heart. Compared to the previous time, Yi Chen's sword arts seemed to be even more mysterious. Just an ordinary sword move was enough to neutralize the Evil King's ultimate move. How could he know that the completion of merciless water and fire had not only given Yi Chen a super sword move, but it had also allowed Yi Chen to comprehend the essence of thousands of sword arts from the sword world? This was an increase in one's foundation, and it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. The Evil King flew into a rage out of humiliation. Evil Bird seizes the sun. The Evil Bird seizing the sun was one of the 2 killing moves of the Evil God Claw art. It was several times more powerful than the Evil Bird attacking the sun. More importantly, this attack was majestic, unlike the Evil Bird attacking the sun, which was fast and precise. Pouring all of his Jinyuan into the claw, the Evil King's entire body leaped toward Yi Chen and pecked at him. Screech, a sound sharper than any other ferocious bird rang out. An evil and ferocious bird image spread its wings and flew toward Yi Chen, its claws as sharp as blades. This move has more flaws, but it's more powerful. The Sky Scorpio sword spun in the air as Yi Chen stabbed out, piercing the head of the bird image. In the next moment, the bird image's head exploded and its body scattered. The moment the sharp claws touched Yi Chen's protective Jinyuan, they disintegrated helplessly and dissipated. Yi Chen, you've lost. Just as the bird image disappeared, the Evil King's body arrived. Actually, Evil Bird seizes the sun was only his cover. The true killing move would come later. Rumble, an even bigger bird appeared out of nowhere, swallowing Yi Chen in one gulp. Evil Bird seizes the sun was a move very close to a top-grade profound sense martial skill. Not good. The life and death kings on Yi Chen's side were startled, thinking that Yi Chen had been careless and allowed the Evil King to turn the tables. After all, both sides had 5-star battle strength. If one side was careless, it wasn't impossible for the other to turn the tables. Only Xianxia, Demon Flower Emperor, and Innate Demon Emperor knew that things weren't so simple. Evil King, you can be considered as the most brilliant genius of your era. However, your research in martial skills has disappointed me. This is also the biggest reason why you can't compete with Senior Yin. A sword light shot out from the void, piercing through the bird image's body and slashing toward the Evil King. The Evil King was like a startled grasshopper as he bounced off, wanting to avoid this sword light. However, Yi Chen seemed to have already predicted his dodging path. The sword light turned and pierced through the Evil King's body. Void Yuan Chop, Yuan Emperor's ultimate move. Yi Chen had long since seen through it and modified it according to his own style. Although its might wasn't as powerful as the original Void Yuan Chop, its subtlety was not inferior. Poochie, blood splattered in the sky as the Evil King miserably tumbled away. The flesh on his chest wriggled and quickly recovered. However, he had lost at least a third of his cultivation base. This sword had the power to destroy everything. Enough. Su King stopped the unwilling Evil King and said indifferently, now is not the time to ask for advice. What's the point of winning against someone who's about to die? Humph, the Evil King coldly snorted as a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Yichen raised his brows and looked at Su King. Su King, no matter who wins or loses in this battle, it will be Elysium's battle strength that will be damaged. Do you think this is necessary? When you killed the yellow-robed old monster and the other two, did you think of this? They wanted to kill me, so their deaths are not to be regretted. However, this is an all-out battle. It's not just one or two people dying. Su King looked down at Yi Chen. To me, eradicating the demonic human tribe is something I must do. As for losing you guys, it's your own fault. I don't know why the Spirit Pill King wants to help you, but as long as he kills you, I believe he will make the right choice. Sometimes, being too much of a genius is not a good thing for Elysium. It might even be a disaster. You've caused too much trouble, and the internal strife of Elysium is also caused by you. Without Yi Chen, Xianhou, and the Demon Flower Emperor wouldn't be so close. If they wanted to control the demonic human tribe, there wouldn't be so many disturbances. They could completely reduce the losses to the minimum. Haha. Yi Chen laughed. Su King, do you think I'm afraid of you? Isn't that so? Otherwise, there's no need for you to say so much to me. Alright, I want to see how capable the famous Su King is. My point of view is the same as yours. As long as I defeat you, this battle will be over. Although they were at a disadvantage in numbers, Yi Chen wasn't afraid at all. Since the other side wanted to cause trouble, he would accompany them. At this moment, it was time to change the situation in Elysium. They couldn't let this group of people dominate Elysium. Senior Demon Flower Emperor, come here. Yi Chen suddenly said to the Demon Flower Emperor. The Demon Flower Emperor was confused, but he still flew over. Yi Chen raised his palm and hit the Demon Flower Emperor's body. At the same time, a transparent energy entered the Demon Flower Emperor's body through Yi Chen's palm. The Demon Flower Emperor subconsciously wanted to resist, but Yi Chen's attack was too fast. Not only was the Demon Flower Emperor shocked, but Yi Chen's people were also shocked. They didn't know what Yi Chen was going to do to the Demon Flower Emperor, but after seeing that the Demon Flower Emperor was fine, they relaxed. It was a false alarm. Perhaps Yi Chen was giving the Demon Flower Emperor some benefits. This is? The Demon Flower Emperor was shocked at first, but then he revealed a smile. Boom, a powerful fluctuation of demonic energy came from the Demon Flower Emperor's body. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength instantly recovered to its peak, and he was no longer weak. Impossible. The 5 Poison King's eyes widened. If the Demon Flower Emperor recovered to his peak, didn't that mean he had cured the Origin Rong poison? In his view, only a Spirit Pill King could cure the Origin Rong poison, and even with the power of a Spirit Pill King, they couldn't cure it directly. Instead, they had to refine an antidote based on the characteristics of the Origin Rong poison. How could Yi Chen easily cure the Origin Rong poison and allow the Demon Flower Emperor to recover to his peak? It's a detoxification technique. The Air Emperor squinted his eyes. A method that didn't require an antidote could be said to be a kind of secret technique that specialized in dispelling poisons. Although he didn't know what kind of poison dispelling secret technique Yi Chen was practicing, he was sure that it was no small matter. He had a good understanding of the 5 poisons King's Yuan Rong poison. Even if he was poisoned, it would be difficult for him to completely dispel it. The Air Emperor was right. What Yi Chen was using was indeed a detoxification secret art, which was taught to him by the Yuan Emperor. The detoxification secret art was a heaven-rank high-rank secret art. It could only be used to save people or save oneself, but it was very useful. The Great Poison Conversion art was very difficult to cultivate, and there were many steps. If one wanted to get started, they had to first learn how to use the Great Poison Conversion art to understand the basic composition of any poison. From the macroscopic to the microscopic, they had to break down the poison. This was because some strange poisons, once broken down, were not very harmful. Finally, he used the Great Poison Dissolving technique to gradually refine it. Of the above 3 steps, one could be considered to have achieved the first step. The other 2 steps would be considered to have achieved the minor accomplishment. After the minor accomplishment, one had to turn the Great Poison Dissolving technique into an instinct. The reason why one had to turn it into an instinct was because some poisons spread very quickly. One had to race against time with it. If one couldn't beat it, then one would naturally lose, and it would be a loss of life. Reaching this step would be considered to have reached the great accomplishment. As for the Great Perfection realm, it was the most difficult step. When the Great Poison Dissolving Technique reached the Great Perfection realm, the body would produce an incomparably wonderful detoxification energy. This detoxification energy had spirituality, and it had already merged with one's instinct. Most poisons that came into contact with it would immediately be broken down and refined, as if they had met their nemesis. What Yichen injected into the Demon Flower Emperor's body was the detoxification energy. Naturally, Yichen's Great Poison Dissolving Technique had already reached the Great Perfection realm. Most poisons that came into contact with the detoxification energy would immediately be broken down and refined. Although the Yuan Ron poison was considered a very powerful poison, when it came into contact with the detoxification energy, it was easily dissolved as if it had met its nemesis. Battle Elephant Emperor, didn't you want to fight with me? Come. The Demon Flower Emperor's battle strength had recovered to its peak, and his aura was like a rainbow. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Battle Elephant Emperor's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Only by defeating the Demon Flower Emperor at his peak would he feel a sense of accomplishment. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Air Emperor, your opponent is me. Xianxia knew that the time for the final battle had arrived. Although she wasn't confident in defeating the Air Emperor, it would be more dangerous for the others to deal with the Air Emperor who was proficient in space. I'll fulfill your wish. The Air Emperor said calmly. Haha, since there are no veteran titled monarchs, Hell King, Evil King, you two new titled monarchs will be my opponents. There were too few titled monarchs that supported the demonic humans. The innate Demon Emperor was filled with pride, and he wanted to fight against the Hell King and Evil King alone. Although he wasn't confident in defeating the two, he was confident that he could hold them back for some time. Innate Demon Emperor, it seems like you want to die. Hell King sneered coldly. He might not be able to defeat Yi Chen, but other than Yi Chen, he wasn't afraid even if it was Xianxia or the Demon Flower Emperor. Innate Demon Emperor, you will be the first titled monarchs to die. Evil King had nowhere to vent his anger. The arrogance of the innate Demon Emperor had undoubtedly enraged him. They should be able to hold on for some time. Thoughts flashed across Yi Chen's mind. He didn't have to worry about Senior Demon Flower Emperor fighting against Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor, and Senior Xianxia Yan fighting against the Air Emperor. Although it seemed a little difficult, he knew that Xianxia cultivated a profound Tao that couldn't be judged by common sense. She often had a way to turn the situation around. As for the innate Demon Emperor fighting against the Hell King and Evil King alone, it was too much for him. After all, the two of them were close to 5-star high tier. However, Yichen believed that the innate Demon Emperor could hold on for some time. Leave the rest of the titled monarchs to me. Other than Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor, Air Emperor, Hell King, and Evil King, there were still a few titled monarchs on Su King's side. Needless to say, there was also Su King, one of the two-sword monarchs, Azure Cloud Sword Monarch, Blood Sky Continent's 9-headed serpent monarch, Black Dragon Grand Ancestor who dominated the Eastern Deep Sea, and together with Su King, there were 4 titled monarchs. None of them were to be trifled with. Even the weakest, the 9-headed serpent monarch, had a mid-tier 5-star battle prowess. The Azure Cloud Sword Monarch and Black Dragon Grand Ancestor were no weaker than the Air Emperor. Especially Su King, before he obtained the Violent Tiger Dragon Inner Pellet, he was already at the peak of 5-star battle prowess. No one knew what was going through Yi Chen's mind, or else, they would all be shocked and dumbfounded. After all, to them, Yi Chen was barely able to deal with Su King. At most, he could barely contend with Su King. If he were to go against the other 3 titled monarchs, he would be courting death, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It wasn't that Xianxia and the others didn't want to fight 1 or 2 more titled monarchs, but with their current prowess, it was too difficult for them to do so. After all, the Air Emperor and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor weren't on the same level as Hell King and Evil King. They could only fight 1-on-1, not 2. On Yi Chen's side, other than Yi Chen himself, not even Xianxia and Demon Flower Emperor dared to say that they could defeat Hell King and Evil King together. Innate Demon Emperor chose the 2 of them because he wanted to hold them back for a while, lessening the pressure on the others. With another innate Demon Emperor, he could only run away unless he fought with his life on the line. Since you all have opponents, I have no choice but to deal with these demonic human kings. Black Dragon Old Ancestor sneered coldly. He looked at Xianxia King and the other demonic human kings with emotionless eyes, only murderous intent. Red-eyed black dragons were violent beasts to begin with. Black Dragon Old Ancestor, this battle doesn't have to last for so long. Let me help you. Let's finish it quickly. Nine-headed Snake Emperor stood beside Black Dragon Old Ancestor. All right. Black Dragon Old Ancestor didn't decline. In the end, only Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was left. No one knew what he was thinking, but no one was in the mood to think about it. Judging from the situation, whether it was the number of ordinary monarchs or titled monarchs, Su King's side had the absolute advantage. It was an unequal battle. The atmosphere between Su King and Yi Chen was the most tense. They were the core of their respective camps. Once they started fighting, it would be the fuse of an all-out war. 10 moves, I'll defeat you. The illusionary emperor made his move. He slowly drew his hands out from behind his back. Before, I was a small figure, so I admired you a lot. But now, I know that a titled monarch is nothing more than a mortal. Arrogance, ignorance, these are all the same to you. Come, Yi Chen, want to see how you'll defeat me in 10 moves. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen sheathed the Sky Scorpio sword. At the same time, he took out a pseudo-extreme grade sword from his storage ring. This sword was silver with a hint of blue, with a blood-red mark in the middle. This was the only pseudo-extreme grade sword that Yi Chen had forged before, called Iron Blood Silver Blue Sword. Extreme grade swords were too hard to forge, but Yi Chen had already grasped the ability to forge pseudo-extreme grade swords, although the success rate was not high. Abandoning the extreme grade sword? Everyone was a bit baffled. Xianxia seemed to have vaguely guessed something. A complicated expression flickered in her eyes, followed by admiration. It was an admiration for a true expert, just like how she admired Dragon King. Although Dragon King was not as powerful as Su King and Air Emperor, he was a true expert. She had never thought that she would admire Yi Chen so early. This was a young man who was half her age. What kind of environment and what kind of training could forge such a peerless sword artist, a peerless sword artist? A symbol of strength, a symbol of spirit. First move. Su King was wearing a bright yellow robe, flickering with yellow light. He was like a jumping sun, ignoring the distance of space and the bindings of heaven and earth. With a flicker, he arrived before Yi Chen and stretched out his right hand, which seemed to be forged from gold, striking at Yi Chen's face. Su King had made his move, the atmosphere was shattered. A horrifying aura soared into the sky and swept into the starry sky. A sword intent that could destroy everything burst out from Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was like a peerless sword that was unsheathed, releasing a cold light that could pierce through the starry sky. Clang, the iron-blooded silver-blue sword streaked across the sky, also ignoring the distance of space and the bindings of heaven and earth. It clashed with Su King's palm at an even faster speed. Boom, berserk chi waves tore apart space one after another. Yi Chen and Void Emperor's figures flickered, directly ignoring the harsh environment as they continued to exchange blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Their flickering figures gave off a decisive feeling. Kill. Everyone fought fiercely. Demon Flower Emperor against Celestial Elephant Emperor, Xianxia against Air Emperor, Innate Demon Emperor against Jail King and Evil King. As for Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor, they smirked and charged at Xianxia King and the others. Your opponent is also me. All of a sudden, a sword aura that could destroy everything swept over, engulfing Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor. 8 trigrams annihilation sword art, all the figures in the battle stopped almost at the same time. The one who made the move was actually Yi Chen. He actually planned to deal with Black Dragon Patriarch and Hydra Emperor at the same time when he was fighting with Su King. What kind of confidence and imposing manner did he have? Haha, Yi Chen, came to this world under the blessing of fate. In the past, it was just a small fight. Today, let me fight the 4 great monarchs alone. Yi Chen laughed loudly. The ostentatious sword aura expanded uncontrollably, engulfing the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor and causing the void to tremble. Not only Yi Chen's side but the way everyone looked at Yi Chen changed. At this moment, Yichen seemed to be glowing in their eyes. They couldn't see his face clearly, only his soaring sword aura and fluttering black hair. Yichen, you are too arrogant. The black dragon old ancestor was enraged. Yichen was fighting against Su King, but he still wanted to kill him and the nine-headed serpent emperor at the same time. Did he think that he could kill the black dragon old ancestor and the nine-headed serpent emperor by himself? This was the first time that the black dragon old ancestor was looked down upon to such an extent. He was extremely furious. The nine-headed serpent emperor's reaction wasn't as intense as the black dragon old ancestor, but he also felt that Yichen was a little too arrogant. He wanted to fight against 4 titled monarchs by himself. This was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Not to mention the others, just Su King alone was enough to suppress Yichen, not to mention the 4 of them. Yichen, I thought you were a genius. It turns out that you are just an arrogant person who has been blinded by success. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's expression was very cold. Divine light shot out from his eyes. Chi. The 8 trigrams extermination sword art was one of Yichen's strongest sword arts apart from the merciless water and fire art. It was comparable to the autumn water sword art's 3rd move, Bone Break. Once it was used, countless sword lights formed an 8 trigrams diagram. It swept out and covered the 2 titled monarchs, the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor shouted together. The Black Dragon Old Ancestor's black robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He suddenly punched out, creating a huge gap in the sword lights. A dragon's roar resounded through the heaven and earth. Behind the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor, the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor's shadow condensed. The 9 heads either spewed out flames, frost, or meteor-like attacks towards the incoming sword lights. Each of the 9 attacks was enough to severely injure an ordinary titled monarch. One person was equivalent to 9 ordinary titled monarchs. However, the 8 trigrams extermination sword art wasn't so simple. The 8 trigrams contained yin and yang, reversing the heaven and earth. The sword formation only changed slightly, and the lost sword lights condensed again, rushing towards the 2 again. This Yichen, innate demon emperor, thought that he was arrogant enough to fight against the Hell King and Evil King alone, but little did he expect that Yichen was even more arrogant than him. He fought against 4 monarchs alone, and among the 4 monarchs, other than the 9-headed serpent sovereign, the other 3 were stronger than the Hell King and Evil King. No matter what, today's battle is enough to make Yichen's name resound throughout the world. In terms of fame, his fame might even surpass that of Su King and those veteran titled monarchs who have lived for hundreds of years. Everyone thought to themselves. Multitasking, Yichen controlled the 8 trigrams sword formation to attack the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the 9-headed Serpent Emperor while he held the iron-blooded silver-blue sword and fought against Su King. This kind of multitasking had already surpassed the ordinary multitasking. This was because it was different from using dual swords. Dual swords required one to hold a sword in each hand and use different sword arts. Right now, he was using sword arts while using his soul power to control the 8 trigrams sword array. The difficulty had increased by several times. It couldn't be compared to before. Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm. The surreal emperor's expression was as cold as 10,000 years old ice. He didn't say anything, but his attacks became several times fiercer. He threw out a palm attack, and his palm was like a burning iron. Wherever his palm hit, there would be a clanging sound and dazzling sparks. This was the terrifying effect that could only be created by combining the metal profound and fire profound to a certain degree. Chi. Chi. The sword light danced and refracted in the void. Yichen's figure was like a ghost, flickering and shifting. The sword law he used came from Yuan Emperor's Void Essence Slash. Void Essence Slash contained the Space Profound, which was much stronger than the Orbit Slash. After all, Yuan Emperor was a peak 7-star expert. The Space Profound martial arts that he had researched were not something that Yichen could compete with. If Yichen hadn't comprehended the essence of thousands of sword arts from the sword world, he might not have been able to use the Void Essence Slash. Although the golden flame palm shadow was as fast as light, it didn't have many variations. In comparison, the Void Essence Slash was not only faster, but also had more variations. Sometimes it attacked in a straight line, sometimes it refracted in the air, and sometimes it curved forward. In the hands of Yi Chen, the style of the Void Essence slash was completely different from that of Yuan Emperor. After all, Yuan Emperor wasn't a swordsman, so his fighting style was somewhat different. The refracted sword light lingered around Yi Chen's body, protecting Yi Chen tightly. From time to time, several sword lights would shoot out and attack Su Qing's body. Demon Flower, pervasive entanglement. Apart from Yi Chen's side, there were battles everywhere. Among them, the battle between the Demon Flower Emperor and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor was the most direct and violent. Both of them were fighting head-on and didn't have many variations. There were only naked attacks. The Demon Flower Emperor's hands quickly formed seals, and a huge demon flower condensed below her, holding her up. The roots of the demon flower extended out dark green vines that were like giant pythons and wrapped around Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor. These vines were densely covered with barbs. Once entangled, one could imagine the consequences. 8 Desolation Heaven Warring Saint Technique. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor was a physique-refining king, and head-on battles were his forte. It was no exaggeration to say that although his battle prowess was at the advanced 5-star level, he could even fight against a peak 5-star king. In the past, the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor was stronger than him, but he only sent him flying with a slap and didn't do much to him. It was imaginable how strong his head-on battle power was. The Demon Flower Emperor knew his strength, so she didn't dare to fight 1 against 2 at the same time. She knew that in order to reduce the burden of others, she must first not be a burden. Boom. Boom, boom. Waves of air soared into the sky, and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's body expanded, reaching a height of 6 meters, like a giant. At the same time, his appearance began to change from human to beastman. This was his strongest form. As a physique-refining king, strength alone was not enough, speed was necessary. Transforming into his original form would increase his strength, but his speed and agility would undoubtedly decrease. After all, he was different from the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. The Golden Turtle Great Ancestor didn't walk the path of physique refining. The reason why his physical defense was so strong was because of the natural advantage of the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. Haha, a mere little snake dares to be so insolent in front of me. Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor laughed loudly. He grabbed the entangling vines with each hand and pulled forcefully. The vine straightened and pulled the Demon Flower Emperor and the Demon Flower below her over. Whip him. The Demon Flower Emperor's expression didn't change. Waves of demonic power were poured into the Demon Flower. Suddenly, the Demon Flower emitted a dazzling black brilliance. The giant python vines seemed to be on steroids as they shook violently and lashed at the 6-meter-tall Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor. The sound of them breaking through the air almost pierced through people's eardrums. There were too many giant python vines. There were dozens and hundreds of them attacking at the same time. Even the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor couldn't block them all. In the blink of an eye, he was immediately whipped dozens of times. The treasured clothes on his body were torn apart, revealing the supreme-grade treasured armor inside and the thick-veined arms. Looking down at his unprotected arms, there were faint red marks on them. These were marks left behind by the vines. The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor grinned and suddenly punched out. The violent fist energy crushed the space and shattered all the vines in front of it, heading straight for the demonic flower queen. The Demon Flower Emperor finally understood the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's defense. It was not weaker than the Golden Turtle Great Ancestor. The vines whipped over and seemed to leave faint red marks on the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's arms, but the barbs didn't pierce through at all. They all collapsed as if these barbs were made of tofu. Seeing the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor's punch, the demonic power outside the Demon Flower Emperor's body rapidly thickened. At the same time, the huge Demon Flower below changed from an open state to a closed state, wrapping the Demon Flower Emperor inside. Rumble, there were dozens of layers of petals on the Demon Flower. With a loud explosion, dozens of layers of the Demon Flower were broken in one fell swoop, exposing the Demon Flower Emperor inside. Go! The Demon Flower Emperor held a huge demonic light ball in his hand. This demonic light ball was the energy absorbed in the battle and converted into demonic power. The Demon Flower Emperor's strength lay in the fact that the more he fought, the more powerful he became. The Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor also knew this, so he immediately crossed his arms and sealed his chest and face. If the battle between the Demon Flower Emperor and the Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor was violent and direct, then the battle between Xianhou and the Air Emperor was elusive and unpredictable. Both of them were experts proficient in the profound meaning of space. When they fought, they would inevitably use the profound meaning of space to dodge and attack. Occasionally, they would also use other profound meaning martial arts as support. Swish, Xianhou took a step into the spatial door, which quickly closed and disappeared into the void. The next moment, the Air Emperor blasted a punch over, shattering the space. When she reappeared, Xianhou was already at another angle. However, the Air Emperor seemed to have captured Xianhou's fluctuations. His figure flickered and appeared behind Xianhou. Xianhou's expression was normal. In front of her, a mirror that looked like a spatial door reflected brilliance. Xianhou's figure seemed to have changed time and space. She appeared on the other side of the mirror, and it became the Air Emperor facing the mirror. The mirror shone brightly and spewed a light beam with 5 colors at the Air Emperor. How can a grain of light compete with the sun and the moon? The Air Emperor sneered. His figure spread out like a ripple and disappeared. The light beam passed through him and didn't hurt him at all. Sky Realm. Clang clang clang, pieces of glass appeared from the void, forming a space made of glass, covering Xianhou. After the space was formed, the essence of the glass rapidly faded, turning into a void that was deeper than the void. Xianhou was in the void. There was no sky, no earth, no direction. Mysterious Tao, reverse heaven and earth. Xianhou's expression didn't change at all. She formed a hand seal, and an ancient gate appeared. As the gate appeared, the void seemed to lose its meaning and was forcefully twisted, turning into a normal space. With a snap, Xianhou broke through the space barrier and reappeared in reality. What a mysterious Tao. The Air Emperor's expression turned solemn. In terms of combat prowess, his opponent was clearly weaker than him. However, her mysterious Tao wasn't something to be underestimated. Her methods were unfathomable, and she could even reverse his sky realm. At this moment, a beam of sword light suddenly appeared on the huge battlefield. This beam of sword light pierced through the sky, illuminating the world. It was like a heavenly sword that came from the underworld, slashing straight at Yi Chen. Anyone who faced this beam of sword light would have no way to dodge or retreat. This was because this beam of sword light seemed to have a direct trajectory, but it also seemed as though it didn't exist in this world. Even an expert like the Air Emperor was momentarily distracted by this beam of sword light. It's the Azure Cloud Sword art of the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor. Someone exclaimed. Green Cloud Sword Emperor, one of the 2 great sword emperors of Sky Sword Continent, was equally as famous as Snowflake Sword Emperor. His Green Cloud Sword art was known as the most unfathomable sword art. Those with weak defense and slow speed might not even be able to block a single sword from him. During the battle between Yi Chen, Su King, and Black Dragon Old Ancestor 9-Headed Serpent Emperor, Green Cloud Sword Emperor had been searching for Yi Chen's weakness. Since Yi Chen had already reached the realm of Heart Control Sword, even Green Cloud Sword Emperor couldn't find a flaw in a short period of time. Fortunately, Yi Chen was fighting 1 against 3 at the same time. His Heart Control Sword art's realm fluctuated a little, and that moment just now was the moment with the greatest fluctuation. Therefore, Green Cloud Sword Emperor took out his sword, and it was one of the 3 great killing moves of Green Cloud Sword art, Heaven and Earth Clarity. Heaven and Earth Clarity was unavoidable. The bright sword light seemed to descend from the 9 heavens as it attacked Yi Chen. I've been waiting for you. Yi Chen roared. His heart-driving sword didn't reveal the slightest flaw. The stronger one's mental state was, the more powerful one's heart-driving sword ability would be. He had intentionally revealed a flaw. He knew that Azure Sky Sword Emperor was looking for his flaw, just like how he was always paying attention to Azure Sky Sword Emperor. Clang, Yi Chen's left hand pulled out the 3rd sword at lightning speed. This sword was sparkling like countless stars. This was a semi-extreme grade sword forged by Yi Chen, called Starlight Convergence. Although Starlight Convergence was only a semi-extreme grade sword and couldn't compare to the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword, Yi Chen had infused his Immortal sword intent into it. Therefore, its sturdiness wasn't inferior to the Iron Blood Silver Blue sword, and it wouldn't break easily. Swish, with a flicker of starlight, Yi Chen slashed out to meet Green Cloud Sword Emperor's fatal sword. You think my Heaven and Earth Clarity is so easy to receive? Green Cloud Sword Emperor's expression didn't change. His sword aura rose by 30%, and the sword light's speed was as fast as the sun. At this moment, there was no silhouette, only sword light. Green Cloud Sword Emperor had already merged his body into the sword light, becoming one with the world, becoming one with the sword. Pop, as the two swords clashed, an intense shockwave spread out. Indeed, it was an explosion. The powerful shockwave directly shattered the space, and several thick spatial cracks extended hundreds of li away. Some life and death kings who were too close and couldn't dodge in time were blown back while spurting out blood as if they were struck by lightning. As soon as the two of them came into contact with each other, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was suddenly blasted away in the next moment. He turned a few times in the air before he was able to disperse the terrifying shockwave. This is the vibration sword art? The Azure Sky Sword Emperor's expression turned solemn. Ordinary vibrational sword arts wouldn't be able to enter the eyes of the Azure Sky Sword Emperor. For example, the Demonic Saber King's demonic saber art might be powerful, but the Azure Sky Sword Emperor wouldn't put it in his eyes. No matter how powerful one's technique was, if one's profound wasn't strong enough, it would be hard for one to reach the next level. However, Yi Chen's vibrational sword art didn't just contain the profound of metal, it also contained the profound of earth. It had started to enter the palace of vibrational energy, and it was able to unleash the true might of vibrational energy. What do you think of my Tianju sword? Yi Chen sent the Azure Sky Sword Emperor flying with his left sword while his right sword blocked Su Qing's attack. Tianju sword was the third form of the vibrational sword art. The first form of the vibrational sword art was the Heaven Cutting Sword, the second form was the Heaven Inflicting Sword, and the third form was the Tianju sword. In the past, the second form of the Heaven Inflicting Sword was already the limit, and it was impossible for it to make any further progress. However, when Yi Chen completed the merciless water and fire art, he comprehended the essence of thousands of sword arts in the sword world. Many of these sword arts contained vibrational energy. With the help of these experiences, Yi Chen's vibrational energy finally reached a new height, far surpassing the demonic saber kings. He also started to integrate the profound of earth into it, perfecting the most fundamental vibrational energy. It could be said that the formation of the Tianju sword was a natural process. It was the moment when the merciless water and fire art reached the grand completion stage, Yi Chen's strength rose to a new level. It wasn't as simple as having an additional supreme sword art. What a great Tianju sword! The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor took a deep breath, and his eyes turned even colder. Yi Chen, very good. You are worthy of my full strength. I take back what I said earlier. I won't be able to defeat you within 10 moves, but this is the end of it. Su Qing suddenly retreated, maintaining a distance of 10 li from Yi Chen. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor and Yi Chen looked at Su Qing at the same time. As the Sword Emperor, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's battle prowess had always been formidable. Although the Snowflower Sword Emperor shared the same fame as him, many people felt that the Snowflower Sword Emperor was slightly weaker than the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor. However, the gap between them wasn't huge. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor had always been wary of Su Qing. Su Qing was someone who hid his true strength, and had never revealed his true strength. Because of this, no one knew exactly how strong he was. If there was anyone among the titled monarchs with 5-star battle prowess, it would be the Illusory Emperor. Even if it was someone as powerful as the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, Azure Cloud Sword Emperor was confident that he could fight against him. As for Yi Chen, although he had heavily injured the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor and had the battle prowess of a 5-star overlord, he didn't display his full strength in a 1 versus 3 situation. He had always believed that Su Qing wasn't that simple. Perhaps his true strength had already surpassed the Golden Turtle Old Ancestor, and he was a 5-star overlord. And this was without the violent Tiger Dragon Yuan pellet. Once Su Qing used it, no one knew to what realm his battle prowess would reach. Yi Chen, you're the first person to force me to reveal my full strength. You should be honored. Undefeatable Void Battle Art. Su Qing's essence, qi, and spirit instantly rose by 50%. His violent aura caused the entire space to tremble. It was as if he had turned into an undefeatable god of battle, and no one could defeat him. Secret Battle Art. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. Secret battle art was a type of secret art that was different from other secret arts. This kind of secret art was innately used for battle. It could increase one's essence, qi, and spirit in all aspects. Essence represented the strength of one's flesh and blood, qi represented true yuan cultivation, and spirit represented the soul. When all three were increased, it would bring about an overall increase in one's battle prowess. It could be said that the most powerful type of secret art was the secret battle art. Soul secret arts and cultivation burning secret arts couldn't compare to the secret battle art. I see. Yichen understood in his heart. Su Qing's undefeatable void battle art was the same as Yuan Emperor's three flowers borrowing Dao. They were both secret battle arts, but it was obvious that the three flowers borrowing Dao was much stronger than the undefeatable void battle art. After using the three flowers borrowing Dao, one's battle prowess could be doubled. As for Su Qing's essence, qi, and spirit, his battle prowess should only increase by 50%. It was far from the three flowers borrowing Dao. Great Destruction Golden Inferno Palm. Boom, with his battle prowess increased by 50%, Su Qing's aura surged and soared into the 9 heavens. The same martial art, in his hands, was displayed to a level comparable to a peak profound martial art. The space shattered and was burned into crystals, dripping down. That blazing red palm seemed like it could easily pierce through a star and incinerate everything. This time, Yichen is in danger. Many people even stopped fighting and looked at Yichen. Humph. The black dragon old ancestor, who couldn't get away from the 8 trigram sword formation, snorted coldly. He thinks he's a genius and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks he's invincible after becoming a titled monarch. If he thinks he can defeat us just because he killed the yellow-robed old monster and the other 2, then all our years of cultivation have been wasted. The 9-headed serpent emperor on the side also sneered inwardly. He wasn't as powerful as the black dragon old ancestor, but he was still a king of the demon race that had dominated the blood sky continent for hundreds of years. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon. Su Qing had revealed his strongest battle prowess. He knew that this battle was over. As long as he could take care of Yichen, the others wouldn't be a threat. Not good. The pressure on Spirit Pill King was the lightest. Almost no one dared to attack him with their lives on the line, and they even avoided him. If he was killed, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't come after his life. It should be known that Pill King Island and Spirit Pill King were transcendent existences in true spirit world. Rumor had it that Pill King Island had a 6-star king as its protector. Killing Spirit Pill King would be too much even if they had 10 lives. Therefore, they all avoided Spirit Pill King and looked for others to kill. This caused Spirit Pill King to have no opponents and could only put out fires. At this moment, when the Spirit Dan King saw Su Qing reveal his strongest battle prowess, he couldn't help but feel worried. Yichen was a newcomer after all. His foundation couldn't compare to Su Qing's, and he didn't have as many trump cards as Su Qing. Not to mention the modern era, even in the ancient era, there weren't many people who could create such a battle prowess. Unknowingly, before the Surreal Emperor had even thrown out his palm attack, most of the people had stopped battling and turned their heads to look at Yichen and the Surreal Emperor in the middle of the battlefield. In their eyes, the Surreal Emperor had thrown out a palm attack toward Yichen, and the palm power had melted the space, carrying an aura that seemed to be able to burn everything in its path. The surrounding natural yuan qi had all started to boil up like a raging ocean. As for Yichen, he was like a small boat in the ocean, and could be destroyed at any moment. In the blink of an eye, facing Su Qing's strongest attack, the iron blood silver blue sword in Yichen's hand ignited with a green flame. In a thousandth of a blink of an eye, the flame burned to its limit and the space around it silently melted. Yichen quickly raised the iron blood silver blue sword and slashed out. Fire and water merciless, rip, a green light flickered, and the entire battlefield seemed to be divided into 2 by a layer of green sword veil. The tip of the veil bombarded Su Qing's fist, which was the boundary between the 2's auras. On one side was a scorching chi flow that could incinerate everything, and on the other side was an even more berserk, world-destroying water and fire power. The strongest against the strongest, bang, in the next moment, a world-rending explosion resounded, and everyone felt the space around them becoming unstable. Some life and death kings who had escaped into the void were forcibly shaken out, puking blood. Air Emperor's space realm and Xuanho's space gate both collapsed, causing the two to stop fighting. After the explosion, everyone saw a figure being blasted away. It was Su King. How could this be? Su King was sent flying by a single sword strike? The Black Dragon ancestor felt that his brain couldn't process what was going on. Su King was extremely powerful. Before using the Invincible Void technique, he already had peak 5-star battle prowess, and after using it, his battle prowess had reached the level of a 5-star tyrant, extremely close to 6 stars. It could be said that he was invincible under 6 stars. Impossible, how could the sect master lose? The Heaven Void King's calm expression froze for the first time. As the Void Sect's first Supreme Elder, no one knew Su King's strength better than him. Su King's Invincible Void technique wasn't a secret in his eyes, because this secret technique was taught to Su King by the previous generation's sect master. He had also been taught half a volume of it, which could increase his battle prowess by 30%. It's a top-grade profound sword art. Xuanho immediately saw the crux of the problem. Her world-filling snow had already touched the level of a top-grade profound martial art, and the only difference was the degree of fusion. Therefore, the merciless water and fire could only be explained by a top-grade profound sword art. The water profound and the fire profound are diametrically opposed to each other, so even if it isn't at the perfection level, it can still be considered a top-grade profound sword art. A top-grade profound sword art. At this moment, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, the Air Emperor, the Battle Sky Elephant Emperor, the Black Dragon Ancestor, and the others all knew why Yichen could send Su King flying. It was because his sword art had surpassed everyone else's realm. A peerless genius. The Spirit Pill King could only use this word to describe Yichen. He was only in his 30s, but he could already grasp a top-grade profound sword art. Such an achievement was already not inferior to the ancient sword kings, and might even surpass them. After sending Su King flying, Yichen's sword aura reached its peak. In the sky above his head, a huge sword shadow was faintly discernible. This was a phenomenon caused by the sword domain being pushed to the extreme. Now, this huge sword shadow was actually expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing, as if it had been tempered. Third layer sword domain. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor's eyes narrowed. His sword domain was the strongest in the Elysium, and it had already reached the late phase of the 3rd level. Yichen's sword domain had actually reached the middle phase of the 3rd level. One must know that Yichen was only at the early phase of the 3rd level when he challenged the sword world. It was beyond his expectations that Yichen could advance by a small level in such a short period of time. Although the sword domain was derived from the Sword Dao Cultivation technique, it didn't mean that it was only related to the Sword Dao Cultivation technique. The sword domain was the quintessence of a swordsman. Only when one's understanding and comprehension of the Sword Dao improved could the sword domain be improved. As the owner of the sword domain, Yichen naturally sensed its improvement, but he wasn't surprised. After comprehending the essence of a few thousand types of sword techniques in the sword world, Yichen's other aspects had obvious improvements, and only his sword domain hadn't improved. After the battle with Su King, his battle intent and sword intent had erupted to the limit, and he'd finally improved a step further. The explosive airflow gradually weakened, and a few hundred miles away, Su King's figure slowly stood up. His eyes erupted with a divine light that was a few meters long, and it locked onto Yichen from afar like a fiend god. Yichen, very good. You're worthy of me fighting with my full strength. Su King didn't have any injuries on his body, and it seemed that the sword strike from before had merely sent him flying. You're worthy of me fighting with my full strength as well. Yichen's eyes narrowed slightly, and they became long and thin. His pupils emitted a material bright light. Sword intent. Unknowingly, the Azure Cloud Sword Emperor had retreated from the battlefield. If he continued to attack Yichen, he would undoubtedly anger Su King. Of course, he didn't attack anyone else, because he was sure that if he attacked someone else, Yichen would definitely drag him into the battle again. This battle will be decided by the outcome of the battle between Su King and Yichen. The Spiritual Pill Emperor said loudly. No one objected, and no one agreed. However, everyone stopped and didn't continue fighting. Unknowingly, it could be considered that they tacitly agreed to the Spiritual Pill Emperor's words. Demon Flower Emperor, we'll decide the victor next time. The Battle Sky Elephant Emperor coldly said to the Demon Flower Emperor. I'm ready anytime. The Demon Flower Emperor knew that it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. If they really wanted to fight, it wouldn't end even after 3 days and 3 nights, unless one side's demonic energy or energy was exhausted. However, it was obvious that this battle wouldn't last for so long, and it would only be a waste of time if they continued fighting. At the same time, Suanho, the Air Emperor, the Innate Demon Emperor, the Hell King, Evil King, and the others split up and went to their respective camps. The battle between monarchs was very intense. Fortunately, the battle was short and no one died. After all, the immortal body of monarchs wasn't just for show. In a situation where their strength was equal, they wouldn't die in a short period of time. If they couldn't win, they could constantly dodge and use guerrilla tactics. Of course, although no one died, there were many who were heavily injured. Some were injured by the soul attacks, and some had their cultivation base greatly damaged and needed some time to recuperate. Among these people, the majority were in Yichen's camp. After all, the disadvantage in numbers couldn't be ignored. The two camps were facing each other, and between them, Yichen and Su King were also facing each other. Su King, you can use the Violent Tiger Dragon Elixir now. Otherwise, you won't be able to defeat me. The Azure Cloud Sword Emperor, the Black Dragon Old Ancestor, and the Nine-Headed Serpent Emperor all returned to the camp behind Su King. Yichen didn't need to be distracted anymore. Although he could still burst out with his strongest strength, the strength of a genius was to break through his limits. If he didn't put his heart and soul into the battle, it would be a dream to break through his limits. Su King said indifferently, even if I don't use the Violent Tiger Dragon Elixir, the final victory will be mine. Soon, you will know why I said that. In that case, let's fight. Wang, Yichen's body shook and his sword domain expanded again, covering Su King. You have a sword domain, so do I. Transparent ripples bloomed from Su King's body, and the ripples spread out, canceling out the sword domain. This kind of domain was deep and unfathomable, like the void. It's the void domain. Someone recognized it. Domains were also derived from cultivation techniques, but they weren't as pure as the sword domain. Domains had countless attributes. For example, the Nirvana Demon Emperor's Nirvana domain, the Yuan Emperor's Sovereign domain, and Xuanho's Mysterious domain. Each had their own functions. In comparison, the sword domain's attribute was more simple, but being simple wasn't a bad thing. No matter what domain it would be weaker when facing the sword domain. Boom, almost at the same time, the two charged at each other. Void Palm Imprint. Su King no longer used the Annihilation Golden Flame Palm, but changed to a Space Profound Palm Art. Su King was like the Air Emperor and Xianxia, proficient in Space Profound. Perhaps the Void Palm Imprint wasn't much stronger than the Annihilation Golden Flame Palm, but it had more variations, and it wasn't easy for Yichen to see through its weaknesses. With a palm strike, the void caved in, and a huge transparent palm imprint attacked Yichen from afar. Yichen could feel that the space he was in was firmly sealed. Endless void pressure came from all directions, as if it wanted to crush his body and distort his movement trajectory. Merciless water and fire, break for me. Yichen sheathed the iron blood silver blue sword and replaced it with the Sky Scorpio sword that he had used to attack the Black Dragon Old Ancestor and the Nine-Headed Snake. With the extreme grade sword in hand, Yichen's aura increased without a limit. That berserk sword chi sliced in all directions, creating cracks in that unbreakable space. The formless pressure of the void immediately dispersed like a deflated balloon. The Sky Scorpio sword blazed with green flames as Yichen fiercely swung it out. Dong, the transparent handprint and the emerald sword screen clashed together, causing the space around them to continuously shatter. In the end, it was obvious that the emerald sword screen had the upper hand. A sliver of emerald sword chi that looked like a thin thread cut into the Void Emperor's body. Clang, the clothes on Su King's body were burned to ashes, revealing the golden battle armor underneath. This was a supreme grade battle armor. When the green sword chi cut on it, blazing white sparks burst out, leaving a faint mark. As the golden light circulated, the mark disappeared, but Su King's body slightly paused. The green sword chi seemed to be only a wisp, but that violent power wasn't that easy to neutralize. Shifting through the void, Yichen used the earth track and instantly appeared in all directions around Su King. It was as if there were hundreds of Yichen, slashing hundreds of swords at Su King. These attacks weren't ultimate moves, but they were fast, especially when pushed by Yichen's heart-controlling sword realm. His swordsmanship reached an extreme level. Golden bell inextinguishable. Su King's eyes flickered with golden light. He put his palms together, and in the next moment, a huge golden bell phantom appeared out of nowhere, protecting him. Dang 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 dang, the golden bell phantom's defense was very strong, and no matter how many times Yichen attacked, he couldn't break through it. All he could do was create faint golden ripples. What a strong defense, profound martial art. Innate demon monarch's face turned solemn. Below 6 stars, Su King could be the strongest in the world, and it seemed like it wasn't just for show. Be it offense or defense, Su King was at the top, and he had almost no weaknesses. Orbit kill secret art. All of a sudden, Yichen's swordsmanship changed, and he used the heaven-shattering sword art's second style, orbit kill. A shocking scene occurred. The invisible sword chi actually ignored the golden bell phantom and slashed at Su King's body. Although the power of orbit kill wasn't as strong as the void essence slash, it was still a sword art that Yichen created with great effort. It had its own unique aspects. Following the trajectory of the spatial fluctuations, orbit kill could ignore any energy defense and deal a fatal blow. Su King's face turned pale, and he took a few steps back. This Yichen is really strong, to be able to create such a strange sword art that ignores all energy defenses. Doesn't this mean that the Xingyuan armor is useless? Many people were shocked. Chi, one step at a time, Yichen's movement was ethereal, and the invisible sword chi kept slashing at Su King's body. There were some places that weren't protected by the extreme grade battle armor, and the sword chi left bloody marks on them. But as time passed, Yichen frowned. No matter how weak the orbit kill was, it shouldn't be unable to cut through the opponent's skin, right? 6th rank spirit body, absorbing damage. Beside Demon Flower Emperor, Xuanho's expression was extremely solemn. She didn't expect that Su King's spirit body had already reached the 6th rank. This is bad. Demon Flower Emperor and Zhan Tian Elephant Emperor had fought before. Although the latter's physical defense was strong, even stronger than Su King's, his spirit body was only at the peak of the 5th rank. For Su King's spirit body to reach the 6th rank, it couldn't have been refined by himself. He must have used countless treasures to refine his spirit body. For example, in the Pill King convention, he had bought a 3-revolution body refining pellet. 5th step spirit body was already the pinnacle of mortal bodies, and its life magnetic field was frightening. At the 6th step, not only would the spirit body be several times more powerful, it would also gain a special ability, damage absorption. Of course, it couldn't absorb all of the damage, but absorbing 20 to 30% was already astonishing. It should be known that a powerful 5-star King's protective Xingyuan was already very powerful. Adding on the supreme grade battle armor, even if their defense wasn't impenetrable, it wasn't easily broken. At this moment, with the damage absorption special ability, its effect could be said to be earth-shattering. Although Yichen's orbital strike had directly penetrated the Golden Bell Phantom and protective Xingyuan to attack Su King's body, the 6th step spirit body's defense was inconceivably powerful. Moreover, with a portion of the damage absorbed, it could only leave behind a faint bloody mark. Not even the skin was completely damaged. One could well imagine how freakish Su King's defense was. What a good 6th step spirit body. With a flicker, Yichen retreated dozens of li, maintaining a certain distance from Su King. Now you should know where my confidence comes from, right? Su King raised his head and coldly looked at Yichen. Yichen faintly nodded. Indeed, your strength and trump cards are both beyond my expectations. I didn't expect you to forcefully raise your spirit body to the 6th step. Under normal circumstances, apart from body refining kings, peak 5th step spirit body was pretty much the limit of life and death kings. If they wanted to continue, they would have to constantly consume heavenly treasures and use their medicinal power to refine their spirit body. Not to mention Su King, even Yichen had to consume a lot of treasures to raise his spirit body to the 5th step, such as spirit energy crystal stones, dragon blood grass, dragon bone jade marrow, and sky fiend fire spirit fruit. Although there seemed to be a difference of 1 step between the 5th step and the 6th step, the difference in strength was several times, or even 10 times, and the consumption of treasures was much higher. It could be said that advancing from the 5th step to the 6th step was not as easy as advancing from the 1st step to the 5th step. However, thinking about it, it was understandable. Su King was the sect master of the Void Sect, and the Void Sect was the #1 sect in the world. After countless years of accumulation, it was still acceptable for them to have so many resources. This time, Yichen is going to lose for sure. Su King has a rank 6 spirit body, which makes him invincible. Unless it's a 6-star king, who can injure him? Even an ordinary 6-star king wouldn't be able to kill Su King with a single strike. Su King could easily use the space profound to escape. Look. I knew that Su King wasn't simple. This Yichen was arrogant and conceited, and he finally suffered a setback. He thought that he was invincible, but now he has finally met the real invincible. Behind Su King, everyone looked at Yichen with disdain and sneers. Behind Yichen is already very powerful. Apart from Su King, who here can contend against him? Moreover, he has only entered life and death realm for less than a year. If he had more time, Su King and 6-star kings would not be his opponent. Unfortunately, he doesn't have much time. Heaven is jealous of geniuses. Not necessarily. Look, Yichen's expression hasn't changed at all. Does he still have some trump card? Perhaps he does. Perhaps he is just naturally calm. At this moment, not only did Su King's faction not believe that Yichen could win, even Yichen's faction didn't believe that Yichen could win. The only difference was that they had different standpoints. I believe in him, Xianxia said indifferently. Oh. Demon Flower Emperor looked at Xianxia. Xianxia seemed to be talking to herself. Perhaps you guys don't know much about him. I and Dragon King have been paying attention to him since a long time ago. He has been able to turn the tables in countless desperate situations. This is only one of them. His future path is still very long, and he won't fall now. Confidence in a person needed time to be maintained. If one knew the person well, then one would have complete faith in him. If one didn't know the person for long, then one's confidence would be greatly reduced. At present, apart from Xianxia, everyone else's confidence in Yichen was greatly reduced, to the point where it couldn't even be considered confidence. Since even you, Xianxia, believe in him, how can I, Demon Flower Emperor, not believe him? Letting out a breath, Demon Flower Emperor calmed down. Yichen, as my grandson's master, you can't die. Among the crowd, Spirit Pill King was also very worried. Hehe, Yichen, you forced my Blackwater Alliance to disband and occupied the Devouring Island. You didn't expect retribution to come, right? Once you lose, the others are nothing to worry about. At that time I will attack your Yi family first. At the back of Su King's camp, a figure stood there. It was the former Blackwater Alliance's Vice Alliance Master, Sky King. However, his face was filled with viciousness. Yichen, you have no way out now. Whether you are afraid of battle or not, the result will not change. After executing the undefeatable Void Battle technique, the Void Emperor's aura was like a monstrous tsunami, rippling out in waves. Coupled with that demonic godlike body of his, the pressure that the Void Emperor gave off right now was boundless. Yichen laughed. Su King, I admit that your defense is very strong, but how can you defeat me? Your attack is much weaker than mine. Hearing Yichen's words, many people reacted. That's right, Su King's defense was very strong, but no matter how strong it was only passive. Unless one's attack was stronger than Yichen's, there was no way to defeat Yichen. At this moment, Yichen's side was filled with confidence, while the expressions of Su King's side were a bit ugly. Is that so? Su King's expression didn't change. The undefeatable Void technique is a secret battle technique, and even my soul force has increased. If I use a soul attack against you, I wonder how much power you can use. Soul attack secret techniques could shake the opponent's soul and cause their strength to drop. This was what Yichen used to deal with Blackwater Ancestor and the yellow-robed old monster. Try it. Yichen's smile didn't diminish. As you wish. The undefeatable Void technique couldn't be maintained indefinitely. Su King didn't want to waste time with Yichen like this. His figure flashed, and like a jumping arc of light, he pounced on Yichen from an unimaginable angle, spirit-extinguishing thread. Without a sound, countless invisible yellow silk threads shot out from between the surreal emperor's eyebrows. These silk threads looked like the silk of a spider, but compared to it, the yellow silk threads were even more crystal clear. Moreover, they were so fast that they looked like phantoms as they drilled into Yichen's eyebrows one by one. Soul light. Between Yichen's eyebrows, the silver vertical eye opened. With a puff, a silver light beam shot out, like the scorching sun melting snow. A large number of yellow threads were eliminated, but there were too many of them. The silver light beam that Yichen shot out couldn't destroy them all at once, and could only sweep half a circle. The next moment, hundreds of yellow threads entered Yichen's forehead. Swoosh, in Yichen's mind, there was a rustling sound. This was the sound of the yellow threads invading his sea of soul. Destroy. Suppress. Something strange appeared in the sea of soul, causing the destruction sword spirit and the immortal sword spirit to tremble together. Although the soul was different from the will, the two had something in common: they could both affect the other. The destruction sword spirit shot out a large amount of black sword intent, attacking the yellow threads, while the immortal sword spirit released a halo of sword intent to protect the sea of soul. However, Su King's soul attack was too powerful. Moreover, in terms of will, Yichen didn't have much of an advantage. The destruction sword spirit was a 6th-step sword spirit. Compared to an ordinary 7th-step sword spirit, the immortal sword spirit was only at the peak of the 5th step, which was equivalent to a peak 6th-step sword spirit. On the other hand, powerful titled monarchs like Su King and Air Emperor had 7th-step wills, or even peak 7th-step wills. Therefore, Yichen's destruction sword intent could only eliminate a small portion of the yellow threads, and the immortal sword intent wouldn't last long. However, it was enough. Yichen himself also cultivated a soul defense secret art. After reaching the life and death realm, whether it was a soul attack secret art or a defensive secret art, they were both indispensable. Primordial spirit undying. In the depths of the sea of soul, a strand of light blossomed. At first, it was only a tiny speck, but in a thousandth of a blink, it expanded to millions and millions of times, illuminating the entire sea of soul. All the yellow threads immediately disintegrated upon contact with this inextinguishable light, failing to cause any damage. Primordial Spirit Undying, Primordial Spirit Lock, was a set of soul secret arts, and Yuan Emperor wasn't the creator of this set. According to Yuan Emperor, this was a soul secret art created by an extremely powerful ancient emperor. It was called Primordial Spirit Secret Art, and he had obtained it by chance. Since then, he had never suffered a loss in a battle of the soul. Primordial Spirit Secret Arts were extremely difficult to cultivate. Although Yichen had only cultivated Primordial Spirit Undying to minor completion, it was already extremely useful. If Su King thought that he could injure Yichen with a sharp increase in soul power, he was gravely mistaken. Eh? Su King's brows creased. It wasn't that he didn't know that Yichen was a soul genius. However, in terms of soul power, Yichen was only comparable to him. It was impossible for Yichen to be much stronger. Now, he had used Void Invincible Battle Art, and his soul power had skyrocketed. Coupled with the extremely tyrannical spirit extinguishing threads, it still didn't have any effect. Su King, you take my primordial spirit lock as well. Yichen groaned with a low voice as a mass of golden light shot out of his vertical eye. It was vaguely visible as a golden halo. The golden halo was extremely fast, disappearing into the surreal emperor's forehead within a second. Su King's expression changed several times. Inside his sea of soul, a huge golden halo attempted to trap his sea of soul. Its edges were incomparably sharp, unceasingly slicing. Spirit extinguishing threads, pull it out for me. Su King was already prepared. Countless yellow threads shot out, pulling the golden halo outwards. In a short while, the invisible golden halo was actually pulled out of Su King's sea of soul. Everyone could only see this scene when they released their soul power. This is too thrilling. Someone couldn't help but say. Although soul attacks were silent and didn't have a grand scene, compared to a head-on battle, soul attacks were much more dangerous. If one wasn't careful, they could be seriously injured and their soul damaged. As expected. Yichen wasn't surprised by this result. Just like the primordial spirit undying, Yichen's primordial spirit lock was also at the minor completion realm. He didn't think of using the primordial spirit lock to injure Su Qing's soul. He just wanted to test its power. There was a trade-off. Su Qing's expression became slightly gloomy. The soul-extinguishing thread was his most powerful soul attack, and he had never used it before. This was his trump card, and he wouldn't use it easily. His original goal was to injure Yichen's soul so that he wouldn't be able to push his battle power to the limit. However, he didn't expect that Yichen's soul also didn't have any weaknesses. If he wanted to attack, he could attack, and if he wanted to defend, he could defend. That golden halo-shaped soul attack was extremely mysterious. If it weren't for the fact that his opponent hadn't cultivated it to a certain level, it would be hard to say whether he could come out unscathed. Since the soul attack didn't work, Su Qing made a prompt decision and brazenly attacked. Void Palm Print. Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm. Brilliant Light Fist. High Void Finger. Hand Seals, Palm Arts, Fist Arts, Finger Arts. Su Qing's hands moved left and right, throwing out 4 killing moves in a row. He wanted to exhaust Yichen to death with his vigorous cultivation base. He could see that Yichen's cultivation base wasn't perfect, probably only 60 to 70%. His cultivation base was originally 2 times higher than Yichen's, but now it was 3 times higher. Boom 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 boom, transparent hand seals, flaming palm shadows, glowing fists, and illusory finger energies all swept towards Yichen. Moreover, these 4 killing moves of Su Qing all had their own specialties. Void Palm could restrict Yichen's speed, Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm had extreme destructive power, Brilliant Light Fist was as fast as light, and High Void Finger was illusory and illusory. Apart from Great Destruction Golden Burning Palm, each move had the effect of restraining speed or proficiency in Space Profound. Adding them together, even if Yichen's orbit step could appear and disappear like a ghost, he still wouldn't be able to dodge. Forcefully dodging would only give Su Qing an opportunity. Separate. Facing these 4 killing moves, Yichen neither retreated nor gave way. He raised the Sky Scorpio sword with both hands and heavily slashed down. Then, in an instant, he slashed out the second and third slashes. There were a total of 3 strikes. The 3 dark green sword curtains separated everything in front of them. The transparent palm imprints, flaming palm shadows, glowing fists, and illusory finger forces were all torn apart by the violent sword curtains. Fight. Fight crazily. No matter who lives or dies, it won't affect me. However, it's most likely that Yichen will die. Su Qing's cultivation and defense are both higher than his. If this continues, the result will be obvious. The Heavenly King sneered as he watched the battle. This can't go on. Innate Demon Emperor frowned. Yichen's cultivation base was indeed not weak. He had cultivated for more than 1,000 years. However, he seemed to have encountered something and was left with only 60 to 70% of his Jin Yuan. Originally, this 60 to 70% of his Jin Yuan was enough, but that was under the condition that they didn't engage in a prolonged battle. Once they engaged in a prolonged battle, not to mention 60 to 70% of his cultivation base, even 10,000 years of cultivation base wouldn't be enough. Who knew how long the battle would last? In ancient times, it wasn't like there weren't cases of evenly matched titled monarchs fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Although Su Qing's offense wasn't as strong as Yichen's, his defense was stronger. Yichen couldn't do anything to him. In the long run, no matter how much Jin Yuan Yichen had, it wouldn't last long. The Void Invincible Battle Art can last this long? In fact, what Su Qing was planning, Yichen was also planning. He was waiting for Su Qing's secret art to retreat and his battle prowess to decline. However, up until now, Su Qing's aura didn't fluctuate at all. It seemed like he could still maintain this battle prowess for a long time, and his Jin Yuan was almost depleted by 1/3. In the crowd, the Heavenly Void King thought, the reason why the Void Invincible Battle Art is called undefeatable is because it can be maintained for a long time. Furthermore, there are 3 supreme grade essence stones left behind by our Void Gate's previous sect master, and each of them can increase the duration of the Void Invincible Battle Art by a lot. The battle between the two was getting more and more intense, reaching a climax. Since this era, there had never been such an intense battle. Under normal circumstances, it would end in a very short time. Either one side would be killed, the other side would flee, or both sides would stop fighting. No one would fight for such a long time when they knew they couldn't do anything to the other. This was no longer an ordinary battle, but a battle of life and death. Su Qing's long hair fluttered in the air as he threw out a palm. Behind his back, a white gold chi flow appeared. One end of the chi flow was connected to Su Qing's spine, while the other end entered the void, as if it was absorbing something from the void. Yi Chen, my void invincible battle art will get stronger the more I fight. Let's see what you can use to fight me. Su Qing's battle prowess had clearly increased by a level, gradually reaching the same level as Yi Chen's. The more you fight, the stronger you get. Yi Chen also noticed this. The void invincible battle art's name shouldn't have appeared out of nowhere. It must have something to do with the void. That white gold chi flow hadn't been there before, but now it suddenly appeared. It wasn't that simple. Clang, sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen borrowed this force and suddenly flew back, his blue clothes fluttering in the wind. Trump cards, I also have them. You can get stronger the more you fight, so can I, Chi. With a flicker of purple light, Yi Chen flung his palm, and the Sky Scorpio sword floated above his head, its tip pointing forward. Yi Chen also has a trump card? Many people were startled. Up until now, Su Qing's trump cards were endless, but Yi Chen hadn't revealed much yet. Impossible. How could this Yi Chen still have trump cards? Sky King was most afraid of hearing this. 72 swords, Earth Fiend sword art. Yi Chen's right hand formed a sword finger and suddenly pointed out. Chi 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 chi, the Sky Scorpio sword trembled and suddenly turned into 72 sword phantoms. The sword phantoms were purple in color and rapidly arranged, ultimately forming a huge purple sword. This was not the end. As soon as the huge purple sword appeared, it immediately established a connection with the heaven and earth. In the void, the island on the ocean below faintly had a black chi flow rushing toward the huge purple sword. It's the Earth Yuan evil chi. A life and death king cultivating Earth Xin Yuan was suddenly startled. The evil chi of the Earth origin was a kind of tyrannical energy that was hidden within the Earth origin. Normally, when he cultivated, he would try his best to refine the evil chi of the Earth origin to prevent it from corroding his body, causing his body to stiffen and go berserk. However, he was very clear that the evil chi of the Earth origin was an extremely powerful energy. If used properly, its lethality was extraordinary. Break for me. Su Qing sensed the might of the sword. Without waiting for the huge purple sword's might to reach its limit, he struck out with a palm, the blazing palm shadow incomparably powerful. Go. Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly as his sword finger guided the huge purple sword dyed with black chi flow towards Su Qing. Pung, a world-shaking explosion resounded as the huge purple sword sliced apart the flaming palm shadow like a hot knife through butter. Golden Bell undying. Su Qing didn't expect this huge purple sword to be so powerful. He promptly put his palms together and used his strongest defensive profound martial skill, Golden Bell undying. Immediately, a golden bell shadow covered Su Qing's body. With a dang sound, the vast sound wave spread out rapidly, creating a ripple in the heaven and earth. Some life and death kings felt their bodies tremble, then were blown away as if they were riding on clouds. Blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths. This sound wave was a kind of vibrating power, and protective Xin Yuan had almost no effect on it. Rumble, the bell wave spread far and wide, causing the ocean below to explode and countless islands to be destroyed. Although Su Qing had the protection of the golden bell shadow, he was still blown away. Only after flying for 1,000 li did he gradually stabilize his body. What a powerful sword art! Everyone was stupefied. The defensive sword art in Yi Chen's hands is more than 10 times more powerful than the legends say. Among the life and death kings present, which one of them hadn't seen countless martial skills? They all had some understanding of the defensive sword art. However, the defensive sword art that had been popular in the ancient times was absolutely not this powerful in Yi Chen's hands. Even those geniuses who had brought the defensive sword art to greater heights were far inferior to Yi Chen. I somewhat understand what you're feeling now. Demon Flower Emperor looked at Xianxia and smiled. The more you understand him, the more astonished you will be. Xianhou also smiled. 64 swords could display the 8 trigrams extermination sword art, while 72 swords could display the Earth Fiend sword art, which was several times more powerful. The further one cultivated the defensive sword art, the harder it would be to cultivate it. Correspondingly, the further one cultivated it, the more powerful it would be. After comprehending thousands of sword arts of the sword world, Yi Chen's defensive sword art had long since reached the realm of 72 swords. Although he hadn't practiced it in time and was a bit rusty, the first wave of attacks was already no small matter. Moreover, the Earth Fiend sword art was a bit different from the 8 trigrams extermination sword art. The Earth Fiend sword art could absorb the Earth Yuan Qi and strengthen itself. In theory, the more Earth Yuan Qi there was, the more powerful the Earth Fiend sword art would be. Of course, this was a bit unrealistic. Not to mention the lack of time to absorb enough Earth Yuan Qi, Yi Chen wouldn't be able to control too much of it. However, with Yi Chen's soul power, he could control a lot of Earth Yuan Qi. It's useless. Yi Chen, your Earth Fiend sword art can't even break my Golden Bell everlasting sword art. How can you hurt me? Su Qing's demonic godlike body was still straight. The cracks on Golden Bell everlasting sword had also been repaired by him. Of course, although he said so, his qi and blood were boiling. This sword was too powerful. Golden Bell everlasting sword art couldn't counteract all the power, and a part of the power was still transmitted into his body. Let's start now. Yi Chen controlled the huge purple sword and continued to attack Su Qing. Su Qing roared and used Golden Bell everlasting sword to the limit. Defense was sometimes a kind of victory. He didn't believe that Yi Chen had endless Jin Yuan to consume. Without Jin Yuan, no matter how powerful the sword art was, it would be useless. Clang, the gigantic purple sword brushed past the Golden Bell shadow, leaving a thick sword mark on it. However, the gigantic purple sword did not continue to attack the illusory emperor. Instead, it fell down and disappeared into the void. No one knew where it went. What are you playing at? Why didn't you break the Golden Bell everlasting sword art? Spirit Dan King was puzzled. He didn't think that the huge purple sword could hurt Su Qing. He clearly had the chance to break the Golden Bell shadow. Su Qing stood in the Golden Bell shadow with a cold expression. He was on guard against Yi Chen's attack. Although he didn't think that Yi Chen could hurt him, he had to be on guard. Earth Essence Evil Qi, absorb. Su Anho's eyes suddenly lit up. She seemed to have understood something. The huge purple sword didn't disappear for long, only 10 breaths of time. But everyone present felt like decades had passed. Yi Chen, don't waste your time. Su Qing thought that Yi Chen was stalling for time, but he was patient. What's the rush? This is the real Earth Fiend sword art. As Yi Chen spoke, the huge purple sword appeared. No, it shouldn't be called a huge purple sword, but a huge black sword. Unknowingly, the purple sword had been dyed black. A terrifying evil qi filled the air, forcing ghosts and gods to retreat. There was even a faint black electric current flickering on the surface of the sword. Go! Yi Chen stood in the air and pointed at Su Qing. Qi, the huge black sword was like a black ray of light, flashing and disappearing. End of chapter 978. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.